Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 42 Volume 2 Chapter 42 Part 1 Monster Subjugation. Third day. The day before yesterday, I incapacitated some bad adventurers. Yesterday, a lot of adventurers suffered because of the Goblin King. As a result, progress has been a lot slower than expected. Moreover, the incident yesterday caused my group to split, as Jeff-san and the others now had to lead the low-ranked adventurers to ensure their safety. As for me, I didn't need guidance, but it hasn't been long since I got promoted, so I couldn't guide the other adventurers either. In the end, I just went and hunted in the abandoned mine with my slimes alone. I got the sticky slimes to spit sticky liquid on their rod, then I had them wave it around, turning their sticky liquid into what was effectively birdlime. As a result, the cave bats and small rats were easily captured. As for the cave mantises, the poison slimes were easily able to finish them off by attacking outside their range with spears. The poison slimes ate them afterwards. It seems all that training has finally paid off. The slimes are finally starting to get stronger, not to mention they're also increasing in number. But when I see them fighting the cave mantises, I can't help but be reminded of that game from Earth. What was it called again? It was really popular at one point. Its theme song also had a happy tune, but for some reason, my memories tell me it was quite bloody. Anyway, the fact I'm able to think of so many useless stuff like this just shows how easy the battles are. After that, without anything interesting happening, my work for the morning ended. Then again, it would be problematic if stuff like yesterday happened all the time. I did happen upon 5 goblins once, but they didn't have anyone else with them. When I reported them to the guild, I was told that they're just remnants of the village we destroyed yesterday. After lunch break, I continued hunting by myself, and along the way, I decided to try out some new stuff with the sticky slimes. One thing I did was to have the sticky slime stick to the ceiling and move by extending a part of its body and swinging that part forward. The cave bats were really annoying with how much they flew, so I figured I'd get the sticky slimes to act as some sort of moving flypaper. Result-wise, it was pretty effective, as cave bats easily found themselves stuck. Another thing I tried was to order the most nimble sticky slime to jump and expand its body like a net. Interestingly enough, it was able to do just that. Next, I took that slime and threw it at the cave bats. As soon as I did, that slime turned into a net, catching all the cave bats in its path before falling back down to the ground. I tried the same thing with another slime, and then again, and again, and again. And it seems, I can catch about 4 to 5 cave bats on average with each throw. This can be used. Damn, sticky slimes are really awesome. Not only can they be used in daily life, they can even be used effectively in battle. Elated, I used the sticky slimes to catch the small monsters until work for the day ended. And then evening came. When I rode back to town on the carriage's wheels suddenly broke just as we were about to enter town. Fortunately, no one was hurt, and the carriage just suddenly shook fiercely when the wheels broke. Continuing would be dangerous, so we had to walk the rest of the way back. As the sun began to set, the delicious aroma of supper wafted out from somewhere. It's probably coming from a restaurant nearby. Some people have already started to drink, so from time, people making merry could be heard. I walked quietly under that merry atmosphere, until eventually, I passed by Serge-san's Morgan company. The MP recovery potions he gave me were a huge help yesterday, and he might have some bags I could use as reference for my laundromat special bags, so, let's drop by. I casually walked into the store, and as soon as I did, I saw Serge-san. He was talking to the female clerk behind the counter, but when he saw me, he smiled and invited me to the reception office. If he was in the middle of work, we could have just talked while I browsed through the shop's products, but this works too. Welcome, Ryama-sama. How may I be of service today? Serge, your potions were a huge help yesterday, so I dropped by to say thanks. At the same time, there's also something I'm looking for, and since I didn't know any other store, I was wondering if you might have it. Ryama, it is a great joy to know that my store's product was able to be of service, Ryama-sama. If there's anything you're looking for, then it's my store's honor to help. May I know what it is you have in mind? Serge, I'm looking for a robust bag. It's okay if the material used is cheap. As for the size, I haven't decided yet. Ryuma, oh. May I inquire as for what purpose these bags will serve? Surge, it's a long story. Actually, Ryuma, I told Surge-san about my intentions to become independent, and he immediately made a shocked expression, after which he made an admiring expression. He seemed interested in my idea to open a laundromat. A second source of income on top of your adventurer work that also serves as a backup in case of an unfortunate accident that forces an early retirement. Wonderful foresight, Ryuma-sama. Although still young, it is amazing that you're able to think so far ahead. Surge, that's because I'm actually a 42-year-old uncle. I don't know how I compare to other similarly aged Japanese uncles, but at the very least, I'm aware enough to prepare for the worst-case scenario when involved with something as dangerous as adventurer work. Especially since I've never heard of insurance or savings in this world. Well, even if there are such services, the conditions would probably be off the charts. Thank you. I don't think I'm that amazing, though. Ryuma, you are a humble man, Ryuma-sama. But still. A laundromat, huh? At 1 small copper coin to 1 medium copper coin per bag, you'll certainly get the attention of the townspeople, but I don't think you'll be able to provide the quality to satisfy them. Even if you do all right at the start, as the customers start to increase, keeping up with all the requests will eventually prove difficult alone. Surge, I forgot to tell him about the cleaner slimes. I'm sorry, it seems I left out one important detail. Please give me a moment. After that I took out a cleaner slime from my dimension home. Volume 2 Chapter 42 Part 2 This is my familiar. It's a slime variant known as cleaner slime. Ryuma, first I've heard of that slime. Surge, this is a new slime I discovered. I've submitted its information to the Tamers Guild, but I should currently be the only one with a cleaner slime contracted. Ryuma, even the gods said it was a new variant, so there shouldn't be any other than the ones under me. Does that slime of yours have something to do with your laundromat? Surge, this slime possesses the ability to clean things by eating filth. Naturally, when filth is eaten, the filth vanishes, and whatever that filth was sticking to will become clean. Ryuma, when Surge-san heard that, his jaws hit the floor. I guess it really is hard to believe. I decided to take out the loincloth of a goblin from my item box. It's probably hard to believe just by listening, so let me give you a demonstration. First, please take a look at this. It's a loincloth from one of the goblins we killed. Despite how dirty it is, the cleaner slime can eat the filth off of it and make it clean again. Ryuma, when I said that, Surge-san gulped. Please. Surge, would you like to use Identify on it first? Ryuma, yes, that would be nice. I can tell just from the smell that it's in fact goblin loincloth, but, Surge, chuckling, Surge-san used Identify on the loincloth and confirmed that it was in fact a goblin's loincloth. After handing it back to the cleaner slime took the cloth into its body, and in the blink of an eye, the filth vanished. When the cleaner slime spit the loincloth onto the table in the reception office, only 30 seconds had passed. Surge-san took the cloth that was clearly a different color than before and used Identify on it. When he did it, he was able to confirm that it was now in fact cleaned, then he took my hands and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that a goblin's loincloth could be cleaned in such a short time?" My hands were dirty because I touched the goblin loincloth. But by the time he noticed it, most probably from my gaze, it was too late. Surge-san's expression was dim. It's a good opportunity, so let's have him experience the cleaner slime bath himself. Just the hands. After the hand washing, Surge-san turned into another storm of praise. He's a good guy. I know that. But when he's like this, it's really exhausting. I beg your pardon. I got a little overzealous there, but I say. This slime is really fascinating. With slimes like this, opening your laundromat shouldn't be a problem. Price, speed, quality. I can see the coins already. Surge-san's off into his own world again. So, how big do you think the bags should be? Unfortunately, I don't know much about the current market. Ryuma, I'll have a couple brought over. Surge-san summoned the female servant and had her bring several bags. As you can see, the bags are arranged from smallest to biggest from left to right. The leftmost bag can fit one adult's full set of clothes. Surge, a bigger one would be better, I think. A family is bound to have more than one set, and there are plenty of bachelors out there who make a habit of piling their laundry. Moreover, it's cheaper to pay one medium copper for 4 to 5 set of clothes than just for one, and it's not like it makes any difference for me to wash one set or 5 sets, so might as well. I'm sure the customers will appreciate it. Besides, I'm only trying to make enough to get by, and I think there'll be more returning customers if their first experience with the shop is affordable. That should help turn over a profit too. Ryuma, those affordable shops helped me a lot back in my previous world. Like those Jayuden restaurants. I also frequented the same shops over and over, such that in the end, I had no idea how much money I spent on the stores near my house. I'm not unhappy about it. If anything, I'm grateful for their support. From that perspective, I think it's important to prioritize the acquisition of repeating customers. A low price would surely become a potent weapon in accomplishing that goal. Of course, provided that the service is satisfactory. While I was thinking that to myself, it suddenly occurred to me that Surge-san's eyes were sparkling again. Wonderful. Ryuma-sama, what great foresight you possess. To think that at such a young age you already realize that immediate income shouldn't be prioritized, and have even thought up excellent policies. I, Surge, admire you. Truly. Surge, what is this feeling? I just talked a little about my personal experience in my past life, and yet for some reason, being praised so earnestly has me feeling itchy and guilty. I feel like I owe those economics majors an apology. But I think if I brainstorm a little. What about this bag then? It can accommodate 3 to 4 persons 2 days' worth of clothes. That would be around the size of your average family. Surge, let's see. With that bag, one person should be able to fit in an entire week's portion. Let's go with that. Could I also get a couple of bags double and 5x that size? Ryuma, I most certainly could provide such bags, but wouldn't those be too big? Surge, the first bags are meant for personal use, while the double-sized ones will be catered towards small parties, while the 5x ones will be for the Adventurers Guild, blacksmiths with many disciples, and construction workers. In other words, large groups of people. Ryuma, for example. If we calculate one person's 1 week portion to be 1 person each day, that totals to 7 people's portion. Double that and we get 14, then quintuple the first value and we get 35 people's worth of clothes. If the first bag is 1 medium copper coin, that's 10 suits. For the double I could charge 1 medium copper coin and 8 small copper coins, that's 18 suits. For the 5x, I could charge 4 medium copper coins, that's 40 suits. Like this I'll be able to give a discount to bigger groups. The discount will serve as an incentive to come in groups. If there's not enough to form a group, then the customers will go out of their way to get more people. In the end, the laundromat will quickly gain renown. On top of that, the more people enlist my laundromat services, the more frequently people will drop by. If the double size could accommodate a person's 14 days' worth of clothes, then it should be safe to say that he won't be coming back for the next 14 days. But if it were a group of people getting their clothes done, then they would drop by sooner rather than later. In this way, I'll be able to get a sustainable daily income. A group-focused policy like this should turn over more profit in the long run. Ryuma, brainstorming, the act of thinking through one proposal and seeing what happens without asserting its value right from the start. It's been a while since I last tried it, but it seems I still have my wits about me. Blacksmiths and construction workers also tend to get dirty, so they'll definitely want to have their work clothes washed. Once they get word of how good the laundromat is, they'll want to get their personal clothes washed too. Blacksmiths and construction workers tend to be men. And men do have an inclination to be poor at laundry. Just today an adventurer told me if it were possible to put in a lot of laundry that he would enlist my service, so, Ryuma, it was then that I finally realized Surge-san's state. Oh no. I screwed up. Surge-sans have gone all big and stiff. I've always had a bad habit of going on and on by myself, and I've even lost a lot of relationships to it. I must have let my guard down because it's been a while since I last talked about something work-related. Chapter 43 Volume 2 Chapter 43 Part 1 In any case, I have to do something about Surge-san. I'm sorry. I have a tendency to go on and on by myself. I meant no offense. Ryuma, oh, no. Not at all. I was just a little bit surprised, Ryuma-sama. You're only 11 years old and yet you keep coming up with one brilliant idea after another. Surge, that's what he's surprised about. Oh, right. I just remembered again that I currently look like I'm 11. A kid who could think up all this stuff would probably surprise anyone. After all, there are parents who would dance in joy just seeing their babies stand up, but there's barely anyone who would praise an adult for doing the same thing. In the same vein, my actions probably seem a lot more amazing to this guy. That being said, it's not like I actually thought everything out carefully. I just did some simple calculations that are probably full of holes, and... Wait a moment. Do they have discounts in this world? Do you not have discounts in this world? Ryuma, not normally, no. They're mostly given to better one's reputation to a certain customer or to quickly sell out one product. Extensive discounts would only bring losses, so it's not really a thing. Sometimes discounts are used to get rid of a customer, and then there are cases when deceitful stores raise the prices unreasonably high, and then cut them down and call that a discount, when in fact the price is still higher than the market price. Surge, He seems to be telling the truth. I highly recommend that you join the Merchants Guild, Ryuma-sama. Surge, the Merchants Guild. Ryuma, yes. There's a branch in this town, so you'll be able to register anytime. The Merchants Guild varies from country to country, but each and every one of them control all the peddlers, stalls, and carts within their country. If you're going to be doing business, then you will have to pass through the guild. Surge, Then. Does that mean what I was planning was actually illegal? Ryuma, oh, no. The merchant guilds might manage the businesses within their respective countries, but it's not like they actually manage every single transaction. For example, they don't manage the transactions when two border towns try to sell to each other, or when a traveler sells the herbs he picked up along the way to a drug store. Another example is when children or adventurers take on odd jobs to make small change. If the amounts involved aren't too big, then nothing illegal is going on, especially if both sides are willing. Unfortunately, I don't believe the business you intend will result in merely small change. Odds are that you'll end up attracting the guild's attention. Surge, that was close. Thank you, Surge-san. Ryuma, not at all. If anything, it seems I've still been looking down on you, Ryuma-sama. I never expected that you would have thought through your store's management so thoroughly. I thought for sure you were only trying to make small change, so I forgot to mention about the registration too. Surge, actually, you got it right. I wasn't really thinking all that deeply, but whatever, let's just roll with it. So, it seems I'll have to join the Merchants Guild, but I've already joined the Adventurers Guild and Tamers Guild. Will that be a problem? Ryuma, please rest assured. I shall recommend you when you register, so there should be no problems. Being able to hold more than 2 guild positions will allow you more avenues to gather information as well, so if anything, this is actually something to rejoice about. If you're free, we could register as soon as tomorrow. I would be going with you, of course. Surge, I still have adventurer work tomorrow, so when I come back it'll be around this time. Ryuma, that'll be fine. The Merchants Guild has several personnel, so we can go through the process anytime. After all, to a merchant, information is life. And that information must reach them before it expires lest lose its value. Surge, they're open 24 hours. In that case, if it's no trouble with you, would you please accompany me? Ryuma, it would be my greatest pleasure. Surge, whoa. Volume 2 Chapter 43 Part 2 Ryuma-sama, the laundromat you came up with is truly amazing. Not only is it a new vein of income that no merchant has yet attempted, but your ideas are also new and unique, a new source of inspiration for the world of merchants. I, Surge Morgan, may not be the best, but I beseech you. Please allow me to aid you. Surge, wow. He's really exaggerating this. Who would have thought things would turn out like this? At this rate, I wonder if it's still going to be a small store. Thank you very much. It's reassuring to have you with me. Ryuma, you praise me too much, Ryuma-sama. Oh, right. I suggest you consider the land you will be building your store at. Surge, store. I'm not planning on doing something that big. Judging from your reaction, I assume you did not intend for things to become this big, Ryuma-sama. Surge, yes. My original intentions were to make just enough to get by, so I was thinking a stand in some corner of the town would be enough, and from there I could just go from door to door. A store would take too much of my time, after all, and I won't be able to continue being an adventurer. Ryuma, I see. But there's no need to worry about the management. I can simply lend you some of my own people. Surge, that's obviously no good. I don't think it's a good idea to be relying on others even if it's for a store, Ryuma, Surge-san wryly smiled. I'm starting to understand what the members of the Duke's family meant. Ryuma-sama, there's nothing strange about leaving the management of a store to someone else. Surge, huh? While it's true that a store owner normally starts out managing his store himself, eventually he'll find himself in a position similar to mine where he is in charge of many stores. In that case, managing all of the stores alone will prove impossible, and choosing and raising capable people to manage the store on his behalf will become necessary. Do you think that's strange? Surge, now that he mentions it. The managers in the chain stores of Japan were also just hired by the owners. You're right. It's not weird at all. Ryuma, yes. Moreover, in this world there are people suited for management and people who aren't. For the latter type, it would be better to hire someone suited than to try and forcefully manage the store himself. Surge, that's true. Ryuma, of course, we don't know which type you are yet, Ryuma-sama. Although you have good ideas and policies, so it seems as if you have the skill for it, but I don't think you're particularly skilled in seeing through people's motives. After all, your face is like an open book. Surge, am I that easy to read? Although you're able to hide your thoughts better than those of your age bracket, but to an old merchant, you're still too green behind the ears. Surge, I see, Ryuma, and here I thought I had a good poker face back in my previous life. Was that just my imagination? Besides, it's not like I'm lending my people completely out of goodwill. One reason I've offered them is because Reinhardt-sama asked me to be an advisor to you when he first introduced us. Another reason is because of your future prospects. Surge, future prospects. Ryuma, yes. Ryuma-sama, despite your age you have already come up with various inventions. From the waterproof cloths and threads, to that iron ingot, and to various other goods. Even without Reinhardt-sama's introduction, I would still not be able to take my eyes off of you. Moreover, the contents of our conversation suggests a huge profit. I could not possibly ignore that as a merchant. I will also be selling bags wholesale to your store, so please let me help you in your endeavor. If needed, I can also invest to help with your capital. Surge, if he's going that far, maybe it's all right. But, still. What happens when your investment doesn't pay off? Ryuma, no merchant would be able to expand his business if he feared failure. Any merchant with a big enough store more or less knows how to take risks. Moreover, I personally believe that your laundromat will prove most profitable. If things don't work out, then you could just make it up to me by making ingots and waterproof cloths and threads. The costs of running the store are also significantly reduced thanks to the slimes doing the laundry. The odds of success are high, and in the case of failure, I can simply recoup my losses. I can't imagine that you're simply making stuff up too. So, with all that, this is quite possibly the best trade deal in history. Nary a merchant would turn down such a deal. Surge, I see. I could certainly make money if I make iron ingots. All right. I'll be in your care then. Ryuma, you're willing to work with me? Surge, yes, but please allow me to refuse the extra capital. I currently have enough thanks to the bandits I subjugated in the past. Ryuma, what about the personnel? Surge, I'll leave that to you. Also, please allow me to purchase the bags that the store will be using. As for the ingots, I'll bring them over later when I have the time. The abandoned mines were entrusted to me, so I was originally planning on making them anyway. Ryuma, like this my conversation with Surge concluded, and after purchasing the bags from a happy Surge-san, I exited the store. Walking along the dark road, I returned to the inn, but for some reason, the Ojusama was there waiting with an aura of wrath about her. Ojusama. Ryuma, what were you doing out this late, Ryuma-san? I was so worried, Ilia, when the Ojusama suppressed her anger, she suddenly broke down in tears. Apparently, the incident yesterday with the Goblin King making an appearance caused the Ojusama to worry grievously. I'm sorry. I knew I was in the wrong, so I just quietly received the Ojusuma's scolding as she cried. After a while the Ojusuma finally got tired of scolding me, and just said she was going to sleep. I watched the Ojusuma leave as the maids took her away. My deepest apologies for causing you to worry. Ryuma, enough of that. Elia scolded you plenty already. Elise, we really were worried, though. Reinhardt, be careful next time, all right? Reinbach, yes. I'll remember. Ryuma, so, what were you doing out this late? Elise, I told them that the carriage broke down and I went to Serge-san's store. You were at Serge's store? I guess that means you've thought up a new job. Reinhardt, I'll probably be coming home late tomorrow too. I know I was just scolded, but, Ryuma, as long as you tell us beforehand it's fine. So, what are you planning on doing tomorrow? Elise, I will be going with Serge-san to the Merchant Guild to register. My original plans ended up getting bigger while we were discussing, so we're going tomorrow to the Merchants Guild to register me. Ryuma, what? Weren't you planning on just making enough to get by? Reinhardt, that is what I was planning, indeed, but Serge-san insisted it would be best for me to open a store. Ryuma, a store. Your discussion developed that far. Reinbach, apparently, Serge-san thinks it's that profitable. He even offered to provide the employees. Ryuma, Serge said that, did he? When is the opening? Reinhardt, he just nonchalantly asked about the opening day. And here I thought he'd be shocked. I don't know much about stores yet, but aren't you guys shocked? An 11-year-old kid just told you he's opening a store, you know. Ryuma, there's no age restrictions, and there are kids your age who have stalls of their own. There are some who tend to normal stores too. Reinhardt, of course, there aren't actually any 11-year-olds with a store of their own, but it's you we're talking here, so, Reinbach, Ryuma-kun, you're not like other kids. And since Serge gave his approval, it should be all right. But if anything happens, you have to rely on us, all right? And make sure you don't forget to keep in touch with us. Elise, is this really all right? I understand. Ryuma, I went back to my room like that, not wholly understanding what happened, then I had the remaining slimes from yesterday split, and formed contracts with them. My slimes currently numbered as follows: Sticky Slime X907, Poison Slime X666, Acid Slime X666, Cleaner Slime X22, Scavenger Slime X3033, Heal Slime X2, Metal Slime X1, Slime X1. The sticky slimes have broken through 900. They should be reaching 1000 soon. The poison slimes and the acid slimes are numbered the same. 666 sure is an ominous number, though. It's good to see the cleaner slimes doubling their numbers. Moreover, perhaps because of yesterday's incident, the slimes have gotten stronger too. The slimes learning physical attack resistance while in the big or huge forms is one thing, but I never thought the slimes would actually learn staff techniques, spear techniques, and taijutsu. I did teach them various stuff, but I never thought they would actually be able to gain these skills. I should try teaching them various new stuff from now on. Chapter 44 Volume 2 Chapter 44 Part 1 Monster Subjugation. Fourth day after finishing my adventurer work at the abandoned mines for the day, I walked over to Serge-san's store. Good evening, Serge-san. Ryuma, I've been waiting. Ryuma-sama. Shall we? Serge, riding on the carriage Serge prepared beforehand, we headed south of the town center. Before long we reached a plain building with a sincere and vigorous aura. Dim light leaked out from its entrace. There were few people inside, but according to the employee I talked to there were indeed other people present. I went to the receptionist desk, but the woman in charge immediately let us in and then excused herself while bowing. It seems she's already used to Serge-san. And from the way she treats him, Serge-san seems to be quite valued. But then again he is the president of his own company, so I guess it's expected. After a few minutes, a slender man and a woman that was hunched over entered the room. Serge and I tried to stand up to greet them, but the old woman just waved and smiled, indicating for us not to bother. The man was the first to speak. So, it's you, Serge. It's been a while, hasn't it? I haven't heard any rumors lately, so I was wondering what you were up to. Slenderman, this guy's accent sort of sounds like a fake Kansai dialect, but it still feels strangely nostalgic. I had a boss like this in the past too. Long time no see, Pyoro. Surge, what did you come for? I doubt someone like you only shows his face during meetings would drop by just to say hi. Hunched Grandma, as she said that she turned to me. Nice to meet you, boy. Name is Griziera. As you can see, I'm a grandma, but I'm also the guild master of this merchant's guild. Griziera, my name is Ryoma Takebayashi. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I came here today to register myself. I know full well I'm still wet behind the ears, so please give me your guidance. Ryoma, oh. You know your manners, don't you, boy? Is he one of your new servants, Surge? Griziera, you're really well-mannered. I'm Puro Sion-ji. Happy to make your acquaintance. You don't have to mind your manners when talking to me. Puro, Ryoma Takebayashi. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ryoma, Sion-ji. Sounds Japanese. Moreover, that black hair, those black eyes, and that aura about him. Is he another otherworlder descendant? Ryoma, was it? I'll remember that. So, what did you come here for, Surge? Puro, I came here to accompany Ryoma-sama in his registration. Today, I'm but a chaperone. Surge, when the two heard that, they turned to me. The guild master took a good look at me. Wait here. Griziera, as she said that, she whipped out her rod and poked it against Surge-san's head. You idiot. What do you think you're doing making a kid panic? Griziera, huh? How did she know what I was thinking? Does she have a skill that allows her to read minds? Ryoma, right. I can't read minds. Griziera, you're reading it right now. The years might take my strength and my youth, but my merchant's eyes remain strong. You look like an honest boy. I just picked up on the clues and made a smart guess. Griziera, scary, right? She always says that, but I bet she can actually read minds. Puro, I'm more impressed than scared, actually, since I can't read people very well. Ryoma, it's something you pick up over the years. As long as your environment permits it, it's something you'll pick up eventually. You still have many years ahead of you, boy. I don't know what happened in the past, but you still have your future. Griziera, thank you, but are you sure you really can't read minds? Ryoma, of course, I can't read minds. I could tell. Something was weighing on your mind because of the 1,000-mile look that you made as soon as you said you couldn't read people well. Griziera, seriously? Was I really making that sort of look? Ryoma, they were the sort of eyes an old man would make when reminiscing. Griziera, she got it right. Now then, I know you're surprised, but didn't you come here to register? It's getting late, so let's get it over with. Griziera, at that, I started filling out the guild registration form. Volume 2 Chapter 44 Part 2 What is this job here referring to? Isn't the job merchant? Ryoma, write there what business you want to do. For example, if you want to sell weapons, then write arms dealer. Feel free to write as much as you want. You can also add more later if you want, so you don't have to think too hard about it now. There's a list of the basic jobs on the back of the paper, so refer to that. Puro, all right. Ryoma, I hear some adventurers work as peddlers. Anyway, let's go with that and shopkeeper, huh? A troubadour. Is that supposed to be a merchant too? I filled up the form while thinking that to myself. When I submitted it, the guild master glanced at it, and then said this. Oh. You're an adventurer. You better take care then. If you die, you'll lose even your capital. I see you want your own store too. Griziera, I have an odd business in my mind. Initially, I was just planning on making just enough to live off of, but Surge-san advised me to register to the guild and go all out. Ryoma, Surge did. Puro, well ain't that interesting. What kind of business is it? Griziera, a laundromat. Ryoma, a laundromat. You mean the one where you get paid to wash other people's laundry? Surge, what's the point in making the boy register for that? It's true registering doesn't hurt, but with a small business like that, registering or not won't make a difference. Griziera, that's what I thought too at first. But after listening to Ryoma, I found myself thinking, this could work. And then I realized it would be problematic if Ryoma made too much money while being unregistered. Ryuma, you think it's that profitable? Puro, if it's so profitable that you might end up getting the guild's attention, then you have my interest too. Mind letting this grandma know what you're up to, boy? Grihera, Surge-san smiled at me and winked. It seems it'll be okay if it's these two. To make sure I don't say anything wrong, I let Surge do most of the talking. As we explained my plans to them, the Merchant Guild Master and Puro gradually became more and more shocked, until eventually, they were groaning. By the time we finished, they were laughing. Hee hee hee. Living a long life, sometimes you get strange things like this. That's why life is so interesting. Who would have thought a new slime variant would turn out like this? Your luck is pretty good, boy. Grihera, after hearing that, it certainly does seem like this laundromat might just make a killing. If you were unregistered then, it would certainly cause a ruckus in the guild. It's pretty impressive that you already have such good material for business despite your age. Let me worship you a little. Puro, suddenly, Puro-san starting praying to me. What is he doing? It's better not to think too deeply on his actions. He does that whenever he thinks up a good way to make profit or talks to someone with one. Grihera, only God can manipulate luck, so isn't it only human to want to share in a lucky person's luck? Puro, well, it's not like I can't understand. Still, today sure was surprising. This is probably the most I've been surprised in the past 8 years. Unfortunately, that sort of business is impossible for me. The methods aside, without those slimes it's just not possible to turn over a profit. But you can make it work. Puff out your chest and do some good business, all right. Puro, I like you, boy. I didn't think something so trivial would surprise me at this age. You have a good future ahead of you, so show your face here from time to time. I'll give you some tea and sweets, and I'll hear out whatever concerns you have. Grihera, thank you very much. I'll do my best. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 44 Part 3 Let's decide on your store next. Guild Master, if you will. Surge, sheesh, you sure work these old bones hard, Surge. Puro, on the upper row of the shelves to your left, there's a bundle of documents 2 places from the right. Get that. Grihera, what working old bones? You're not moving an inch. Puro, just get it already. Grihera, yeah, I'm on what? Isn't this just a bunch of rundown places? Should I invest too? Puro, idiot. According to Surge, the boy is unusually serious. He won't accept your money even if you offered it. Grihera, she sure figured me out so quickly. It's true, though. People have called me stupid serious back in my previous life, and I do personally want to refrain from using other people's money. Loans aren't something to be taken lightly, after all. And I'm not so committed to the business that I'm willing to go that far. Still, a merchant's eye sure is scary. It's scary in a different way from martial arts. Anyway, just as Puro mentioned, this bundle of documents refer to buildings with problems. But because of those problems, they're cheap. You'll be fine as long as the place has a reception desk and a place for luggage, right? Grihera, yes. Everything will be taken care of by the slimes, so not even water will be needed. Ryuma, normally if a merchant opening a laundromat said he didn't even need water, he'd get an, "Are you even trying?" in response. Anyway, how much can you afford? Grihera, 700 small gold coins. Ryuma, oh. You're unexpectedly rich. Grihera, there were some bandits near my home in the past. I killed them with poison, and apparently, one of them had a huge bounty on his head. Ryuma, if you have that much. Guild Master, there should be an available area near my store. What about there? Puro, There should be one indeed, Grihera. As the Guild Master said that, she rolled up the bundle of documents. Right, there is one. It's a huge bar and inn. It also has a storage place for its furnishings. Moreover, its location is good. Unfortunately, it caught fire and over half was turned to cinders. There are still some structures standing, but they're now overgrown with grass, so you can't use them. It's going to cost you time and money to bring the place back up to shape, but other than that it's a good place. What do you think? Grihera, I've heard that Ryuma-sama is an accomplished earth magician. With a place like that, you'll be free to change it according to your liking. Surge, a place I can make my own is indeed a very appealing proposal. Well, can you make something out of it with your earth magic? Grihera, Ryuma, if I use create block or some other earth magic along with the sticky slime's hardening liquid. Yeah, this should work. I think it'll be fine. From what I've seen on the map, it should be near the residential area. That makes it a very good location, indeed. Ryuma, Jimuru is a town surrounded by robust walls and is shaped like a circle. At the middle of the town is a main street that connects the northern gate to the southern gate. To the east is the residential district and to the west is the manufacturing industry such as ironworks. There are plenty of inns around the southern gates. The inn I'm staying at is located there too. The northern gate leads to the abandoned mines, so only miners used it, but even they stopped using it when the mine was declared abandoned. The eastern gate also has a path leading to the mines, not abandoned, and it was actually to make the miners' lives easier that the residential district was built in the eastern part of the town. The area I was recommended was located almost directly east from the center of town, right between the residential district and the main street, making it near the Adventurers Guild and the residential district, consequently placing it relatively far from the manufacturing industry to the west. It's still easy to find, though. Really, I couldn't have asked for a better location. When I said those thoughts out loud, the guild master nodded. Exactly. And that's why it used to be such a popular bar. Adventurers and townsmen alike would drop by after work, and a lot of people would make merry. A store opened in this location is still bound to get people's attention, but it costs a lot of money. Grihera, I'll take it. Ryuma, to be honest, I'm not that particular with lands, but I don't think this land is bad. It's near the residential district and the Adventurers Guild, and I can also do what I want with it. On top of that, Surge-san recommended it, and I think the guild master and Pyoro are both good people. It should be alright to trust them. Are you sure? Grihera, yes. The location is good, and I'm sure my slimes and my magic would be able to handle the reconstruction. Besides, I really fancy the idea of making my own store. Ryuma, I mentioned this already, but it's fairly expensive and will cost you 580 small gold coins. Moreover, the land is big, so you'll be paying 10 small gold coins for the land tax. The business rights and the annual fee will cost 60 small gold coins. All in all, that's 650 small gold coins. Are you really sure about this? Grihera, yes. I have more than enough to live off of, after all. Ryuma, true, with 50 small gold coins, you could live like a noble for a year. Alright, I'll sell this land to you. Grihera, thank you very much. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 44 Part 4 They taught me a bunch of stuff after that. It turns out opening a store in this world isn't that hard. You just have to go through the guild to buy land and the other necessary stuff, and you'll be able to start your business right away. After that you have to write down your profits and expenses, and then pay your income tax and land tax once a year to the guild. As long as you can do that, age and gender doesn't really matter. It's almost as if the only question is whether you can make money and pay up. The first tax is also twice as expensive. Mainly because it's essentially the equivalent of the gratuity fee, back in Earth. The fees for the business license changes depending on the scale. A street stall would go for about 5 medium copper coins, while the plot of land I bought after becoming a store will cost me 2 gold coins. The last expense is the annual fee. It's sort of like a donation to the guild. Originally, just a small amount for the annual fees was fine, but because a limit was never set, it's become customary for people to pay as much as they can afford to show off their wealth. Naturally, the guild also treats higher-paying members better, on top of the increased reputation. Yeah, they're merchants all right. Like this I completed the lengthy process of buying a store, and after I thanked the 3 of them, I left. Surge-san apparently had to show up in the next meeting of the Merchants Guild, and Pyoro had something to discuss with him, so I parted with him at the guild. I think I'll start building my store once I complete my last adventurer job. I won't be making just a cave this time, but a real building. I did work part-time as a construction worker in my past life. It was hard, but being able to see your work amount to something so visibly really felt great. I'm looking forward to it. 1. From what I gather, a gratuity fee is basically a security deposit. Chapter 45 Volume 2 Chapter 45 Part 1 5th Day of the Monster Subjugation and First Day of the Store Construction. Ryuma, help me, Nya, Mia. During lunch break, while I was resting after eating, Mia-san and the others came. Behind them were Jeff-san, Asagi-san, and Rapin-san. Everyone was drenched in blood. Can you get rid of all this blood? It stinks and I can't stand it. Mizelia, did you happen upon goblins again? You sure did things gaudily. Ryuma, as I said that, I ordered the cleaner slime to clean all 7 of them. Wow, it's all so clean now. Ryuma-kun, your cleaner slimes really are convenient. Mizelia, thank you, Dagozaru. Lunch would have been difficult in that state. Asagi, good grief, if only Jeff didn't work so sloppily, Daru. Rapin, I apologized already, didn't I? Jeff, I heard them out while they ate, and apparently, they found a new goblin nest and crushed it. From the looks of things, they were probably survivors of the goblin village we destroyed just recently. The problem started after the battle when they were about to dispose the corpses, as Jeff-san suddenly had a stroke of genius to penetrate the dead goblins with his spear and throw them to one corner. It was great in all that he was able to get rid of the corpses quickly, but we were worried that the pile of corpses might tumble over, so we came back to check on it. Unfortunately, just as we were talking to ourselves, the whole thing suddenly fell, Dagozaru. Asagi, even if they could dodge the corpses, they couldn't dodge the blood. In the end, Rapin-san received a direct blow from the goblin corpses. Must have been tough, Ryuma, indeed. If not for you, we would have had to eat while reeking of goblin blood. Gordon, it's really amazing that your slimes could get rid of goblin filth so efficiently. Syria, thank you very much. Ryuma, it was then that it occurred to me that I haven't told them about the laundromat yet. Speaking of which, do you remember that laundromat we talked about 3 days ago? Ryuma, yeah, what about it? Jeff, I decided to go through with it. Ryuma, seriously? When are you opening? Jeff, I still have to prepare the store, so it'll still be some time in the future. The price will be 1 medium copper coin just as we talked about before. Ryuma, store. You're going to have your own place, Daru. Asagi, yes, a merchant I'm acquainted with advised me to get my own store. I've already registered at the guild and bought the land with the bounty from a bandit I killed some time back. I'll be getting employees from the guild and the merchant who advised me will also be helping me, so I'll still continue working as an adventurer. Ryuma, I see. I'm surprised to hear that you'll be having a store at your age, but when you think about it, it only makes sense. We'll be enlisting your services, of course, but I'm sure the other adventurers who know how amazing your cleaner slimes are will also enlist your services. The odds of word spreading about a stranger store are also pretty high. Once word catches on, you'll probably have a hard time managing the store if you were just by yourself, Daru. Asagi, I don't think it's completely impossible to handle alone, but it will definitely prevent you from working as an adventurer. Syria, indeed. Everything ended up a lot bigger than I was expecting, but it's good that I'll still be able to continue working as an adventurer. I'll inform you when the store will be opening, so please drop by. My store will also be providing discounts for bigger groups. Ryuma, nya. Before I knew it, Ryuma-kun's already turned into a merchant, nya. Mia, he has always spoken politely, so it doesn't feel out of place, Dagozaru. Rapin, we talked like that over meal, than we did in the remaining hours of the day. Volume 2 Chapter 45 Part 2, This will be your land. Surge, it really is big. Ryuma, after adventurer work ended, I visited Surge and checked the land I purchased. Before me was a 2-story broken building and a plot of land that was slightly smaller than the practice field for Little League Baseball. I guess it's about 20 m x 100 m. If it's just the size we're talking about, then it's probably bigger than Surge-san's store. I thought it'd be a bit smaller from the map, but it seems that's not the case. The bar here used to also serve as an inn, so it also has a guest room and a warehouse. Surge, I see. Is it really okay for me to do as I please with this land? Ryuma, as long as it's within your premises, then by all means. Will you be starting construction today? Surge, yes. I would like to cut the grass and demolish the remaining structures. Ryuma, I took out my scavenger slimes from my dimension home and ordered them to eat the grass in an area slightly remote from the building. If I leave them like that, I'm sure they'll eventually deal with all the grasses. After confirming that the scavenger slimes were doing their job, I erected a soundproofing barrier around the building to keep things quiet, then I carefully collapsed the ceiling of the second floor. By keeping the noise down and taking precautions, I was able to go about the demolition process without causing the neighbors any inconveniences. After forcibly demolishing the ceiling, I used break rock on the walls to change them back into earth, then I ensured that the fragments from the ceiling, the broken furniture, and the walls that have now been turned into earth were safe, and then I threw them all outside and cleaned the interiors of the building. After that I disassembled the remaining pillars one at a time with wind cutter. My knowledge on construction was at most the little I picked up at my part-time and some things I heard here and there, but apparently, to this world, the little knowledge I had was plenty. And from the looks of things, it seems I'll be able to make a simple building. Disassembling also makes it easy to tell if the building is going to collapse, so the whole demolition process went smoothly. The construction skill sure is amazing. Not to mention the super convenient magic. In just 1 hour, I was able to clear half the grasses and demolish half the building. It was getting late, though, so I decided to go home. Incidentally, Surge-san was watching the entire time. Because of the slimes and my vast amounts of magic power, the whole thing went by really quickly, causing Surge-san to, once again, be surprised. 6th day of the monster subjugation and 2nd day of the store construction. The monster subjugation quest at the abandoned mine ends today. A lot of things happened, but with this, we'll finally be able to mark this job complete, the guild master said. After this I'll be in charge of it, so I'll have to make sure to do a good job no matter how busy I am. At the very least, I should do 1 round around the place until I start living in it. As I thought that to myself, the guild master summoned me. Ryuma, can you come for a sec? Wogan, sure. Ryuma, first, I want to congratulate you for a job well done today. The monster corpses are at the same place as usual. With the completion of this quest, you're officially an E rank. Anyway, I've heard from the butler of the Duke's family that you'll be in charge of this abandoned mine. You're doing it, right? Wogan, yes. Ryuma, I think you'll be fine since it's you, but be careful, alright? Remember to call us whenever you need help. Reporting to us when trouble arises is part of your job too. Wogan, alright. Ryuma, still, refusing the support of the Duke's family to live by yourself. You sure make some scary decisions. Wogan, it was worrying how spoiled I was being, so I thought I should refocus my mind. Ryuma, you're a kid. Don't push yourself. Anyways, the real reason I called you is to ask if you're serious about the cleaner slime laundromat. Wogan, I am, but how did you find out about it? Ryuma, word has gotten around quite a bit among the adventurers here. It seems there are people waiting for your store's opening. It's no surprise, though. After all, most adventurers tend to get dirty easily, and there are many among them who just throw their dirty clothes away. Wogan, that's good to hear. I'll hurry with the store's construction then. Just wait a bit more. Ryuma, sure. Speaking of which, I can enlist your store's services too, right? What's the price gonna be? Wogan, of course, you can. Anyone may enlist my laundromat services. The price is 1 medium copper coin for each personal bag. There are also options tailored for groups of people. If you get that instead, you'll get a discount. Ryuma, oh. In that case, I might have to gather a group. Bluntly asking, how much of a discount are we talking here? Wogan, if we were to compare a week's pay for the personal option and the biggest group option, then the discount would be about 20% per person. Ryuma, that much? Wogan, I was originally planning to make just enough to get by when I'm not working as an adventurer, so the prices were set cheap. The discount also isn't a one-time thing. You'll get the discount every time you select the big group option, so if you enlist my laundromat services as a guild, you'll be saving yourselves a good deal of money. Ryuma, well, I guess I'll really have to find myself enough people then. Wogan, I'll be looking forward to making your patronage. Ryuma, after that I went back to town and continued demolishing the building. Volume 2 Chapter 45 Part 3 Adventurer work ended before noon, so I was able to completely demolish the building and remove the grass with time left over. This should be enough for the land. Next I should figure out what to do about the building. As I was pondering the question, I uninterestedly looked toward the street in front of my lot, and there I noticed that a crowd of children had gathered and was watching me from afar. Is something the matter? Ryuma, I asked them as gently as I could so as to not scare them. When I did, the youngest boy from the crowd answered. You're not from around here. Who are you? Youngest boy, hey, Rick. That's rude. Young girl, when the girl standing beside the boy heard him say those words, she scolded him, and then the seemingly eldest boy of the crowd bowed his head. Sorry about that. Rick is a little mischievous. Also, sorry for disturbing you when you're working. Eldest boy, don't worry about it. I was so caught up in work I didn't notice you until now. And besides, I'm already about finished. Ryuma, I'm more concerned about their age, though. They are kids, right? They won't throw me a curveball like that group of 6 adventurers did, where the smallest was actually the oldest, will they? Really? Well, thank you. You sure are amazing. You don't look that much older than me, and yet you can actually use magic. Eldest boy, Oni-chan, magician. Child 1, adventurer. Child 2, questions came one after another from the children as they crowded onto me. Their questions were unreserved and full of innocence even as they started pushing against me. I was going to try and answer them, but then the voice of a woman resounded. Would you all calm down? If you ask your questions all at the same time, that kid obviously won't be able to answer. When I turned around to the source of that voice, a woman with a good physique was standing there. Sorry about that. Seems our kids and the neighboring children caused you some problems. Woman, they weren't causing me any trouble, actually. But regardless, thank you. Ryuma, oh. It seems you know your manners despite your age. Would be great if my son could learn a thing or two from you. You an adventurer? Woman, yes, but I registered just a few days ago. Ryuma, I see. Well, do your best. Are you here for a job? This lot is a lot cleaner than I last remember. Woman, not a job. I'm here to prepare this place to open my laundromat. Please excuse my belated introduction. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma, I'm Pauline. This mischievous brat of a son is Rick. And this tomboy here is my daughter, Lenny. Pauline, name's Rick. I wouldn't mind making you my henchman. Rick, what stupid thing are you saying? Sorry about that. I'm Lenny. It's nice to meet you. Lenny, I'm Tall. Nice meeting you. Tall, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Does everyone live around here? Ryuma, yes. We all live in the residential area over there. I also work as a florist at a nearby shop. Pauline, we'll be neighbors then. I'll be sure to give you a proper greeting in the future. Ryuma, don't sweat it. Rather than that, you mentioned something about a laundromat, yeah. Is that the sort of business where you do laundry in exchange for money? Pauline, yes. Ryuma, I took out a bag meant for personal use from my item box and gave her a brief explanation. This is a bag meant for home use. All the clothes you can fit into this bag will cost 1 medium copper coin. Ryuma, when I said that, Pauline-san became interested. This bag's worth of clothes for 1 medium copper coin. That's cheap, all right. Pauline, if you'd like, I could even give you a free trial on our opening day. We are neighbors, after all. Ryuma, really? Well, okay. I'll take you up on that then. Pauline, after that I asked her about this neighborhood, then I thanked her and went home. Chapter 46 Volume 2 Chapter 46 Part 1 Third day of the store's construction. After thinking things through last night, I realized that 1 story for the basement and 2 stories for the store itself is the limit for my construction skill. But using the whole lot for the store would be too big, so I decided to use just half for the building, and then turn 1/2 of the remaining land for the servants' use and the other for the backyard. I used Create Block at the construction site and started digging out the basement while making the stone blocks at the same time. The slimes transported the completed stone blocks. I used my own earth spell pavement on the resulting giant hole to fortify and transform the hole into a durable foundation. After fortifying the ground, it was perfectly flat without any cracks or holes. Like that I was able to complete the part of Japan's so-called leveling concrete and base concrete in one go. If I recall correctly, in Japan the workers would add further reinforcement during the process between the leveling concrete and the base concrete, but this world doesn't have that sort of technology. I wonder if it's okay like this. I'm worried it may not hold in case of earthquakes. But considering how little knowledge I have regarding constructions, after all, I did just work in construction part-time, and the fact that this world doesn't know anything about the reinforcement process, I guess I'll just have to end the construction of the foundation here. It would be bad if I experimented and ended up making things worse, after all. Putting together the building stones I made using the sticky slime sticky liquid in place of the cement, I hardened the structure, and then further fortified it. Magic isn't necessary during this process, so I had the slimes help out. Later on I added more pillars with magic. And like that I was able to complete the basement's walls, the floor of the first story, and the outer wall of the store. Magic is really convenient. I didn't even need to use a single piece of wood or spend a single suit. Although the pillars were made simply, with the pillars just being placed into a box of stone, they should be plenty durable. Everything proceeded so smoothly that for a moment I felt like messing around and turning the pillars into like those of the old temples I saw in the textbooks back when I was still a student, but in the end, I decided not to. There's no point in making the basement so extravagant. I've used a lot of mana and we've already made plenty of progress, so I think I'll end things here. Fourth day of the store's construction. I built the walls and partitioned the rooms of the first floor using the sticky slimes building stones. After that I built the second story too. The day ended like that. Fifth day of the store's construction. I built the ceiling and prepared the interior. I cut down the trees near the abandoned mine to try out my woodworking skill with my magic. I dried the trees gradually using alchemy, then I created a new spell by applying the wind spell, wind cutter, like the circular saw that was used in woodworking back in my previous life, which I called the circle saw, then I used that to create a board. I created another spell by combining earth magic with wind magic, and used the resulting spell, Polish wheel, to make the surface of the board shiny. Polish wheel works by using break rock to create sand, and then move it at high speeds with circle saw, causing the sand particles to grind against the surface of the plank, thereby polishing it. Also, while using alchemy to dry wood is convenient, the water content is removed so quickly that the resulting wood is prone to cracks. Fortunately, I'm not planning to use it as a pillar, so it should be fine. I managed to create some boards and lumber, but I ended up using the whole day. Volume 2 Chapter 46 Part 2 Sixth Day of Construction. I built shelves and counters out of the lumber I gathered yesterday, then I used the sticky liquid in place of varnish to coat them. After drying I plastered them over the walls and floors of the store. I did that because I felt a stony interior gives off a solemn atmosphere. Fortunately, with the help of earth magic, I was able to change the interior into that of wood, but then it suddenly occurred to me that a cleaner slime was acting strange. Is it eating the sawdust and trash? It's never done that on its own before. Well, the scavenger do, but... Wait, it's not eating, it's gathering them, then throwing them in one place. It's sweeping the floor. Immediately, I used Monster Identify. On the skill column could be seen a new skill added, Garbage Collection LV1. There was a skill like this. Or rather, slimes can actually learn skills on their own. But I guess that's nothing new. After all, there are those eccentrics who even learned how to use a staff. Curious, I checked the other slimes, and it seems the acid slimes learned woodworking LV1. It's true that they helped out, but they only did simple stuff like dissolving the lumber of the demolished structures, used tools to shave some lumber, and dissolved some lumber, just normal ones, not from demolished structures. Can you really learn the skills of this world just like that? Well, regardless, with this the construction will go smoother. After that, when there weren't enough boards to go around, I had the acid slimes deal with the size and the shape of the new boards. The resulting product was a lot better than I'd expect from an acid slime. Seventh day of construction. The interior was all done, so all that was left was the outside. Technically, there was nothing wrong with leaving the store unpainted, but I think a laundromat should give off the image of being clean, so I decided to paint the walls white. If that's not possible, then at the very least something cleaner than mud-colored. Earth magic wasn't enough by itself, so I decided to drop by Serge Sand's place and ask him for advice. You want to make your walls white? Serge, is that not possible? Ryuma, it is, but most stores generally don't. Usually, it's only the aristocrats who make their walls white since it's expensive and dirties easily. Serge, that's true, but I'd really like to do something about my laundromat's walls. White walls look a lot cleaner than mud-colored walls, no. Ryuma, you are most certainly correct. Unfortunately, there's just not a lot in stock. Serge, I see, Ryuma, but then again, I guess you would normally go to a contractor for constructions like this. Though I guess it's a bit too late to be saying that now. Still, I wonder why he even has some in stock. My Morgan Company's strength lies in variety. Even if we don't have stock, given time, we will generally be able to acquire most items. Serge, so I guess that means he can procure them. But the thing is I've already spent quite a bit of some purchasing that lot. Oh, isn't this a mining town with an iron mine? Serge-san, does this town have a shop that works with iron? Ryuma, there is, but what about it? Serge, do they use lime? Ryuma, you're well informed. That they use indeed. Serge, would it be possible to acquire those limes? Cheaply, if possible. Ryuma, yes, my store can make it happen. Although it is originally cheap in the first place, so, Serge, that's good to hear. With that I might be able to make some white stone blocks. Ryuma, lime is used as an ingredient in stucco back in Japan, so it should be safe to use in construction. It's a pity I don't know enough to actually make stucco, but I can definitely turn them into blocks through magic. And if I treat them with a slimed sticky liquid, it should be possible to make them easier to clean. Serge-san also didn't think anything would go wrong as he hastily procured me some quicklime, which I then transformed into slaked lime through the application of water and alchemy, and then blockified via compression. Unfortunately, Serge-san's eyes started to twinkle upon seeing the prospect of cheap white building blocks, so I filled a big bag with lime and promptly excused myself. He's a good person, but I'd really like to focus on my store for the time being. I went back to my store and quietly produced a large number of blocks, which I then quietly plastered on the outer walls. Before the sun started setting, the whole walls were already painted in white, and even the crevices were filled with lime and hardened with magic. When everything was done, I mobilized the sticky slimes and covered all of the outer walls in their sticky liquid coating. I had a lot of spare quicklime, so I stored them into my dimension home for the time being. It's finally starting to take shape. Ryuma, we're progressing at breathtaking speed here, but if the store is white, the surrounding area around the store will look pale in comparison. I'd like to prepare a lawn instead of the dirt currently in place, but... Oh! Wasn't my neighbor a florist? I might be able to buy a couple of seeds from her. I immediately dropped by her store. As soon as I stood in front of her store, a voice called out to me. Welcome. Oh! Aren't you Ryuma-kun? Lenny, good afternoon. Lenny-san. Ryuma, I forgot her name there for a moment. You don't need to affix san. I'm younger, so Lenny is fine. So, how may I help you? Lenny, I'd like to buy some flowers and some seeds to make a lawn. Ryuma, seeds. We have a couple. Wait a moment. Mom. Lenny yelled and Pauline, who was talking to two other women, replied. What are you yelling so loudly for? That's rude, you know. Pauline, I can't help it. You were completely caught up in chatting with your friends. We have a customer. Lenny, oh, if it isn't Ryuma-kun. Did you come to buy something? Pauline, oh, my. Is this child Ryuma-kun? Woman 1, so small, and yet so amazing. Woman 2, oh, the two friends Pauline-san was chatting with also approached me. Anyhow, I should greet them first. It's a pleasure to meet the two of you. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Oh, dear. You really are well-mannered. It would be wonderful if my children could learn a thing or two from you. My name is Kiera. It's nice to meet you too. Kiera, and I'm Mary. A pleasure to meet you. I've heard the rumors. Mary, rumors. What are they talking about? Volume 2 Chapter 46 Part 3 Rumors. What rumors? You've been building a store in the neighborhood for a while now, right? It stands out quite a bit, so word of you being a great magician has already spread. Mary, I'm not that amazing. At most, I can just cast a spell or two that can be used in day-to-day life. It just so happens that I specialize at construction. Ryuma, if you can build something that's sturdy, you're plenty amazing. Rumor says you're also raising a lot of slimes. Mary, that part is true. Ryuma, we know. We saw them with my own eyes, after all. Mary, we saw a great ooze of slimes carrying Ryuma's stones. Kiera, you saw that. Ryuma, it's a first seeing slimes act like that, so we ended up watching. Mary, monster tamers aren't rare in Jamuru, but they all prefer scary-looking monsters. Oh, yeah. You came here to buy something, yeah. What do you want? Pauline, I'm looking for some flower seeds and lawn grass seeds. Do you have them? Ryuma, we do. The price of the flower seeds will depend on the variety, but the lawn grass seeds go for 130 suits a bag. How many do you need? Pauline, while I was wondering how much I would be needing, Pauline-san offered to help out. How about showing me the store? I could advise you then. Pauline, thank you. Ryuma, after saying that I led Pauline-san to the store. Lenny, Kiara-san, and Mary-san followed us from behind. Is everyone coming? But as soon as they saw my store, they all froze. Is something the matter? Ryuma, just a little surprised. This store wasn't this color this morning, was it? Pauline, I painted it just a while ago. The color of dirt doesn't exactly give the impression of cleanliness, so I thought it ill-matched for a laundromat. As such, I bought some lime and cooked something up with my slimes and a little magic. Ryuma, how you really work fast, don't you? Pauline, it certainly looks cleaner like this, though. Kiera, so this is a laundromat. Maybe I should try getting my laundries washed too. It would be a load off my back if I could cut down some time doing laundry. Mary, by all means, please do. And since we've already been acquainted with each other, I'd like to offer you a free trial good for 1 bag worth of laundry. Ryuma, I took out 2 bags from my item box and distributed it to Mary and Pauline. You gotta get customers at times like this. After that I let Pauline-san pick the seeds. In the end, I ended up purchasing 15 bags of lawn grass seeds and 2 bags each of 4 different flower seeds. Speaking of which, didn't someone mention that you can advertise on the guild's bulletin board? I need to the scavengers to make some fertilizers too, so I guess I'll drop by the guild tomorrow. Upon deciding that, I went back home and thought of what to write in the advertisement. Chapter 47 Volume 2 Chapter 47 Part 1 Ryuma, I went back to the inn and started racking my heads on what to write for the advertisement, but I just couldn't seem to come to a conclusion on one thing, the name of the store. I can't think of anything but simple stuff. While I was racking my brains like that, Sabesu-san came. Ryuma-sama, you've returned. Sabesu, yes. I'm here. Ryuma, as I said that, I opened the door. Ryuma-sama, how about joining the Ojusama and the others for tea? Sabesu, sure. I've hit a roadblock, so I might as well. Thank you. Ryuma, like that I went to the Duke's family's room. We've been waiting, Ryuma-san. Ilia, come, take a seat. Alize, thank you very much. Ryuma, after being given tea, I took a sip. It was then that Reinhardt-san spoke. You've been working hard lately. You're not pushing yourself, are you? Reinhardt, not at all. I'm quite all right. Ryuma, how's your store's construction doing? Reinhardt, the store's done. All that's left is to plant the flowers and the lawn seeds, and grow them with wood magic. And then there's the sign board and the opening. If I could just take care of that, I should be good to start. Ryuma, You've progressed that much already. Ilia, so, you are pushing yourself, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, I'm not, really. Ryuma-sama, I've heard that you could construct buildings with wood magic, but just how much mana do you use every day, I wonder. Sabesu, I stop just a little before the symptoms for mana overconsumption start showing, at which point, I then start manual labor. Ryuma, when everyone heard that, they all sighed. That is working too much, Reinhardt, Ryuma-sama, with how much mana you have. Stopping just before you run out of mana is enough to make a normal magician collapse. You're definitely doing too much work for one person. Shibesu, oh, yeah. I have an abnormally big mana pool. Volume 2 Chapter 47 Part 2, you look like you just realized it. Reinbach, for some reason, I'm suddenly worried. I wonder if it's really a good idea to leave you alone. Elise, please rest assured. This is nothing compared to my previous workplace. Ryuma, what did they make you do? Ilia, huh? Ryuma, oops, let that slip. Well, even if I tell them I was a programmer, they probably won't understand. I guess I can talk to them about my part-time instead. Various stuff. There were times when I just carried stuff normally, but there were also times when I made dolls. Ryuma, I see. Ryuma-san, you don't think work is difficult? Ilia, well, of course, there are times when I think it's difficult. But if I don't work, I can't live. And besides, it's not like everything is difficult. That job I told you where I carried stuff, well, it's actually a job where I carried the materials to be used for construction. I thought it was pretty interesting seeing the building gradually being built. And when it was completed, I felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the doll-making job, I had to paint the doll where designated, but whenever I saw my client elated at my work, I felt glad. Ryuma, I see. I hope in the future I too can find something I think is worth doing. Ilia, huh? Is she going to work? Even though she's the Ojusama of the Duke's family. While I was thinking that to myself, the Ojusama showed interest in my doll-making job. Yep, she's a girl, all right. If you'd like, I can make a doll for you next time. Ryuma, after saying that excitedly without thinking, it suddenly hit me that the dolls I made were mainly geared toward little boys. Really? If you have time, then by all means, please. Ilia, this is bad. This is very bad. I made various dolls as a hobby and as a sideline, but this people definitely won't get it. Besides, the Ojusama is still young. She shouldn't be seeing those things meant for big children. Is something the matter? Ilia, oh, it's just. I don't exactly have the models. My job was mainly to paint them, so without a foundation to work with, Ryuma, oh. But aren't you skilled in earth magic? Ilia, damn it. The convenience of earth magic is biting me back, now. Forget it. I did offer it, so I might as well try my hand at making something inoffensive. Alright, I'll make one if I have time. Ryuma, thank you. Ilia, Shibesu-san, would you happen to know where I could purchase some references and tools? Ryuma, I could prepare some tomorrow if you'd like. Shibesu, thank you. I want to use them for the store's signboard. Too, so please prepare plenty of drawing tools. I'll pay you later. Ryuma, very well. Shibesu, after that I talked idly with the Duke's family, then I went back to my room. When I went back, the Duke's family strongly reminded me not to push myself. I should take care. Oh, come to think of it, what of the store's name? Something simple should do. Yes, something easy to remember. It was then that my store's name and tagline was decided. Even a goblin's filth can be washed for cheap. Laundry service, Bamboo Forest, 1, 8th day of construction. After receiving references and drawing tools from Shibesu-san, I thanked him, and then headed for the guild. When I entered the guild, the receptionist, Malin-san, called out to me. Oh. Ryuma-kun. We were quite worried since you never showed up again after the guild quest at the abandoned mine. Malin, sorry about that. I was a little busy. Ryuma, I know. You were building a store, right? I heard from the guildmaster. That's pretty amazing considering how young you are. Malin, thank you. By the way, there was something I wanted to ask you. Ryuma, what is it? Malin, I heard it was possible to advertise somewhere on the guild's bulletin board. Is that true? Ryuma, advertise. The guild doesn't have that sort of service, though. Oh, I know. You probably heard that service. Malin, as Malin-san said that, she pointed toward the small bulletin board in one corner of the guild. That's the bulletin board for recruiting parties. People write there when they're looking for allies. We don't have a bulletin board for advertisements. Malin, I see. Thank you very much. Ryuma, I guess I'll just have to announce the store's opening myself and rely on word of mouth then. Leaflets and posters are another option, but paper is really expensive here. The one exception is toilet paper because apparently there was a man, most probably an otherworlder, who invented a magic tool that created toothbrushes and toilet paper, but I couldn't possibly use toilet paper as leaflets, could I? Those things are too fragile. They'll probably just get thrown away. Anyway, let's put the announcement of the store aside and get back to work. Malin-san, are there any jobs for cleaning trash today? Ryuma, you should drop by the guild master first. He said to bring you to his room the next time you showed up. He probably has work for you. Malin, all right. I'll go then. Ryuma, when I went to the guild master's room, he greeted me with a smile. 1. From the name, Ryuma take Bayashi, take equals bamboo, Bayashi equals forest. Volume 2 Chapter 47 Part 3 Ryuma. You finally showed up. Wogan, good day. It's been a week, hasn't it? I've been quite busy with my store. Ryuma, I'll get straight to the point. I'm hoping you can take the latrine pit job again. Wogan, huh? Didn't those 6 adventurers from the slum take that job? About that. There were indeed a bunch of people who showed up interested, including those 6 adventurers, but we still don't have enough people. I had the less guilty of Sachai's henchmen do this job too, but even with that we still don't have enough. On top of that, they can't clean them as well as you do. I'd love to give jobs to those who need them, but it's really not good for the guild to just wait for people to come. Besides, you had a hard time 5 months ago too, right? I'm sure you can agree when I say just once of that stinky nightmare is enough. So, since you've already cleaned it so nicely once, won't you clean it again, or at least that's what some hasty guys are saying. But really, I'm begging you, help us out. We really don't have enough people. Wogan, did I clean the pits a little too well? So much so that now they find it difficult to go back to the way they were before. Well, it is true that the situation 5 months ago was pretty bad. It's not like I can't understand. I mean, it was really bad before. Fine. I'll do it. Ryuma, thanks. That's a load off my back. Wogan, I immediately accepted the job and went to the latrine pits. When I used the scavenger slimes to their utmost, I was able to clean the place in the blink of an eye. After that I went back to report the mission's success and receive my reward, then I went back to my store, where I ordered the scavenger slimes to use their produce fertilizer skill to turn the nutrients they got into fertilizer. I used that fertilizer to nurture the soil, so I could plant my flower and lawn grass seeds. After planting the seeds, I watered them. It's dark already, Ryuma, cleaning the pits took a lot of time, so the sun was already starting to set. I did get scolded yesterday about working too hard, so I should probably end the day here. 9th day of the store's construction. Right from the morning, I watered the ground that had been planted with flower and lawn grass seeds, then I used the earth magic, grow, to accelerate their growth. After 3 hours of casting my spells, a carpet of verdant grass accompanied by beautiful flowers could be seen around the store. Grow is a convenient spell, but without enough nutrients and water in the soil, the mana cost will increase and there's a high chance that the soil will be left dry of nutrients. But it worked this time around, so that's that. Next, I should trim the grass that grew a bit too much. I let the scavenger slimes eat the excess part of the grass, and with that, the surroundings of the store was finally complete. With the place finally looking like a store, I went ahead and made the signboard. I painted the wooden board in white, then I wrote the words, Laundry Service Bamboo Forest, on it. Then on its 2 sides, I drew the image of some forests, while at the bottom, I drew a slime sticking close to the name of the store. Next, I have to dry this, then give it the waterproof treatment and some garnishing. While it's drying, I should work on the miscellaneous stuff, such as the price list of the laundry and some other finishing checks. After that, I guess all that's really left is the service and to check on the flow of operations. Maybe I should invite Jeff-san and the others for the pre-opening, so we can give the store a test run. Oh, I know. We should do the pre-opening with the opening party too. After deciding that, I gathered the bare necessities for opening the store, then I dropped by Surge-san's before going home. Welcome, Ryuma-sama. Surge, good evening, Surge-san. The store was finally completed today. Ryuma, really? That's quite fast, Surge. Some people I knew at the Adventurers Guild told me that they were looking forward to it, so I put a lot of effort in making the store. The store's looking like a proper store now, so I was thinking of gathering my acquaintances for its debut opening. It's also going to be a test run of sort to make sure that the store can function properly. Ryuma, the last check, in other words. Surge, yes. The real opening will be the day after, so I was thinking of having a party too after the test run. If it's no trouble, I'd like to extend an invitation to you, Surge-san. Are you available? Ryuma, thank you for the invitation, Ryuma-sama. I have some errands to run tomorrow, but I should be free for the next 2 weeks the day after tomorrow. I'll be available whenever you're free then. Surge, thank you. I'll check with the others first. Ryuma-sama, do you mind if I take 2 friends with me? Surge, please go ahead. Are you referring to Puro-san and the guild master? Ryuma, no, they're from my company. I did promise to introduce you to some people who can make your job easier. I believe it would be best for you to meet them sooner than later, so they can get used to the job as soon as possible. Surge, thank you for your help. Ryuma, oh, right. We did discuss that. I went and built lodging for the workers, but I actually forgot about them. I can't tend to the store while working as an adventurer at the same time, so it's actually really important. I'm really grateful. After thanking Surge-san again, I left the store. Volume 2 Chapter 47 Part 4 Next up was the guild master and Malin-san. I told them the same thing and invited them. Apparently, they would be free 3 days later. I called out to Jeff-san's group and the others who participated in the disease prevention mission, and it seems they'll be able to make it. I'll drop by the guild again tomorrow. I went to the Merchants Guild next. When I requested to send a message to the guild master, I was brought to the guest room. You came. It's been a week, hasn't it? How are things? Griziera, thanks to your help, the store has finally taken shape. Ryuma, you've built it already. Although I've yet to check the quality of the construction, wouldn't this mean you're capable of carpentry too? Griziera, I can only build simple stuff, though. Ryuma, that's more than enough since only nobles would go out of their way to design elaborate houses. Griziera, oh, right. Did you come here to report your store's completion? Griziera, I'm planning to gather my acquaintances to give my store a test run, and then hold a party to celebrate the completion of the store afterwards. Guildmaster, I've already been in your care, so if it's not too much trouble, Ryuma, you're inviting me. Griziera, it'll just be a small party, though there will be some people you know attending. If you're alright with that, then by all means, please come. Ryuma, a light-hearted party is good. In fact, it's best for parties to be that way. I rarely get asked to such gatherings because of my standings, and even when they pretend to be light-hearted, they're all stiff, it's boring. Since your adventurer friends will be coming too, it should be a really light-hearted party, right? Griziera, yes. I'm not good with formal stuff. Even my polite language is shallow. Ryuma, alright. So, when is the party? Griziera, I'm currently planning on holding it 3 days later, but it might still change depending on others' schedule, so I need to confirm with everyone first. I'll pass a message tomorrow. By the way, could you tell me Puro-san's contact information? I'd like to invite him too if possible. Ryuma, that guy already left 3 days ago. His store's main branch is in another city, but he should be dropping by here tomorrow under the pretense of attending the meeting, though his real purpose is actually to play hooky. I'll invite him for you. Griziera, I thanked the guild master and left the merchant guild. After that I dropped by the tamer guild, and then went home. I told the Ojusama and the others about the pre-opening of my store and invited them. When I did, they were elated, and it was decided that the 4 members of the Duke's family, Sabesu-san, Aaron-san, Lillian-san, and the 4 guards, Jill-san and the others, would be coming. With this we have 11 people from the Ojusama side plus 11 from the Adventurers Guild plus 5 from the Merchants Guild, totaling to 27 people all in all. If you include me, that's 28. I don't have any achievements to speak of, so I couldn't meet with the head of Jamura's Tamer Guild, Taylor. I left a message, but I've yet to receive his reply. If he comes, that'll bring our numbers up to 29. I'll hold the party at the servants' break room. That way we'll have enough room. I should also drop by the Adventurers Guild tomorrow to confirm the schedule of the adventurers and contact some other people. 10th day. The adventurers all agreed to come. I also got a response from the Tamer Guild through the receptionist, saying that the Tamer Guild branch head would be making an appearance. With that, I left a message at Surgesan's store and at the guild that the test run of the store will be on the morning the day after tomorrow, while the party will be held in the afternoon of the same day. After that I went back to the abandoned mine that I hadn't visited in a week and did some rounds, then I went back home. After informing the Ojusama and the others of the plans the day after tomorrow, the day ended. Chapter 48 Volume 2 Chapter 48 Part 1 11th Day. Early in the morning, I went out to buy lots of food ingredients and started making preparations for the food I'll be cooking tomorrow. Tomorrow's menu includes a salad, a meat sauce spaghetti, and steak. For dessert we'll be having apple pie. I wasn't sure what to cook, but this world has pasta and steaks too, so I figured I should be safe if I make those. Not exactly the kind of food you normally see in parties, though. When I think of parties, the first thing that comes to mind is pizza, but there doesn't seem to be any pizza in this world, so I refrained from serving it. For drinks, I decided to go with water and a fruit juice with alcohol. Alcohol has always been meant for parties, so I decided to splurge a bit and spend 3 small gold coins to purchase 30 persons worth of the storekeeper's recommended liquor. The juice I'll be making myself. Alchemy was surprisingly useful for the cooking. For example, I was able to turn the noodles of the spaghetti into dried noodles by removing its water content after beating it. Thanks to that, all I'll need to do tomorrow is to boil it. Another example is with the juice, as I was easily able to extract the fruit's juice by crushing it and then using alchemy to separate the juice from the other parts, allowing me to extract a 100% fruit juice. I wonder if it's okay to use alchemy like this. Next was the meat sauce, but making one usually requires kundum, which could be bought from the market, but unfortunately, those aren't sold here, so I decided to make a chicken and vegetable soup. If I add tomato and fried minced meat to it tomorrow, I should be able to make something close to it. I stored the food I'd prepared into a wooden box coated in the sticky slime's hardening liquid and protected by the inverse version of the barrier normally meant for blocking the cold to keep the cold from leaving. Then I stored everything in a cold storeroom to preserve it. Speaking of which, when using Identify on the cold storage, explanations for each food item show up, including the contents, freshness, etc. It's pretty amazing. Though I guess it's Identify that's amazing rather than the cold storage. By the time I finished preparing, it was already dusk. It's a bit late to be going to the guild now, but I think it's also too early to be going home. In the end, I decided to go around the town first. As a result, I happened upon the church and realized that I haven't come to pray in a while. When I went to the church, a girl not yet 20 welcomed me. Welcome. How may I help you today? None, I have some time, so I was thinking of praying. Ryuma, in that case, please follow me. None, the room she led me to was a wide room with many chairs and an altar at the front. Apparently, I could pray as I pleased here. The girl told me to take my time, then she left. A few seconds later, a sensation that felt like I was losing touch with my body filled me. It wasn't a bad feeling, and true enough, when I opened my eyes next, that pure white room appeared before me again. I'm here again. Ryuma, yep, you're back. When I turned around, Kyufo was there standing. We met again, Kyufo. Ryuma, it hasn't been that long. At least not long enough to say, it's been a while. It's only been a month, right? Kyufo, are Gain and Rurusha out? Ryuma, yeah, they stepped out for a bit. Kyufo, huh? Gods go out too. Ryuma, it's a pretty rare, actually. Kyufo, huh? So, where did they go? Ryuma, when I said that, Kyufo made an I screwed up face. Actually, they went to your old world. Kyufo, to Earth. Why? Are they summoning someone again? Ryuma, no. That's not it. Actually, Kyufo hesitate to speak. If it's hard to say, you don't have to. Ryuma, If it's you, maybe it's okay. Right. They went sightseeing. Kyufo, Ryuma, sightseeing. Volume 2 Chapter 48 Part 2 Rurusha is going around eating the sweets of your world, while Gain has taken to the songs of Japan's idol groups. Kyufo, the heck? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but can you really go into another world for such shallow reasons? Ryuma, normally, gods don't really interfere with each other, but we have always been sending earthlings and mana over from Earth, so. And besides, our world doesn't have much in the way of entertainment. Even the sweets that Rurusha has grown so fond of are relatively rare over here. And the sweets that we do have can't compare to the ones in your world. Kyufo, well, that's true, I suppose. Ryuma, I also explored the secluded areas of Earth just recently, actually. As the god of life, I went to see the organisms that could survive even in harsh conditions. Like the Amazons, the Sahara Desert, the Atlantis, or the Deep Sea. Kyufo, I'm pretty sure one of those isn't like the others. Ryuma, keep this a secret, okay? It would be a huge hit to our reputation if people were to find out. Kyufo, hey, don't ignore me. Anyway, even if I told others, they wouldn't believe me. Ryuma, well, that's true. Ryuma, Kyufo cackled in a way that suited his appearance. If not for the scale of our conversation, I would have forgotten that he's a god. I don't know about Gain's idol groups, but couldn't Rurusha just make sweets more popular in this world? There are a lot of other worlders here, right? Ryuma, right, but it's not easy to spread recipes. We don't have internet here like you do on Earth, after all. You're aware that food loaded with spice here are a luxury, right? Kyufo, yes. Ryuma, a couple have been passed down among aristocrats and the royal family as luxury goods, but commoners could never procure the ingredients to make them. That's why even if other worlders try to cook their hometown's food here, the number of people that could emulate them is limited, and the recipe is unlikely to be handed down. And even if it does get handed down, odds are that it'll eventually be forgotten. For example, just recently, you've met a person known as Puro Sionji, right? Kyufo, yes. So, he really is an otherworlder's descendant. I figured he might be after hearing his last name. Ryuma, that otherworlder was the son of an okonomiyaki shop owner and was studying at a cooking school. When he came to this world, he tried making okonomiyaki, but he couldn't make the sauce because he couldn't procure the seafood needed. So in order to gather the ingredients, he traveled the whole world, working as a peddler to cover the expenses. As a result, he managed to make the okonomiyaki he so wanted, but unfortunately, it didn't spread. So he used the connections he made and knowledge of ingredients he learned along his journey to put up a company. That company is none other than the current Sionji company. Another way of putting it is that he was born at a period where unless one traveled the whole world to gather the ingredients, it wouldn't be possible to make okonomiyaki. Nowadays, there are other people trying to copy the Sionji company, so those ingredients are a lot easier to get. Kyufo, something like that happened, huh? Volume 2 Chapter 48 Part 3 There are other things too other than food. Like technology or knowledge. But not all otherworlders are as passionate as him. Some were eager but lacked the ability or knowledge, some had bad luck and failed, and then there were those who failed to hand down their knowledge because of war or other otherworlders. Makes sense. But what do you mean by other otherworlders being the reason they failed? Did they hand down something even better? Ryuma, I can only blame it on bad luck, but there was a medical student who came to this world in the past and spread his knowledge on medicine and diseases. But now there's no such knowledge, right? Kyufo, yeah. The guild master didn't even know about infectious diseases. Ryuma, actually, there was a girl who once wanted to become a saint. She was the person before your predecessor. Kyufo, a saint. You mean that stuff that holds a high position in the church or something? Ryuma, right, that one. Someone who uses the divine to heal people. She wanted to live like that and be spoiled. Oh, but she wasn't a bad kid by any means. She loved to go, I want to be spoiled. But she genuinely wanted to save others. That's why Rurusha, Gain, and I gave her our divine protection, so that she might be able to heal other people. Her power wasn't strong enough to revive the dead, but it was enough for her to heal anyone as long as they had a sliver or breath left. Along with that, we also gave her a power that rendered her completely immune to all poison, diseases, and injuries. At the same time, she also could not be bound by anyone. Like that, she lived as a saint, but Ryuma, did something happen? She could heal any sickness, but others could only use normal healing magic and couldn't heal sickness like she did. From time to time, there were also diseases that this world's medical science couldn't treat. When such people failed to receive treatment from her, there was only one option for them: death. When she saw that, she realized that there would be more people like that after she died, so at the end of her life, she used the power of God and prayed, "Please make all the diseases vanish from this world." Kyufo, she wanted to erase all diseases. Is such a thing even possible? Ryuma, normally, no, but we gave her her power directly, and she had also gathered plenty of faith from her achievements, so after adding the wishes of the people, her powers were greatly amplified and she was able to have her prayer answered. In other words, she used a trick. But that trick was also only possible because she used literally everything she had, including her soul. Normally, the soul would enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, but in her case, it simply perished. That was the price for using so much of her power. Kyufo, what an amazing person. Ryuma, although she started living like a saint because she admired them, she was really troubled at the start. Still, in the end, she found her purpose and became a true saint. Using the power of faith as energy may be obvious to us, but that's not true for humans. And yet she came up with such a method. Although she wasn't able to completely remove all diseases, the people who died due to disease in the past 400 years dropped sharply. Wounds were still a thing, though, so healing magic remained, but because of what she did, all knowledge on treating diseases stopped being passed on, bringing us to where we are today. Although the effects of her power have already vanished, the knowledge lost won't come back. Kyufo, I see. Ryuma, still, it's really hard to believe that one person was able to do such a grand thing, even with cheats. Actually, as long as you're resolved to sacrifice your soul, you can do something similar. The effect won't be as strong as hers, though. Kyufo, seriously. Ryuma, when the soul of man is fused with the power of God, a great power can be born. Which is also why we use the souls of humans, such as yourself, to transfer mana from another world to this world. Well, even if you attempt it, at most you can only stop diseases from appearing for a few years. In her case, a lot of people believed in her and she also specialized in healing, so she was able to stop diseases for 400 years, but in your case, not only do you not have other people's religious faith, you also don't specialize in healing. In fact, you're an all-rounder. Thanks to that though, you basically have no limits. You grow fast too, so given time, you'll probably gain a power greater than just a mere cheat. But that's fine since we enjoy watching you. Kyufo, so in the end it comes down to that. Ryuma, that's because it's really boring here in the divine realm. There's nothing to do at all. Kyufo, when Kyufo said that, light began to glow. Ah, this must be that. Time's up, huh? Ryuma, huh? Already, oh, right. Gain and Rurusha aren't around, so I can only keep it up this long. Ryuma-kun. Kyufo, what is it all of the sudden? Ryuma, I summoned you here because I have something to tell you. Unfortunately, I wasted time talking about unrelated stuff. Anyway, I'll just tell you the gist of it. We forgot to mention this, but as a consequence of making you young again, your mind is going to faintly regress into a child. This happened to the otherworlders too. You are Ryuma Takebayashi, one, the men who lived and died on Earth after 30 years. But at the same time, you are also Ryuma Takebayashi, two, an 11-year-old boy living in this world. The reason you couldn't keep your poker face was because of that. That's why while it's okay to train yourself, don't push yourself too much. Kyufo, after Kyufo hastily said that, light filled my vision and I was back in the room. What did he say? My mind is being affected by my body. I don't really get it, but isn't this really important? And I feel like I can somewhat understand what he means by regressing to a child's mind. When I was working at the company in my past life, I had a poker face that was so stiff no one should have been able to tell what I was thinking, but now people keep telling me that I'm like an open book. I was told something similar when I was a kid too. In any case, nothing's changed. I will still train myself. Still, Kyufo did go out of his way to tell me, so I should keep it in mind. I quietly thanked Kyufo in my mind, then after leaving a donation, I left the church. It was already getting dark, so I went back to the inn. Tomorrow's the day. Everyone's going to be coming to my store. Let's go to bed early and do our best. 1, 2, the former is written in kanji, the latter is written in katakana. Chapter 49 Volume 2 Chapter 49 Part 1 12th Day. In the afternoon of Jimuru, a carriage leisurely passed by. Within it were the merchant guilds Griziera, Puro, and Serge. The tamer guild's branch head, Taylor, were also with them, as well as Serge's two subordinates, which were a pair of twins he wished to introduce to Ryoma. It shouldn't be long now. Puro, right. It should be right at the second corner. Serge, the pair who looked like each other tried to hide their anxiety as they turned to the windows. Everything started just a few days ago. While they were working at a branch store in Ruyam, they suddenly got a notice of personnel change from the main store indicating that they were to leave their current jobs to someone else and go to the main store in Jimuru. The notice was signed personally by the president, Serge, himself. Everyone congratulated them for being promoted to the main store, and after doing just as the notice had indicated and finding someone to replace them, they came to Jimuru. That was this morning. They had to be delayed due to poor weather conditions, but when they got to the main store, they were suddenly informed that they weren't called to work at the main but at a store managed by an 11-year-old child, who had connections with the Duke's family. After that they had to change into their party clothes and headed to the opening party. They not only had to be careful not to fail at managing the store, they also had to be tread carefully in their relationship with this child who was most probably the child of a noble himself. How they do here will decide their future. Oh, I can see it. That's the store right there. Serge, ho ho ho. That kid sure did a good job. Griziera, a splendid store. He built this in a week. Puro, Nay-san, is this? Carm, yeah, Carla, it was a simple-looking store with a pure white wall attached with windows here and there surrounded by flower beds and a lawn. It was a simple design, but it was overflowing with an aura of cleanliness. As the five stepped out of the carriage and entered the store, a shelf near the ceiling caught their attention, for the statue of four gods could be seen on it. When they looked around, they noticed various wooden furniture with a gentle atmosphere like the right L-shaped counter. Serge and company were shocked upon seeing the store completely furnished, and at the same time, Carla and Carm started feeling a little hopeful for the future of the store. Welcome to the laundry agency, Bamboo Forest. Ryoma, to the pair of twins, the person who would become their boss and was also the source of their worries, Ryoma, had just made his appearance. Their eyes reflexively changed to those of judging gazes. Ryoma, thank you for your invitation today. I'm really happy you even invited me, Puro, not bad. This store gives me a good feeling. Looks like I can look forward to what's ahead. Griziera, congratulations for completing your store. Serge, thank you everyone. Ryoma looked just like a normal child as he smiled, completely unlike the sort you'd think suited to be a merchant. For better or for worse, that's how he looked to the twins. If he were just one of the kids in the neighborhood, they wouldn't think anything of it, but unfortunately, he was going to be their boss, so they couldn't help but think of how much trouble was waiting for them. Merchant work was Northwest Walk in the Park. As someone who worked in the file despite being so young, they knew that all too well. Guild leader of the Tamer Guild branch, Taylor, thank you for accepting my invitation. Ryoma, congrats. I was just wondering why there hasn't been any news since you registered, but Reinbach did introduce you. Seeing the boy talk so brightly like that with four people, half of which led a guild while the other half owned a large business, the twins turned to each other and shared a knowing glance. This kid really was a noble's child. Serge-san, those are. Ryoma, oh, please excuse the belated introductions. These are the assistants I wanted to introduce to you. Serge, Carla Norad. I have been working with my younger brother at the Morgan Company's branch in Ruyam just a few days ago. Carla, Carm Norad. It is our pleasure to make your acquaintance. Carm, these two twins are still young, but they have been working as the vice manager at Ruyam's branch until just a few days ago. They have worked for a long time at Morgan Company and they can also be trusted to do the job. I'm certain they can be of service to you, Ryoma-sama. Serge, that's, Ryoma, is there a problem? Carla and Carm, Ryoma immediately added. I was just surprised at how qualified you are. There's no problem at all in that regard. It's a huge help to me too to have someone skilled come, but it just so happens that the work isn't very demanding, so I'm not sure if you'll have the ability to demonstrate your abilities here. No, I'm not saying you're not needed. Ryuma, isn't it a waste to use such talented people for a receptionist or someone to carry the laundry? But with the two already as nervous as they were, Ryuma's words couldn't be taken lightly. It was then that Serge realized that they were acting a bit odd, but... Aren't you getting too worked up? Serge, Ryuma. We're here. Wogan, just when Serge was about to gently speak to the twins, a loud voice interjected, followed by 11 men and women entering the store. It was the Adventurers Guild. Volume 2 Chapter 49 Part 2 Welcome to the Laundry Agency, Bamboo Forest. Please walk right over to this counter here. Ryuma, oh, you did a pretty. What's the shitty old hag doing here? Wogan, who's a shitty old hag? This grandma here might be a hag, but I sure as hell ain't no shitty old hag. Goodness, Wogan, you've been the leader of the Adventurers Guild for so long and yet your mouth is still as potty as ever. That's why in the past you, Griziera, quit bringing up my past mistakes every time we meet. Good grief, and just how long are you planning to stay in power? Talk about being a tenacious old hag. So, why are you here? Wogan, obviously, I was invited. Griziera, forget it. Ryuma, how do we get our laundry done here? Wogan, right. Carla-san, since I'm going to be showing them how to use this store, I might as well take this opportunity and show you how things work around here. Let's go in. Serge-san and the others too. Ryuma opened a part of the counter and urged the 6 to enter. First, the customer needs to purchase a bag specially made for this store's purposes. A bag for one person's worth of clothes goes for 20 suits per bag. The bag will be used every time the customer enlists our service, so it's a one-time purchase. Ryuma, I'll take one then. We fill this bag up with our clothes, yeah. Wogan, yes. Also, today is a practice of sort, so as thanks, the laundry will be free of charge. The bag too. Please have one and wait a bit. Ryuma, thanks. Wogan, Carla-san, when a customer pays, you have to put the corresponding special slate into the pole by the right side of the counter. Ryuma, from under the counter, Ryuma took out differently colored slates that had a hole on top and below, then he pointed toward the pole nearby that could fit the slates just right, as well as the sideboard with an enclosure. What is that? Carla, it's a tool I made to easily calculate the income for the day. In our store, the prices vary according to the size of the bag purchased, so the slates signify 1 medium copper coin, 1 medium copper coin and 8 small copper coins, and 4 medium copper coins. That's it. There's just 3. So when the customer buys a bag for his own use, you are to receive 1 medium copper coin from him, and then you are to put the black slate into the sideboard. The sideboard has a gradation and can fit up to 100 slates. Once you've reached 100 slates, you are to write a 1 on the paper below the sideboard, then you are to bring the black slates back under the counter. You are to repeat this until work ends, at which point you are then to use your record and the remaining slates to count the income for the day. For example, let's say your record says that you filled the sideboard with black slates 3 times with 42 remaining in the sideboard. In that case, the income for the day will be 342 medium copper coins, which translates to 3,420 suits. There are 3 different fees just for the laundry service alone, and then you have another 3 from the bags, and then 1 from the special service aimed toward adventurers that includes armor and weapon, adding up to a total of 7 different kinds of fees, so I figured coming up with a system like this would make counting the income for the day a lot easier. On top of that, I also want to find out just how much of which is selling, but of course, there's no actual telling how well this'll work until we try it. Ryuma, after saying that I went back to Wogan, but the other members of the Merchants Guilds were glued on the device. Volume 2 Chapter 49 Part 3 Ryuma came up with this system by referencing the system in his past life that used different colored plates to calculate the income for the day. It's the system used by Conveyor Belt Sushi. Of course, the system Ryuma came up with is still in its experimental stage, but in this world that did not have cash registers, that was more than enough to pique the curiosity of the merchants. Unlike present-day Japan that Ryuma came from. Here, the literacy rate is low and there are plenty of people who are poor at even the 4 basic arithmetic operations. And this system was especially suitable to be deployed in the countryside, as using the system only required one to accept the right payment and then follow the rest of the memorized procedure. Depending on the time and place, with this system even people who can't do math could become an asset. The gradation could also be changed to suit other businesses. With their sharp insight, the 5 merchants immediately realized these things, but Ryuma was completely oblivious to them as he continued to talk to Wogan and the others. After paying, your bagged laundry will be received and these tokens under the counter will be attached to the string tying the bag closed. A similar token will be given to the customer. Once the laundry has been washed, it will be returned to the customer after confirming that the tokens are the same. After Ryuma explained how the tokens would prevent mixing up people's laundry, he then threw luggage into a hole plastered onto a wall that resembled a dust chute. On the other side is the room that the cleaner slimes are. Ah, by the way, cleaner slimes are, Ryuma, a slime that eats filth. We heard from Surge-sama. Karm, thank you, Karm-san. Do you two have any questions? Ryuma, about that new slime variant. Can it really clean stuff? Karm immediately asked that question. His older sister, Carla, seemed like she also wanted to ask the same question, as she opened her mouth but immediately closed it when her younger brother spoke first. It's probably hard to believe without seeing it for yourself. In that case, can I ask if anyone among the customers is willing to volunteer their laundry for a trial run? Ryuma, you can use mine. Jeff threw his bagged laundry over. Ryuma took it, and after showing to the twins that the clothes were indeed dirty, he threw it into the chute. I've already ordered the slimes to clean anything thrown into the chute and to bring them to the next room afterward, so everything is already automated. All that's left is to retrieve the clothes from there, confirm the customer they belong to and return them. This is how this store operates. Ryuma, in order to reduce the risk of clothes going missing and to allow the employees to focus on their job receiving the customers, we won't be opening the laundry bags to fold them. After giving a short explanation in a matter of seconds, Ryuma went inside and picked up the laundry. When Ryuma revealed the clothes inside, all the filth was gone. Wow, it really worked. Can the slimes clean anything? Karm, so far, yes, but just to be safe it would be best to check if the clothes are really clean. If they're still dirty, you can just run them through the slimes a second time. Ryuma, will dyed products be okay? They won't discolor. Carla, I've tested cloths and clothes dyed in plant juice many times, but so far I haven't seen any cases of discoloration. If there are any, it must be because of some other reason. You should inform the customers of this beforehand just to be safe. Is there anything else regarding the store's operation that you would like to know? Ryuma, none. Carla and Karm, I see. In that case, how about we split the work and tend to the customers? Ryuma, as Ryuma said that, he urged Karm and Carla to go to the counter. After that they took the laundry of the remaining 9 people. Ryuma watched Karm and Carla from the side, and when he saw that they were able to safely complete the job, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they can get the work done, then that's enough. As for being tense, well, they'll loosen up over time. On this day, Ryuma took the first step of being comrades in work with these twins. There's a bit of misunderstanding left, though. Chapter 50, Volume 2 Chapter 50 Part 1 When the Duke's group arrived, Ryuma invited all 29 guests inside. From this point on is reserved mainly for the employees. Normally, customers aren't permitted here. Here you can find the changing room of the employees, the reception office, the toilet, etc. Oh, there's a kitchenette too. Ryuma, mind if I look around? Reinhardt, go ahead. Ryuma, the 29 guests followed Ryuma to the different rooms of the store. Ryuma found the whole thing reminiscent of the bus tours in his past life. When they got to the last room, the break room for the employees, Ryuma told the guests to wait, so he could get the food ready. It was only when Ryuma left that it finally occurred to him that he'd invited all sorts of high-standing individuals to a private event without regard for social status. Although it was only because he wanted to thank these people that he planned this event, also, partly because he didn't have any good relationships in his past life and admired such gatherings, after realizing what he'd just done, he quietly reflected on his actions in the kitchen. But since most of the adventurers and the people were high-ranked, they didn't actually mind it as much as Ryoma was thinking. Although a little tense, they chatted with each other as they waited for Ryoma to return. 10 minutes later, Warana started to become restless. Warana. What's wrong? I think it's Ryoma's cooking. Something smells really good. Warana, when she said that, everyone started to pay attention to the smell, but only the 3 beast tribe members other than Warana and the dragon newt could smell it. Nya. It really does smell good, nya. Mia, she's right, Syria, I can't smell anything, though, Puro, the smell is probably too faint for humans, so only the beast tribe members could smell them. Mazelia, no, I can smell it too, Dagozaru. Is this meat? No, is it bread? Regardless, it smells wonderful, Dagozaru. Asagi, come to think of it, Ryoma's cooking tasted great last time too. Reinhardt, really, Reinhardt-sama. Syria, yes, even though it seemed he didn't have many ingredients, that rabbit meat sautéed with jija root sure tasted great. Reinhardt, Ryoma-kun already has LV10 in domestic chores despite his age, after all. I'm sure we can look forward to a wonderful meal. Sibesu, LV10 at that age. That's impressive. Domestic chores may be easy to level up, but it's rare to see anyone level it up to 10 before 40. Graziera, 5 minutes later, Ryoma came back. Sorry to keep you waiting. The food's ready. Ryoma, all right, nya. Mia, slow, too slow. Do you have any idea how torturous it was enduring that delicious smell? Warana, huh? You could smell it. I put up a smell-concealing barrier. Did it break midway? Ryoma, forget the barrier, where's the food? Warana, I'll bring it now. Ryoma, we'll help too. Sibesu, Aaron, Lillian, Ryoma thanked the 3 Jamil servants, then he carried the food into the room with them, while a slime carried the drinks. Seeing that, the 5 members of the Merchant Guild and Taylor, the branch head of the Tamers Guild, finally noticed that Ryoma's slimes moved differently from normal. The other guests explained for Ryoma. While the other guests were explaining to them, food and drinks were brought one after another. When everything was served, Ryoma proposed a toast. I would like to thank everyone for coming to celebrate the opening of my store. Although it's not much, I've prepared food and drinks. I hope you find it to your liking. Cheers. Ryoma, cheers. Everyone else, at the toast, everyone drank their cups at the same time, then Gordon suddenly exclaimed. What is this wine? Isn't this the high-class stuff? Gordon, we are celebrating, after all, so I splurged a little. Ryoma, what wine is this? Gordon, I believe the store owner called it the Spring of Gemmies. Ryoma, when Gordon heard that, he looked at the cup in his hand and laughed. So it was the Spring of Gemmies. I've heard word of its taste, but I've never actually tasted it. Gordon, it's that famous. Ryoma, you bought without knowing. The Spring of Gemmies is a highly regarded brand among wine aficionado. Gordon, I didn't know at all. The store owner just recommended it, so I bought it. Ryoma, you have good luck. The Spring of Gemmies isn't that expensive, but it's famous among enthusiasts, so it always sells out. Gordon, I see. Luck. Ah. Ryoma, what is it? Ilialia, no, I just realized why I was able to buy one. Ryoma, realized. Ilialia, yes. Actually, I have the divine protection of the god of wine, Tikan-sama. Ryoma, seriously. Gordon, is that true, boy? Puro, when Puro and Gordon heard that, they were shocked. Volume 2 Chapter 50 Part 2 Yes. Yes, that's right. Is that strange? Ryoma, I envy you, Gordon, I envy you so much, Puro, Tikan-sama's divine protection is an object of envy among all dwarves. Especially, his divine protection as a god of wine. Gordon, you prefer that over his divine protection as the god of crafts? Ryoma, well, I'm an adventurer, so getting good at smithing is a matter of course. Besides, any blacksmith worth his salt wouldn't rely on some divine protection to get good. Skill is something you train and acquire with your own strength. Compared to that, any dwarf would want good liquor, which is why the god of wine's divine protection is generally more sought after. And chancing upon good wine is partly just luck. That's where Tikan's divine protection comes in. Gordon, makes sense, Ryoma thought, then Puro continued. I see. I can understand why you'd be envious then, but what about Puro-san? Do you love to drink too? Ryoma, I don't hate it, but in my case, it's more because I'm a merchant. I haven't told you this yet, but my business actually deals with food goods. So, the reason I envy you is because if I had that divine protection I would have an easier time finding good liquor. Puro, oh, I see. Ryoma, while Ryoma was talking with them, Warana interjected. Ryoma. Warana, what is it? Ryoma, seconds. Warana, that's quick. Did you empty your plate already? Ryoma, me too. Jeff, me 3. Hayuzu, me 4. Wogan, Jeff-san, Hayuzu, and even you too, Guildmaster Wogan. Everyone sure eats fast. Ryoma, that's 'cause your cooking is so good. It's my first time eating something so good. Warana, really? Saying that sure makes me feel glad cooking it, though, Ryoma, I agree with the lass. My jaws aren't as strong as they used to be, so the meat that comes from the butcher are usually too tough to chew. But both this pasta's meat and the steak is so soft. For the first time in a while, I'm actually able to eat meat properly. I'm glad I came today. Griziera, glad to hear. Please eat your fill. Ryoma, as Ryoma said that, he left to get them a second serving, but when he came back, this time Mazelia, Mia, Reinhardt, and Asagi asked for their second serving. Reinhardt-san, you enjoyed it too. Ryoma, haha, I doubt there's a soul in the world who wouldn't fall in love with your cooking. Reinhardt, really? I thought for sure fancier food would be expected of in parties. What's the matter? Ryoma, the moment. Ryoma said that, a glint flashed across Reinhardt's eyes. Ryoma-kun, let me tell you something. Reinhardt, why yes. Ryoma, high-class food aren't all delicious. Reinhardt, when it comes to parties among nobles, the splendor and uniqueness of the food matter more than taste, Reinhardt said. After all, there are all sorts of preferences when it comes to taste. If one were serving to 1 or 2 people, then naturally one should cater toward their tastes, but given a multitude of people, that becomes unfeasible, and the odds of earning another person's petty displeasure only increases. Which is why nobles have turned to preparing food with luxurious ingredients that are difficult to procure as a sign of goodwill. It's the safe way to do things, and it has been practiced for a long time now. Reinhardt, because of that there are a lot of food that seem overspiced. Allies, the chefs might be the cooks, but it's the nobles who decides what they cook. Of course, the food they serve are still edible, but they're rarely the sort you'd be thinking of eating. They don't taste bad, but at my age, they're a bit heavy. On that point, your cooking is just right, Ryoma. Reinbach, Ryoma-san, I feel like I can eat your food with my heart at ease. Ilyalia, well, I'm glad you've all enjoyed the food. I'll be bringing the dessert next, so please prepare yourselves, Ryoma. Ryoma still had his questions regarding sacrificing taste for higher quality ingredients, but since that's what the 4 members of the Jamil household said, he figured that's just how the nobles do things and left it at that. Pwah. I'm done, nya. I can't eat any more, nya. I'm so happy I came today, nya. Mia, glad to hear it. Still, everyone sure ate a lot today. Especially, you, Jeff-san. Where do you put all that? Ryoma, huh? If I feel like it, I could still eat more. I have the food stuffer skill, you see. Jeff, the food stuffing skill. Never heard of it. It allows its user to eat a lot in one sitting and not have to eat for the next few days. When I was just starting my adventurer career, I used most of my earnings in food, and after eating a lot in one sitting several times, I naturally learned the skill. Jeff, that food stuffing skill is one of Jeff's many resist-class skills that he learned while living in the slums. That's why he's a lot sturdier than your usual adventurer, and can do one job after another, nya. That's why he's famous, nya. Mia, Jeff-san sure is amazing. Ryoma, things just ended up like that after picking out more worthwhile jobs. I'm not really amazing or anything. If anything, I'd say you're the amazing one. You even have the resist class skills that I don't have. If you want, we can take on a job together. You look like you could handle some slightly tougher jobs. Jeff, please take care of me when that time comes. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 50 Part 3. It'll be a huge help to the guild if you pair up with Jeff. Other adventurers can't really keep up with him, so he usually works alone. Unfortunately, some jobs just can't be done alone, and because of that those jobs tend to be untouched. Wogan, what kind of job are those? Ryuma, right. For example, a job that's C rank, but requires one to mine flame crystals from a volcano. That's a difficult job without a skill to resist foul smell, since an adventurer would normally have to come back several times and mine for a long time, leaving him exposed to the rotten egg-like smell of the volcano. On top of that, the volcano is also covered with a weak poison that could kill a person depending on the place. Wogan, volcano poison, by any chance, could this poison cause people's eyes to swell and become teary-eyed in light doses, and at heavier doses cause people to become unable to breathe? Ryuma, oh. That's right. You're sure privy to it. Wogan, I just know a thing or two. Ryuma, well, that sort of knowledge is an advantage to adventurers. Do you know how to deal with it? Is there an antidote for it? Wogan, Ryuma became thoughtful upon being asked that, but this world did not have any knowledge on medicine, and there was also no guarantee that he could make the medicine from Earth here. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if there are any. That being said, it seems the poison comes from the smoke from the volcano and the gas coming out underground, so you might be able to mitigate or nullify the effects by using a wind spell to protect oneself. Ryuma, oh. Your grandma must be quite the expert considering how much she's taught you. I've been working as the guild master for a long time, but you just keep surprising me when it comes to poison and diseases. Wogan, Ryuma was startled a little when his grandma was brought up, but he quickly recovered and chuckled as he said she's an amazing person. Then he spoke to Carm and Carla. Carm-san, Carla-san, how was the food? Ryuma, it was very delicious. Carm and Carla, that's good to hear. By the way, I would be glad to have you work here for me, but are you really okay with it? As I've mentioned before, I don't think the two of you will be able to make the most of your abilities with a store like mine. Ryuma, I was actually discussing that with my younger brother just now. Carla, please let us work here. Carm, huh, did something happen? Somehow it feels like you're so eager all of the sudden. Ryuma, there was no hesitation in their words. It was almost as if they were completely different from when they entered the store for the first time. Our deepest apologies for our early behavior. We've had a change of heart after seeing your store in person, Ryuma-sama. Carla, we were worried at first, but after seeing the tools and policies you've come up with, we believe there is much to be learned here. Carm, you sure change switch quickly. Ryuma, the young are simply that flexible. Ryuma-sama. I know people with more skill and experience than these two, but the reason I chose them is because of their flexibility. Surge, we will do our best not to shame our introducer, Surge-sama's Morgan Company, and our boss, Ryuma-sama of the Takebayashi family. Carla and Carm, when Ryuma heard the two say that, he felt they were somewhat similar to Surge. I understand. Having someone with a wealth of knowledge in merchant work is indeed reassuring, so I have no complaints. I look forward to working with you too. Ryuma, yes. Carm and Carla, the two replied with a smile that extended from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Surge watched Ryuma's exchange with the two with a face full of satisfaction. Remember not to push yourselves too much, though. Just do what you usually do. I don't know about the Morgan Company, but you don't have to worry about bringing shame to my family. Ryuma, no, it's imperative that we have at least this much resolve. A little bad reputation is all that's needed for word to spread among nobles, after all. Carla, huh? Carm-san, do rumors reach nobles so quickly even when it's concerning a newly opened store? Ryuma, most nobles are cautious of other houses' movements, so things probably would end up just as my older sister said. Carm, other house, could it be the both of you think I'm a noble? Ryuma, you're not. But you have a relationship with the Duke. Carm and Carla, we do have a relationship, but we just happened to meet by coincidence. So I'm not exactly a Surge-san. Ryuma, my apologies. I may have failed to mention that. Surge, as Ryuma and the twins realized this inconsistency, they turned to Surge to clear up the misunderstanding. While Ryuma, the twins, and Serge were all talking, another group was watching them and talking to each other. Hey, shitty old hag. Wogan, what, inconsiderate men. Graziera, can Ryuma's store turn over that much of a profit? It's a pretty strange store, Wogan. It will, though I can't tell you how much exactly. Graziera, when Wogan heard that, Wogan knitted his brows. Aren't you going to give him a hint or two? Wogan, for now I intend to quietly watch over him and let him do as he wishes. Graziera, is that all right? Graziera, Serge has already given him 2 aides. Even if they get some attention, they should be able to deal with it. And should things get dangerous, he can ask for help himself, and I will be more than willing to help as a merchant. Of course, there are always some unscrupulous ones that wouldn't care to choose their methods. You should keep an eye out too. Graziera, I know, but he probably won't need my help. That guy got into a fight with the Fong of Orbdom just recently. Wogan, you mean those delinquent adventurers that have been getting infamous lately? That kid is the one who crushed them. Graziera, yeah. He happened upon them while in the middle of adventurer work and found them picking a fight with some children. After that is just as you've heard. If there's anything to add, well, let's just say it was a one-sided fight. Other than that, he also took part in the goblin subjugation. He has a lot of slimes, that kid. It's just second-hand knowledge, but it seems you'll be in a world of pain if you look down his slimes just because they're slimes. Wogan, do those slimes use weapons? While they were talking to each other, another person interjected. Grandpa Taylor, you knew. Wogan, can slimes use weapons? An adventurer asked our clerks just recently. It's already become a rumor. But it's my first time seeing his slimes in action today. Regardless, I think I'll recommend him to take a short course. Taylor, right. It would probably do him good to know what a normal monster tamer is expected to be capable of doing and not doing. We need to be careful. Graziera, I know. Wogan, usually, it's a welcome thing for an able individual to appear, but Reinbach also asked me to watch over him. Taylor, the 3 of them spoke among themselves like that in a corner of the room, while Ryuma enjoyed his time with his friends and colleagues that he did not have back in his previous life. Before long, it was time to end the party. Before going back home, everyone reminded Ryuma not to push himself. When everyone had left, Ryuma cleaned the place up, then he stepped outside and took a good look at his store. Ryuma felt a strange sense of fulfillment that he did not have in his previous life. After that, he went back to the lodging. Chapter 51 Volume 2 Chapter 51 Part 1 The next day. Sighed Ryuma after the party yesterday, Karm-san and Carla-san excitedly announced, we can start as early tomorrow. Because of that we're opening the store today. The time is currently 5 a.m. Yeah, this might be a bit too early, Ryuma. I accidentally used Earth as a basis for my work schedule. Those 2 probably won't come until later. Can't be helped. Let's kill some time with the slimes. Good morning, boss. Carla and Karm, good morning, Karm-san, Carla-san. I look forward to working with you today. Ryuma, when they came, I just did a little checking, then we immediately started preparations to open the store. I say preparations, but all we really did was to let the cleaner slimes enter the room and prepare some change in the bags. It was Karm-san and Carla-san who brought the bags and the things they ordered this morning, so they're already being very helpful. I'll be going then. Ryuma, take care. Carla and Karm, I have my reservations about leaving the store to them right on the first day, but with leaflets and other advertising avenues being closed, I have no choice but to go to the adventurers and advertise the store myself. Besides, Serge-san introduced some really reliable workers, so I guess I'm not needed anymore. Well, that's why I hired them in the first place. While I thought that too. Myself, I dropped by my neighbor before heading to the guild. I have to tell Pauline-san that the store's opened already. Excuse me, is anyone in? Ryuma, the store was open but no one was inside, so I called out. When I did, Pauline-san came out. Coming. Oh. If it isn't Ryuma-kun. Did you come to buy some seeds again? Pauline, no. My store, Bamboo Forest Laundromat Agency, is opening today, so I thought I'd drop by to say hi. Ryuma, oh. It's opening already. That's quick. Pauline, yes. It's thanks to everyone's efforts. Last time, I handed out some free bags, so please consider using our services. Please let Mary-san and Kiara-san know too. I've already informed the 2 employees working at the store. Ryuma, you hired some helpers. Pauline, someone I know introduced them so I can leave the store to them while I work as an adventurer. I'll also have to rely on my salary as an adventurer to pay their wages until the store gets going. Ryuma, in the end, they even said, we don't need a salary as long as you let us work for you. But naturally, I couldn't just let them do that. I'd feel sorry if I did. Honestly, I don't really understand why they want to work at my store so badly. They'd probably get better wages and have more opportunities to show off their skills if they were OT work at Surge's. Maybe it's because of my personal connections. Regardless, it's a huge help to have their support. With how big your store is, I guess it was necessary. Well, do your best. I'll be rooting for you too, so I'll give your store a tryout today. Pauline, thank you very much. Well then, I'll be going to work. Ryuma, after bidding her goodbye, I left the store and went to Tay Guild. As soon as I arrived, someone called out to me. Ryuma, your store is opening soon, yeah. Familiar Adventurer 1, how long before it opens? Familiar Adventurer 2, I wish you'd open it already. Familiar Adventurer 3, I also looked for advice from the people I met in the carriage from the abandoned mine monster subjugation hunt. Apparently, those people were also looking forward to the opening of my laundromat. Bamboo Forest Laundry Agency is already open starting today. Ryuma, really? Familiar Adventurer 1, yes. We also have a full body wash that includes the armor and the weapons, so please give it a try. Ryuma, alright. I'm definitely dropping by on the way home today. I purposely replied to the adventurer in a loud voice for advertising purposes, then I went to the reception desk to get a herb collection job. I'll do my rounds around the abandoned mine at the same time. A few hours later. I may have left the store in their care, but I was still worried, so I quickly concluded my job and came back. When I did, the store was already jam-packed despite it being its opening day. There's 20 people standing outside. Panicking, I quickly entered the store, and Carla-san was there to greet me. Welcome. Boss. Carla-san, what's the situation? Ryuma, the store's a lot more popular than expected, boss. Carla, boss. The neighboring madams brought in their laundry. Carm-san stepped out from the inner rooms of the laundromat, carrying bags of laundry, and said that. Anyway, we need to do something about all these people. Volume 2 Chapter 51 Part 2 You two look after the customers. I'll do all the carrying. Ryuma, after giving that order, I started earnestly carrying the laundry and looking after the customers. But even as we kept up that pace, the number of people still increased. What's going on? In the end, it wasn't until past 3 that the wave of customers ended. There's still some customers left, but they're not that many anymore. Unfortunately, it still takes a lot of time since we have to explain to every customer how the store works. Apparently, the price I was charging really was low. The customers even had to ask stuff like, are you really going to do my laundry for just that much? You're not going to charge me a separate fee after washing my clothes, are you? There were some people who refused to believe too, so it was quite troubling. At one point, so many people gathered that the guards had to drop by to check what was going on. But that turned out to be a blessing, as the guard went to his boss afterwards and told him of my laundry agency. That boss dropped by and bought 2 bags and asked to enlist the 35-person course, so the guards could get their laundry washed. Apparently, until last year the guards have been hiring someone to do their laundry, but the government office told them to cut down on expenses, so they had to stop. The captain of the guards said they were already fortunate that their salaries weren't cut, but from the sound of things, he seemed a little unhappy about the government office too. Regardless, after that I was told that he'd enlist my service again if things go well. Did I just get a big contract this early on? But still. Since opening 8 o'clock this morning. I think I've spent about roughly 3 minutes per person. I don't know when the customers are going to start coming again, but Carm-san and Carla-san work straight without drinking or eating. That's pretty bad, right? I'm fine, but their body won't hold. At this rate, this store is going to end up as some sort of slave business. I have to avoid that. I stake it on my previous life. Good job, Carm-san, Carla-san. Ryuma, you too, boss. Carm, there sure were a lot of people. Carla, indeed. It's a bit sudden, but more people is good, right? Ryuma, yes, increasing our customers sooner should be good, but with the current workload, we will need 4 or 6 employees just so they can take turns working and resting. We had to spend more time today because of all the explanations, but judging from the customer's reaction, it shouldn't be long before we'll be as busy as today even without the explanations. Carla-san quickly told me how many people we would be needing. The customers were elated at the speed and quality of our store's service, so it should be safe to assume that there'll be more customers tomorrow. The guild should be able to introduce workers immediately, so long as you post a recruitment notice there, boss. Carm, how much would it cost me if I went ahead and hired some new hands? Ryuma, 120 to 150 suits per day should be enough. That much can allow a person to live normally and even have some left over to save. An initial salary at this level is a very attractive proposal, so people should gather quickly. Carla, it should be possible to hire some hands for cheaper, but we're currently in an emergency, so we need to hire new employees ASAP. Carm, all right. I'll go the guild now. The sooner we get those new hands, the better, after all. Ryuma, take care, boss. Carm and Carla, I decided to trust in the twins' unfaltering opinion and hurriedly left the store. Solving problems as quickly as possible is best, after all. But just when I was about to leave the store, I happened upon a neighbor of mine, carrying a huge bag, as 3 others accompanied her. Oh, Ryuma-kun. Pauline-san, Lenny, Rick, Zeke-san. I see you've all gathered today. What are you carrying? Ryuma, why we were thinking of getting our laundry washed at your place, of course. We have a butcher, so we have no shortage of clothes stained in blood. Zeke, it was Zeke-san who answered. He was Pauline-san's husband and worked right next to her flower shop. I used Zeke's meat for all the dishes I served during my party. Normally, when it comes to butchers, anime love to depict them as this muscular giant of a man, but Zeke-san is the exact opposite. He's not too bad vertically speaking, but he's thin. Actually, he's straight up lanky. In fact, he's so thin, he looks like he'd topple over. Were a breeze of wind blow him. He's an unhealthy-looking guy. I heard your laundry agency could make these blood-stained scraps good again. Pauline, we were planning to buy some new threads, so we figured we might as well try and getting these washed. Zeke, thank you. If I may ask something unrelated, do you have servants at your place? Ryuma, if you include me, we have 10 all in all. Zeke, 1, in that case, we have a course catered for groups of more than 7. Please consider taking advantage of it, as it's a lot cheaper, costing only 1 medium copper coin and 8 small copper coins for 1 bag meant for 14 persons worth of clothes. Ryuma, really? That's great. Pauline, we'll go with that then. Zeke, while I was doing some sales talk, Rick interjected. Ryuma-kun, what are you doing? You playing hooky? Rick, ha ha ha, it probably looks like that to you, but I'm actually on my way to the Merchant Guild. Ryuma, really? Lenny, it was Lenny who asked that last question. The store's a lot more popular than expected, so now I have to go out and get ourselves more hands. Ryuma, you're kidding. On the store's first day. Lenny, honestly, I did promote the store a little, but I never expected it would be received this well. Ryuma, I'm shocked. That many people came. Pauline, yes, our 2 employees have been working since morning without rest. They went 7 hours straight just like that. Ryuma, after that I left the 4 and went to the Merchants Guild. There, I was immediately brought to the reception room, and the guild master came. Welcome. Isn't your store opening today? Did something bad happen? Griziera, well, the store's a bigger hit than expected. Thanks to that I need some new helpers. Ryuma, on the first day. Well, I'm stumped. Even I didn't expect that. So, I guess you're here to get more people. All right. I'll get a group of candidates that can work as early as tomorrow. You can pick from those. Griziera, no sooner than the guild master said that, she was out of the room, and I was made to wait in the reception room. After being informed that the candidates have been gathered, I was led to the meeting room. Inside was a group of all sorts of people from young to old, from male to female, from human to something else. And there's a strange pair. They glanced at me, but they quickly changed their gaze's direction forward. Am I also being appraised? There were also others who glanced at me, but as if they lost interest, they turned their gaze away. Everyone here has been taught the basics of arithmetic. You can use anyone here for your store. Griziera, all right. Good day, everyone. My name is Ryuma Takebayashi, and I own Bamboo Forest Laundry Agency. Thank you for taking the time to show up despite your busy schedule. Ryuma, the crowd stirred a little when I said that. From the subdued voices, it seems they thought I was the servant of their would-be employer. So they weren't appraising me. Well, I do look like an 11-year-old kid. Some of the people in the room quickly relaxed after my greeting. I ignored those and asked them. Before we start, I'd like to ask everyone a question. Is there anyone here with a problem working at my store? Ryuma, bit by bit, more and more voices of dissension raised up. It was mostly the younger ones. Although we're in dire need of workers, that doesn't mean I'm about to take in people who don't want to work for me because of my age or uncooperative people. Because of this, it's best to leave the talk of wages last. It would be troublesome if people just gathered because the salary is high. There's a lot of candidates too, so reducing their numbers shouldn't hurt. The people who didn't want to work for me left. I wasn't about to force them to work for me, so I had them leave. 1, 2, 3. The wave of people leaving won't stop. Are they in such a hurry to leave? Normally, wouldn't you at least go through the interview? Although, I was the one who told them they could go. In the end, about 83% of the candidates left, and now, just 5 are left. I can somewhat understand why those left, but anyway, I thank the people that stayed behind. I take it the remaining 5 are willing to work at my store. For that I thank everyone here that you're willing to work at my store despite my youth. Ryuma, after bowing, I started talking. Let's get to business then. My store, Bamboo Forest, is currently looking for people to carry luggage. You'll only be carrying clothes, so even a woman won't have any problems doing the job. If there's anything to take note of, it's that I'm a monster tamer. I consider my slimes a part of my workforce, so there will be slimes inside the store. Ryuma, upon saying that, the remaining 5 were shocked. Being a monster tamer isn't anything special, but apparently, they didn't expect that someone would actually use slimes as a part of his workforce. Which is why, if there are people here scared of or hate slimes, it'll probably be difficult for you to work with me. Ryuma, when I said that, a woman raised her hand. Yes. Ryuma, are you using those slimes because you don't have enough hands? Or are you going to be using them even after hiring more workers? Woman candidate, I will still be using them even after hiring workers. This might offend some people, but at my store, the slimes are your co-workers. Ryuma, at that, the woman who raised her hand and another woman and man left. Although it was a slime, apparently, they didn't want to work with a monster, so they left. With this, all that's left is a middle-aged man and a young woman. Is this all I have left to interview? Did I handle this wrongly? Although these people were only gathered with the criteria that they could work as soon as tomorrow, it's still shocking that I was left with only 2 in the end. I mean, sure, giving them a bunch of yes or no questions made everything go quick, but now, there's just 2 left. Chapter 52 Volume 2 Chapter 52 I asked the last 2 candidates. Since you stayed behind, I take it you're alright with slimes. Everyone else is gone. Ryuma, the 2 quietly nodded. Then could you tell me your name? Also, if there are any conditions you would like to have, please feel free to speak up. The men can start. Ryuma, I first called out to the middle-aged men. These people are quite interesting. First of all, the clothes they wear are very different from the clothes the people in town wear. They look just like those Chinese actors in kung fu movies, so I noticed them as soon as I entered the room. Not to mention that Rod the man is carrying in the woman's hair ornament. While thinking that to myself as I observed them, the man spoke. My name is Fei. This here my daughter, Liren, 1. It would be great if you can hire us both. Faye, he talks just like one. And it seems he's the dad of the woman. So your father and daughter. Ryuma, she takes after her mother, so she does not look like me. Also, there's something I need to tell you. Faye, when Faye said that, he showed me his right leg. A splint could be seen attached to it. I'm actually merchant from a country called Zilmer, but it was getting dangerous because of war, so I left. Unfortunately, I lost all my money when I came to this country. Now all we have left are my stuff and my daughter. At first, we had no money at all, but by working at the mines, we slowly saved up money. Too bad the cave collapsed and now my leg is broken. We don't have enough money to ask healer to treat me, so it will be a while before I can recover. Is this problem? Faye, a broken bone, huh? If I recall correctly, a medium heal should be able to take care of it. If not, then the advanced mega heal should. I can't use either, but my heal slimes can. And even if Faye can't be treated, I can just put him in as a receptionist. You can just work as a receptionist until you recover. It won't be an issue. Ryuma, really? Faye, yes. Being a receptionist is a great job too. There won't be any problems as long as you can deal with the customers properly. Do you have any particular requests regarding the salary? Ryuma, none. As long as we can live, it's good enough. Faye, I see. Then let's move on to daughter next. Lirin-san, right. Do you have any special requests? Ryuma, as long as you hire us both and give us enough to live, I have no complaints. Housing too would be nice, or maybe introduction to cheap place. We currently live in guild temporary housing. Once finds job we have to leave. Lirin, because of leg no one won't hire me. Right now we somehow getting by thanks to daughter doing odd jobs. We don't have much money anymore. If you can find us cheap lodging, we won't complain. 2, if they want lodging, then there's the lodging I built with my store. It's vacant right now, so they could just use that. They also don't seem to be looking for particularly high wages, so the wages we planned should be enough. And although they're foreigners, we're able to understand each other, so that's good. Besides, although these people seem to be hiding something, they're quite strong. They're like Jeff-san and the others. I can't see any opening. In fact, they're way stronger than any bandit I've fought yet. I can probably leave the store's security to them if I hire them. We have lodging for employees. You can stay there. Ryuma, really? That's great, NE. Faye, everyone else went home already and I don't think there's any problem with their abilities, but there's one thing I need to confirm. There's just one thing I want to ask. Before that, Guild Master. Ryuma, what is it? Grisera, I'm truly sorry about this, but could I ask you to give us some privacy? It's about the store. Ryuma, I said it like that, but I really want her to leave. These two probably aren't from an honest trade. It's not too strange for people in this world to kill in self-defense. I've personally killed around 30 bandits myself, but that's nothing before these two. It's my first time feeling like this. Is this what they mean when they say, the smell of death? It's not just Japan. It's my first time feeling this even in this world. Just in case, it might be better for the guild master to leave. It won't be easy fighting if I have to protect her too. I'm sure I made it clear I want her to leave, but what are you chasing me out for? If there's something wrong, then tell me. Grisera, unfortunately, that had the opposite effect, and now she wants to hear my reason. It's regarding the store's secret. Ryuma, still, I want her to leave. I implied that while keeping my eye on the two. It was then that Faye made his move. Guild Master, it's enough, yo. He's already found us out, NE. Faye, This is a bit different from what I expected. Boss, I wonder just who you are, NE. We may be former killers, but we have no intention of picking a fighting with you, yo. The Guild Master too, NE. Faye, true, I don't really feel any hostilities coming from him. Guild Master, you knew. Ryuma, 1, Ra says, which is literally Lirin. If you have any better interpretations of the name, just leave it in the comments. 2, I'll cut the accent here and use the other style, where I just add the Japanese accents at the end in Ramaji, just like I do for Rapin, Asejai, and the others. Let me know which one you prefer in the comments. It's also possible to just kill their character and just make them talk like everyone else. Let me know if you prefer that. Or if you have any other ideas, just say it. Volume 2 Chapter 52 Part 2 Naturally. I don't know about others, but when I introduce someone, especially someone from another country, I make sure I'm introducing someone good. Can't accidentally introduce a spy, after all. These two really did run away from their country, though. Still, it's pretty amazing that you noticed something was off about these two. Graziera, I thought our disguise was pretty good, though. Leland, only the GUID master and you have found us out so far. Boss, you're not just a normal person, are you? That makes one really curious. Faye, Leland-san looked depressed, but Faye-san just asked that last question with a faint smile. I don't have sharp eyes like the guild master does, but I've studied martial arts for a long time, so I can tell when someone is strong or weak. Besides, Ryuma, Faye, I noticed you were carrying some hidden weapons on you. Ryuma, Faye. Leland. You brought stuff like that without you. Graziera, oh, wow. You noticed that too. Faye, stuff regarding hidden weapons was beaten into me really badly in the past. The scariest creatures in this world are humans. They use their heads, trick people, and when your guard is down, they strike. What allows people to do that are hidden weapons? If one wishes to defend against those, then one needs to study hidden weapons, or so I was often told. Ryuma, it's just my real dad I'm talking about here, but now that I think about him, it sure feels nostalgic. I was attacked a lot. Sometimes when we passed by each other in the house, and sometimes when I was just minding my own business. Ryuma, just how in the world did you live your life? Graziera, you sort of feel like our kind of people, but you feel different. Leland, you're like us, but it seems you only learned the techniques. Faye, they can tell that much just by my aura. That's amazing. My master taught me my skills, but I only started using them 3 years ago against bandits. Ryuma, so it's the difference in years. We've taken plenty of jobs to take bandits or traitors. Lots of wars break out in our country, so the public order is really bad. If people like us don't go around offing people here and there, it's hard to maintain order. That part about being a merchant wasn't a lie. We normally work as peddlers. Faye, our boss lost in the war and our work in our country became meaningless, so we came here. We haven't done any jobs worth being proud of. Will you still hire us despite that? Leland, since the guild master acknowledged you, then I'll accept you so long as you do your job properly. Ryuma, if they don't cause problems and work properly, then the past doesn't really matter. Everyone has a secret or two, right? Really? We thought for sure no would want us once they came to know of our past. Faye, we even prepared to run away. Leland, please don't run away. My store really needs help right now, and there's no one left to hire. Anyway, what matters is the now. Your past doesn't really matter, so please come work at my store. Also, would it be possible to also ask you to work as bodyguards? Ryuma, if the guild master knew of their situation and still chose to introduce them, then it's probably fine. She has better eyes than me, after all. From time to time, it even feels like she knows I'm actually already past 40. I hope it's just my imagination. We'll work hard. Faye, leave the security to us. Leland, I'll hire you officially then. I look forward to working with you. Ryuma, after we exchanged bows, the guild master spoke. Done. Then go. A carriage has already been prepared. Graziera, thank you, guild master. Ryuma, something like this. Don't mind it. Faye. Leland, make sure to work hard, alright? This kid's store is really promising. And next time, don't carry hidden weapons on you. Graziera, we can't keep calm without them. Leland and Faye, how long are you planning to act like assassins? You're merchants now, ain't ya? Although they're like this, they're not bad people. They've never committed any crimes either. Please take care of them. Graziera, I will. Ryuma, take this too. It's their resume. They have experience working in the military. Show them to those two from Surges. Griziera, all right. Wait a moment, wouldn't it have been better if you just handed this to me from the start? Ryuma, hee hee hee. This old granny here just wanted to see how good your eyes are. I wanted to see the quality of the workers you end up choosing when choosing blind. It was a bit shocking seeing all those other guys leaving just like that, but these two are the real deal. They can definitely do the job. Oh, and your eyes aren't bad. Although I'm not sure if they're very good from a merchant's perspective. Well, either way, do your best. Griziera, thank you. Ryuma, I left the guild with Fei-san and Leland-san, then we went back to the store with the carriage that the guild master prepared. Volume 2 Chapter 52 Part 3 When I got back to the store, there was a large crowd of customers gathered. It wasn't as big as the crowd from this afternoon, but the two employees were very busy. Welcome back, boss. Carm and Carla, what an amazing crowd. Leland, this is the owner's store. It's really doing well. Faye, I'll help them out. Carm-san, Carla-san, I'll help. Let's deal with the customers first. Ryuma, I'll work too, boss. I can at least carry stuff. Leland, me too. I can at least carry the laundry. Faye, thanks. Don't push yourselves too hard, though. Just do what you can. Ryuma, they offered to help themselves, so I won't hold back. Fei-san was supposed to be just a receptionist, but it seems he can work a little too. Like this we dealt with the lunch rush of the customers, and we were somehow able to finish everything by our closing time. After hanging the closed sign in front of the store, I closed the store for the day. Phew. Good work, everyone. Ryuma, you too, boss. Carm, Carla, Faye, Leland, Ryuma-sama, are they the new hands you employed today? Carm, yes, the man is Fei-san and the woman is Leland-san. Ryuma, my name is Faye. It's nice to meet you. Faye, my name is Leland. It's good to meet you. Leland, I am Carm Norad. Carm, I am Carla Norad. It's a pleasure to meet you. Carla, you were supposed to start work tomorrow, but you ended up working today instead. Ryuma, you're also providing us a place to stay, so this much is a given, I believe. Leland, helping out when it's busy is only natural. That being said, there's something I'd like to ask. Faye, what is it, Faye-san? Ryuma, we carried a lot of laundry today, but when did you wash them? We just put the laundry we got from the customers into the wall, and then retrieved them from the slimes. Faye, oh, right. I still haven't explained to you how we wash clothes here yet. Ryuma, after giving them the usual explanation regarding the cleaner slimes and the goblin loincloth, the two was able to understand. Moreover, after seeing how busy the store was today, they were able to confirm with their own eyes what the guild master meant when she said that my store was promising. When I told them that today was actually the store's opening day, they were shocked. Even in my previous life, the only place I could think of that could attract so many customers on the opening day is probably a pachinko parlor, at most. Anyway, it's really weird in this world for a shop to attract so much customers on its opening day. But after talking to the customers, I was able to figure out what made the store so popular. Apparently, the adventurers had spread rumors of the store. The adventurers who participated in the goblin subjugation told their adventurer friends, families, and even the general public about my laundromat. And then Pauline-san and her friends spread even more rumors themselves. Other than those two major sources, there were also people who found out about the store from other places. Laundry here is very affordable, so there were plenty of people who wanted to try it this morning. Ryuma, then the people who tried it in the morning told others of their experience, and people came in droves in the afternoon to experience the store for themselves. It seems this situation is likely to continue for a while. Carm, even though there's no phones or Twitter, word of mouth is still really powerful. I may have underestimated it a bit. Or maybe it's just not a good idea to just casually use what I could to promote my store. But, no. Having a lot of customers is a good thing. Well, putting what's done aside, since we finally have time for a breather, maybe I should heal Fei-san's legs. Ryuma, Carm-san, Carla-san, can I ask for you to take care of the rest? Ryuma, of course. Carm and Carla, thank you very much. Then the two of you please come with me. Ryuma, I led Fei-san and Leland-san to the store's break room, where I asked them to sit and wait for a while. A little later I came back with 2 heel slimes. When I told them that the heel slimes could use high heel, they were shocked, but were nonetheless thankful if Fei could be healed. I ordered the 2 heel slimes to heal Fei, and Fei's leg was completely healed. Fei had broken his leg, so it took 3 casts each slime to fully heal his leg, totaling to 6 casts of high heel all in all. Thank you. I'm glad that my leg is finally healed. Thank you. Really? Fei, normally, it would cost a lot of money to ask a healer for treatment. Are you sure it's really okay for us to receive your help for free? Leland, it's my job to make sure that the employees can work efficiently. If it's something I or my slimes could do, then there's no need to charge for it. That's why it's okay to make this treatment free. Ryuma, there's a healer in town who can use intermediate healing magic, but because of the skill and mana required to cast such a spell, it costs quite a bit of money to ask him to cast his spell once. For something on the level of a broken bone, which would require more than just one casting, the price easily shoots up. Apparently, the reason Fei-san had been doing odd jobs here and there within the guild while refraining from receiving treatment from the healer was because he was hoping to heal his broken leg with time. If we'd left the country a little wealthier, we would have immediately been able to heal it with magic, but unfortunately, we already used most of our wealth as bribe just so we could leave. Fei, so that's why you don't have any money. Ryuma, the guards of our country's borders are greedy. So long as you pay them, they'll turn a blind eye to a crime and even someone fleeing the country. In the case you don't have money, they'll catch you and hand you over to the country to get the reward, so we couldn't not pay them. And if we tried to cheap out on the bribe, then if the reward was higher, we would either be caught or it would become very difficult to run. Fei, because of the kind of jobs we did in the country, if others found out, our reward would be much higher than a normal person's. Because of that there are people who catch normal people, hoping that they'd turn out to be our sort of people that would net them a huge profit. Because of that people who run usually pay up with almost everything they have. There's no point trying to save money when your life is on the line. Leland, Fei-san and Leland-san quietly spoke. Zilmer sure sounds like a dangerous country. They also mentioned that plenty of wars are being fought in it. I wonder if the country is going to be destroyed soon. After talking with them for a bit, I allotted Fei-san and Leland-san their rooms, then I let them sort out their luggage in their respective rooms. After that I went back to the store and listened to Carla-san's report regarding our store's earnings. Today we earned 791 medium copper coin and 8 small copper coins, totaling to 7,918 suits. Carla, I asked the 2 pros how this sort of income compares to other stores, and apparently, the daily income of a medium-sized store without any noble customers is about 4,000 suits. Today's income was quite shocking even after subtracting the expenses incurred. It was even more shocking when you realize that this is actually the store's income for its opening day. What amazing profits. Carm, at this rate, we might be able to equal the profit of a large store without any noble customers. Carla, how much would that be daily? Ryuma, about 20,000 suits. More than that and it's hard to categorize them. After all, once the nobles start getting into the picture, the income of a store shoots up. Being able to sell a high-class item just gives so much profits even after subtracting expenses. Carm, there's also a lot of people who love to splurge their money on excessively luxurious goods. Carla, I see. Well, in our case, nobles probably won't come into the equation, so if we could make 2.5 times tour income today, then we should be able to make the same income as a large company. Ryuma, considering how much we made today, we might be able to achieve just that within a month. The Adventurers Guild still haven't come and we're also likely to get more customers. Carla, in fact, there might come a time when our income in a day is more than a medium gold coin. Carm, that's probably impossible. Ryuma, a medium gold coin is 50,000 suits. There's no way. It's possible. Carm and Carla, Really? This is a miner's town. There are plenty of miners and people engaged in the steelworks industry. Although there are less people today compared to before due to one of the mines being abandoned, or at least that's what I heard, but even then, there should still be about 10,000 people. Carla, those customers won't just bring one bag when they get their laundry cleaned. Although it might be difficult to get a medium gold coin regularly, but it should still be possible if, for example, the Adventurers Guild were to come with a big job. Carm, I see, Ryuma, so in other words, it might be possible occasionally. Moreover, if Ryuma-sama builds a branch store in another town, reaching the daily medium gold coin income shouldn't be difficult. Carm, you're already thinking of a branch store. That's too fast. Ryuma, perhaps, but there's no harm in thinking. Carm, if we can get our hands on some trusted workers, building a branch store should be a trifling matter. Carla, well, it is true that we made so much today even though it's our first day. But let's put that aside for now. Right now what we should be doing is testing the waters and seeing how things go. Oh, right. I forgot. Here's the resume of the 2 new workers that I hired. Ryuma, we'll look into it. Carm and Carla, the twins, started treading the resume I gave them. You said it's enough to pay the employees a livable wage, but they're also going to be working as bodyguards, so please give them a bigger salary. Make it 150 suits a day. Ryuma, you 2 have experience in the military. That's reassuring. Carla, after that I exchanged greetings with the 4 and went back to the lodging. When I got back, I reported to Reinhardt-san and company. When they heard how much I made, they were shocked. Chapter 53 Volume 2. Chapter 53 Part 1 The next day. After readying the store early in the morning, I went shopping to buy some things to welcome our 2 new employees. There's this many people already. Ryuma, I opened the store at 8 a.m. and spent about an hour shopping, so it should currently be around 9 a.m. I wonder what time the customers prefer to come. Also, I wonder what time the number of customers peaks. As I thought that, I entered through the employee-only entrance. I had Carm-san and Fei-san deal with the customers, while I tasked Carm-san and Leland-san with carrying the laundry. The store is doing fine for now, so I decided to leave everything to them while I went to prepare FBOD. There's no telling when it's going to get busy, so they should eat while they still can. I kneaded the dough and stretched it, then I covered it with my meat sauce. Speaking of which, this meat sauce is left over from the party 2 days ago. I stored it in my custom-made refrigerator, which makes use of barrier magic, so it's been preserved. Just to be safe, though, I checked it with Identify first, and as expected, there weren't any problems. Serge-san will probably make another fuss if he catches wind of my refrigerator. Or maybe Puro-san would make a bigger fuss. He did say his company handled food goods. I sprinkled some cheese, cut onions, and herb over the base, then I put everything in the kiln. While that was cooking, I started working on the salad and the beverages. After a while I was able to successfully make the pizza. A delicious aroma wafted in the air and I took a bite from my portion. Yep, it's done. The customers haven't started to flood the store yet, so the timing is just right. Guys, I made some food. I'll help out, so please take turns with each other to eat. Ryuma, thank you. Carm, Carla, Leland, Fei, I first substituted for Leland-san and Carla-san, then after they ate, Fei-san and Carm-san substituted with them. Like this all the employees were able to get their break and eat. But when afternoon came, the situation ended up just like yesterday and the store became jam-packed, so all the employees had to work together just to barely scrape by. Good job, everyone. Ryuma, you too, boss. Carm, Carla, Leland, Fei, it's better than yesterday, but only to the extent that the workers aren't about to faint out of exhaustion anymore. If even one of the employees are absent, the situation will quickly become fatal. The employees won't even have the time to eat. There were a lot of customers today too. How much did we make this time? Ryuma, after calculating everything, our income for the day totals to 11,877 suits. Carla took out her notebook and showed me. That's 50% more than yesterday. That's amazing progress after only one day. The store is really doing well. Ryuma, it's actually pretty crazy. Leland, at this rate, the customers will probably keep on increasing. Fei-san, you think so too, Fei-san, Leland-san. Do you think we should hire more hands, after all? We were originally planning to hire 3 or 4 workers anyway. The way things are now, if even one employee isn't able to work, the burden on the remaining employees will be too great. Ryuma, it would probably be for the best to get more hands. Carm, we just asked for more workers yesterday, but it would be a huge help if you could get some more from the guild. Carla, all right. By the way, I was thinking of also hiring a cook. Can you hire one from the guild too? Ryuma, when I asked that, it was Carla-san who answered. Yes, but why would you need a cook? Carla, everyone's working hard in the store, so you don't have time to cook, right? So, to remedy that, I thought I should hire a cook. Ryuma, that's true, but you should just leave that sort of stuff to the workers. Carla, but it would be a load off your shoulders if someone specifically meant for that one job were to take care of it. Besides, if you're going to eat, then you might as well have something good. This is what you call employee welfare. Ryuma, well that's true, but what do you mean by employee welfare? Carla, how to put it? Basically, it's a kind of thinking that says employees should be able to work at their workplace comfortably. Ryuma, they don't have employee welfare here. Or is it just not popular? Ryuma-sama certainly does take care of his employees a lot. Carm, even though we're live-ins, our salary is so big. Conditions this good are very rare. Faye, with a good salary, a warm and comfortable room, not to mention, and on top of that, good food. Dad and I probably won't be going anywhere. Leland, glad to hear. Then, can I leave the rest to you? I'll be going to the guild to get more workers, but I won't be coming back, as I'll be going home after. Ryuma, take care. Leland, Faye, Carm, Carla, when I got to the guild, I was brought to the reception office again, where the guild master interviewed me. Did you come to hire workers today too? Griziera, the store is unexpectedly doing well, so I have some spare funds. Ryuma, I see. So, how many are you hiring? Griziera, 3 more employees to handle the store plus 1 cook. Ryuma, a cook. Griziera, the store is usually pretty busy, so the employees don't have time to cook, so I thought I'd get someone to cook for them. At the same time, I figured I might as well make it so that the food is delicious. It's for health and nutrition too. Ryuma, you don't really have to go out of your way to hire a specialist, though. You sure do some weird stuff. Griziera, is it really that strange? Ryuma, normally, one of the employees will cook if it's that busy. Although it's true you'll have to hire various employees as your store gets bigger, but it's fairly rare for someone to specifically hire a cook. Not that it's a particularly bad idea, though. Wait here for a bit. I'll look for some promising ones. Griziera, after waiting for a while, the guild master personally named 4 people and introduced them to me. Greetings. I'm Jane. Jane, I'm Maria, I'm Fina, and I'm the cook, Sharma. Sharma, the first 3 are all young women. They came from a poor village in hopes of making money. Jane-san is lively, Maria-san has a gentle aura about her, and Fina-san looks like a level-headed person. At least, that's my first impression of them. Shelma-san is older than the 3 and feels like a mother. The guild master picked these people out herself, so they're definitely good. But even as I thought that, I made sure all the same that they were willing to work. When I did, they all nodded. As for why, some of them heard rumors that the store is really popular, while some of them saw the line outside yesterday. On top of that, the guild master herself told them that my store is safe. Well, most of the people including me have already been acquainted with the guild master, so there's indeed less to fear for the women workers. The 3 village women are villagers through and through. They don't have any special abilities, but that's okay. Sharma-san's previous workplace was apparently an inn, so she can't make luxurious food, but that's okay too. Everyone seems to be easy to get along with, so I decided to hire them all. Just like that, my business was concluded. It only took me 10 minutes. Connections really are important. Seriously. TL note, better suggestions for Sharma's name. Also, PDFs and EPUBs have been updated. Credits to a kind reader and Bigver. Volume 2 Chapter 53 Part 2 The 4 employees I hired today also wanted to work live-in, so we had to go back to the store. Before leaving, though, the guild master had a few words with me. Ryuma, if things keep going like this, I suggest you start thinking of opening a second or third branch in another town. You can open them anytime. Just make sure to consult me. Griziera, I was taken aback to hear her say the same thing as Carm-san and the others. Before parting, she hit my back with her cane and encouraged me, saying, "Pull yourself together." After that I brought the 4 new employees to the store. Apparently, Carm-san and the others haven't gone home yet. "Boss, weren't you going to go home?" Carm and Carla, I told them that the new employees were going to be live-ins, then after introducing them, I went my way. 4 days later. 4 days has passed since I hired the new employees. The 3 girls are very hard-working, while Shirma-san's cooking is delicious. I stayed in the store on their first day just to be safe, but everything went just fine. The other day I cleaned the outer walls and mowed the lawn. Yesterday, I did my rounds around the abandoned mine. Although it hasn't even been a week since the store opened, the store income shows no sign of stopping. Every day the store makes enough for a person to live modestly for 3 months. It's a bit scary, but it's only thanks to everyone that the store could become so popular. They'll probably do fine even without me, so I can go back to my adventurer work now. Or so I was thinking, but then Serge-san called for me. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ryuma-sama. "Thank you for coming. Please, take a seat." "Serge, thank you." "Ryuma, my apologies for calling you out so suddenly." "Serge, it's all right. My store doesn't need me anymore anyway. The 2 employees you introduced to me have been very hard-working." "Ryuma, I see. I'm glad to hear that they were able to be of use." "Serge, I seem to always be in your debt." "Ryuma, it's the same for me. I have also been making a profit thanks to you. After all, you've been purchasing a large amount of bags and daily necessities every day. Serge, you've been a great help so far. And now, the store is doing so well that it's honestly quite scary. Ryuma, it has already become a rumor around the block. And it's getting quite popular even within the guild." Serge-san took a breath, then he said this. "But what's surprising is that there's still even more room for income." Serge, seeing I didn't understand, Serge-san continued. "It's about the waterproof cloth, Ryuma-sama." Serge, right, Ryuma, I forgot. Are you aware that it's almost time for the Grell frog outbreak? Serge, yes, I've heard of it. Ryuma, Grell frogs are monsters that live in the marsh. Their hide can be used to make armor, while their innards can be used to make good medicine, so they sell for a large sum. Which is why during the outbreak a lot of adventurers start gathering around the marshes that these Grell frog inhabit. So, I was thinking, wouldn't this be a good opportunity to make those waders that you made out of those waterproof cloths and sell them? Ryuma-sama, my invitation to you today is to know how many waterproof cloths you could produce. Serge, I have about 907 sticky slimes right now, so it would depend on how many cloths are available. I will need normal cloths to turn into waterproof cloths, so I'll have to rely on you to provide those. About how long do you think these cloths will be? Ryuma, since I will be providing them, we can make each cloth about 70 m long. Serge, if I ask for more than I can handle, it'll just trouble us both, so I should leave some leeway for myself. In that case, if you can provide the cloths, then we can process about 45 to 90 per day. Drying will take some time, though, so there might be less in actuality. Ryuma, when I said that, Serge-san's countenance brightened. Just 10 cloths at the start will be more than enough. Any more than that is a welcome surprise. Serge, all right. Shall we start producing them as early as today? Ryuma, yes. Please. Serge, I'll need to purchase the cloths then. Ryuma, I'll give them to you for free since you'll be turning them into waterproof cloths. When you hand the waterproof cloths to me, I'll pay you for the waterproof treatment. How much will you be charging? Serge, I'll leave it to you. Please give me a fair price. Ryuma, when I said that, Serge-san chuckled. Normally, a merchant would try to get as much money as he could when he has the advantage in negotiations, but this way is a huge help to me. That aside, where will you be processing the cloths? If people were to catch wind that you are the manufacturer, it wouldn't be odd if some no-good people were to be involved. Do you know a safe place where you can work? If not, I should be able to prepare you one. Serge, I was thinking of treating the cloths in the abandoned mine. Ryuma, it's true people aren't likely to go there, but will it be all right doing it there? Serge, I'm the person put in charge of it, so it's not strange for me to be there, and I can also make a large workshop using my earth magic. Ryuma, after this I got the cloths from Surge-san, then I left the store and went to the abandoned mine. Chapter 54 Volume 2 Chapter 54 After arriving at the abandoned mine, I sent all of the slimes except the cleaner slimes to patrol the tunnels, while I renovated the tunnel in the highest part of the mine and changed it into a workshop. It was already spacious from the start, though, so all I had to do was to make a workbench. I barely broke a sweat. I stretched the cloth and piled up bricks where it ended, then I dug out a hole by the corner of the rack, which I fitted with a rod. I then covered that rod with the sticky liquid and stuck it to the ends of each cloth. I repeated the process about 45 times. After that I told the sticky slimes to cover the cloth with their sticky liquid. During the process the only thing one needs to keep an eye out for are bugs and monsters. I should probably consider installing a door for this workshop. As I thought that to myself, I gave the slimes the order. I watched the slimes do their job for a while, then after seeing that everything was in order, there was nothing left for me to do. If this were a store there would still be clerical work left to take care of, but alas. Anyway, since there wasn't anything for me to do, I decided to do some training. 3 hours later. I did some martial arts training and meditated, but the cloths still weren't done drying, so I decided to have the slimes train too. Speaking of which, didn't they learn staff techniques and spear techniques the other day? It's a good opportunity, so I dried some trees outside and processed them using circle saw and polish to make a large amount of rods. With this we should be able to do some staff and spear training. After a while, the slimes finished their training too, but the cloths still weren't done drying. I wonder if the cloths could absorb moisture. It's my first time treating so many, so. With nothing to do, I went ahead and took a look at my own status board. Oh, hey. My increased MP recovery went up a level and is now LV3. Did I use that much mana when I was building my store? Monster taming, wind magic, and electric magic also went up a level. I did use them quite a bit. Oh, speaking of which, didn't the Ojusama say she wanted to see the dolls I made? Should I make some now? I can just use the earth there for material. As for the subject, I can just pick something randomly. Create block, rock, break rock, Ryuma. I prepared some stones and simple tools, then I used break rock to roughly make what would become the core of my figurine. Plain clay, I turned the earth into clay and used it as putty to make my figurine, then after putting it over my core, I started filling out the details with my tools. There should still be some lime left. Let's use that as the coating before we color it. Within the tunnels illuminated only by light, I spent the time making a harmless doll, casting spells here and there as it suited me. Or at least, that's what should have happened. Done, huh? Would you look at that, there's so many of them. Ryuma, before I knew it I was surrounded by dolls. What time is it, GEH? Ryuma, the sun has almost set. Quickly, I took my dolls and dried cloth with me and went back home. I used too much mana, so it was a bit painful, but with the sun almost gone, I have no choice but to hurry. I really should stop getting overzealous over my work inside the abandoned mine. It's already so easy to lose track of time. If I keep working at the abandoned mine like this, I won't even notice the passage of time anywhere. As I reflected over my actions, the day drew ever nearer to night. With no choice left, I was forced to use dimension magic one after another. I'm beat, Ryuma. Somehow, I was able to make it back to the inn before the sun set. After resting for a while, I dropped by the Ojusama's family's room and Aaron-san led me in. Welcome, Ryuma-san. Elia, it's rare for you to visit us on your own. Did something happen? Reinhardt, oh, nothing special, just some business stuff. Ryuma, I told them about my deal with Surge-san. Today, I was able to successfully make 45 waterproof cloths. I've already delivered them to Surge-san's. There's still room for more cloths to be produced, so I'll be increasing the volume tomorrow. I want to see how far I can go. Ryuma, I see. It seems there aren't any problems with the production of the waterproof cloths. Is there anything else? Reinhardt, previously, the Ojusama said she wanted to see my dolls. As it so happens, I made some while the cloths were drying. Ryuma, you made some. Show me please. Elia, as she said that, I took several dolls from my item box. Here. Ryuma, I use stone instead of wood, but this one doll is based off the famous Woodcraft bear. To make it more relatable, though, I changed things up a bit and made it based on Ghana Forest's black bear. Oh, it's a black bear. It looks like it's catching fish. Reinbach, this one is tiny but adorable. Elialia, those ones are based off of the cave bat, cave mantis, and small rat. I made them into bottle cap figures. There's also this. It's the doll I worked on the most. Ryuma, the next doll I took out was a doll made in the image of a person. I couldn't think of any subjects, though, so I decided to model them after the 4 members of the Duke's family, as well as Sabei-san and the 2 maids. This is me. Reinhardt, this is me. Elise, I'm here too. Elialia, and Sabei, Aaron, Lillian, and I are present too, it seems. Reinbach, what elaborate dolls. Although I'm aware Ryuma-sama has crafted idols before, I still can't help but admire your workmanship. Sabei, it's a bit rare to see someone so elated over my work in person, so this makes me happy. In the past, only Fukada would get happy over my dolls. Speaking of which, before I died, didn't Fukada ask me to make another one for him? Huh? What happened to that? Ah, whatever. I didn't have any models, so used you as reference. I'm glad you like them. Ryuma-san, can I have this? Elialia, go ahead. Ryuma, thank you. Elialia, if she's this happy, then I guess it was worth making the dolls. I should probably make some more in the future. I'll make you some more if the opportunity shows itself again. Ryuma, thank you so much. Elialia, after that I spoke idly with Reinhardt-san and the others for a while, then I went back to my room. When I got back, Sabei told me he would be paying me 10 medium gold coins in exchange of the dolls, but it was too much money, so I rejected his offer. The material was cheap and I got to kill some time, but more than anything else, there's no way I could accept money over something like this. But in the end, I ended up reducing the payment to a fifth. So, 2 medium gold coins. Is this really okay? While I was wondering that, Sabei-san said this. Many nobles have statues made after their own image, which they place in their residences or in town. When you consider how much they spend, this much money is just small change. And with someone of Ryuma-sama's caliber, I'm sure the clients won't have any complaints. Sabei, seriously. I was taken aback quite heavily by those words, so when I got back, I wondered blankly to myself what I should make while the cloths are drying. Eventually, I fell asleep. Chapter 55 Volume 2 Chapter 55 The next day. I showed my face in the store first thing in the morning. Seeing that everything was going smoothly in the store, I went to the abandoned mine. I started making waterproof cloths today too, and as a result, I ended up idle. I tried of thinking what to do while waiting for the cloths to dry last night, but I fell asleep without coming to a conclusion. If this were back at my old word, I would read a light novel here or play some games, but alas. I got 45 cloths today just like yesterday. I'm already done with my part. It's probably because I've started to get used to it that everything went a lot faster than before. What to do? I've already trained with the slimes, so. After thinking for a while, I gathered the scavenger slimes and had them fuse into a king scavenger, then I fought it. The king scavenger slime's current skill set is as follows. Disease resist LV7 poison resist LV7 lead belly LV8 clean LV8 deodorize LV8 produce deodorizing liquid LV6 stench LV8 decompose LV7 physical attack resist LV5 enlarge LV5 minimize LV6 jump LV3 overeat LV4 martial arts LV2 It might be because the scavengers have their own physical attack resist now that the king scavenger slime's physical attack resist went up 1 level. After all, the scavenger slimes only had 1 level in martial arts, but the king scavenger has 2. If you compare its skill set to a single scavenger, its skill levels are higher across the board. I don't have any data, but it's possible that each scavenger slimes pool together their experience regarding each skill somehow. Speaking of which, because of the king scavenger slime's physical attack resist, it was really hard to make my attacks affected during our duel. Its body is a lot more flexible, so it's really good at parrying attacks. It's still only a beginner when it comes to martial arts, but it's fairly accomplished when it comes to defense. As proof, the king scavenger slime can endure my attacks even when I attack it seriously. Of course, I refrain from hitting its nucleus just to be safe. That being said, it still takes a lot of effort to penetrate it. But the problem is that it doesn't really have much attacking power. It can make itself bigger through enlarge, making it better for suppressing others, but how much strength does a slime actually have? Not much if at all. If I wanted to, I could easily brush it off. Its attacks don't have much power behind them either. There's not much we can do about that, though, so I had it extend a part of its body as tentacles and use them as whips. The king scavenger can then use those whips to stick close to the enemy and pin him down. I also taught it a couple of throws that made use of the enemy's momentum and the king scavenger slime's flexibility and enlarge skill. Like this, it could parry the enemy's attack to protect itself from harm, then attack the enemy by throwing him. After that, it can pin the enemy down. This is the strategy one thought up for the king scavenger slime. That took a lot longer than expected, but the cloths still aren't done drying, so I thought of walking the slimes for a bit. My mind made up, I gathered the slimes. But just as we're about to leave, one of the slimes I had contracted suddenly started acting strange. I could tell its status to some extent thanks to the effects of our contract, but I don't know the specifics. What's going on? Hurriedly, I ran to where the slime was. It was the slime that I captured for the metal slime evolution experiments. Its body kept on quivering, but it didn't seem to be feeling bad. Could it be? Is it evolving? Ryuma, it should still take a bit longer, but I can't think of any other reason for this. After observing the slime for a while, the slime eventually stopped. I could feel a faint trace of mana emanating from it. It seems to be releasing mana. But it doesn't seem to be casting a spell. Is it sucking the mana? It's releasing mana and then sucking it back in. What for? Does it need that to evolve? Or is it just doing it involuntarily? After releasing and sucking mana back in several times, its color started to change. In the end, it turned into a silvery white slime. Was the evolution successful? Its status is normal for now. Nothing else seems to be amiss. Only, if this were really a metal slime, it should have a duller color. But this color is a polished silver. I used monster appraisal, and this came out. Species, iron slime skills. Harden LV3 physical attack, resist LV2 jump, LV1 digest, LV3 absorb, LV3 split, LV2. It seems to be called iron slime. It has the same skills as a metal slime, but its hardened skill is one level higher than the metal slime. It probably ended up like this because I fed it iron, but don't metal slimes also eat iron? Ryuma, they eat the same thing, so why did they evolve differently? Iron is Tetsu, iron, and metal is Kenzoku, metal. Ryuma, I took out the stones I used as feed for the metal slimes and used identify on it. Stone, red soil, soil from the mine that had been hardened with earth magic. Contains the following metals: iron oxide, aluminum oxide. I knew it, the red soil also has aluminum. Ryuma, I remembered something I talked about with a kohai of mine back at my part-time at a road construction job. Metal slimes don't eat just iron, they also eat aluminum. There might be other metals too, Ryuma. I extracted aluminum and iron from the brick soil using alchemy, then I called over the iron slime and the metal slime. When I did, the iron slime ate only the iron, but the metal slime ate both the iron and the aluminum. I called over the metal slime and rubbed it. Are you basically omnivorous when it comes to metals? In that case, since the iron slime's body is made of iron, what about your body? Is your body some kind of iron-aluminum alloy? Ryuma, I asked the metal slime that, but no answer came. Well, with this I've at least figured out the evolution condition. It's also my first time seeing a slime evolve in person. Ryuma, until now, for some reason, the slimes have been evolving while I was asleep. 1. So long as I feed the slimes, they're bound to evolve within half a year, but there's not telling when they'll evolve, and watching them 24/7 is a pain. Oh, speaking of which, I found out a few more things about identify. Ryuma, apparently, the neutral spell, identify, is like a search engine in how one gets info from it. If you don't know what it is you're looking for, the only thing that will come up is the name, but even if you want more specific information, only simple stuff come up. But when I used identify on the ceiling while cleaning the latrine pits, the word sterilization came up. And even the word virus came up when I used identify on the filth. So the results for identifier probably has some relation with the knowledge of the user. The information probably changes depending on how much the user knows. After trying it for a few times, I know now that I can get some more specific answers by asking more specific questions. For example, the weight of this stone, hardened soil, and the ratio of its aluminum and iron content. Stone 503.9 G, red soil, soil from the mine that had been hardened with earth magic. Metal content, iron oxide 4.2% 21.1638 G, aluminum oxide 5.1% 25.6989 G, and the result is something this specific. This too is because my questions were a lot more specific. I can use this, or can I? It's great that I can get more specific information, but I don't actually have much need for it right now. Maybe I could weight the next iron ingots I bring to Serge's in grams. Or maybe I could get a common iron ingot from Serge and use that as reference to imitate. It's worth doing if it means my iron ingots don't stand out as much, but as it stands, Identify doesn't really have much use right now. I can also just keep doing things as I've done them until now. After that, while waiting for the waterproof cloths to dry, I made 500 G aluminum iron ingots with 80% purity as practice. After the waterproof cloths finished drying, I gathered them and brought them to Serge, then I took the 300 cloths he prepared for me and went back to the inn. Or so I was planning, but it was an odd time, so I postponed going back to the inn, and went to the store instead. I'll go home after checking up on the store. The store was as popular as usual. In fact, isn't there more people than normal? I entered through the employee-only door and went to the break room, but there wasn't a soul there. Could they all be working? Thinking that, I went to the store itself and there I saw one of the 3 working girls, Fina-san. Good afternoon, boss. Fina, good afternoon. No one was in the break room, so I thought everyone was busy. Ryuma, we're not exactly free either, but it's not that busy. There are a lot of people, after all. We've more or less figured out when people like to come the most, so we usually work together to deal with them. Fina, oh. It seems everyone's already gotten used to the work here while I was gone. Looks like I worried for nothing. As I was thinking that, it suddenly hit me. Ah, Ryuma, is something the matter? Fina, the cleaner slimes are ready to split. Ryuma, huh? Fina, to the cleaner slimes, this whole laundry business is nothing more than an eat-all-you-can-eat buffet. After a few days of it, it's only natural that they'd be able to split. The cleaner slimes will increase. Our laundry agency will become even more efficient. Ryuma, really? That's amazing. Fina, what's amazing are the slimes. I'll be here for a while, but you don't have to mind me. Ryuma, okay. As Fina-san said that, she took a nearby laundry that had already been cleaned and carried it. Now then. I had the cleaner slimes split, then I contracted them. The cleaner slimes currently number 54. Although cleaner slimes split less frequently than other slimes, there were 10 slimes that split twice. It's probably because of the laundromat. After letting the cleaner slimes split, because of their increased numbers, they started getting the job done a whole lot faster. I think they're actually working over twice as fast. Well, if they're this efficient, then we should make use of it. Ah, Fina-san, Karm-san. Ryuma, they had come to pick up the new laundry, but I told them to help out with the customers instead. I also told them to divide the work of carrying the laundry and returning them to the customers since there are more customers than usual. I'll take care of carrying the laundry. You two focus on returning them to the customers. Ryuma, you want make the store more efficient, right? Let's try it. Karm, as such, they went back to where the customers were, while I gathered the laundry and carried them. Next. Karm, over here please. Maria, customer number 18, Jane, how is the quality, ma'am? Fina, wow, it's really clean. And it's cheap too. This is great. Customer, thank you very much. Please come again. Next is customer number 8. Fina, after dividing the work, the flow of customers became even faster. The slimes are probably hungry after splitting. Because of that, the laundry seemed to be getting cleaned even faster. From time to time, we would run out of tokens, which meant there were more people waiting too, but we were able to solve the problem with some reception service. With the increase in efficient in both the cleaner slimes and the reception, the flow of customers reached a new level, and gradually, the wave of customers grew less and less. Like that we managed to get past the peak time. The rest of the day was fairly monotonous, as we managed to safely close the store as the day ended without any more problems. 1. Just some food for thought. Maybe the slimes see evolution as a private thing and don't want to be seen while undergoing it. Chapter 56 Volume 2 Chapter 56 After closing the store, I gave the cleaner slimes some water for cleaning the store, then Carla-san came to give me the store's daily report. But for some reason, the air about her seemed different than usual. Boss, it's about the store's revenue. Carla, what's wrong? Did we make a loss? Ryuma, no, that's not it. Carla, then in that case, we must have made a profit. Ryuma, yes, but it's not like the days before, Ryuma-sama. Because our income for just today is 26,0326 suits. Carla, 26,036 suits. Wait a moment. Didn't we only make 16,000 yesterday? Why is there suddenly a 10,000 suits difference? Ryuma, today, right after you left the store, we got a huge contract. Apparently a manager of smiths and carpenters had heard the rumors going around and wanted to enlist services. And then after that, workers from the metal industry came one after another. They bought large bags and enlisted our services immediately. But that's not all. Our individual and group customers have also increased. There are a lot among the individual customers who get more than one bag. The sales of the bags show no signs of ending either. Carla, can you give me the details of our revenue? I'm not suspecting you owe anything, but I'd like to confirm it with my own eyes. Ryuma, of course. Please wait at the office for a bit. I'll bring the records. Carla, I did as she told and waited in the office. Come to think of it, this is my first time using this room. I'm always carrying laundry or dealing with the customers or at the break room. While I was thinking that, Carla-san came with a sheet of paper. These are our sales for the day. Carla, thank you. Ryuma, I took the sheet of paper and looked at the sales for the day. Individual course, 10 suits x 998 is equal to 9,980 suits. 14 persons course, 18 suits x 152 is equal to 2,736 suits. 35 persons course, 40 suits x 55 is equal to 2,200 suits. Individual bag, 20 suits x 159 is equal to 3,180 suits. 14 persons bag, 25 suits x 68 is equal to 1,700 suits. 35 persons bag, 30 suits x 50 is equal to 1,500 suits. Equipment wash service, 15 suits x 316 is equal to 4,740 suits. Total, 26,036 suits. Yep, the record checks out. You were right. Wow. I can't believe things actually got this far. Just wow. Ryuma, even if you take away the sales from the bags, you still get something close to 20,000 suits. But this too is because of everyone in the cleaner slime's efforts. By the way, what about the others? Ryuma, they're in the break room right now. They're double-checking the sales for the day. Carla, double-checking. Ryuma, there are medium and small copper coins, so they're separating them and confirming that the coins add up to what's been calculated. Carla, oh, so that's what you meant. I'll help out then. Ryuma, but this is a job for the employees. Carla, technically, I'm also the manager of this store, so I'm also one of your co-workers. Let me help out. Ryuma, actually, you twins are just too good at office work. Although there is still some work to be done, it's too little, and with how good the two of you are at supporting me, everything just gets wrapped up so quickly. For someone like me who always has an energy drink ready, this just isn't enough. I understand. However, Ryuma-sama, you are not technically this store's manager, but are in fact the store's manager. Carla, after Carla-san said that, she accompanied me to the employee break room. It was just the room next door, though. Good job today. Ryuma, thank you for today, boss. Carm, thank you for today. Everyone else, when I entered the room, the 6 employees greeted me. A large number of copper coins could be seen gathered on a giant table. They seemed to be counting them one by hand. Thank you for working so hard every day. It is a huge help to me to be able to leave the store to you. Ryuma, no need to thank us, boss, since this store really pampers us. Maria, exactly, Ryuma-sama. Hired workers are expected to do at least this much. Carm, everyone nodded in agreement to Carm-san's words. Even Carla-san, who was behind me, nodded. I see. I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, let's continue. We just need to count these copper coins, right? Ryuma, yes. But we can really just take care of these ourselves. Carm, the more wands the better. Besides, that's a crazy amount, no. Ryuma, our income for today is 26,036 suits. All of that was paid for in either small or medium copper coin. In other words, 1 or 10 suits coins. Naturally, that meant an absurd amount of copper coins. Once everything has been counted, we will be putting them away in the safe in the basement, and then we regularly entrust the money to my account in the Merchants Guild. But that's also a hassle. Please take a seat then. Fina, the seat beside mine is free. Faye, excuse me. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 56 Part 2. I took the seat beside Faye-san and started counting copper coins, but as expected, having to count by hand will really take a long time. Although it won't take too long since there's 8 of us here, but still. 1 minute into the work, a light bulb flashed. Oh, right. I had that. I took out the bag of leftover lime from my item box. Everyone turned to me, but I ignored them and just used identify on the small copper coins. What is the diameter and thickness of this coin? Small copper coin 1 suits a coin of the smallest value. Made of copper. Diameter, 0.9 centimeters. Thickness, 2 millimeters. It worked. I take back what I said this afternoon. This identify stuff might actually be useful. Boss. What are doing? Why would you use identify on the coin? Could it be? Is it fake? Faye, oh, no. That's not it. I just thought of making a tool is all. Ryuma, a tool. Faye, watch. Create block, Ryuma. After checking the size of other copper coin, I transformed the lime within the bag to become longer, while I made its interior to be shaped like an empty box. Naturally, I made the inner part of the resulting stone box hollow, then I removed a part of one end of the box with break rock, resulting in an object that would allow things put inside to fall if the box were to be inclined. After that I used earth magic to erect 52 mm tall 1 cm squares on the hollowed part of the box along a line. Like this, a copper coin could enter each square. I also treated the surface of the box with a thin layer of the sticky slime's hardening liquid to protect the surface and make it safe to use barehanded. Identify. Coin box, 1, a tool used during the Edo period to count coins. Made by hardening lime with earth magic. Success. Boss, what is that? Jane, I was just thinking if we could use this. Ryuma, I took 2 hands full of coins and put them inside my counting tool, then I covered the open end and shook it for a bit. The coins made jingling sounds for a while. When I uncovered the open part, a lot of coins fell, but if you look closely, you'll see that there are coins left in the squares. Faye-san, could you count these coins that were left behind? Ryuma, sure. Faye-san counted the coins carefully. Exactly 50 coins, boss. Looks like you've invented another useful tool. Faye, the moment Faye-san said that, Carm-san, Carla-san, and Leland-san already understood the purpose of this stone box. The 3 young women, however, did not seem to understand it just yet, so I filled the box with coins, let the excess fall off, then distributed the leftover coins for them to count. Like this they were able to understand. Jane-san is a cheerful and hard-working young woman, but she's a little slow when it comes to stuff that needs thinking, so I just let her figure it out on her own pace while I started mass-producing the coin box. For the small copper coin version, I made it so that they could accept 50 small copper coins, while for the medium copper coin version, I made it so that it could take up to 100 coins. The original coin box could accommodate every type of coin, but I'll just make some adjustments later. It turns out making the coin box was a great idea, for in just 10 minutes after making it, we were done. After counting everything, most of the coins were small copper coins. I thought there was a lot of medium copper coins, but apparently the customers mostly paid with small copper coins. After that I asked about the store and if there was anything they were having difficulties with. Difficulties. Jane, nothing really comes to mind. Maria, this store treats us really well, so I don't have any complaints. Fina, a person who complains despite such good treatment is just too entitled. Leland, really? I mean, your salary may be fine, but what about your Brea? Ryuma, oh no. I forgot about their rest days. What employee welfare? I've been making them work without rest. What's up, boss? Your face went all pale all of the sudden. Faye, I forgot to allot you your rest days. Ryuma, when I said that, everyone doubted their ears and stared at me. And then Jane-san said in loud voice. Boss. Are we going to receive regular rest days? Jane, huh? What's with that reaction? Isn't that a given? Though I suppose I really shouldn't be saying that considering I forgot. When I got a good look at everyone, they all seemed to be equally confused. How about once a week? You could rest once a week or take turns, Ryuma. When I said that, the three young women became very happy. Seeing me so confused by their reaction, Carla-san went ahead and explained. Boss, the people who leave their home and go far away to work like these three normally don't get rest days. Unless they have some sort of special ability, they are usually treated cruelly as servants and are paid less compared to others. But this store not only treats them well, it even pays a lot. Given such conditions, it's only normal to expect that there won't be any rest days. Carla, but it's not just them who don't get rest days. Small companies and retail stores like a grocery stores also don't get any unless there's a festival or a special event of some sort. Having rest days do take a toll on the business, and it's also not strange for there to be circumstances wherein one needs to work without rest. That's especially true for newly opened businesses, which would often prefer to keep working non-stop to get the ball rolling. Carm, businesses ran like a bicycle, huh? Well, I suppose there are those too. Boss, do you know? Our family apologized to us a lot when they sent us away. Sorry for making you take on such a hard role, they said. Maria, apparently, if our luck was bad, not only would we pay dirt poor, even our chastity might be in danger. Fina, you were worried about that, huh? Jane, does this world treat its employees poorly? As I wondered that, I turned to Carla-san. Abusing one's position as the employer to seek sexual relations is against the law, but unfortunately, there are still those who do it. It's one of the things an employee needs to look out for when looking for a job. Carla, sexual harassment was a thing in my previous world too. I guess that sort of stuff is the same even in other worlds. My store makes it a point to take care of its employees, so you don't have to worry about that. Let's continue working together. Ryuma, as I said that, everyone smiled and nodded. As for their rest day, since the wave of customers still show no sign of stopping, they told me that it would be a waste to designate a rest day now. As such, they decided to take turns resting once a week. After discussing that and having Shelma-san's delicious supper, I noticed that it was already almost 9, so I bid them goodbye and left the store. I might be scolded since I ended up coming home late again. When I got back to the inn, the Ojusama and the others had already returned. As I drank tea and listened, apparently, the Jamil family was welcomed by the government office today. Part of the reason was because there was a new head, and another is for the remaining members part of that recent scandal to curry favor with the Duke. Of course, all the efforts of these sycophants probably wouldn't amount to anything. I couldn't help but imagine a party with a showy banner that says, "Welcome Party," on one side and a sign on the other side that says, "Hearing in Session." As it turns out, something similar actually did happen. Other than Reinbach-sama and Sabesa-san who told me all these, everyone else was already asleep. It would probably be a bother if I were to stay here too long, so too excused myself. 1. Not sure of the exact reading of the kanji for this or if it has an English equivalent, but this is what comes up when I search it. 2. Businesses that are barely hanging on. They ran like a bicycle since they need to keep the wheel spinning or else they fall over. Chapter 57 Volume 2 Chapter 57 Part 1 The next day. My head. It hurts, Reinhardt. I dropped by the Jamil family's room to meet the Ojusama, whom I couldn't meet last night, but when I got there, I saw Reinhardt-san with a terrible hangover. Oh, Ryuma-kun, good morning. Alize, good morning, everyone. Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, you seem to be in pain. Would you like me to make you a medicine? Ryuma, well, you're here now, so might as well, I suppose. Could you make me some? Reinhardt, I warped into town and got some medicinal ingredients that would work well for hangovers, as well as some fruits that could be taken with it without any problems, then I went back to the inn. Here, please drink this. After this you should make sure to drink a lot of water. Ryuma, it would have been great if some kaki were available. That or clam miso soup. This world is known to have had a lot of other worlders, so I wonder if I could get some somewhere. I should look for them next time. Tea, thanks. I'll drink it, Reinhardt, it would be best if you avoid drinking too much. Ryuma, my bad. Yesterday was. You. It hurts, Reinhardt. Reinhardt-san tried to say something despite all the pain, but all that came out was a drunkard's grumbles. The people of the government office wanted to curry favor from Reinbach-sama and Reinhardt-san, so they kept offering them liquor and extravagant food. The Ojusama and the madam too, of course. The madam was all right, but apparently, because the Ojusama didn't have a lot of experience with that sort of stuff, Reinhardt-san ended up drinking a lot in her place. When I heard that, I couldn't help but become worried. Ojusama, will you be all right? When you become an adult you'll be exposed to more and more of this stuff. I have Tikan-sama's divine protection, so my situation is much better since I can't get hangovers, though I'm not exactly sure myself how much I can drink with this body. I also have my experiences from my past life. Maybe I should check once just how much I can drink. While thinking like that to myself, Reinhardt-san drank the medicine and the juice, then I left the inn. It's a bit late already, but I still decided to go to the store. After checking on the store a little, I left. Everything seems to be going well, so that's good. Next stop is the abandoned mines. There's something I want to try out, so I should catch some slimes along the way. Also, since I'm going anyway, I might as well do a herb collection request. Good day, Malin-san. Ryuma, oh, if it isn't Ryuma-kun. Are you here for work? Malin, yes. The employees can manage the store by themselves now, so, Ryuma, having your own store with hired employees is a great achievement at your age, you know. Malin, I was lucky. Ryuma, I wonder. Ah, speaking of which, I've heard something good recently. It's not a job, but it might be useful for you. Malin, something good. There's a party of 5 adventurers that came from another town. That party brought an advanced slime variant with them. Malin, what? Can you tell me more? Ryuma, catching a rare monster or just spotting one can fetch one a good price at the Tamers Guild. Well, as it turns out, that party of adventurers managed to find an advanced slime variant by accident, but when they tried to sell it, they were refused. If it were a slime like your heel slime that could use some kind of magic, then it would have probably sold for a lot since it would have been quite useful, but clearly, that wasn't the case for them. Those 5 adventurers are still young, so they probably made a mistake when gathering information. Couldn't a slime also sell for a lot if it's an advanced variant, they said. They seemed pretty down. Malin, so you're saying that that rare slime could be purchased as long as one has the money? Ryuma, exactly. Want it? Malin, yes. Very much. Would you happen to know where they're staying? Ryuma, they're staying at the Badger Pavilion east of town. The party's name is Wharf of Shikumu. You'll probably find them. Malin, thank you. I'll go now. Ryuma, I immediately left the guild and hurriedly made my way for the Badger Pavilion. My plans. We're changing them. All of them. Is this it? Ryuma, I easily found the Badger Pavilion, but it looked really worn out. What is this? An abandoned building. For the meantime, I tried entering the store. When I did, I noticed an old man by the counter. Welcome. Are you a customer? Old man, I have business with the Wharf of Shikumu, which should be staying here. Are they here? Ryuma, yep. Old man, as he said that he pointed toward the door to the right. Beyond that is a cafeteria that also serves as a bar. They're eating there right now. One of them has been drinking and grumbling since morning, so be careful. Old man, thanks. Ryuma, Kurt, but he seems like a good guy. I opened the gate and went into the cafeteria. When I did, I immediately found the party of 5 that I was looking for. I immediately recognized them. They all seemed to be in the latter half of their tens. Excuse me, are you guys the members of the Wharf of Shikumu? Ryuma, when I called out to them, they all turned to me. Volume 2 Chapter 57 Part 2 You are. Party Member 1, pardon my belated introduction. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. I am a monster tamer and an adventurer. Ryuma, A little brat like you is an adventurer. Sane, stop it Sane. Sorry. This guy's in a bad mood. Party Member 1, I've heard your circumstances. You brought a rare slime to the Tamer Guild and tried to sell it. Ryuma, oh, so, Party Member 1, ha. So you came here to pick a fight. Sane, the man called Sane stood up, but before he could walk toward me, he was stopped by a party member. I'm not here to pick a fight. Ryuma, what? So you're here to make fun of us then? Made fun of by some brat. Fuck. Fine. Laugh. We're idiots, all right. We dragged our sorry asses all the way out here to try and sell a rare monster, but in the end we couldn't make a single suit. But why do we have to be insulted by a brat like you two? Sane, after Sane said that he broke down crying. Looks like he's so drunk he's seen things already. Sane. Party Member 1, calm down. Party Member 2, I'll bring Sane to the room. You can't talk like this. Party Member 3, I'll go too. Party Member 4, two of their party members left the table and brought Sane back to his room. Let's start over. We are the Wharf of Shikumu, and I'm the leader, Shin. Shin, I'm Kai. The guy making a ruckus is called Sane. Sorry about that. Kai, it's all right. Ryuma, thanks for being understanding. So, why have you come to look for us? Shin, right. That's the important part. Who cares if there's a drunkard or not? Right. Just as I was saying a while ago, I would like to purchase the slime you couldn't sell. Ryuma, that slime. Kai, I'd be grateful if you could get it off of our hands, but why? The Tamer Guild just insult us when we tried to sell it. Shin, because I'm a collector of slimes, as well as a researcher. If there's a rare slime I don't have, it's only natural that I would want to acquire it. Ryuma, as long as you give us a good price, we won't have any complaints. We were planning to deal with it by tomorrow anyway. Shin, I see. Can you show me the slime? If it's a slime I already have, I won't pay much for it, but if it's a slime I don't have yet, then I'll pay you handsomely. Ryuma, sounds good to me. Shin, I'll bring it now. Just wait here for a bit. Kai-san left after saying that, then 3 minutes later he came back with a box made out of stone. There's a slime inside this. Please be careful when you open it. Kai, excuse me. Ryuma, carefully, I lifted the lid of the box and peeked at the slime inside. The slime was dark red and had a much more syrupy body, making it a lot closer to liquid compared to normal slimes. After confirming the slime, I closed the lid. How is it? Shin, it's a slime I don't have yet, so I'm willing to pay a high price for it. If you don't mind me asking, how much have you spent so far to get here? Ryuma, 5,000 suits for all 5 of us. We did as much as we could to cut down on expenses, but it still cost us that much. Shin, when I heard that, I took out 2 small gold coins from my item box. In that case, I'll give you 10,000 suits for the slime and another 10,000 to cover your travel expenses. Ryuma, when I said that, Kai and Shin became flustered. Seriously? That's 20,000. Kai, can a single slime really sell for 2 small gold coins? Shin, it's fine. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I could get my hands on this slime. Ryuma, alright. Well, no complaints here. You're okay with this too, right? Shin, of course, I am. Kai, then it's a deal. Ryuma, I handed over the money to Shin. I've received the payment. Shin, I'll be taking this slime then. Thank you. Ryuma, we should be thanking you. Kai, with this we won't have to worry about our expenses for the meantime. Sane should also calm down. Shin, too, can somewhat understand that man's feelings. There are times when you can't help but worry when there's no money. I also had times like that. Speaking of which, wasn't a big job coming out soon? If you want to make some coin, it might be better for you to stay in town a bit longer. The season for a monster outbreak in a nearby marsh is almost here. Supposedly the guts of that monster has medicinal effects, so they sell for a lot. You can earn a lot so long as you can endure the stench of the marsh. Ryuma, really? Shin, yes. You can confirm with the guild if you want. I don't know when exactly the outbreak is, but it should be soon. Ryuma, thanks. Kai, thanks for the info. Is there any way we can thank you? Shin, I don't really need it, but since they're asking, I guess I could advertise here. Then how about dropping by my store? I own a laundromat as a sideline, you see. Although it ended up being a bit too big for a sideline. Ryuma, a laundromat. Shin, yes, we'll wash all the clothes you can fit in our bags. You purchase the bags from us, of course. The laundry fee will only run you about 1 medium copper coin. We also have a service catered toward adventurers that washes all equipment and armor for only 1 medium copper coin and 5 small copper coins. Ryuma, there's a store like that. Kai, alright. It's affordable, anyway, so we'll drop by. Shin, thank you. It's just before the residential district to the east. We get a lot of adventurers as customers, so if you get lost just ask around and you should be able to find it quickly. Ryuma, we'll definitely go. Shin, thank you. Ryuma, after that I went to the abandoned mine. Here I don't have to worry about my surroundings, so it's the best place to do slime research. Volume 2 Chapter 57 Part 3 When I got to the mine, the first thing I did was to start the treatment of the waterproof cloths. I'm here anyway, so I figured I might as well. Today I made 50, then after doing some other stuff, it was finally time to form a contract with the rare slime I just bought. Gently, I lifted the lid of the stone box, then while peeking at the slime inside, I chanted the spell for the monster tamer contract. Immediately, the liquid body of the slime rippled fiercely, then it gradually weakened down, until it was no more. Contract success. Well, I expected this, though. When I used Monster Identify on it, this came out: Bloody Slime Skills, Blood Suck LV4 Deodorize LV3 Disease Resist LV3 Poison Resist LV1 Act Dead LV10 Digest LV2 Absorb LV4 Split LV1 Bloody Slime, huh. It possesses the blood-sucking skill too, so its food definitely has to be blood. Other than that, it also possesses the deodorizing and disease resist skills. Moreover, although a little low-leveled, it also possesses the poison resist skill. What's up with this Act Dead, though? Is it really going to act dead? Well, whatever. We'll just check the skills later. The problem now is food. If its food really is blood, how am I supposed to procure that? Should I hunt some random beast or monster? Ryuma, I ordered the slimes to do as they please as long as they don't go too far, then I took the bloody slime with me and went hunting. Before I left, though, I noticed that several dozens of slimes took their staff sand spears and started practicing on their own. Although I just taught them so they could defend themselves, there sure are some passionate ones among them. The slimes lined up perfectly and started repeating the basic spear/staff movements that I taught them. There were also some who partnered with each other and started sparring. Their movements gradually improved. It's good that they're practicing, but I'm pretty sure this isn't normal. While thinking that to myself, I took the bloody slime and looked for a prey. After a while, we found a rabbit with a horn. A horn rabbit, in other words. I took out a bow and arrow from my item box, then with a single shot, I ended the rabbit's life. After that I told the slime to have his meal. The slime approached the horned rabbit that laid lifeless on the ground, died with the red of its own blood, then it started to suck the blood straight from the wound. So it drinks the blood from the wound. We have organisms that drink blood back on Earth too, like the mosquitoes or the fleas. Oh, speaking of which, there's also a bird that drinks blood. Well, basically, it's something like the... While I thought to myself as I watched the bloody slime do its thing, the bloody slime's body that was already more liquid than other slimes suddenly started to become even less viscous, then before I knew it, it had disappeared inside the body of the horned rabbit. It went in through the wound. Ryuma, well, that was unexpected. The bloody slime's body is a lot less viscous than other slimes. It's not really a syrupy liquid anymore but more of a smooth one. It seems it uses that near-liquid property of its body to enter the veins of an organism and feed on its blood. This slime is very different from all the slimes so far. Who would have thought there'd be a slime like this? Ryuma, while I was being surprised by the actions of the bloody slime suddenly exited the horned rabbit's body. Its body is dark red, so it looks like blood is spouting out of the horned rabbit's corpse. It's a little creepy, honestly. After the bloody slime had completely exited, I used Identify on the horned rabbit. How is it? Horned rabbit corpse, its skin, meat, and horn can be harvested. It was instantly killed by an arrow shooting through its neck, so there's little injury to its horn and pelt, making their quality high. The blood has also been drained exceedingly quickly, so the stench has been greatly reduced and its meat is of the highest quality. I get the horn and pelt part, but did it just say that its blood had been drained? That must be because of the bloody slime then. But I wonder if it's safe to eat. You won't catch anything, right? I used Identify again, and it seems everything was safe. It seems this slime is going to be really useful for adventurers and hunters. Ryuma, when I got back to the mine, I gutted the horned rabbit and cooked it. When I tasted it, the odor was completely gone and it was really delicious. The odor disappearing might have something to do with the bloody slime's deodorize skill. With such convenient skills, it seems purchasing this slime was money well spent. It seems I'll be needing blood if I want to make more bloody slimes, though. Just how should I procure all that blood to feed my experiments? I can't possibly hunt all the beasts and monsters around here, now could I? Ryuma, after all, if I did that, then the ecosystem here would turn into a mess. Not to mention, I'd be taking work from other adventurers. I know. Let's talk to Zeke-san. Ryuma, there's a dish back at Earth that uses animal blood as an ingredient, but there's no such dish here. As for why, that's because mana of a living creature is present in its blood. If a human drinks it, the mana within will also enter his body, exposing him to mana intoxication should he consume too much. It's no different from mana overconsumption, so there's no need to treat it, but it's something that should be avoided. Zeke-san is a butcher. Adventurers bring meat to him and he buys them. If he does the blood draining at his store, then it might be possible to acquire a lot of blood from him. I'll drop by his store when I get back to town. As I thought that, I suddenly recalled that I'd forgotten to capture some new slimes to experiment with, so I looked for some in the tunnels and caught myself 3 fresh slimes. I formed a contract with them successfully. The cloths still aren't done drying, so I decided to start the experiments. Chapter 58 Volume 2 Chapter 58 After catching my breath, I released some mana toward the 3 slimes. The slimes quivered and jumped toward that mana. The emotion transmitted to me was joy. On the outside, the slimes just looked like they were shaking, but thanks to my mana perception skill, I could tell that they were in fact absorbing mana. As I thought, Ryuma, when I saw the slime evolve after releasing and absorbing mana yesterday, I realized something regarding the relationship between slime and mana. First, heal slimes can use healing magic, so slimes definitely have mana. The condition to become heal slime is also probably healing magic itself. At the time, I figured, if so, then wouldn't it be possible to create a slime that could use fire or water magic? But the result was that I just ended up hurting the slimes, so I stopped the experiments. But what about now? A slime that could use every attribute. In the past, I figured there should be a slime that could use other spells. Something that I confirmed with Malin-san just the other day. If it's an existing slime, then it should be possible to make it evolve by changing its diet. The next question would be whether mana could be used as feed for slimes. I released mana again. This time I turned my mana into that of the fire attribute. In my mind, I visualized the image of mana burning up like gas. Supposedly, that the image one visualizes varies from person to person. Like this, I was able to change my neutral attribute mana into the fire attribute. This attribute conversion is necessary if one is to use an attribute spell. Only, normally, one would immediately invoke a spell along with the conversion of mana attribute. In my case, I'm stopping right before I cast the spell, leaving the mana in a converted state as I release it. This is actually more difficult than just using magic normally. Ryuma, it's probably because I'm not used to it. You don't like neutral mana? Ryuma, when I tried releasing just neutral attribute mana, the absorption rate of the slime became slower. I tried out different attributes, and I found out that 2 out of the 3 slimes preferred earth attribute, while the last one preferred dark attribute. It seems mana attribute is an individual preference. Does mana actually taste like something? Anyway, the slimes look happy, so let's continue. After that I kept feeding the slimes until I was just a step before running out of mana, then after taking a break, I took the dried waterproof cloths, went back to town, and headed to Zeke's store. Welcome. What kind of meat are you looking for? Store clerk, it was a 14 or 15-year-old boy that greeted me when I got to the store. Sorry, I have something I'd like to discuss with the manager, Zeke-san. I wonder if it would be possible to talk to him. Ryuma, oh. Boss. Someone's looking for you. Store clerk, when he called out loud like that, a man covered in blood-stained clothes came out. It was Zeke-san. Pale skin, unhealthily thin, and blood-stained clothes. This person is, in a very different way from Wogan-san, also scary. Oh, if it isn't Ryuma-kun. You have some business with me. Zeke, yes, actually, Ryuma, I explained to him my situation. I see. So there was a slime like that, huh? Alright, I can give you some now. There were some young adventurers who dropped by with a lot of spoils, so there's plenty of blood if you need them. Zeke, thank you very much. Ryuma, after that I was led into the workplace. 5 men were in the middle of work. Near the wall of the workplace was a large ceiling joist from which hooks and cords dangled from. Animals dripped in blood as they hung from the hooks and cords. Over here. Zeke, I was led to one of the beasts dangling from the ceiling joist. There were 2 large containers beneath it, and both were filled with blood. The containers were as long as the room. Thank you. Would it be okay to feed my slime now? Ryuma, sure. Zeke, after getting permission, I put the bloody slime inside one of the containers. The bloody slime immediately went to work, and in the blink of an eye, the blood was sucked up until nothing was left. Wow. Now, that's convenient. Zeke, you think so too? Ryuma, we have to dispose the blood after draining it from the meat. And even if we didn't, we would still have to wash the container. Unfortunately, it's big, heavy. It's a huge hassle. Zeke, especially, when we get a big one. Whenever we have to drain a lot of blood like today, it takes a lot of work. Worker 1, I see. Ryuma, it was such a huge undertaking that even the worker nearby said it took a lot of effort. But still, they had to do it. We were here already, so I figured I might as well ask if there are any dishes that use blood. A dish that uses blood as an ingredient. Never heard of one. I mean, it's common sense to throw blood. Yeah. Of course, if you could eat it, that would be a waste. I've heard that the mana in the blood disperses if you leave blood on its own, but then the blood spoils or dries, so you still can't eat it. Looks like mana-infused blood really is just waste. After that, Zeke told me to come whenever I needed blood. He also gave me the meat and bones that weren't sold and had spoiled. He didn't mind giving me the things that they would just throw away and was quite generous. With this I've also acquired feed for the scavenger and acid slimes. Thank you very much. Ryuma, elated after receiving much more than I was expecting, I thanked Zeke-san and left his store. When I did. Walk briskly. Guard, that hurts. Suspect 1. Hey. What are you sorry lots looking at? Suspect 2. This ain't a show. Suspect 3. Shut up and walk. Guard, I noticed the guards escorting several boorish-looking men. What happened? Upon seeing that, I immediately ran to the store. Everyone was already gathered. Is everyone all right? Ryuma, boss. I saw the guards coming out of the store. Is everyone all right? Ryuma, everything's fine, no one's hurt too. Maria, Fei-san took care of all of them single-handedly. Fina, thank you, Fei-san. Ryuma, don't sweat it. This is my job too. Fei, you helped us out a lot too, Ryuma-sama. Fei-san and Leland-san helped out, of course, but you also helped out since it was due to your foresight that you hired them beforehand. Thanks to that no one was hurt. Carla, and no. I didn't do anything. Ryuma, I mean I just got here. While I was thinking that, Leland-san called out to me. "Boss, can we talk? I think we should make some preparations in case they try this again." Leland, I left Fei-san and the 3 working women in charge of the store, then I took Leland-san and the twins with me to the office. Although I said that, we don't actually need it just yet. As long as my dad and I are here, there won't be any problem. Ruffians like that, I could take them alone. There's just one thing I want to ask. Boss, are you hated by someone? Leland, what do you mean? Ryuma, those ruffians were hired by someone. I know for sure since I gave them some truth serum before the guards came. Leland, they were hired by someone. Ryuma, I tried to think of who might hate me, but... Well, there's a group of adventurers who tried to extort some children. I beat them black and blue, so they probably hate me, but it's probably not them. Ryuma, I've been isolated in the forest until now, and before that I was in another world. Ever since I entered town, I've been meeting nothing but good people, so I'm pretty sure I haven't gotten on anyone's bad side. The only issue I've ever had was really just that. Those guys said they were paid a large sum, even though they were only asked to do something so simple. Leland, simple? What do you mean? Ryuma, they were just asked to quarrel with some customers and shout angrily. Leland, but Fei-san noticed them and stopped them. Carla, so they don't want to hurt the employees or the facilities. What they want is to hurt the business, huh? I really can't think of anyone. Ryuma, then perhaps it's envy. From another store's perspective, our laundromat suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started making a killing. Leland, those sort are everywhere. We should be careful. Carm, it would have been great if the ruffians has some more information, but it seems their client took care to cover his tracks. Leland, this sort of stuff does tend to happen where there's profit. We might just have to brace ourselves to deal with the situation whenever it happens. Carla, after this Carla-san and Carm-san reported today's matter to the Merchant Guild and Serge, while I reported to the Duke's family. It was also decided that the security in the morning would be left to Fei-san and Leland-san, while the slimes will be let loose to patrol the store grounds in the evening. When I spoke to Reinhardt-san about today's matter, it turned into a huge deal, as he recommended me to use their connections to hire guards. The ones that could be hired immediately were all former soldiers or knights, who retired because of an injury. The thing is, not one of them was on the level something like my store should be able to hire, as they all had titles that overqualified them. Speaking of which, of the people I was recommended, the most skillful one was the former knight commander. Apparently, he's Reinbach-sama's war buddy. As if I could hire someone like that. After talking for a while, it was decided that we would just quietly monitor the situation for now. Oh, come to think of it, didn't Leland-san just casually drugged someone? I ignored it at the time, but they actually have that sort of stuff with them. Ah, well. They're reliable, so it's probably okay. Let's go to sleep already. Chapter 59 Volume 2 Chapter 59 Part 1 The next day. Ryuma-san, are you awake? Ilialia, the Ojusama visited my room first thing in the morning. She was accompanied by Sabesu-san. What's the matter? Ryuma, Dad's teaching me monster taming arts, so I was wondering if you'd like to tag along. Ilialia, monster taming, huh? Come to think of it, all I know about monster taming is the contract, the monster identify skill, and contract cancellation. Are there other spells? If it's now, I do have time to spare. But there's also the matter with the ruffians yesterday. While I was thinking that to myself, Sabesu-san approached me and whispered to my ear. I'm aware this is urgent, but I've heard that Ryuma-sama has more free time recently. Why not consider this as a break and spend some time with the Ojusama? It won't be long before the Ojusama parts with you in this town, so as much as possible, she wants to spend as much time with you as possible. We've already sent a guard to watch over the store today, so please rest assured. Sabesu, ah. Now that he mentions it, after starting the laundromat because of my desire to be independent, I've been spending all my time on ensuring my living expenses and tending to the store. As a result, I've been spending less time with Ojusama than when we were traveling together. She was so happy to train magic together too. She must have been elated to make a friend. I might have done something bad, I guess. All right. Can I learn too? Ryuma, really? Elia, when I said that, the Ojusama's blooming smile was blinding. Why do I feel so guilty? Well, considering I didn't notice until now, I guess I really am at fault. When I told my employees about this matter, they all smiled at me and said, "Please leave the store to us." Even though something like that happened yesterday, I can't believe they're not complaining at all. If it were my old job, they'd definitely never let me hear the end of it. Looks like I hired some really good people. When we arrived at our destination, the place was none other than the open area in the abandoned mine that I've long gotten used to. Apparently, we're doing the training here. The madam was standing before me and the Ojusama with a bird cage in hand. Let us begin. To start off with, what is monster taming? Elia. Alice, monster taming is magic that allows us to form contracts with monsters so that we may borrow their strength. When a contract is formed, a mana connection is formed between the practitioner and the monster. It is through this connection that the monster and tamer are able to understand each other. Elia, exactly. What I'm going to be teaching you today is the Share Senses spell, which makes use of that connection. Just as the name implies, this spell will allow a practitioner to share his senses with his monsters and vice versa. It's a spell that allows a practitioner to inform his tamed monster when he's in danger. Alice, this spell is limited only to monster tamers. Conjurers can't do this. Alice, really? Why can't conjurers use this? Ryuma, it's because the contract conjurers use is forced upon their summoned monster. Although there exists a bond between a conjurer and his monster, the bond is one-sided. Alice, I see. I don't know much about conjurers. I see. That makes sense. Ryuma, you need to be familiar with your monster to master Share Senses. Monsters that you know well and have been working with for a long time are much easier to use Share Senses with than otherwise. Today, however, the two of you will be using Share Senses with the monster we prepared for you. Reinbach, what about my slimes? Can't I use Share Senses with them? Ryuma, you could certainly share your senses with a slime, but the effect will be hard to understand, and really, there's no point. Reinhardt, after all, slimes don't have ears, eyes, or a nose. Even if you manage to successfully link with them, you can't see, hear, or smell. You won't even be able to taste. I mean, in the first place, we don't really know how they're able to tell their surroundings. Alice, now that she mentions it, that certainly would make the effect difficult to discern. I understand. Ryuma, after that Elia and I formed a contract with the monster in the birdcage, a crew bird. Speaking of which, this is my first time forming a contract with a monster other than a slime. I became a little nervous when I realized that, but the contract completed successfully. Done. Then imagine a connection forming between you and your monster. After that, I want you to imagine that you can see what your monster is seeing. If you can do that, then you'll be able to use Share Sense without a chant. Alice, after being told that, I imagined the camera connected to a TV. When I did, the image quickly flowed into my mind, but I feel sick, Ryuma, there's two pictures inside my head. One from my eyes and another from the monster's eyes. It's hard to describe it, but it's like two screens are being forcefully shown to me and forcefully trying to make me understand. It's not a very pleasant feeling. Oh, my. You've already succeeded, Ryuma-kun. Alice, as expected of you. There are actually quite a lot of people who have a hard time grasping the image for this. It's a fairly difficult spell to understand. Reinbach, it's precisely because it's hard though that it should be taught early. That way you can practice it sooner. As for that sense of discomfort, that's something that every monster tamer goes through after learning it for the first time. So long as you train and work hard at it, that odd feeling will eventually go away. Since you're a beginner, you can just close your eyes for now and just focus on the image that your monster is seeing. Reinhardt, I need to get used to it, huh? I did just as I was told and closed my eyes, so I could focus on what my monster is seeing. My crew bird is currently on the ground. The image perspective is really low, but without my own perspective overlapping with it, it's somewhat manageable. Yep, this is a lot better. We trained for 2 more hours after that. Right up till the end I had my eyes closed, but I at least succeeded at keeping the connection up while my crew bird flew in the sky. Being able to see the world literally from a bird's eye view should be quite useful for security and surveillance. While I was thinking that to myself, the Ojusama succeeded on casting the spell. This feels weird, Elia. As expected, she feels weird too. In my case, it's still somewhat manageable since I used an image based off of my experience on Earth, but in the Ojusama's case, she's doing this without any prior similar experience. Volume 2 Chapter 59 Part 2 With the both of us being able to successfully link with our respective monsters, we were given a short break. Aaron-san and the others poured us some tea. The two of you sure are fast learners. I can't believe you managed to learn the spell so quickly. Reinbach, Elia has Jamil blood flowing through her veins, so I expected it would be fast, but still. I didn't think it would be this fast. I also thought Ryuma-kun would have some difficulties learning the spell. Reinhardt, isn't it fine? There'll be less issues if they can learn fast. After this comes the grind, after all. Elise, that weird feeling is going to continue, huh? Elia, apparently, the Ojusama was having a hard time getting used to the sensation even with her eyes closed. Though I guess anyone would have a hard time if an image was so pushed down their brain. I've seen TVs before, so I'm better off, but even if I tell her about them, it won't help since she's never seen one. Good luck, Ojusama. We talked idly like that for a while, then the madam asked me a question. Ryuma-kun, how was contracting a monster other than a slime? Did it feel weird anywhere? Does it feel like your connection is faint? Elise, no, not in particular. Ryuma, then that might mean you have an affinity with bird-type monsters. Elise, affinity? What is she talking about? What's an affinity? Ryuma, it was Reinhardt-san who answered that question. You don't know. Monster tamers and conjurers each have their own individual affinities regarding what monsters they could form contracts with and how many. In some cases, they could form contracts with just a few but powerful monsters. It varies from person to person and is basically just like one's affinity to magic attributes. In your case, you most likely have very good compatibility with slimes, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to form a contract with so many. Reinhardt, knowing what monsters you're compatible with and picking the right monster is essential to monster tamers. If you don't know what monsters you're most compatible with, then you'll have no choice but to keep looking until you figure it out. In my case, I'm most compatible with scaled monsters. And while I can't form a lot of contracts, every monster I form a contract with is a force to be reckoned. Reinbach, in my case, I'm good with four-legged monster, while completely sucking at bird-type monsters. I can't even form a contract with them. Reinhardt, in my case, Elise, just as the madam was about to open her mouth, a light flashed beside her and a giant silver wolf suddenly appeared. Ryuma, I was surprised, but the others were all just quietly sitting. The madam chuckled and told me it was all right. At that, I relaxed. Sorry for startling you. This child is Rug, my little Fenrir. Elise, Fenrir? You talking about that Fenrir? The legendary one. Oh, my. You seem to have mistaken him for the other Fenrir. Elise, he's not. Ryuma, of course, not. Fenrir is a divine beast. Little Fenrir is a monster. A wolf-type monster that can use some ice magic. It's definitely a powerful monster, though. Elise, I see, Ryuma, little Fenrir sounds amazing. And the madam too since she's able to win one over. When the madam petted the little Fenrir made a delighted expression as it laid down beside her legs. It's like a dog. This child is the leader of the pack. I have 20 more little Fenrirs like this one. Then I have another 100 wolf-type monsters. I'm really compatible wolf-type monsters. Elise, 20 little Fenrirs. Although they can't compare to me and my slimes in numbers, the quality is just too different. The intimidating aura around one is whole another league compared to the black bears. Elise is a masterful monster tamer. Little Fenrirs aren't something you can normally tame. In the past, when I met Elise, I actually couldn't help but feel inferior. Reinhardt, oh, really? Didn't you say something like, I have my sword, and just focused on improving your swordsmanship instead? And besides, I don't think you were that untalented when it came to monster taming. Elise, but if you compare me to you and Dad, I look no different than your common monster tamer. Reinhardt, but it's not like you minded it that much, right? I mean, in the first place, even back in your childhood days, You never really liked training your taming abilities and just focused on your sword instead. So don't make it out as if I'm at fault. Reinbach, while Reinbach-sama was grumbling, I glanced at Rug and thought to myself. The madam has 20 little Fenrirs and another 100 wolf-type monsters. And Reinbach-sama could be said to be her equal. This definitely isn't normal, right? At least according to this world's standard. I mean, they did say she was an excellent monster tamer. While I was thinking to myself like that, the Ojusama called out to me. Ryuma-san, what are you thinking about? Elia, I was just thinking how amazing Reinbach-sama is since he could stand equal to the madam. Ryuma, Elia seemed delighted at having her family member praised, as she made a big smile. But the madam overheard my words and corrected me. Ryuma-kun. That's not quite right. Actually, father-in-law is much more amazing than me. Alize, really? Ryuma, that's right. Father-in-law's monsters are in a different league altogether. Although he only has 20 under him, every one of them would be given a rank quest should a subjugation job for them be posted in the Adventurers Guild. After all, half of them are dragons. Alize, dragons. Ryuma, I've never seen a dragon before, but I sure as hell know that 10 dragons mean serious business. Moreover, each one possesses a strength equal to an A rank. That's just way too much firepower for a single person. Reinbach-sama, why does it feel like you're more of a cheat than I am? Moo. What's the matter with dragons? Reinbach-sama asked after hearing my surprise. Oh, the madam was just telling me about your monsters. I think it's amazing you could tame so many dragons. Ryuma, I just have good luck. Of course, there's also my affinity, but the first one I formed a contract with was especially strong. And he gathered the dragons subordinated to him and they all became subordinated to me. Dragons are powerful allies, but I rarely call them. It would make a huge fuss, after all. Reinbach, well, that's true. Besides, I can't compare to the founder of monster taming, Shiho. Jamil. Shiho-sama was compatible with all monsters and could form a contract with any monster regardless of their strength. Records say he also had an infinite number of contracts. Reinbach, well, that founder is probably an otherworlder, so it's just the gods cheat at work. According to Gain and the others, the founder is supposedly a good person. Because I knew about the cheats, I was more intrigued with what Reinbach-sama's dragons normally do. Shiho-sama sounds like an amazing person. By the way, Reinbach-sama, what does your monsters normally do? Ryuma, they live in the mountain in my territory. The monsters there are too strong, so people rarely come there. But their main job there is to prevent the monsters there from descending to the human settlements. Reinbach, I see. Ryuma, the stronger the monster a tamer has contracted, the more troubled he'll be with where to put it. If you ever form a contract with a powerful monster in the future and you don't know where to put, make sure to contact us, alright? Reinbach, thank you. Ryuma, I'll turn to them for advice if my dimensional magic can't accommodate it. Chapter 60 Volume 2 Chapter 60 Part 1 After our break ended, we resumed training. Or at least that's what I thought would happen, but apparently, we were done for the day. The both of you have already learned share senses, so you can just practice it in your spare time from now on. For now, Ryuma-kun, why don't you listen to Elia's music? You might think I'm just a doting father, but I do believe her skills in music are truly something to be admired. Reinhardt, music. Why all off sudden? Ryuma, what's going on? We talked about the Rimmel bird before, right? Alize, yes. You mentioned it's one of the reasons you came to town. Ryuma, that's right. Rimmel birds can fly fast and use wind magic. That's why it's hard to catch one without hurting it. You can't see them normally either. But Rimmel birds are still monsters, so you can still form a contract with them. Elia, I see. So since it's possible, she'd like to try taming one, huh? So, what does that have to do with the music? Does music have something to do with that? Ryuma, bingo. Music is indispensable if you want to form a contract with a Rimmel bird. Elia, really? I thought to myself, but then Sabesa came and explained. Rimmel bird possess a great amount of mana and are also intelligent. Because of that, a normal contract will fail with them. However, Rimmel birds use their beautiful cries to discern friends and to communicate. So, if you can play a tune for them that they like, then it will become possible to form a contract with them. Sebesu, as expected of another world, they have a catching method that goes beyond common sense. Who would have thought I'd have to play a tune to be recognized as a friend? You can form a contract like that. I didn't know that. Ryuma, the odds of success are really low, so there are people who think it's just something someone made up. Unfortunately, I've never heard of anyone taming a Rimmel bird other than with this method. As such, when it comes to Rimmel birds, it has the highest of chance of success. Sebesu, and that's why Elia is going to show off her playing. Today is just practice though. Reinhardt, Ryuma-san, please stay there and listen. If you don't want to listen and fall asleep instead, that's okay too. 1. But you can't go home. Elia, huh? It's okay not to listen, but I'm not allowed to go home. Confused, I glanced at Sebesu-san and the others, and that was when I finally noticed it. They were smiling while looking at me. Ah, could it be? You finally noticed. Reinbach, Ryuma-kun, you're always working too hard, so we figured we should help you take a break for once. Reinhardt, after subjugating some monsters, you built a store, then you hired some new employees, then you took some jobs at the Adventurers Guild, and now, you're making some waterproof cloths. I hear you haven't been getting much rest lately, too. And just yesterday, some hoodlums came to your store, so you're probably going to get busy again. So, before that, we figured we'd use today's training as a pretext to distance you from work. Reinhardt, Ryuma-sama, this is something everyone agreed on after hearing about your workload. Sebesu, and just when did word of that get around? Ryuma, I never noticed at all. We'll be watching over you today, so you're definitely not working even a little bit. Elia, this kind of resting probably won't help your mind rest, but without any rest at all, there's a chance your body might break. If you still intend to work without regard for yourself after this, we'll take you back home with us even if we have to do so by force. Reinbach, sorry for worrying everyone. Ryuma, even if your current workload is alright with you, a normal person would surely break down if they kept that up. It's also possible you just can't tell that you're working too hard, so you need to be careful. Reinhardt, and so, Ryuma-san, today is a compulsory rest day. I will be starting my performance then. Please do enjoy tea. Elia, the Ojusama sure is unusually pushy today. Or was she always pushy? Nah, I'm sure this is just her naivete. While I was thinking that, the Ojusama received a violin from Sebesu-san and started playing. This world has violins too, huh? Maybe an otherworlder brought it. I listened to the music while thinking of useless stuff. The Ojusama is actually quite good. She played a calm tune, so I was able to relax. When the music ended, she asked me for my thoughts. Ryuma-san, how was it? Elia, you played beautifully. Ryuma, I'm not just flattering her. I played some guitar myself back in my previous world, but I don't think I played that well. I don't know that much about music, but I felt good while listening to her playing, so I'm sure it's good. Although my words didn't overly praise the Ojusama, she was still elated. After that she started playing again. I listened to Elia play the violin while I petted the amiable rug and my slimes. I passed the time in leisure like this. While listening to Elia's music, the time for the slimes to feed came, so I started giving the 3 slimes my mana. Oh! Ryuma, then, suddenly, one of them showed signs of change. It's here. Ryuma, what is it? Elia, Ryuma-kun, what is it all of the sudden? Reinhardt, what came? Reinbach, when I exclaimed like that, the Ojusama stopped playing, and the others approached me. My slime is evolving. Ryuma, 1, people falling asleep when someone sings for them. Puff. Volume 2 Chapter 60 Part 2 All eyes gathered on the slimes I was petting. Just like when the iron slime evolved, the slime started shaking, then suddenly stopped, and then they started releasing and absorbing mana. At the same time, their color started to change. Everyone's eyes were glued to the slime's evolution. The slime's color changed to a tawny hue. When their evolution ended, I used Monster Identify on them. Earth Slime Skills, Earth Magic LV2 Earth Resist LV8 Absorb Earth Magic LV1 Jump LV1 Digest LV3 Absorb LV3 Split LV1 Earth Magic. The experiment is a success. Ryuma-san, what did it evolve into? Elia, it's an earth slime. A slime that can use earth magic. Ryuma, wow. That's another rare slime. Reinbach, Ryuma-kun, earth slimes are fairly rare. Just how did you manage to evolve them? Reinhardt, I explained to them the method I used, but when the Ojusama and Madam tried it out, it's not working. Elia, this is surprisingly difficult. Elise, normally, after you convert your neutral mana to another element, you invoke a spell or just revert it back to neutral element. Apparently, maintaining the converted mana requires a high level of mana control. Although I only had to take my time a little when releasing non-neutral mana, my magic control is currently level 4, a result of me constantly playing around with magic. In the end, the two had no choice but to accept that it currently wasn't possible for them. Frustrated, the Ojusama stopped playing the violin and started training her magic, but she still couldn't succeed. In the end, she told me that she would strive to acquire the magic control skill next time. She did so while looking competitively toward the slimes that evolved. Anyway, with this, I got 2 earth slimes and 1 dark slime. Dark slime skills: Dark Magic LV2, Dark Resist LV8, Absorb Dark Magic LV1, Jump LV1, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Split LV1. Although I was a bit surprised with the slimes, I'm almost out of mana, so I decided to just leisurely enjoy the atmosphere. Ah, a horn rabbit, 1. Ryuma, when Elia started playing her violin again, I sat back with my slimes and just quietly enjoyed myself, but when I let my crew bird fly, I noticed a herd of rabbits. Meat. Should I get some as thanks to the people in the store? When I told the others that I would go out for a bit to hunt, Reinhardt-san, the Ojusama, and the others offered to help, so I was able to get a lot of spoils. I got my bow and arrow and hunted several animals while driving them toward Reinhardt-san's group and the sticky slimes. After that, all that was left was to retrieve the spoils. As expected, hunting with a group makes the whole thing so much easier. The workload is completely different compared to when I'm hunting alone. As I thought that to myself, I went back to where Ojusama and the others were, then I brought my crew bird back into its bird cage and cancelled the contract. The madam said, "You can take it with you, if you want." But I politely declined her. Having the crew bird's eyes isn't that big of a deal for me, and even if it does become necessary, I can just catch one on my own. Well then. Shall we go back? Reinbach, before I knew it, a lot of time has already passed. It was best to get back before it got dark, so we rode the carriage back. We weren't going fast, though, so there weren't much swaying inside and the ride back was really pleasant. But then again, maybe I'm just feeling the after effects of the atmosphere this afternoon. Alternatively, it's also possible that I'm a lot more exhausted than I thought. Like that I dozed off. And when we got back to the inn, I just returned to my room and slept. 1. I remember someone saying horned rabbit sounds better, and I agree, but the Ross are literally horned rabbit. As in it's written in katakana. I don't mind taking liberties to make things sound better, but this one is basically in English already, so I'll just leave it as is. Thanks for the suggestion, though. Chapter 61 Volume 2 Chapter 61 Part 1 The next day. I woke up refreshed and went to the store before opening time. Good morning, everyone. Ryuma, good morning, boss. Carla and Carm, good morning. Fina, Leland, Faye, Maria, Jane, thank you for yesterday. I was able to get a good rest as a result. Ryuma, that's good to hear. Jane, it's bad to work too much. Please take care of yourself. Carla, boss, you work too hard. We were all shocked to hear how much you work. Leland, building this store in 10 days. That's crazy talk. Leland and I can't do it. If you work that hard at your age, you'll have an early grave. Faye, I'll be careful. Ryuma, please do that. Fina, boss, you might act like an adult, but you're still a child. Maria, even an adult shouldn't work excessively, you know. Jane, it seems everyone in the store was also worried for me. I wasn't really pushing myself all that much, though, since they're around, but in any case, I'm happy that they're concerned for me. I thanked them honestly and went to the kitchen. Sharma-san, are you here? Ryuma, yes. Boss, what do you want? Sharma-san was completely responsible for the store kitchen. She seemed to be making some kind of soup, as she was mixing something on a pot before I came in. Shelma-san approached me before we continued talking. We went out of town yesterday to take a breather. I took the opportunity to hunt some monsters. I'd like to share them with everyone. The blood was drained from these as soon as I killed them, and then the meat immediately frozen, so they should be in good condition. Ryuma, as I said that, I took the spoils out of my item box. Well, thank you. This is horned rabbit meat, yes. I'll put them in the refrigerator for now and serve them to you and everyone later lunch. Shelma, thank you. Ryuma, as she said that, she stored the meat into the refrigerator. Oh, my. That's a lot of meat, Shelma. I found a herd of horned rabbits, so I gathered them and then finished them off. Ryuma, it's great we have this refrigerator. It's really convenient. Shelma, really? I mean, sure. I guess it's convenient. Ryuma, I have to cast cooling barrier once a day, though, so it's actually kind of a pain. If I were a little better at barrier magic, I could make my barriers last longer, but alas. Still, this is already a lot better than when I first started using barriers, and the longest one could last was about an hour. It is convenient. Normally, any ingredient you don't use just spoils and gets thrown away. Vegetables maybe you can still keep them, but meat. There's no saving that. If the weather is hot like in summer or just a particularly hot day, then the meat will spoil super fast. And some ingredients just spoil a lot faster than others. But with this refrigerator, we can just store the meat we haven't used and serve them the next day. Thanks to that, we also get to save money. I've heard there are magic tools out there that to do something similar, but they're expensive, so getting one isn't really feasible. Shelma, now that you mention it. When I was living in the forest, I just ate whatever I got for the day, and gave the leftovers to the slimes. So it was never really an issue for me, but I guess that's also why people make preserved food. Ryuma, slimes are also convenient. Animal bones and other food wastes usually need a lot of cleanup, but with the slimes around, they can just take care of it. They're really a huge help. Shelma, we talked like that for a while, then I recast the cooling barrier of the refrigerator and left the kitchen. Carm-san and Carla seemed to have something they wanted to talk about, so they called out to me. You want to increase the number of employees? Ryuma, if it were just a normal store, then the current number of employees would be fine, but once we start putting up branch stores, we'll need to fill them up with new employees. If we wait until then to start training the employees, we will be wasting a lot of time, so I would like to recommend that we start as early as now. At the very least, we should start training the branch store manager. Carm, right. Well, if there's a capable person, then I don't mind increasing our personnel. I also understand your concern regarding the training of the new employees. In the end, it seems I'll have to leave everything to you and the others, but you'll be needing another monster tamer, won't you? Ryuma, slime specialists are rare even in the Tamer Guild. Well, I hear that it's because anyone can use slimes, but... Yes. As expected, Carm, in other words, the issue is whether we can trust the person or not. Carla, speaking of which, you haven't ran into those ruffians again, have you? Ryuma, other than one time, no one has showed up again. Carla, well, let's just keep an eye out for now. As for the monster tamer, I'll ask the Tamer Guild or figure something out myself. Ryuma, we'll leave it to you. Then. Carla, after that I left the store. Phew. Hey, it's Ryuma. Jeff, I was thinking of going to the store again when I happened into Jeff-san along the way. It's rare to see Jeff-san without his armor. He didn't have his spear with him either. Instead, he had his cheeks filled with some skewered meat as he walked toward me. Good morning, Jeff-san. Are you resting today? Ryuma, it's exhausting fighting every day. Are you working today too? Jeff, I'm about to do my rounds around the mine. Ryuma, the abandoned mine. You mean that place we hunted at? Jeff, yes. I've been left in charge of that place, so I need to patrol it regularly and see if some monsters have made a nest there. Ryuma, you do that too? So, you're an adventurer, a laundryman, a manager. Isn't that too much? Jeff, the laundromat is being taken care of by other people, so I don't have to do any work personally. As for being an adventurer, I'm free to work when I want. And as for the manager job, it's not like I have to patrol every day. I'm planning to expand my store, so it might become a little busy, but it's nothing I would could too much. Ryuma, well, that's good then. Oh, yeah. Want some? It's my treat. Jeff, as Jeff-san said that, he handed me a bag of skewered meat. I'll have one then. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 61 Part 2 When I took a bite, a meat with tingling seasoning that wasn't from herb or salt filled my mouth. Sugar and spices are expensive, so street food have a tendency to be salty, but this one is different. It's delicious. It's delicious. Ryuma, right. It's sold by that cart over there. They use a little seasoning on it, so it's a bit expensive, but it's really good. There's a plaza up ahead. Why don't we take a seat there and enjoy these skewered meat? Jeff, I followed Jeff-san and entered into a byway. After a while, we got to the plaza and sat ourselves in one of the benches that surrounded the well. The area seemed to resemble a park. Speaking of which, you just opened your store and you already feel like opening another one. Jeff, the guild master of the Merchant Guild, and my employees told me to think about it, but it's not like we're putting one up immediately. There's a lot of problems we need to solve first. Ryuma, what? You have something you're troubled with? Jeff, the branch store we're putting up will be situated in another town, so we'll either have to hire more monster tamers or I'll have to regularly travel between the two towns. My store needs someone who can manage the slimes, you see. Ryuma, how's that a problem? Just get some from the Tamer Guild. Jeff, that's one option, but apparently, slime specialists aren't a thing. Slimes are considered beginner monsters and most people drop them for another as soon as they can. We also had an issue with some ruffians just a few days ago. Our store's bouncers dealt with them, but because of that we really need to pick out our employees carefully. Ryuma, as I said that, I bit into my skewered meat. The way the tingling hot taste brought out the taste of the meat made for a really delicious meal. After hearing my problem, Jeff-san offered me a solution. I have an idea. Jeff, really? Ryuma, yeah. I can't help with business stuff, but if it's people you're looking for, then I'm your man. If you can't rely on the Tamers Guild, then just get someone from the slums. What do you think? Jeff, the slums. Ryuma, that's right. The slum people may be poor, but that doesn't mean they're useless. Just look at me. I used to be from the slums, but I'm working as an adventurer, right now, ain't I? I know a couple of monster tamers that you might find useful. Also, there are plenty of jobs available in this town, so while there are poor people, there are very few who've been driven so far that they had to commit a crime. There are a lot of decent people in the slums. But more than anything else, their sense of camaraderie is strong. Unless you do something like drive down their salary like those government guys did for the latrine pits, the slum people won't betray you. After all, they also want a reliable source of income that isn't too hard. So, if you're looking, you can hire anytime. As for trust, well, that's something you build. Jeff, is this what they mean by the scales fell off from your eyes? 1. Apparently, the guild was more of an agency, so as long as you have a contact, then it doesn't really matter. I can just look for my people on my own and then hire them through the Tamer Guild or the Merchants Guild. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. Reinbach-sama also hired the slum people to clean the latrine pits, so it's not like they can't be hired at all. There's also a chance I might be able to find someone I can trust. Anyway, that's one option to consider. If you feel like hiring someone, then I'll help you look. My face still works around the slums, you know. Jeff, thank you. I'll consider it. Ryuma, after that Jeff-san stood up and left. I thanked him for the skewered meat, then I went to the abandoned mines. 1 means to see the light or to see the truth. I've already gotten used to using dimension magic, so I was there in the blink of an eye. I was able to make 50 waterproof cloths last time, so this time, I'll try and go for 70. Once that's done, I'll go train. The sticky, poison, acid, and scavenger slimes can fight, but it seems, the bloody slime doesn't have any talent in fighting. Its body is a lot more liquid than normal, so its attacks have barely any effect. It doesn't have any other ways to attack either. On the other hand, it is quite mobile, so it's the fastest among the slimes, but I'm still not sure whether it would be good at fleeing or not. In any case, I'll just have to observe it for now. The metal and iron slimes are hard, but it hasn't been long since I formed contracts with them, so they can't move their bodies that well just yet. It's still impossible for them to turn their bodies into tentacles. If they could do that, then I would have liked to experiment with combining their hardness, but it seems I'll just have to wait until they're able to control their body better. The earth slime and the dark slime have shown that they can indeed use magic. The earth slime can use rock and break rock. They can also use a weak spell that resembles earth needle. The dark slime can use darkness, a spell that makes the surrounding area darker. It can also use the dark ball spell, a spell that releases a ball of darkness. I rarely use dark ball, but it's supposedly a spell that steals one's life force. It moves like any other slime, but if I train its magic, I might be able to turn it into a moving gun. Live combat practice might be needed for it to use attack spells, so it'll take some time. I've already confirmed that the 2 earth slimes can use break rock, so I'll go ahead and teach them create block. I did just that, and the 2 earth slimes were able to learn the spell after just a few tries. I was surprised by how fast they were able to learn, but being fast just means less trouble for me, so that's good. I'll have the earth slimes make building stones as part of their training, then I'll have the stones carried into one of the tunnels. I can probably use them for something later. I let the dark slime practice on its own. It seemed to be practicing. Dark ball, I don't know much about dark magic either, so I guess we'll both have to take our time learning it. Like that I watched over the slimes and trained myself. It was quite fun. On top of that, my condition was a lot better today than usual, so my training continued longer than it took for the cloths to dry. When night came, I went back to the inn and dropped by the Jamil family's room. Welcome, Ryuma-san. Elia, it's good to see you. Reinbach, did something happen? Reinhardt, I wanted to consult you for something. Ryuma, oh. For what? Reinhardt, I told them my conversation with Jeff-san, and they also thought it wasn't a bad idea. I don't mind if you hire the slum people if you think you can trust them. But, you have a trustworthy contact, so there shouldn't be any problems there. Reinbach, the more jobs for them the better, so I have no complaints either. Just that it would be best if you hire them through the guild to minimize anything that might be used against you later. Reinhardt, all right, but I was thinking of having them register at whichever guild they preferred. So, either the Merchants Guild or the Tamers Guild. That's okay, right? Ryuma, of course. You may be a monster tamer, but you're also registered at the Merchants Guild, so it's up to you which to pick. No one will hold that against you. Allies, it might be best if you let both guild masters know beforehand. That should leave less room for issues. Sibesu, oh, yeah. Alright. I'll drop by the guild tomorrow then. Ryuma, after arriving at a conclusion, I drank black tea and chatted with the family for a while, then I went back to my room. Chapter 62 Volume 2 Chapter 62 Today, I dropped by the Merchant Guild first thing in the morning and was, as expected, brought to the reception office. This happens every time I come here, so I've already gotten used to it. Welcome, Ryuma. Are you hiring again? Graziera, yes, but there's something I'd like to consult with you about first. Ryuma, What is it? Graziera, I explained to her the situation. I see. Well, the ones I introduced to you on the first day were also like that, so. All right. If there's someone you think you can trust, bring him here. It's not like it's a crime or anything, so we'll be able to process the papers quickly. Graziera, all right. When I find one, I'll bring him then. Thanks. Ryuma, yeah. Good luck. Graziera, our conversation smoothly ended just like that, so I was about to leave, but then she suddenly called out to me. Wait, Ryuma. I forgot I had something to tell you. Take a seat first. Graziera, what is it? Ryuma, though I'd just stood up, I sat back down again. It's about those ruffians that came to your store before. I did some digging around on my own, and I managed to find out where they're from. Unfortunately, I've yet to find out who commissioned them. Regardless, there's a high probability that they're involved with the people from the Dark Guild, so do be careful. Graziera, the Dark Guild, Ryuma, that's no different than a criminal organization, right? Is that an organization of thieves and assassins? Ryuma, that's right. But they're not just involved with small-time crimes. They're also involved with smuggling, the procuring of tools to commit crimes, and they also act as an intermediary to contact people who specialize in crimes. Basically, they do a lot of illegal stuff. They're not all just thieves or ruffians who can only bark. There are killers among them too, so do be careful. Griziera, I will. Thank you for your warning. Ryuma, don't mention it. Also, you're going to visit Taylor, right? Take this with you. Griziera, the guild master, called out to someone outside, and then a clerk entered the room with a glass vial. The vial was filled with green liquid, and at the bottom could be seen some fine powder deposited. Medicine. After the guild master checked that it was the right product, the clerk stored the vial into a wooden box. Judging from the color, viscosity, and the fine powder deposited at the bottom, I'm guessing that the medicine is probably a nutrient of some sort. A powerful one too. Curious. Griziera, sorry. A little. Ryuma, I don't want to stick my nose into something I have no business being involved with, but it's true that I'm curious. You were the one who suggested that medicine to Wogan, no. But I suppose if you knew what sort of medicine this was, I doubt you'd be so curious. Regardless, it's not for anything serious. Don't worry. It's just that when one grows old, there are times when they just can't quite get rid of the fatigue. That's all. Griziera, 1, the guild master wrote something while talking to me. After a while, she handed me a letter. Please pass this letter for me. This box is a regular thing, so he'll understand once you give it to him. I told him in the letter that you'll be giving it to him directly. I also told him to help you out with what you're planning. Griziera, thank you very much. Ryuma, give the old man my regards too, all right. Griziera, after the guild master saw me off, I left the guild. And that's the gist of it. So I was thinking of hiring some people I've found through the guild or have them register at the guild. Ryuma, I see, Taylor, because I had something I needed to deliver, I was able to get a face-to-face meeting with the branch head of the Tamers Guild, Taylor. I told him the same stuff I told the guild master of the Merchants Guild, but while the Merchant Guild master didn't mind at all, the Tamer Guild master seemed to be in deep thought. Oh, I beg your pardon. I can prepare some tea, if you'd like. Taylor, oh, you needn't mind me. Is there a problem, though? Ryuma, rather than a problem. Why don't you take a seat and I'll explain. Taylor, the guild master of the Tamers Guild, stood up and walked over to a corner of the room, where a small shelf was. From that, he took out a tea set. He also had a magic tool that resembled a stove, and he used that to start making tea. You make the tea yourself? Ryuma, it's not worth the effort to call people just to have them make me tea. Besides, making my own allows me a short reprieve from all the work. Taylor, the guild master, was quite skilled at making tea. The way he moved his hand seemed no lesser than the maids of the Duke's family. When the guild master came back with our tea, he started explaining. Now then. There's nothing wrong with your proposal itself. I also don't mind if you bring someone you believe trustworthy here. And of course, you may also hire a person that's currently affiliated with an organization. That sort of stuff just falls under the normal operations of the guild. Now, I would like the guild to support your store, but there are some things worrying me. Taylor, what do you mean? Ryuma, If your store starts hiring from the Tamers Guild, then that would mean more jobs for us. As you build one branch store after another, the number of jobs that people can take will also increase. From the perspective of the guild, that's something to be happy about. Moreover, your store needs slimes, which is one of the reasons why I want the guild to support it. Do you remember what I told you when you registered? Ryuma, you mean the part where you said there's no job for me to do? Ryuma, the guild master nodded. The Tamer Guild gives jobs depending on whether a Tamer's monster looks up to the task or not. If it looks up to the task, then we can give them a job, and if not, then naturally, we don't. In exchange, we also give out recommendations when we think they're up to it. That being said, there are certain types of monsters that are simply not cut out for certain things. Some have difficulty finding work, some find work. But the salary is low, and some are simply too high maintenance. There are a good number of tamers who've had difficulties making ends meet because of such reasons. Because as much as we'd like to provide everyone a job, there's a limit to the number of jobs we do have. This has also led to some tamers trying to tame monsters that they are not compatible with and failing. Taylor, so, they try to provide as much variety in work as possible, but clearly, there's still a limit to that. After a while, he started talking about the slimes. Slimes are renowned to be weak, slow, and generally useless, but every tamer has been indebted to them at least once in their life. Taylor, because they use them to practice. Ryuma, exactly. I've been the guild master of this branch for a long time now, and I've heard many situations where a tamer was unable to tame anything past a slime. As for those who couldn't even tame a slime, well, they're just really not cut out for taming. Slimes are really easy to form a contract with, so they're often used for training. I don't know how much your store pays its workers, but if tamers can start making a living with just slimes, then the number of tamers that are struggling to make ends meet should decrease. That's what I think. I know it's really selfish of me to say that when I told you before that I didn't have any work for you, but, Taylor, no, that's, Ryuma, I know that the guild master was simply helpless regarding that, so I don't blame him. Well, if you don't consider it an issue, then thank you. In any case, this is why I want to support your store. There's just one problem. The upper brass of the guild. Taylor, the guild master nodded as he took a sip out of his black tea. He'd added sugar to it, so it was fairly sweet, but the face the guild master was making was bitter. If it were just supporting you, then my authority would be more than enough, but if it were the guild itself to support you, I will have to report to the upper brass. It wouldn't be strange if they started meddling then. Taylor, so, in other words, the guild will become shareholders. Or will they make me listen to them since they're supporting me? There are also some people that simply refuse to change their minds on the uselessness of slimes. Taylor, you mean like people who had to endure a life of hardship, until they were able to finally make a stable living? I suppose some people from that crowd would have something to say if they see tamers making good income just from slimes, which are said to be the weakest and easiest monster to capture. Ryuma, it would be a pain if they got mad at me over that. I don't feel like closing my store either. But then again, from the rumors I've heard, it seems you don't need any support. I don't know if the recruitment will go well, but I'll try calling out my personal trustworthy connections and see if I can get you a few people. Taylor, thank you very much. Ryuma, if I couldn't do this much, that would simply be too sorry. By the way, are you busy today? Taylor, oh, I was thinking of going to the Adventurers Guild after this, actually. To meet up with someone who might be able to introduce me to some candidate employees. Ryuma, that's rather fast. I thought you'd be taking your time more. Taylor, I changed my mind after hearing your part. Originally, I was planning on taking my time, but just as you said, the more stores I put up, the more jobs there will be, which means that there will be less people struggling to make ends meet. So, I thought I'd work a bit more proactively. In any case, I've mostly made up my mind to hire some new people, so I feel it would be best if I could talk to them as soon as possible, so I can also think about the things that I need to consider. I'm glad you're thinking about it, but you don't really to mind it too much. Incidentally, since I've brought out this tea already, won't you accompany me until we finish it? Taylor, gladly. Ryuma, the guild master of the Tamers Guild, poured another helping of black tea from the swaying teapot and into my cup. Compared to the more serious atmosphere when we were talking earlier, our conversation over black tea was much more relaxed. Chapter 63 Volume 2 Chapter 63 Part 1 When the sun was near the top. He's here. Ryuma, I waited at a corner of the guild around the time when Jeff was supposed to go home. After 1 hour of waiting, I spotted him. He was reporting the success of his quest when I called out to him. Jeff-san. Ryuma, Oh, Ryuma. What's up? Jeff, I was hoping to take you up on your offer the other day. Ryuma, oh, that's pretty quick. I thought you'd think about it some more, but sure. Shall we go now? Jeff, sure, but are you sure you're good today? Ryuma, it's fine. I'm going to the slum today anyway. My house is in that direction too. Jeff, thanks. Ryuma, I followed Jeff-san and helped him with some shopping he did along the way. Apparently, he was buying some provisions for the slum people. According to him, everyone in the slums of Jamuru help each other out a little bit like this. The income has been bad recently too. We're almost there. Jeff, as we chatted and walked, the people around us grew sparser by the minute, until eventually, the houses changed into older-looking ones. Children dressed in poor clothing could be seen here and there. Whenever they would notice us, they would wave at Jeff-san and call out to him. Jeff-san would respond, of course. What a peaceful scene. It seems Jeff-san is really loved. I continued to walk behind Jeff-san, and while gazes gathered on me too, I couldn't feel any ill will from them. It seems I won't have to fear being mugged. We continued for a little more, and then eventually, we reached an old building that's bigger than the other old buildings. Gramps, you there? Jeff-san called out as he knocked on the door. When he did, the door opened. I could feel a trace of mana. It's magic. Seems he's in. Let's go. I followed Jeff-san inside, and what greeted us was a big room. Past the door was a simple desk and a 60-years-old man sitting on a large chair. You came again. Gramps, the man brushed his white hair as he leaned back onto his chair and quietly spoke. Jeff. I'm glad you're always helping me out, but I'm not old enough to be called Gramps just yet. Gramps, you're plenty old enough, Gramps. Jeff, my legs and loins are still fine, so I'm not a Gramps just yet. So, what's with the kid? You want me to look after him too? Gramps, this guy here is an exceptional adventurer. He's good enough to feed himself, at least, so that's not what I brought him here for. He's here to talk. And by talk, I mean the kind of talk that might bring money to the slums. Jeff, oh, Gramps, the man looked at me. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma, that sort of well-mannered words is useless here. The name is Revel. I'm the manager of Jimuru's slums. Jeff's introducing you, so you're probably trustworthy, but I'll warn you so you know. Don't think you can just do whatever you want around here. I'd be grateful if we could keep our relationship harmonious. Revel, I felt a strong pressure when he spoke. As expected of the manager of the place. But, of course, I also don't wish for conflict. Ryuma, when I said that, Revel snorted, smiled. Didn't shirk even a little. Seems you got some balls, kid. Revel, duh. He's someone I acknowledged. Jeff, right. So, what good stuff did he want to talk about? Revel, let me answer that. Ryuma, it concerns my store, so I should at least be the one to talk. And that's the gist of it. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 63 Part 2, and that's the gist of it. Ryuma, so, because there's some strange guy messing with your business, you want people you can trust. And as long as they can fulfill that one condition, you don't care if it's someone from the slum, huh? That's not a bad proposal, indeed. I won't have any complaints as long as you're able to provide a decent living to whomever it is you end up employing. So, as long as you pay properly, you can take whoever you want with you. There'll be one more person providing foods and goods too, so that's good. Revel, negotiations were a lot simpler than expected. I thought for sure I'd have to pay a referral fee, but it seems that won't be necessary. Maybe it's because Jeff introduced me. In any case, from here on out, what I need to do is to earn the trust of my future employee. After getting permission from the manager, Jeff-san and I left his house and went to the house of a monster tamer that Jeff knew. Along the way, Jeff-san called out to 2 children and had them call someone. Where did you send those kids? Ryuma, you'll know later. Jeff, when we got to a house, Jeff-san violently knocked on the door. Hey! Old man Corkin. You're here, right? Open up. Jeff, if someone were to see Jeff now, they'd definitely think he was a bill collector. Surprisingly, the door suddenly vigorously opened, and a slender middle-aged man jumped out. The atmosphere around him was like that of a salaryman who's been laid off. Shut up. I can hear you perfectly fine without knocking like a madman. Corkin, well, you usually don't show up when I call you. Jeff, that's because I'm in the middle of my research. Corkin, like hell that's true. Jeff, what does someone like you who's never researched anything in his own life know? Research is like diving into the deep sea of thoughts and pursuing an idea before it vanishes like one's breath would under the water. There's no way I could have the time for anything else while submerged in the deep sea of thoughts. Corkin, and because of that your fruitless research cost you all your fortune. And now, you're completely bankrupt and living out here in the slums. Jeff, why you shouldn't say that so upfront. Forget it. What do you want? Corkin, a job offer. Monster tamer work. Jeff, as soon as Jeff said that, Corkin's eyes twinkled. A job. For me. Monster tamer work. Corkin, yeah. The client is Ryuma over here. Jeff, it was then that he finally noticed me. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma, sorry about the unsightly display earlier. You're the client. What do you mean by monster tamer work? Corkin, for the meantime, how about letting us in? Old man Corkin. Jeff, oh, yeah. Corkin scratched his head and let us in, then he closed the door. The house only had one room and was quite dim since it only had one magic stone for lighting. There was also a cloth in the corner of the room that probably served as his futon. He didn't have any chairs, so we sat down on the floor and talked. So, what is it that you would like me to do? Unfortunately, I am not very skilled in monster taming. If you want me for my monster taming abilities, I'm not so sure I can meet your expectations. If it's research, however, then I might be of use to you. Corkin, what is your research about? Ryuma, when I asked that, he answered in a self-mocking manner. It's the last research theme I was given back at the Research Institute. It's slimes, Corkin, slimes. Really? Ryuma, yes, and because I couldn't get any results, I was fired. It's been 10 years since then, but I still can't let go of my research, so I've been continuing it until now. Why are your eyes sparkling? Corkin-san had replied in a self-mocking manner, but when he saw my reaction, he couldn't help but make an odd face. It's the sort of research the bigwigs in the institute give to someone when they want to kick them out since it's a leisurely post with nothing to do. The same was true for me. So, tell me. Why exactly are your eyes sparkling? Corkin, because I also research slimes, albeit privately. Ryuma, what? Corkin, after that Corkin-san and I wordlessly stared into each other's eyes for a few seconds. And then, at the exact same time, we gave each other a firm handshake. Comrade. Corkin, senpai. Ryuma, what just happened in those few seconds? Jeff, nah, we just sort of, Ryuma, outsiders can't understand. The joy of meeting someone who researches the same topic. Corkin, you're damn right I don't understand. Jeff, suddenly, a knock sounded from the door. Another guest. Today sure is noisy, Corkin-san stood up and opened the door. Outside were a man and a woman. Corkin-san. We came here because we heard there was a job offer. Is it true? Woman, I didn't think a job for monster tamers would come, so I came as fast as I could. Man, so it's you too. Robelia, Tony, the client looking for a monster tamer is inside. He also happens to be a comrade of ours. Corkin, comrade. Robelia, do you mean, Tony, anyway, go in first. Corkin, as Corkin-san said that, he dragged the two inside and closed the door. After that I exchanged greetings with the two newcomers and we introduced ourselves. The man was Tony-san. He was 23 years old. In his case, he was an exceptional monster tamer, but his talent earned him the envy of others. He had an honest personality, and in the end, he was tricked by his superiors and co-workers. As a result, an experiment's failure and the responsibility of a scandal was pushed to him, causing him to be demoted. He was then ordered to research slimes, but without any results, he was fired. When I asked him why he doesn't just work as a monster tamer if he's so good, apparently, a bigwig from the Tamers Guild of the town he used to live at zeroed in on him and kept him from getting any work. To make things worse, word of him being an ill-mannered monster tamer spread throughout 10 Tamer Guilds network, so now he can't get any monster tamer work even if he goes to another town. Presently, he is working at the mines as a day laborer. Have you gone to the Tamer Guild of this town? Ryuma, it was horrible back at the other towns, and I couldn't even get any money to buy food for my monsters, so by the time I got here, I'd already released them. Tony, apparently, he came to this town to work at the mines after giving up on the Tamer Guild. I should probably help him meet Guildmaster Taylor. That sort of stuff happens too, huh? Robelia, the woman said that as she consoled Tony-san. She is Robelia-san, a 25-year-old woman who was sexually harassed by her boss at her research institute. At the time, she was focused on her own research, so coupling that with her lack of immunity toward men, when her boss touched her, she was shocked and accidentally sent her monster against her own boss. Although it wasn't a strong monster, the sort that was just good for threatening, her boss still ended up being cut. Her boss played innocent, and she got the short end of stick, as she got demoted. She was assigned slime research, until eventually, she got fired. Presently, she works 3 times a week at a brothel as a servant, doing odd chores here and there. She also makes a living by patching up clothes. With everyone having introduced themselves already, all that was left was my own introduction. So I introduced myself and told them about the job. They immediately showed interest. There's a slime like that. Corkin. That's my first time hearing one. Robelia, what a strange ability. Tony, I decided to give them a demonstration. I always have a cleaner slime with me in my dimension home, so I can keep my body clean. I took out that one slime and had it clean a pair of shoes. Wow, Corkin, Tony, Robelia, that's a slime, all right. Corkin, this pair of shoes was dirty, but the filth just disappeared. Did it melt it? Robelia, but the shoes retain their form. Tony, Does it really just eat filth? Corkin, to prove to them that it was safe, I allowed the cleaner slime to clean my body. Corkin, Tony, Robelia, I don't know if they're worried or expectant, but they watched me carefully as the cleaner slime cleaned me. Would you like to give it a try? Ryuma, after showing them it was safe, I offered to let them experience it themselves. Then how about I, Corkin, Robelia, Tony, the 3 of them spoke at the same time. I only have one cleaner slime with me today, so I'll just have them go in turns. It took us quite a bit of time to finish, but after going through the cleaner slime bath, their shine on their skin and the color of their hair has gotten better. Oh, it's actually better than soap. Corkin, I feel refreshed. Tony, since when was it that I last looked like this? Robelia, it seems all the filth that they couldn't get rid of due to the living conditions in the slime vanished because of the cleaner slime. They really were dirty, though, considering how long the cleaner slime took, but now, they're looking pretty good. Very curious. Our job is just this slime and the laundromat, yes. In that case, will it be alright for us to research during our free time? Corkin, with something like this, we could finally get back at those guys who looked down at us in the past. Robelia, the salary is also a lot bigger than any job I've worked before. On top of that, it's monster tamer work. I'll do it. No. Please let me do it. Tony, I can really feel their zeal. Suddenly, I feel reluctant to hire them, but it's not like I can really judge them considering how I'm like. So long as they won't betray me, then that's good enough. Maybe it's because our goals are similar, but I feel like it would be okay to hire them. After hiring them, I should leave them under Carla-san's watch until when I can fully trust them. In that case, what about your current work? Ryuma, I'm unemployed. And the job I took ended yesterday, so I don't actually know when I'll get work next. Corkin, I'm a day laborer, so there's no problem on my end. Tony, I just need to leave a few words at the brothel, then I should be good to go. Robelia, all right. By the way, can the 3 of you do math? Ryuma, yes we can. Tony, Robelia, Corkin, in that case, I would love to have you work at my store. We haven't decided where to put the second store just yet, but you need to learn the ropes first anyway, so. By the way, what about your residence? You can choose to live in the slums or at the store. Ryuma, live in please. Robelia, Tony, Corkin, all right then. Before going to the store, though. Jeff-san, do you know a good clothes store? Ryuma, no offense, but these guys look seriously shabby. Although the cleaner slime managed to clean them, their clothes are still full of holes. Only high-class stores have uniforms, so most employees work in civilian clothes. My store is the same, but their current outfit is just no good. Because of that I had to ask Jeff-san and Robelia-san to buy some nice clothes at the nearest store. If there were only men in the group, I could have just asked Jeff-san, but Robelia-san was a woman, and none of us knew anything about women's clothing, so I told her to pick out her own clothes. While they We're out buying clothes. I went to the store and told Karm-san that I'd decided to hire some new hands. Chapter 64 Volume 2 Chapter 64 After coming back from the store, I met up with Jeff-san and the others, who were now properly attired. Since my job's done, I'll be going then. Jeff-san, thank you so much. Ryuma, it's fine. See ya. Jeff, since his part was done, Jeff-san left. I bowed to him as he left, then I took Korkin-san and the others with me and brought them to the guild. By the way, I brought them to register at the Merchant Guild instead of the Tamers Guild. I asked them which guild they preferred, and apparently, they all preferred the Merchants Guild, so that's where we went. When we got to the guild, as usual, we were brought to the reception office, where the guild master met us. Are they the new employees you were talking about? Griziera, yes. An acquaintance of mine introduced them to me. Ryuma, you move as fast as ever. Didn't you just talk to me this morning? But then again, being able to move quickly is advantageous to a merchant, so I guess it's fine. So, you three will be working at this kid's store? Griziera, yes. Korkin, Robelia, Tony, when they said that, I felt like the guild master opened her eyes wide. Ho ho. Ryuma, just what in the world did you do? For some reason, I can feel an odd ambition from these three. Moreover, they seem unlikely to double-cross you. Didn't you just meet today? Griziera, her eyes are as good as ever. Maybe it's because they were all slime researchers at one point, but after realizing the worth of the cleaner slimes, they've since looked at me highly despite my age. It's probably because I was the one who discovered the cleaner slimes. On top of that, they also carry a grudge. Just the possibility that they may be able to clear their name has probably made them happy, and to make things even better, they can now make enough to support themselves. So, it's not that surprising that although it hasn't been long since we became acquainted with each other that they've already taken to me. Putting the reasons aside, the guild master decided nothing was amiss and gave us authorization. Like that we completed their registration and contract. With the guild personnel as our witness, we signed a contract that put them in charge of my cleaner slimes, but restricted them from handing them to anyone else. There are several types of contract forms, but the one we used for our contract was one that's usually used for big contracts. It was a special contract form, so to speak. No spells were used or anything, but the paper itself is proof of an important document. So it can neither be forged nor rewritten. There's also a heavy punishment associated with breaching it. As an exception, they may hand over the cleaner slime should I increase my stores once again. After all, without an exception like that, I won't be able to increase my stores. After completing the necessary paperwork, I thanked the guild master, then left the guild with the 3 new employees. After that, there was only one place we would go, the store. I decided to introduce them to Karm-san and the others as soon as possible and get them starting immediately. Customers number 13, 14, 15. Numbers 38, 39, 40. I'll leave the laundry here. Also, along the way, I found out that Korkin-san was apparently a former noble. Because of that he spoke a bit arrogantly. As such, we had him carry the laundry. Tony-san was a day laborer, so he had a lot of stamina. He too was tasked with carrying laundry. Robelia-san's previous work gave her plenty of opportunities to interact with people, so we put her in charge of the reception desk. Although we put her there just like that, she was able to do the job pretty well. Actually, it seems she might have learned a trick or two from her previous work. As she's already enchanted several adventurer customers. It's not like she's wearing anything revealing too, but I guess it doesn't really matter whether she's dressed scantily or not. Appearance isn't everything, after all. Anyway, the enchanted male adventurers will probably become frequent customers. Speaking of which, I just realized this, but it seems all the women in this store are gorgeous. Or maybe the average level of this world is just higher. I mean, I don't think I've met anyone unattractive just yet. Even the older ones have aged quite well. While I was thinking that, a loud voice suddenly resounded from the store. Korkin, is that you, Daru? Why are you here, Daru? Rapin, that manner of talking. Rapin. Korkin, you two know each other. Ryuma, Korkin-san was in the middle of carrying some laundry, while Rapin-san was leaning over the counter with a shocked expression. While the two of them were looking at each other, petrified, I called out to them. Why yes. Rapin is a former colleague of mine. Korkin, we used to work at the same research institute, Daru. It's been years since I left the place, but who would have thought we'd meet again here, Daru. Korkin, when did you come to this town, Daru? Rapin, that's, Korkin, sounds like this is going to be complicated. Korkin-san, go ahead and take a break. Rapin-san, come in. We can talk in the office. Ryuma, I brought the two of them into the store's reception office. A few minutes later. After hearing of Korkin-san's circumstances, Rapin-san heaved a deep sigh. I didn't think you were in this town long before I arrived, Daru. I thought for sure you'd just come. Rapin, didn't think you'd be in this town either. I thought for sure you'd be running all over the place chasing after monsters here and there in between towns. Korkin, it's true I like to go around, but I need to have a town that I consider as my base. Still, what a great coincidence it is for us to have met like this, Daru. Rapin, I thought we'd never meet again too. I've thought about it countless times, but I really think I should have taken you up on your offer when you left the lab. Korkin, I told you, Daru. We may be both researchers, but our nature just doesn't suit research institutes. Rapin, unlike you, I don't have any talent in magic. On top of that, I don't have any ability to tame monsters either. Adventurer work is too dangerous and I didn't think I could keep up, so I refused. I don't think I made the wrong decision back then, but I should have washed my hands clean of the institute a lot earlier. If I'd done that, then at the very least, I wouldn't have lost all my fortune. Korkin, the atmosphere started to turn sad because of Korkin-san, but it was also him who cleared that atmosphere. But from today on, I will be working at this store, so maybe it's not such a bad life after all. If it's from here, then I think I can turn to those who laughed at me before and look them in the eye. And although it hasn't been more than a few hours since I learned about them, but after hearing about the cleaner slimes, all the time I've spent researching slimes, be it out of frustration, regret, or habit, has suddenly felt like it wasn't so useless after all. That's why I'm really grateful to the boss. Korkin, I'll be relying on you from here on out, so please do your best. Ryuma, of course. Korkin, well, at least you're safe, Daru. If you're going to be working at Ryuma's store, then your livelihood will also be secured, Daru. Rapin, speaking of which, why did Rapin-san come here? It's not like he brought any laundry with him either. Oh, did he store them in his item box? By the way, Rapin-san, did you come here to get your laundry washed? Ryuma, oh, no, Daru. I got a lot of my laundry washed yesterday, so I'm okay on that front for now, Daru. Rapin, oh, so he came when I wasn't around. I came here today to notify you, Daru. Do you know of Grell frogs, Daru? Rapin, yeah, it's that monster that's supposed to have an outbreak in the marsh near this town, right? Its hide can be used to make armor, while its guts can be used to make medicine. Ryuma, if you know, then that'll make this quick. That outbreak is about to start. Rapin, really? Ryuma, the peak is expected to be about 3 or 4 days later, but starting tomorrow, job postings looking for Grell frogs will start appearing in the guild. Grell frogs sell handsomely because they're medicinal ingredients, so it's a good time to make money. Other than that, the rimmel birds that feed on them are also popular among monster tamers and nobles. If you can tame a rimmel bird, you'll gain a lot of prestige. The guild's appraisal of you will also go up. You should give it a try if you're interested. Rapin, true. The opinion of the guild aside, from what I've heard, rimmel birds seem to fly fast, so having one around should make for a convenient method of communication. Thank you for the information. I'll be needing a fast way to communicate once I start putting up branches in the other towns, so I'll give taming one a shot. Ryuma, I see, Daru. Good luck, Daru. Rapin, suddenly, someone knocked on the door and called for me. I think it's Karm-san, but he sounds like Carla-san, so it's a bit hard to tell if it's really him just from the sound. Boss, the adventurer, Asagi-sama, is here with 4 other adventurers. He says he has something to talk to you about. Karm, I wonder what he wants me for. Anyway, I glanced at Korkin-san and Rapin-san, and after confirming that they were done, I replied to Karm-san. Please bring them here. Ryuma, understood. Karm, after Karm-san left, Korkin-san also went back to work since he could meet with Rapin-san anytime now. After they left, Asagi-san, Mia-san, Wariana-san, Mazelia-san, and Syria-san came. Welcome, everyone. What's the matter? Ryuma, sorry for dropping by without a word, nya, nya. Rappian, you hear, nya. Mia, I came here to notify Ryuma about the Grell frog outbreak, Daru. Rapin, you too, huh? The reason we came here is related to that, actually, Dagozaru. Asagi, I'll cut to the chase. Ryuma, those work clothes you wore before, could you tell us where you bought them? Warana, washing our clothes here works, but it's a pain having to go back and forth. Especially, for Dragonutes and Beast Tribe members like us. So we really would like to get our hands on some clothes that don't dirty as easily. Mazelia, I see. Good timing. I can use this to introduce them to Surge-san's store. I've already given him the waterproof cloths, so he should have started making them already. The Morgan Company of this town sells them. The product isn't that well known yet, so there's not a lot of demand for them just yet. As such, I don't know if they have any in stock. If they don't have any, well, you've all met their president, Surge-san, so with my introduction, you should be able to get in touch with him. Ryuma, with this, I haven't refused them completely. Really? Thank you so much. Syria, this much isn't really worth talking about. Ryuma, no, really. Thank you. Beast Tribe members have way better noses than humans think, so it's really a huge help to us. Mazelia, the leftover smell really sucks too. Warana, is it really that bad? Thank you, Ryuma. I'll be going to Morgan Company then, Dagozaru. Please excuse me. Asagi, after saying that Asagi quickly left. What was that? A bit odd. Warana, yeah, normally, if he shows up to someone's place so suddenly, he'll spend a lot of time apologizing. Rapin, Syria, nah, it's happening. Mia, the clothes Ryuma-kun was wearing. There's a chance it might run out of stock, right? Syria. Mia and company. That's it. Mazelia, Asagi didn't want to miss out on any, so he left as soon as he could. Warana, we can't be wasting time here, nya. Hurry, nya. Ryuma, thank you so much, nya. Mia, Mia-san and the others quickly left. Do they really hate the smell that much? Beast Tribe members and Dragonutes. Just how good are their noses? What a noisy bunch, Daru, Rapin-san, you're not buying. Ryuma, I'm used to bad odor and filthy things. It's an indispensable part of being a researcher. Besides, I intend to capture Grell frogs with magic, so I won't need to enter the marsh, Daru. I won't get dirty much, Daru. Rapin, I see. Ryuma, I continue to chat with Rapin-san about monsters after that. Apparently, when Grell frogs are purchased at the guild, each Grell frog goes for 1 medium silver coin because the medicine made from their guts have various effects. After hearing that, I checked with the medicinal knowledge I was given after coming to this world, and it seems there are about 50 different medicines that use Grell frog guts as ingredient. Vitality medicine and nourishment medicines make up the most, though. And they sell particularly well to noble men. What's important is the processing of the ingredients. An unskilled person will cause the quality to drop. The ingredient can still be used even if it's of a lower quality, but the resulting medicine will also be of a lower quality. There are times when the ingredients are so bad they can't make the medicine too. That's why the guild warns its adventurers never to attempt disemboweling themselves. Of special note when it comes to processing Grell frogs is the blood draining. If the blood isn't drained properly, the quality will turn sour real fast. Wait a moment. Doesn't that mean that the bloody slime is like actually really good for this? And then after draining the blood, you have to dry the frog and its parts to preserve them, but drying them normally would damage the goods, so you have to use wind magic and dry quickly. The speed of drying directly affects the quality. I'm pretty sure I can just alchemy for that part. The process seems simple enough, there's plenty of ways to make use of it, and preservation isn't a problem. Unless you've taken a job, it's usually hard to find a buyer for Grell frogs. And if you do manage to find one, usually, they'll try to drive the price down real bad. But it seems you can also just capture the Grell frogs and take the job later like I do with the herb collection jobs. Maybe I should hunt them to ensure I have a good supply of medicinal ingredients. Time passed as we chatted like that. It's this late already. Sorry for keeping you up so long, Daru. Rapin, it's fine. I had a lot of fun. Ryuma, after sending Rapin-san off, the store closed too without anything out of the ordinary happening. After confirming the proceeds of the store, I went back home. Chapter 65 Volume 2 Chapter 65 Part 1 At the Ojusama and the others' room, Aaron-san poured me a cup of tea as usual while I reported to the Duke's family. Have you talked to the guild? Alize, yes, and I've also employed 3 new monster tamers today. Ryuma, you've hired some already. Aren't you going too fast? Reinhardt, maybe, but I found some good people, and besides, the guild master of the merchant guild gave her approval. Ryuma, oh. Then I suppose that's fine. Reinbach, moreover, they're all people who have been demoted and researched slimes. They seem really fired up, saying stuff like, with this we can finally show those guys up. Ryuma, I see, Reinhardt, they might be more reliable than people who make excuses to keep up their appearance. Alize, after talking about the store, Reinhardtsen also told me about the Grell frog outbreak. They intend to form to try their hand at taming the Rimmel bird the day after tomorrow. The next day, I dropped by the store early in the morning and told them about my plans tomorrow to free up my schedule. When I did, Kalkin-san, 1, told me what to watch out for regarding the Rimmel bird. Thank you. You sure are well informed. Ryuma, ha ha ha. That's because I've been trying to tame one every year. Although I've never succeeded, I did gain a lot of knowledge. Kalkin, are you going this year too? Ryuma, I was planning to go until yesterday, but since I have a job at this store already, there's no reason for me to go after the Rimmel bird anymore. Kalkin had a cheerful face as he said that. It makes me happy to hear him say that about my store. I left the store in a good mood as I dropped by Surge-san's store. Welcome, Ryuma-sama. Ryuma, good morning, Surge-san. I've come to deliver the waterproof cloths. Ryuma, thank you very much. These are for the other day, yes. Also, it seems you've advertised for me too, as 5 customers dropped by yesterday. Surge, how are the sales? Ryuma, they've been selling quite well, even past the 5 customers you referred to me. They're especially popular among adventurers. When they found out about them, they even bought some for their friends. Surge, oh, come to think of it, I walked every day in that outfit when cleaning the latrine pits. I stood out a lot in those days, so that's probably why they're so popular among the adventurers. Ryuma, that's probably it. From the way things are going, the demand is likely to rise faster than expected. Surge, I brought 70 cloths today, but I can still amp up the production. I'll try expanding the workshop to increase the production. Ryuma, thank you, but please don't push yourself. Surge, looks like Surge-san has also heard about how I work too much. Don't worry. My store doesn't really need me anymore, and most of the time spent producing the waterproof cloths is just waiting for them to finish drying. Ryuma, that's good then, Surge. Surge-san seemed to look at me suspiciously as he said that. After that he checked the waterproof cloths that I brought and paid for them. After receiving the payment and the next batch of untreated cloths, I left for the abandoned mine. After arriving at the abandoned mine, I asked the sticky slimes to start treating the cloths, then I took 2 earth slimes with me along with the scavenger slimes and went to a different tunnel to create a new workplace. I got the 2 earth slimes to make a hole via create block, while the scavenger slimes carried the blocks and I reinforced the walls. Like that we quickly built the new workshop. With more racks at hand, I was able to produce more waterproof cloths. As a result, I managed to create twice as many cloths as before, totaling to 140 cloths. The sticky slimes look like they can still work more, so we should probably be able to stop around 150 cloths. It's not good to work the slimes too hard, after all. Alright, go ahead and do what you want for now. Ryuma, the slimes worked a lot today, so I decided to exempt them from today's training. I built a bowl with earth magic and filled it water via water magic. Oh, the slimes have gathered around the bowl. They're drinking, there. When I looked at the gathered slimes, it suddenly occurred to me. Could the slimes other than the earth and dark slimes absorb mana? Let's try it out. I released neutral mana. The earth slime and the dark slime absorbed it a little slower than usual, but it seems the other slimes could absorb mana too. When I changed the attribute, I found out that the sticky slimes preferred neutral mana, the poison slimes preferred poison mana, and the metal and iron slimes preferred earth mana. The earth slime and the dark slime are a given. But what was surprising was the bloody slim, who preferred neutral and water, the acid slime, who preferred poison and water, the cleaner slime, who preferred water and light, and the scavenger slime, who preferred earth and darkness. They actually equally preferred two elements. It seems there are slimes that like multiple things too. The heel slime prefers neutral, water, and light. It actually prefers 3 different types of mana, but what it really likes is a healing spell. Why is the heel slime the only one who prefers an actual spell over mana? Well, I can consider it as training for my healing magic, so whatever. While I was thinking that, the heel slime suddenly became eligible for a split. Does mana also serve as nourishment to these slimes? I should investigate this more carefully later. For the meantime, I let the heel slimes split and formed a contract with them. The heel slimes now numbered 4. After that I made some preparations to tame a rimmel bird. I took my guitar from my item box and started practicing. That's it. Ryuma, my playing isn't too bad for someone playing as a hobby. Of course, it's not that good. Anyway, it would be great if this is enough to tame one, but whatever happens will happen. If it's no good, then I'll just look for another bird-type monster. I killed some time until the cloths finished drying, then I went back to town. I dropped by Surgesan's store again. Well done, Surge. It seems this much was enough to fill their stock for now. It takes time to turn these cloths into product, so for the time being, they won't be needing any more waterproof cloths. It seems Surgesan is really trying not to make me work too much. But, really, it's actually the slimes who make these things, you know. I should turn the remaining cloths into waterproof cloths too. After leaving Surgesan's store, I looked up at the sky and thought to myself. There's still some time, but there's no work left to be done, Ryuma. There's nothing to do even if I go home now, and it's too late to be going back to the mine to train, so let's drop by the church then. 1. Korkin changed to Kalkin for continuity's sake since I'd previously translated it as Calkins. Volume 2 Chapter 65 Part 2 When I got to the church, the woman who made my status board was there by the gates. Oh, you're none, thank you for last time. Ryuma, welcome. How may I help you? None, I've come to pray. Ryuma, I see, then please follow me. None, I sat in the chapel like last time and offered a prayer with my hands folded. Huh? I thought I'd go to the divine realm as usual, but nothing is happening. But then again, I guess it'd be weirder if I could go every time. Or at least that's what I was thinking when all of a sudden everything turned white. This is... Oh, it's the usual, I guess. There was an odd lag there, though. Ryuma, sorry, I don't use this power that much, so it was harder than expected. When I turned around, the one who replied was a short-statured hairy old man who carried a barrel of alcohol over his right shoulder, while holding a sake bottle with his left hand. He stood there as he emptied the contents of the glass bottle into his mouth. There's no mistaking it. It's the god of wine. Could you be Tikan-sama, the god of wine? Ryuma, when I asked that, he moved the sake bottle from his mouth and replied. You got that right. The name's Tikan. By the way, you don't need to talk politely to me. I'm a god, so if I feel like it, I could just read your mind, so there's no point in using Kigo, polite language. Besides, it's a pain, so when you call me, just call me Tikan. Aight. Well, take a seat. Tikan, oh, yeah. These guys can read minds, so there's not much meaning in using polite language, I guess. I sat just as Tikan-sama instructed me to. Then I'll just talk casually. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ryuma Takebayashi. Thank you for giving me your divine protection. Ryuma, I've seen you from time to time, so it doesn't really feel like our first time. And don't mind the divine protection, I just give it from time to time whenever I see someone interesting. It just so happened to be you. That's all. Tikan, as Tikan said that he drank from his sake bottle. Are you the only one around today? Ryuma, yeah. The others are doing whatever they want. As for the god of war, the god of magic, and the god of the land, I can't see anything but white, but they're probably somewhere comfortable. In human terms, that's where they built the place they would call a house and lived in it. Tekin, I see. I didn't know that. Do you have a house too? Ryuma, nah. Don't have any. I'm a god of wine and craftsman. Wine and craftsmen can be found in all sorts of places, so I just wander through those places as I please. Tekin, you wander. Ryuma, the divine realm is more or less connected to the world you live in. Well, if you want a better explanation, you'll have to ask someone else. I'm not good at explaining stuff like this. But enough of that. Drink. Tekin took a cup full of liquor from thin air and gave it to me. The shape of the cup was just like that of a goblet, but it was gold, and silver, and small jewels could be found adorning it here and there. Come on. Cheers. Tekin, see cheers. Ryuma, I ended up toasting because of him, so I just went along and drank from the cup. Delicious. A sweet liquor that's extremely delicious. It's made from fruit and honey raised in a land blessed by the god of the land and the god of farming. And the ones who made it have also received my blessing, so of course it's delicious. Tekin, wow. Could I also get my hands on these when I come back? Also, you can give a divine protection to lands too. Ryuma, I'm glad you like it, but this is an offering, so it'll probably be hard to get your hands on one since the excess stock are distributed among craftsmen or those within the circle. As for the divine protection, well, I can only bless people, but the god of the land can bless lands. There are other guys too who can bless places they like. Gain also once blessed this whole world, you know. After all, he's the god of creation. Tekin, oh, yeah. Nowadays, the life forms of this world has grown up and are changing the world as they please, though, so the places with Gain's divine protection are decreasing. The same is true for me, but there are also times when I stop giving the divine protection on my own volition. Like for example, I could have given a divine protection to a blacksmith devoted to his craft, but if that divine protection turns him into a no-good fellow, then I'll feel like removing the divine protection. Tekin, as Tekin said that, he drank from his sake bottle. By the way, do you know where Gain and the others have been going to lately? Tekin, where they're going? Ryuma, yeah. I haven't been seeing them lately. It's not like I have nothing else to do, so I'm not really that troubled, but seeing them missing so frequently has me a little concerned. Tekin, But you just called me here too, so, Ryuma, it was then that I remembered what Kyufo told me last time. Oh, maybe they went to my world. Ryuma, your world, what was that called again? Earth. Tekin, yeah. That one. Last time I came here, Kyufo said that Gain and the others went to Earth to sightsee. Ryuma, HAA. They went sightseeing. What the heck are they doing? Tekin yelled out in surprise. Is that strange? Ryuma, normally, gods don't interfere with other worlds. Bringing people like you from another world to this world is something we do only because this world is in really dire straits. In other words, it's an exception brought about by pressing circumstances. Going sightseeing is most definitely not a valid reason for an exception. Tekin, but Kyufo was so sure about it last time we talked. He said Gain was fanboying over Japan's idols, while Rurusha was going around the world eating all sort of sweet food, and Kyufo himself was exploring the unexplored regions of Earth. Ryuma, when Tekin heard that, he suddenly thought of something. But how could it be? Is that really the truth? I don't know much about idols, but, Tekin, it's true. Really? Ryuma, it's not impossible to go, but won't the god of your world get mad? Besides, something like this has never happened until you came. It couldn't be. Suddenly, Tekin stood up with great fury. What is it? Ryuma, those no-good bastards. They couldn't have been so free that they used negotiations with the god of your world as a pretense to go sightseeing, could they? They're not the only ones free, you know. How dare they have fun by themselves? As Tekin trembled all over, he took the sake barrel over his shoulder and yelled. I can't stay here. I have to find them. As Tekin was about to run off, I called out to him in a panic. Wait. What about me? Ryuma, sorry. But don't worry, when the time runs out, you'll go back on your own. Take some liquor with you. If you let mana flow into that goblet, you'll be able to get liquor anytime. Sorry, but I'm really in a hurry right now. Later. Tekken, fast. Ryuma, I couldn't even see him as he ran off in an amazing speed. Actually, the speed he's moving at doesn't match his steps. I can't see him anymore. He really left me behind. I can't believe I was left alone in a place like this. Anyway, I might as well kill some time drinking. Ryuma, I drank a mouthful of wine. Yeah, this is seriously some good stuff. But I sure wished I had some snack to accompany it. Ryuma, unfortunately, there's nothing here but the liquor and the goblet. Tekken said I could get as much wine as I wanted from this goblet as long as I coursed mana through it, but that's only for liquor. Snacks won't come out. But wait. If I can use mana, does that mean I can use magic here? Item box. Ryuma, a black hole appeared in thin air. It seems I can use item box. I did it. I guess it doesn't have anything to do with the place. Well, whatever. With this, I should be able to find something I can use for snacks. Don't I have some fruits around here? None. Well, I have been living at the inn for a while now, and I've been storing all my food at the fridge at the store, so, Ryuma, I took out the items in my item box, but there was nothing that could serve as snacks. While I was thinking that, the light that signaled my return came. Oh no. I have to clean up quickly or else. Hurriedly, I emptied the goblet, then I threw all of my stuff back into my item box. After storing everything away, I closed the item box, and the light signal became stronger. Before I knew it, I was back in the human world. Did I make it? Ryuma, when I used item box, everything I took out was back. What a relief. It's too bad about that wine, though. I drank everything in one gulp, but I feel like I wasted it. I should have just quietly enjoyed it. It was really delicious too. What a pity. This must be my first time feeling like this over a cup of liquor. After leaving a donation, I left the church feeling a little sad. I went back home after that. Chapter 66 Volume 2 Chapter 66 Part 1 The next day. Today was the day when they would finally try taming a Rimmel bird. To that end, the 4 members of the Duke family, Jill-san, Zeph-san, Camille-san, and Hayuzu-san walked the road toward the mines. The Ojusama and the others were donned in armor and had a weapon with them just like when we went out to train at the mines before, but in my case, I was wearing my latrine pit cleaning outfit. Being the only one dressed like this sure makes me stand out from our group. Incidentally, we also couldn't use the carriage in order to train the Ojusama. She might actually have quite a bit of stamina. We've been walking all this time, and although we might be taking breaks from time to time, I still think it's amazing that she hasn't complained. Phew. Ryuma-san, are you alright? Elia, I'm alright. Ryuma, you sure have a lot of stamina. Elia, the Ojusama was gradually getting tired, but it's not really something to make a fuss about. After all, we were walking up a mountain trail, and the road wasn't paved, so I think it's already commendable that she's not complaining. Camille-san seemed to have thought the same thing as he encouraged her. It's alright, Ojusama. Your stamina is already amazing compared to normal children your age. Camille, that's right, Ojusama. Don't compare yourself with Ryuma. This guy is just abnormal. Any normal child would have long been out of breath, but this guy isn't even sweating. Sweat a little, won't you? Hayuzu, even if you tell me that, Ryuma, that's a physiological phenomenon, so. But seriously, boy, most people would at least sweat easily without having to be told that's the norm. Hayuzu, I know we're not going very fast to match the Ojusama's pace, and I'd understand if you were a trained expert like us, but you're still just a child, aren't you? Just what kind of training have you been doing? Camille, To put it briefly, I was trained to the limits. Whenever I fell or rested, I'd get beaten up so hard to be heavily wounded, and then I'd be asked if I'd rather keep getting beaten or train. After doing that every day, I ended up like this. Ryuma, was your master a demon from hell? Hayuzu, can't refute that. Ryuma, when I was a child, I was really scared of my dad. So much that I couldn't even breathe when I was in front of him. While I was thinking that, it seemed it was time for us to set off. We have to get moving again before Elia cools down completely. Reinhardt, it's just a little bit more. Hi Yuzu, like that we started walking again, then after some 30 minutes of walking, the road curved and we entered into a forest. After another 30 minutes, the air started to smell really bad. So, this is the stench of a marsh. As we continued along, the red-brown colored marsh came to view. We seemed to be somewhere by the very borders of the forest and the mine. We were inside a forest, but there were few trees, and the marsh felt as if the earth from the abandoned mine had collapsed and flowed into it. The smell only got worse as we approached the marsh. The Ojusama had to cover her mouth to endure it. This is the marsh I was talking about. The smell you're smelling comes from the fallen leaves and the rotting corpses of various organisms inside the marsh. Reinhardt, what a horrible smell. Elia, it certainly stinks, but unless you can adapt to this, you won't be able to explore the other regions. Allies, oh, yeah. Reinbach-sama has supposedly fixed the Jamil territory up, so it's a lot better compared to the other regions. Wait, does that mean that the other regions smell like this all the time? Oh, dear. Let's hope not. It seems the grell frogs and the rimmel birds aren't in this marsh yet. This isn't the only marsh, so let's check the others. Reinbach, as such, we started walking again. 10 minutes later, we found a marsh 3 times bigger than the previous one. This time, 30 adventurers, 30 monster tamers, and over 200 birds came to view. Those are rimmel birds. Reinhardt, those are, Ryuma, they're beautiful. Elia, the rimmel bird resembled a large parrot, but it had a tail that you could find from long-tailed fowls. Its body was blue, but its head and tail were covered with beautiful green feathers. No wonder it's so popular. It looks so strange with the marsh as its backdrop. They're really beautiful, but I think the surrounding adventurers will become a hindrance. They went that way. Adventurer 1, hurry up and catch the grell frogs. Adventurer 2, Adventurer 1, hurry. Before it gets eaten. Adventurer 2, the adventurer entered the marsh and started competing with the rimmel birds for the grell frogs. Tough-looking men played about in the mud, trying to catch red-brown colored frogs, the same color as the mud, with either their nets or their hands. It was a sweltering sight. Meanwhile, 2 young men brought out their instruments by the side of the marsh. Ryuma, Elia, look. It seems those 2 want to try their hands at taming the rimmel birds. Allies, the other man started blowing his flute. It seemed to be a recorder of some sort. He didn't seem very skilled. How important is musical skill when trying to tame a rimmel bird? Ryuma, it's hard to say since the ones judging are none other than the rimmel birds themselves. Sebesu, as word says, there was even a case when a monster tamer played confidently only to be rejected, then in a fit of anger, slammed his instrument against the ground, causing a discordant sound to play, and was then able to form a contract with a rimmel bird. Elia, I don't know what to say to that. Ryuma, when the men finished playing, the rimmel birds all started chirping out in unison. Kara 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 kara. Ahahahaha. The man's performance was met with the laugh of over 200 birds. Volume 2 Chapter 66 Part 2 The birds laughed in mockery. Kalkin-san said that the rimmel birds would chirp in alarm whenever they didn't like one's music, and it just so happens that the way they would chirp then is really infuriating. So this is what he meant by that, true. After hearing it, it's certainly not good on the ears. This sort of stuff seems to be happen frequently, though, as the adventurers aren't reacting one bit. Instead, they're using it as an opportunity to gather even more grell frogs. And even after finishing, they just ignored the guy. I think you can tell just from the birds' chirps, but this is how a failure looks like. Taming like this is impossible. You can try again if you want, but if you do it too many times, you might get attacked. So, at most, you should only try twice. Reinhardt, while Reinhardt-san was explaining, the other man started playing with his flute. This time was even worse than the guy before, as the rimmel birds started laughing before he could even finish. Getting roasted by some birds seemed to have struck a nerve, though, as the man unsheathed his sword and entered the marsh. That's not good. Be careful, everyone. Reinbach, ha. The 4 guards, at Reinbach-sama's words, the 4 guards stepped forward. Sebesu-san and Reinhardt-san also stood alert, while the madam covered for me and Elia. Ku. Rimmel birds, guah. Eek. Frustrated musician, the Rimmel bird nearest to the men seemed to have sensed danger coming from him and his sword, as it chirped and attacked him. As a shallow wound was left on the man's shoulder, he cried out in pain. Wind magic. Ryuma, at that, the other Rimmel birds also looked at the men. When the men saw that, his anger quickly cooled and fear took its place as he ran for his life. The people nearby were caught up in the clamor, and had no choice but to also retreat. The Rimmel birds casted wind cutter at the fleeing back. Their accuracy wasn't very good and they kept on missing, but the men ran for his life regardless. You can't lose your cool like that. Rimmel birds may be gentle, but they're not weak. If you look down on them and try to force them into obedience, they'll fight back. Alice, while the madam was warning us, I noticed that the man was running toward us. That's bad. The man managed to reach the bank of the marsh, but he seemed to have lost his focus and stopped. It was then that one of the Rimmel birds casted a spell and got the man by his legs. Kuah. Frustrated musician, earth wall. Ryuma and Camille, Keh. Rimmel birds, Camille and I immediately cast our spells, erecting a wall made out of earth between the men and the Rimmel birds. The 10 wind cutters that shot for the men made a shaving sound, but our earth walls managed to hold. The wind cutters stopped, but then in the next moment, a loud chirp resounded. Kuka. 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 Rimmel birds, 1, Kia. Elia, Gu. Reinhardt, is this? Reinbach, get a hold of yourselves. Reinhardt, for some reason, everyone started acting as if they were in pain. The Ojusama even started shaking and tottered. Fortunately, the madam and Sabesu-san were able to quickly support her. What's going on? When I looked around me, even the adventurers in the marsh were suffering. There were even some who lost their minds and were crouching as they screamed. To affect such a large area. Not to mention this powerful mana I'm sensing. No matter how you look at it, the culprit must be the Rimmel birds chirping. But which bird? I searched for the source of the sound and mana, and in a few seconds, I managed to isolate everything to a single bird. Apparently, it was using a wind magic technique similar to mine as it amplified its own chirps. Because of that I was able to quickly find it. Silent. Ryuma, I casted a spell toward the culprit bird. It was a spell meant to stop the vibrations in the air. And just as I'd hoped, the sound stopped and everyone's expression softened. Looks like it was effective. Unfortunately, it's not so simple, as the Rimmel bird was resisting. That Rimmel bird is probably using a spell similar to my big voice that increases the vibrations in the air. I'm using a spell that works the exact opposite of that, but because of that, it seems this has suddenly turned into a battle of control. If I slip for even a moment, the sound will return. Our control is equal. No, it's gradual, but I'm being pushed back. If I can't win with control, then I'll win with brute force. I used significantly more mana than before and casted the spell again. Silent. Ryuma, Kuka. After a few seconds of struggling, the Rimmel bird realized that it was at a disadvantage and flew away. The Rimmel birds followed it and left. I stayed wary of any attacks from the air as the flock of Rimmel birds flew away. They ran. I guess it's over for now then. Ryuma, 1, the bird wants a cookie. Kook. Kook. Volume 2 Chapter 66 Part 3 Camille, heal that man. Jill, Zeph, Hayuzu, get those fainted men in the marsh and bring them to shore. Sabesu, how is Elia? Reinhardt-san gave out orders and then checked with Sabesu how Elia was doing, but it was the Ojusama herself who answered his question. I'm alright, Elia, are you okay, Elia? You're not hurt. Reinhardt, yes. I was just scared suddenly, but that's all. I'm okay now. Elia, I see. That's good. Ryuma-kun, thank you. That was you just now, right? Reinhardt, the cause was that Rimmel birds chirping, right? Well, it seemed like that, at least, so I stopped it, but what exactly was it doing? Ryuma, huh? Alice and Elia, when I said that, the madam and the Ojusama reacted. Ryuma-san, you didn't feel anything. Elia, was I supposed to feel something? Ryuma, I just thought the birds wouldn't shut up. That's why I could leisurely look around. But everyone suddenly started acting like they were out of their minds. Now that was shocking. You just thought they were noisy. That's it. A lies, yep. Ryuma, the madam, was really confused when she heard my reply, so Reinbach-sama and Sebesu started explaining. The Rimmel bird Ryuma stopped probably wasn't just a Rimmel bird. That's probably an advanced variant, a nightmare Rimmel bird. They can use dark magic too on top of wind magic. Their most striking feature is that they can inflict mental damage via dark magic. Reinbach, this spell of theirs inflicts fear and confusion. It can also cause hallucinations and even knock people out. Just like those adventurers. Sebesu-san pointed toward the people who've been dragged back to shore. Jill-san and the others had dragged them back to safety, and most of them were sitting, but a part of them were either still unconscious or crouching in fear. That spell sure is terrifying, Ryuma, that's just how strong it is. Physical strength is different from mental strength, so even vegetarian adventurers could lose consciousness. Those adventurers are still just neophytes, so it's not surprising that they'd end up like that. Sebesu, and even if you build up your endurance, it will still hurt. You'll just be able to endure better. Reinhardt, come to think of it, I have a mental pain resist skill, don't I? Maybe that's the reason why I didn't feel anything. When I asked them, the confused madam suddenly said that's it. Apparently, my resistance is so strong that I didn't even feel a thing. They say that I probably won't be affected much by mental attacks, but I've never really thought up any countermeasure for them in the first place. And while it's good that they can't affect me, not even knowing I'm being attacked is pretty bad. I should be careful. While we were chatting like that, Jill-san and the others came back. Looks like they're done helping the adventurers. What's the damage on their side? Reinhardt, the guy who caused everything, is the only one wounded, but we've already healed him, so he can return to town without any problems. Jill, but what are we going to do now? All the Rimmel birds flew away because of that guy. Camille, shall we look for their nest? Ryuma, that might be a bit difficult. When Rimmel birds fly, they use wind magic to call the winds and ride them. That's why their speed is in a league of its own, but that also means the area we have to cover if we're going to be looking for them is going to be really big. Camille, let's wait for a bit. We came all the way out here, so I'd at least like to give it a try. Elia, because of the Ojusama, we decided to wait here for a while. During that time, the adventurers gradually recovered and the fainted ones also started waking up. But they no longer seemed to be in the mood to hunt, or maybe it was just because the Duke was around, but regardless, the adventurers all left. The only ones left were us. I made us some seats near the marsh, and we passed the time talking idly to each other. Apparently, the nightmare Rimmel bird's mental attack was really powerful, but attacking to stop it would cause the rest of the Rimmel birds to fight back, so the situation would just turn into a bigger mess. As such, the best response usually is to either just endure the nightmare Rimmel bird's attack or run. I wonder if my silent was okay, since it wasn't actually an attack, but just something meant to mute the sound. It's a good thing that Kalkin-san and the Duke's family told me beforehand not to attack the Rimmel birds. Also, it seems that the Rimmel bird's advanced variant has only been spotted once in 10 years. It's an extremely rare monster. Although things turned out pretty badly, being able to see one in the flesh is our good luck. How did it look like? Elia, it seemed darker than the other birds. Like a deep blue and green. It had a luxurious feeling to it. Other than that, there's also, Ryuma, as we passed the time idly chatting like this, an intimate atmosphere suddenly filled the area. It won't be long before we have to go our separate ways, huh? Elia, when the Ojusama said that, it finally occurred to me that they came here specifically to see a Rimmel bird and try their hand at taming one. Us coming here today means that they've accomplished that goal, so they'll be leaving soon. We probably don't have much time left together. What should I say here? I see. That's a bit too apathetic. Don't go. A 40-year-old uncle saying that is kinda gross. I mean, I might look fine on the outside, but mentally speaking it's really not okay for me. We'll meet again, yeah, this is the one. I'd like to say something more clever, but this'll have to do. But it's not like you won't be meeting anymore, Elia. Right. Ryuma-kun. Alize, I I took so long thinking up a response that I got beaten to the punch. Of course. Ryuma, if you exchange letters, you'll be able to keep in touch. Reinbach, you're right. We can meet again. Ryuma-san. Please write me a letter. I'll write you too. Elia, sure. Ryuma, idiot. If you're a man, you should at least give her a hug. Hayuzu, as Hayuzu-san said that, he hit me from behind, causing me to almost fall off my seat. Whoa. What are you doing? And what are you thinking? Aren't you her guard? You should be stopping me from doing stuff like that. Ryuma, huh? But it's more interesting like this. Hayuzu-san said with a grin on his face and a thumbs up. Is that okay? Ryuma, as long as it's a hug between friends. Yeah. Between friends. Friends. Reinhardt, it's nothing to fret about. Really? You're both about 10 years old. You're children. Reinhardt-san was making a slightly complicated expression, but Reinbach-sama didn't seem to mind one bit. I guess hugs are like a greeting here. Kinda like Westerners. See? Well, come on then. If you're a man, give her a real all hard one. Sides, if you don't do it quickly, it'll get awkward. Hayuzu, Ryuma, gaha. Why you, Hayuzu? It was starting to get annoying, so I gave him a body blow. A real hard one just like he wanted it. When I turned around, my eyes met with the Ojusuma's. She seemed to be blushing a little. But this sort of reaction makes things harder for me. Looking for a way out, I turned to the madam again, but she seemed to be intent on just watching things go. Scratch that. I'm pretty sure she's having the time of her life right now. What are you doing? Gufu, Hayuzu asked as he held his stomach and crouched down in pain. Just trying to cover up my shyness. Don't mind me, Ryuma, I can't believe I just said that. Though I did just hit him all of a sudden. Was it that painful? Like hell you were just trying to cover your shyness. If I hadn't trained this body I'd be out cold right now. Ow, why does it hurt so much when I'm wearing armor? Hayuzu, oops. Sorry about that. It's become a habit. Ryuma, the blow I used is specifically meant for people with armor, so of course it hurts. Not good. I'm also starting to become real tense. Calm down, me. A strange atmosphere filled the area. Ryuma, Elia, Pirororo. Ryuma, Fio. Elia, only to be broken by a whistle-like sound. When we turned around, the Rimmel birds had returned. Chapter 67 Volume 2 Chapter 67 Part 1 When I saw the Rimmel birds flying, I was speechless. Beyond the trees, with the red mountain as their backdrop, the Rimmel birds spread their seemingly transparent blue wings as they fluttered and turned their green tails. The sight of Rimmel birds descending was a beauty my vocabulary alone could not express. There seems to be more of them now than a while ago, but it doesn't seem as if they've brought reinforcements with them or anything, for very soon they started feeding on the grell frogs. In any case, it doesn't seem like there's any danger, though there's one guy from the flock that's been staring at me all this time. It's that advanced variant from before. Ever since it landed, it hasn't touched the grell frogs and is just staring at me without even blinking once. Is it on guard because of what happened before? The Ojusuma had already gotten her instrument from Sabesu and was getting ready to play, but... Reinhardt-san. Ryuma, yes. Reinhardt, should I leave for a moment? That advanced variant from before has been staring at me all this time. Maybe it's still on guard because of what happened before, so I might just get in the way if I stay here. Ryuma, it's okay. I don't mind. Elia herself rejected my idea. The contract is between me and the monster, so I won't make excuses saying that the only reason it failed was because of you, Ryuma-san. Elia, the Ojusuma unusually had a cold air about her as she said that. Besides, I would prefer it if you watched me. So, please, stay here. I feel stronger when you're around. Elia, the Ojusuma said with a smile. If she's going that far, then I can't exactly leave, can I? All right. I understand. Good luck. Ryuma, yes. Elia, after encouraging her, I stepped back. The Ojusuma took a deep breath, then she started her performance. She played a relaxing tune just like she did before. At first, the sound was soft, gradually growing ever quiet, then the sound started growing louder and louder. The Ojisuma's tune was like that of the sea waves, ever changing, sometimes bigger, sometimes smaller. But be it small or big, the sounds of her performance resounded throughout the marsh. The Rimmel birds also acted different from before, as they seemed to be swaying to the tune of her music. After a while, the Ojisuma's performance concluded. Ojisuma, as the Ojisuma nervously looked at the Rimmel birds, they suddenly all started chirping simultaneously. Their chirping now wasn't annoying like that time when they were mocking the men. Instead, their chirping sounded like a pleasant tune similar to that of a harp or a piano. The sounds weren't a disorderly noise either. It like a musical performance, having order to it. That performance lasted for about a minute until the most dazzling bird from the flock flew toward Elia with 8 others and gathered by her feet. It's a success. But just when I thought she was going to form a contract with them. Ojisuma, the contract. The monster contract. Ryuma, oh, right. Elia, did she forget out of sheer joy? For some reason, the Ojisuma had stiffened up and replied absent-mindedly as she performed the contract in a daze. I watched her form the contracts one after another, and it seems she really has succeeded. When Elia finally formed a contract with the last but most beautiful Rimmel bird, she finally cheered. I did it. Elia, good job. Reinhardt, a good job indeed. Reinbach, isn't that great, Elia? Elise, congratulations. Hayuzu, congratulations, Ojisuma. Ryuma, the Ojisuma had succeeded in forming a contract with 9 Rimmel birds all in all. Forming a contract with just one was so hard already, so I never thought she'd be able to form a contract with so many. Look how many beautiful children there are. Elia, surrounded by the Rimmel birds, the Ojisuma patted them and played with them. It seems they've taken to her already, as they've started riding her shoulders and her thighs. It's kind of sad that I can't help but be reminded of a scene where I tried to open a bag of bird feeds only to be swarmed and forced to drop the feed as a result. Seriously, why do I have to remember that sort of stuff when such a touching sight is before me? You could turn this scene into a painting and title it "A Beautiful Girl Playing with Birds" and it wouldn't feel strange one bit. But there's no point in thinking stuff like that. Since she managed to do it, then I might as well give it a try. Let's do this. Volume 2 Chapter 67 Part 2 I took out my guitar from my item box. When I did, the Ojisuma immediately looked at it curiously. Ryuma-san. Is that an instrument? Are you also going to try and tame one? Elia, I'm not as good as you, but I'd like to try my hand at taming a Rimmel bird. Ryuma, good luck. Elia, good luck, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, will be looking forward to it. Hayuzu, after being encouraged by everyone, I started getting ready. Just like the Ojisuma, I started with a deep breath. I haven't formally learned the guitar, but when a neighbor of mine moved elsewhere, he left me a guitar and a textbook. I killed time reading that book and practicing on the guitar, and somehow, I managed to memorize the chords. So, I can play a little. Of course, it's a far cry from the Ojisuma's playing, but I'll do my best. The piece I played was a popular tune from the TV in my previous life. I never bought the sheets for it, but I managed to learn it by hearing. That being said, it's probably quite different from the original. But that doesn't really matter. I don't think I'm particularly good, but I don't think I'm that bad either, so I should just play with a good mood. The Rimmel birds started swaying to the tune. Oh, they like it. That's interesting. When I finished a tune, the Rimmel birds stopped swaying and went silent for a few seconds. The result was a performance like chirping. Ryuma, I was shocked to see 6 gather by my feet, but what shocked me even more was seeing that advanced variant from before among that 6. Weren't you wary of me? Ryuma-san, form a contract with them. Elia, oh, right. Looks like I also ended up dazing off. I hurriedly formed a contract with them one after another. Phew. Success. Ryuma, as I said that, everyone clapped for me. Congratulations, Ryuma-san. Elia, it's great to see the both of you succeed. Reinhardt, congratulations, Ryuma-sama. Sibesu, you did it. Camille, forming a contract with Rimmel Birds is really difficult, but you two went and formed several contracts on your first try. The two of you are amazing. Elise, at the madam's words, everyone turned to my Rimmel Birds. The advanced variant I'd contracted and the prettiest of Elia's birds seemed to get along very well as they flew in the air and sprung about on the ground. That Rimmel bird sure is beautiful. My 6 Rimmel bids are also beautiful, but I feel as if that Rimmel bird's color is a bit more dazzling and brighter than the others. Ojusama, how about calling the Rimmel bird next to Ryuma-sama's advanced variant and using Monster Identify on it? Sabesu-san seemed quite curious about it. The Ojusama was confused, but she called her bird over anyway and used Monster Identify on it. When she summoned her bird, my advanced bird also came with it and perched itself atop my head. Why did you have to pick my head to park your feet on? Well, you're light, so whatever, I guess. Huh. Elia, while I was wondering what was up with the bird perched atop my head, the Ojusama suddenly let out a shocked voice. What happened? Ryuma, this bird is also an advanced variant. Elia, what? Weren't advanced variants only seen like once in 10 years? Really? It looks different from mine, though, Ryuma. Yes, it's not a nightmare, but a phantom Rimmel bird. It excels at light magic instead of dark magic. Elia, there's something like that too. Ryuma, I was shocked, but in my case, I just thought it was a little strange. It was much worse for Sabesu-san and the others, as they were so shocked they'd gone speechless. When they had regained their sanity, they started tossing Elia into the air and showered her with praises. After they'd calmed down and finding out why they were so excited, apparently, the phantom Rimmel bird was an even rarer advanced variant than the nightmare Rimmel bird. Seriously. I mean, sure, its luster and color is different, but I can't believe two such rare specimens could be found in one flock. Everyone was a lot more surprised than I was. After this, we had to enter the marsh and catch some grell frogs. As part of the Ojusama's training, but everyone's attention was gathered onto the Rimmel birds. In fact, it seems they'd completely forgotten that they came here to train. The grell frogs weren't particularly hard to catch so long as you didn't mind the smell of the marsh. It almost felt like they were losing on purpose as we caught way too many of them. There was also only us in the marsh, so that made things a lot easier. If there were a lot of people like earlier, catching grell frogs wouldn't be so simple. Anyway, we finished catching grell frogs, then used the cleaner slimes to wash ourselves after leaving the marsh. After that we went back to town. Is that really enough for training? Didn't they come here to get the Ojusama used to getting dirty? Well, her slime will also turn into a cleaner slime, so I guess it's fine. Well, no one's stopping us, so I guess it doesn't really matter. We took a short break before going home. The madam, the Ojusama, and I were all surrounded by our birds, while Reinhardt-san watched with envy from the side. Apparently, he had poor compatibility with bird-type monsters, but I don't think he'd scare them just by approaching. Reinbach-sama told Sabesu-san to prepare a feast for today, so Sabesu-san had already gone back via warp to inform Aaron-san and the others. It seems today's results has everyone restless. When we got back to the inn, a wonderful meal with sufficient spices and expensive liquor was waiting for us. Like that the feast began. Of course, the leading actors were none other than the Ojusama, and I, Reinhardt-san and the others continually praised us while we ate. The Ojusama quickly ate her fill and became caught up in the conversations, but my parsimonious spirit was just too strong, as I couldn't help but eat too much of the good food in front of me. In the end, I ended up drinking too much. I mean, it's a waste to just leave them, right? Still, it has been a while since I ate and drank so much. It's also not like my previous life. Although I drank there too while surrounded by people, I never had this much fun. Even though the food in my previous life should be more delicious, it seems as if today's cooking actually tastes better. The wine too. Oh, come to think of it, Tekin mentioned I never managed to enjoy liquor back in my previous life. I wonder if this is what he meant by that. It probably is. Today, I feel like praying to Tekin. After the feast ended, I got some of the leftover wine as offering and went back to my room. After recalling that I'd left the idols I made before the store, I created a new one and prayed to it. This is my second party since coming to this world. I was able to enjoy myself in a different way from my previous life. Thank you. It's something we just bought, but please accept this luxurious wine as an offering. Something like this. I bowed my head to the idol, then I went to sleep. I feel like I can get a good night's rest tonight. Chapter 68. The next day. I visited the Ojusama and the others' room first thing in the morning, and when I got in, many of the adults were groaning. Ugh. Ryuma-kun. Sorry, but... Could you make me that medicine again? Reinhardt, me too. I know it's unsightly considering how old I am, but... I drank too much, it seems. Reinbach, me too. Thanks, Elise, they were really happy yesterday, after all. Even Aaron-san and Lillian-san don't look so good. It was a celebration, so they too drank a little, but it seems they can't hold their liquor either. Of the adults, only Sabesa-san was alright. I was sure he drank a lot, but he seems perfectly fine. As for the Ojusama, although legally speaking it was fine for her to drink, she only drank 1 cup to be safe. Anyway, I went to the drugstore and the grocery store. Just like last time, and bought the ingredients, then I went back to the inn and concocted the medicine. After Reinhardt-san and the others drank it, they told me to accompany Elia. Ryuma-kun, sorry, but could you watch over Elia today? Reinhardt, with the sorry state we're in, we really can't look after her right now. Reinbach, what he said. Thanks. Elise, maybe it's because we won't be meeting soon for a while, so they're basically telling me to go make some memories with her. If that's the case, then I can't refuse here. Sure thing. Ryuma, as I said that, they said thanks and went to their bedrooms. It seems they really do have a hangover, though. After seeing the 3 off, I talked to the Ojusama. Well then, what should we do for the day? Ryuma-san, don't you have work? Aren't you busy? Elia, the employees can take care of the store by themselves already, so I just need to show my face once in the morning and in the evening. Ryuma, then can you show me what you normally do? Elia, if that's alright with you, sure. Ryuma, is she really fine with that? I'll be looking forward to it then. Elia, like this I ended up accompanying the Ojusama. Sabesa-san also came with us as our guardian. We dropped by the store once to show my face, then we went to the mines. When we got to the mines, I started treating the cloths as usual. There were some things I did that weren't part of the norm, but that was just me letting the Rimmel birds play around in my dimension home. That's something that happened before I started working. And then there's the Ojusama helping out in my work. I wonder if she's really okay with just this. Naturally, I ended up thinking like that, but I had no idea what activity we could do, so I asked the Ojusama. What are we doing next? Elia, nothing in particular. After telling the sticky slimes to treat the cloths with their sticky liquid, then all that's left is to wait for them to finish drying. We have a lot of free time now. Normally, I'd train or make dolls during this time. Ryuma, oh, I see. I thought you were always busy at work. Elia, well, I used to. But after the store became self-sustaining, I've gotten plenty of free time. Do I really look that busy? Ryuma, you always seem to be working from dusk till dawn without any rest, so yeah, Elia, there are times when I'm doing nothing too, so I've had to find ways to kill time too. Like making stones to make buildings with or something. I'm quite leisurely, you know. Ryuma, really? By the way, you mentioned making some stones to build a house with. Does that mean you're really going to be living here? Elia, living here would make doing my rounds easier. I can also train my magic here without causing other people problems. When are you going to start building your house? You're not going to live in this tunnel, are you? Elia, I was thinking of just making a simple shed with the stones or digging out a hole in the tunnel to live, then slowly building my place for a while, actually. Ryuma, in that case, can we talk for a bit? Elia, of course. Ryuma, we left the workshop and went to a well-lit place outside, where I made ourselves some chairs using earth magic. Ojusama, you'll be going to the academy starting this year, right? Ryuma, yes. All noble children have to attend the Royal Academy starting at 12 years old. Well, it's not like we actually have to go, but if we don't go, my reputation among nobles will decline. Elia, I see. Ryuma, actually, I don't want to go either, but it can't be helped. Elia, really? Ryuma, Dad, Mom, and even Grandpa says they wouldn't let me go if it weren't customary. Elia, why? Ryuma, the gates of the Royal Academy are also open to commoners, and every year, a lot of them would enroll. While in the school, there's no difference in status, but there are still a few people who can't help but cause problems. Elia, and as for the subjects, well, you could study them by hiring some tutors, but in the school, Elia, the Ojusama paused there. But in the school what? Ryuma, there's a chance it might be hard to study things that one should be studying. Elia, what's the point of the school then? Ryuma, I don't know either, actually. My parents just told me to go make friends, and to be careful not to be overly influenced by the atmosphere in school. They said it didn't matter if my grades were bad or if I couldn't do what was taught in school, but I had to train like I was taught back at home. Elia, huh? Those three are going that far? I should ask Sabesa-san too. Noble and affluent families can all prepare specialized teachers on their own, but society has its own requirements, and as such, one has to study a variety of things regardless of one's status. It is open, though. Of course, Ryuma-sama, there's no need for you to go. Sabesu, that's why Dad didn't invite you to go, right? Elia, come to think of it, Ryuma, he certainly hasn't said anything of the sort. Is it really not needed? Ryuma, if you go, you'll surely be an excellent student who will attract the eyes of all nobles. At the very least, I'm sure you would in swordsmanship and magic classes. Elia, and your problems will increase too, in both the bad and the good sense. Sabesu, I see, Ryuma, that's why I don't feel like it. If it weren't a custom, I would much rather train with you. Elia, I never enjoyed school life either, so I can't really say anything here. Anyway, the Ojusama is the Duke's daughter, so she probably wouldn't be bullied, right? That's true, but I don't have anyone I can call a friend either. Everyone is too scared of my status and my mana to approach me. Elia, oh, yeah. She said something like that when I made my status board, right? But putting her status aside, is her mana really that terrifying to others? I don't think it's that scary, though. When I asked her that, she became sad. I once made a blunder, Elia, she did say that having too much mana can make control difficult. Is that why? I was 5 at the time, I believe. Elia, it seems that was when the Ojusama started training in the basics of magic. I specialized in fire and ice, so I was learning to freeze a cup of water. A relatively safe exercise. But I always froze the table along with the cup. Elia, she puts too much power, huh? It was always like that for me, but one day, a slightly older boy came to our house. Apparently, his parents wanted him to get along with me. Elia, why does it feel like the atmosphere changed all of the sudden? I quietly listened, and as it turns out, that child was the son of a noble family acquainted with the Jamil family. They were probably looking to marry their son to Elia. When they met, their parents told them that they had something important to talk about and told them to go play on their own, but the two of them didn't know what to talk about, so they ended up talking about magic instead. He said he was good at magic and that he wanted to show his to me. The fireball he showed me at the training area at our place was certainly good. It was a safe spell, very much unlike my own, I told him. Elia, but he was a boy, and probably the proud sort, so he offered to train with me. He said he would teach me. And we did just that, but after trying the spell out several times, the results wouldn't change. Because of that his mood worsened. Elia, he probably wanted to act cool in front of a girl, Ryuma, I am a guy too, so I can relate. But they're still kids. And at the age of an elementary student, someone older would only be about a middle school student, right? Considering the Ojusama's social standing, there's no way that a kid could teach better than her usual teachers. While Elia continued to fail to make any results, the older boy's mood continued to worsen, until eventually, an incident occurred. Because the Ojusama wanted to make the next spell a success, she ended up pushing herself too hard and released too much mana. Without any control, the spell ruptured. I ended up casting my spell at the opposite direction of the target, and I froze him. Elia, although only several parts of his body were frozen, he tumbled in surprise and injured himself on the frozen ground. After that the whole thing blew up, but in the end, his life was safe. Their parents scolded their own children and didn't pursue the issue any further. Everything ended amicably. But ever since that day, rumors spread that the Ojusama of the Jamil family would cast spells on people she didn't like. Others would say that she would cast spells on people whenever she was in a bad mood. Exaggerated rumors like that spread among the nobles. So that was the disaster, Ryuma. Well, it's true that I messed up. Elia, I think I might have just stepped on a minefield. I would like to change the topic, please. But if I go about it too obviously it would be in poor taste, so I better talk about a similar experience of my own. Ryuma-san, have you ever experienced anything like that? Elia, yep. When I was still in the village, we had a school. Well, no. It wasn't big enough to be called a school, but anyway, the adults were teaching the village children, and so I joined. Ryuma, this was actually about PE time back in my middle school days. Kendo was a part of our school's PE curriculum. This was my first blunder in first-year middle school. At that time, they were just supposed to explain to us how stuff worked. Ryuma, we did some warm-up, then they taught us how to put on the armor, then we started training the basics. After that the teacher called for the experienced practitioners to raise their hands. He wanted the experienced practitioners to have a demonstration match, so the others could see what it's like. Several raised their hands at first, but the very first one the teacher called was bad. He was a famous athlete. He'd gone to several kendo tournaments and had won several first and second places. He'd even come up in the discussions from time to time. That was actually the reason why the teacher called out to him. He walked to the front like it was a given, then the teacher started looking for someone to have a match with him. Unfortunately, no one wanted to answer the call. They probably thought they couldn't win and didn't want to lose in front of the class, so in the end, only my hand was left raised. So, that's how you got into a match with him, Elia. To keep things brief, I easily won. It seemed he wanted to end things quickly, so he attacked right from the bat, but I hit him in the forearm with the bamboo sword and ended the match in my favor instead. No more than 2 seconds after the match had started, he was crouching on the ground in pain. Although we were wearing armor, his wrist was broken. The match and the class ended there, and since then, no one wanted to be involved with me. Rumors even spread that I'd injured him intentionally. Ryuma, in fact, the person himself insisted just that on the very next day. He said I laughed while he was crouching. I never intended to do that, though. If anything, I was shocked, but we were both wearing our headgear at the time, so our classmates couldn't see our expression. If the truth is vague, then people would just choose whoever they trust more. And because he was popular, I didn't stand a chance. Well, he avoided me since then, though, so it was as if nothing had really happened. For some reason, hearing myself say that makes me kind of sad. Ryuma, you don't have to feel so down. Elia, before I knew it I was the one being comforted. Chapter 69, Anyway. It's because of that people started avoiding me. Elia, the Ojusama forcefully changed the topic. I should just follow her here. Rumors sure are hurtful, Ryuma. It's because there are people who actually believe those exaggerated rumors. Elia, if one's parents believe them, then the children who will accept it as truth too. After all, children are always watching the adults. Although the latter usually doesn't notice that. By the way, Elia, yes. What is it? Ryuma, the Ojusama timidly asked me. Are you okay? Elia, what do you mean? Ryuma, about what I talked about just now. I'm a little concerned. Elia, Ryuma, I guess she's worried that I would start acting differently around her. I'm fine. Ryuma, I mean it is true that I lost control of my magic and hurt another person. Elia, but it's not like you did it on purpose. And besides, I've also broken someone's wrist. I've even killed plenty of bandits in the forest. That I did intentionally. The Ojusama also seems to regret what happened, so I'm pretty sure there's nothing wrong with her ethically speaking. And besides, I've seen magic countless times already, so I could just dodge something like that. If it's ice arrow, I could just deflect it. And if I clad myself in ki, it won't have much effect on me even if it were to hit me. So in conclusion, there's no problem. I told Elia that and she chuckled. I see. Then, Ryuma-san, I'll have to ask you not to forget to meet me again in 3 years. Elia, I won't forget. Ryuma, I'll confirm that in 3 years. If you forget because of work or something, you better watch out cause I'm going to hit you with the magic I've trained for the past 3 years. Elia, eek. Scary. What is this girl saying all of a sudden? Ha ha ha, please don't do that. By the way, where did you learn to talk like that? Ryuma, I mean it's a little bit different from the usual image of the Ojusama, no. It's how mother made dad remember a promise he forgot a long time ago. Elia, I see, Ryuma, thank goodness Reinhardt-san is still alive. Besides, it's not like my magic would work against you, right? Elia, I did say that, but isn't this and that different? While I was thinking that, the Ojusama started laughing as if she were teasing me. Oh, right. I just remembered something good. Sebesu. Elia, yes, Ojusama. How may I help you? Sebesu, the Ojusama suddenly called Sebesu-san and started whispering to him. Sebesu-san nodded, and in the next moment, he took out a small box from his item box. The Ojusama took that and gave it to me. Ryuma-san, please take this. Elia, what is this? Ryuma, it's a necklace I got from my mother on my 10th birthday. When the Ojusama opened the box, a beautiful necklace appeared. It had golden chains and a golden setting with a ruby the size of a fingernail inserted into it. Although the design was simple, it was surely expensive. Moreover, this ruby. Is this mana? Ryuma, for some reason, I could feel mana coming from the ruby. Oh, you noticed. As expected. The ruby of this necklace is a magic gem. Elia, magic gem, you mean those things used for lighting? Ryuma, not quite. Those are spell stones, a magic tool, so to speak. Ryuma-san, you know of magic stones, right? Elia, magic stones. If I recall correctly, those are found in places with high concentration of mana. Magic stones refer to the stones dug out from there that contain mana, right? Ryuma, exactly. Mana stored in magic stones can be used to cast a spell. This mana can be used to help one in conserving his mana. Among those stones, there are some that are valued not as mere stones, but as jewels. They are called magic jewels. Magic ores are also a thing. Elia, magic stones can supplement one's magic. Magic ores can be used to forge magic armor and weapons, as well as other miscellaneous stuff. As for magic gems, these can be used for anything. Be it to supplement one's magic, or to forge a tool that could amplify one's abilities, or as a decorative item. On top of being extremely convenient, the effects of these gems are much higher than usual, so not only are they super expensive, the production of these gems is also really low. Elia, the Ojusama said all of that in one breath, but. So in other words, this is a super luxurious item. Ryuma, exactly. Elia, exactly. There's no way I could take something this precious. Ryuma, I want you to have it. Elia, no, this is too precious, Ryuma, as if I could accept something like this. I firmly refused it, but the Ojusama wouldn't take no for an answer. In the end, Sebesu-san had to interject. The two of you please calm down. Ryuma-sama, the Ojusama only wants you to keep the necklace for the time being, so you can give it back to her when you meet again next time. Sebesu, oh, so she's just lending it to me. But why? Ryuma-sama, you might not be aware, but it's customary to give a friend you will be parting with for a long time something precious as a form of prayer to meet again. Word says doing so also makes it more likely that you'll meet again. I don't know what period or from who this practice first spread, but it's something that has been passed since long ago. To this day, this custom is still practiced. Sebesu, I see. So, that's what she meant. So you want me to entrust this necklace to me? Ryuma, yes. Elia, but this is something precious to you, right? Are you sure you're okay leaving this with me? Ryuma, I wouldn't have offered it in the first place if I wasn't. Please give it back to me 3 years later. Elia, moo. If she puts it like that. Not to mention that it's a custom for reunions. And if this is really what she wants, then. I understand. I'll take care of it for you in the meantime. Ryuma, really? Elia, in exchange, I'll absolutely give it back to you. Ryuma, of course. Elia, I accepted the box and stored it into my item box. I shouldn't lose it if it's inside my item box. Now then, Ryuma, since we're following custom, I should give the Ojusama something too. But what precious possession do I have? Money. Pelt. Stuff like that would just weigh her down. Building stones, ingots, waterproof cloths. I don't think I have anything decent. Because of my hunter lifestyle, I've adopted a way of thinking where I prioritize getting the ingredients or components of things I need. Unfortunately, these things can't really be considered as precious. Don't I have anything? After thinking for a while. Dimension home. Ryuma, I took out a heal slime and a scavenger slime from my dimension home and handed them to the Ojusama. Ryuma-san. Elia, I couldn't think of anything good to give you, but after considering what's precious to me, I figured I could give you my slimes instead. These two will surely be of help to you. Please take them with you. Ryuma, the Ojusama was speechless for a moment, but then in the next moment, she had her hands over her mouth as she did everything she could just to keep herself from laughing. I guess it was weird, after all. Sigh. Why did I have to give her a slime anyway? I know I didn't have anything eels, but can you really give a slime as a gift? Maybe I should have thought this over a bit more. Foo. Sorry, Ryuma-san. I just thought giving a slime was very much like you. Thank you. I'll be sure to watch over them in your stead. Elia. Really? Thank you very much. Ryuma, no, thank you. Thank you for entrusting me with your precious monsters. Elia, I placed the heal slime and the scavenger slime on the ground, then I removed our contract and allowed the Ojusama to form a contract with them. Contract complete. I'll be sure to treasure them. Elia, I'll leave them in your care. Ryuma, after that we chatted about slimes and magic, and then we ended up training magic. This is the ice magic I frequently use. Ryuma, the ice cube spell I can use, but I still can't use your cooler spell. Elia, as the name implies, ice cube is a spell that creates a cube of ice to be placed inside one's glass, while cooler is a fusion spell of wind and ice that summons a cool wind to freshen one up. Both spells are particularly useful for summertime. Mistwash, Sabesu, you did it. Ryuma, even Sabesu-san joined in on the topic of water magic. I tried teaching him Mistwash, and as expected, he learned it after just a few tries. The mana expenditure is a bit high, but it might just do well for removing stubborn dirt. Sabesu, if he can use that, then he might be able to use even harder spells. Thinking that, I taught him Water Cutter, which was the true form of Mist Washington. But although I say taught, all I really did was show it to him by casting the spell at a nearby rock. Sabesu-san looked curiously at the spell. Like this. Water Cutter. Not enough. Water Cutter, Sabesu. After trying the spell out 5 times, Sabesu-san was able to execute the spell masterfully. He was already better than me right on the first try, but after the 4th try, the power behind his Water Cutter was clearly a cut above mine. On the 5th try, he straight up went and cleaved the rock. So this is what happens when a master water mage uses the spell. After doing this and that, dusk eventually came, and we went back via dimension magic. As I looked at the stores along the path back to the inn, I saw the adventurers that went to the marsh before and some doctors carrying some foul-smelling bags. They had gathered into a crowd and were quite lively. Welcome back, Ryuma-kun. Reinbach, thanks for looking after Elia today. Alize, it's nothing. I had fun too. Ryuma, and Ryuma-san taught me a lot of new spells. I can't use them well yet, but I'll do my best to learn. Elia, that's great, Elia. Reinbach, yes. He also lent me his heal slime and scavenger slime. Elia, oh, really? Be sure to treasure them. Alize, of course. Elia, when we got back, everyone had already recovered from their hangover. We talked about the things that happened today, the things that happened after we met, and all sorts of other stuff until it was late into the night. And then, on the day of parting, at the stables behind the inn, the Duke's family, their servants, and their guards were all inside their carriage. They called out to me one after another through their window. Take care of your body. Reinhardt, don't push yourself too much. Alice, make sure to rest. Reinbach, if something happens, be sure to contact us. Reinhardt, drop by when you're free, all right. Jill, do your best, boy. Camille, stay well. Zeph, stay strong. Hayuzu, I pray for your good health and the success of your future endeavors. Aaron, Jill-san, Aaron-san, and the rest of the guards had called out to me too. Everyone, Ojusama, take care. Thank you for everything until now. Ryuma, I bowed my head as I said that. It's too bad I'm not very good with long speeches. I wish I could express my gratefulness better, but alas. Ryuma-san. Elia, yes, Ojusama. Ryuma, about that, Elia, that. Ryuma, what is she talking about? I've been thinking about it since you entrusted me with your slimes yesterday, Anne. We're friends, right? Elia, where is she going with this? Since that's the case, please call me Elia, my family. And people close to me call me that, and besides. It's not like you work for my family, right? Don't you think it's strange for a friend to refer to me as Ojusama? Elia, I understand. Ryuma, now that she mentions it, it is weird. Very well. If you're all right with it, then please allow me to call you Elia. You're okay with that, right? Elia. Ryuma, yes. Ryuma-san, until the day we meet again, I'll be sure to work on my magic. Elia, same here. Ryuma, as Elia said that from atop the carriage, I replied. Do your best. Ryuma and Elia, when our words overlapped, Elia and I laughed. Soon it was the time to leave. The first to go was the carriage of the guards, then came the carriage of the Duke's family. As they headed toward my direction, they waved at me from the window of their carriage, and I waved back at them. I watched as the carriage moved toward the horizon, gradually growing smaller and smaller, until it could be seen no more. Well then. I suppose I should get going then. I'll drop by the store, then I'll go to the mine, and there, my new life will begin. Starting today, I won't be living at the inn anymore, but at the mines. The Ojusama, no. Elia. Elia told me to do my best, so. Let's do just that. First, I'll have to secure myself a house. No time to be dawdling. Ryuma, as I encouraged myself, I started walking. From today onwards I'll be starting a life that's a little different from what I've lived so far. 1. Specifically emphasized by the author. For those not in the know, no suffix plus first name basis denotes a greater degree of intimacy. That being said, the reason for the emphasis could be something else. Chapter 69.1, Volume 2 Gossip Part 1. In a certain place within the divine realm, in a place where a certain god in the form of a lanky man was standing, appeared the three gods. Ah. I'm so tired, Kyufo, you finally came back. Fernobaria, what are you doing here, Fernobaria? Gain, it's rare for you to leave your domain. Rurusha, the god who was standing in that place was none other than the god of magic, Fernobaria. And the three gods were Rurusha, Gain, and Kyufo. I was actually brought here by force, though I'm also a little curious. Fernobaria, by force. Kyufo, Gain, Rurusha, suddenly, four gods came out of nowhere and surrounded them. What is with this situation? Kyufo, why are we being surrounded? Rurusha, can you explain what's going on? Gain, Tikan was the one to step forward. Why don't you ask yourselves? I'm sure you know what we're here for. Tikan, what are you so angry for? Rurusha, calm down for a moment, Tikan-san. If you approach them like that, we won't be able to talk. Willie Eris, you heard her. Calm down and drink a cup of wine or two. Grimp, the ones who asked Tikan to calm down were none other than the goddess of the land, Willie Eris, and Hte god of farming and livestock, Grimp. These two gods had a gentle personality. Willie Eris looked like graceful middle-aged woman, while Grimp was a middle-aged man who always carried a hoe. They were married to each other. In order to calm Tikan, Grimp went and shared a cup of wine with Tikan. Meanwhile, Willie Eris started explaining. The goddess of the land and the god of farming and livestock had perfect coordination. The reason we're here is because we heard that the three of you went to the other world to play. Tikan was the first to catch word of that. He gathered all of us in anger because he also wanted some free time to himself. Willie Eris, Fernoberia interjected. Tekin asked Willie Eris and Grimp to come to get me to use my powers to look for you. Fernoberia, oh, right, you used your divine powers to prevent Tekin from entering your domain, Rurusha. It's because outside of crafting, he's a rough, irresponsible, alcoholic who never shuts up. He's a nuisance. Fernoberia, hey. I can hear you, you know. Tekin, besides, you rarely have any need of me, and you're also not the only one banned from my domain. But let's put that aside for now. What are the three of you thinking going into another world to play when we gods have a policy of not interfering with each other's world? Fernoberia, wait a moment. Who did you hear that from? Rurusha, it was Tekin who answered. Don't play dumb. I heard everything from Ryuma, who said that's what Kyufo told him. And although I feel bad for using it, but I read his mind at the time, and he wasn't lying. Tekin, when Kyufo heard that, he facepalmed as he muttered to himself, dang. I told him not to tell humans about it, but I didn't mention anything about the other gods. In any case, they all decided to sit down and talk. Chairs appeared from nowhere as they each took their respective seat and gathered into a circle. Now, can you start talking? Or better yet, just take me with you. Tekin, Volume 2 Gossip Part 2, I don't know if you simply went there to play, but we can't just ignore it if you're frequently visiting another world. Willie Eris, please talk to us. Grimp, Actually, we're investigating the situation of the Earth God. Gain, we talked about it before, remember? The Earth God interfered with Ryuma's life for some reason. Kyufo, that we did. That was certainly not proper behavior for a god. I was shocked when I found out about it. Fernoberia, anyway, we went there to investigate that matter. Kyufo, so you didn't go there just to play. Tekin, we haven't talked to Ryuma about the Earth God yet, so I had to fool him somehow. Kyufo, Tekin's anger calmed down a little at that. So, that's what it was. Tekin, do you only get mad when it comes to playing around? Fernoberia, frequently visiting another world is a problem in and of itself, though. Willie Eris, Fernoberia and Willie Eris were taken aback at Tekin's reaction. After pulling himself together, Fernoberia asked. Are you sure it's okay to be visiting that world so frequently? Fernoberia, there shouldn't be any problems. Gain, it sure is a pain having to go there so secretly. Kyufo, we still haven't figured anything out, but something is strange. We found several people like Ryuma who's lived an unfortunate life. Of course, the degree of misfortune was a different, but still. Even stranger, the Earth God didn't seem to be using the luck he's stolen. Rurusha, we thought the Earth God was using the good fortune he took to give something to his adherents, but after investigating the matter, it turns out he's not doing anything with it. He just keeps on taking and taking. Gain, the management of the world was terrible too. I know the humans of that world have developed all sorts of technology and are pretty much independent, so there's not a whole lot to do, but the fact that we were able to sneak in so easily was just absurd. It felt stupid putting in so much effort to sneak in when the door was basically wide open. Kyufo, it was so easy we thought it was a trap or something, but in the end, there was nothing. If a demon king from another world came, the Earth God probably wouldn't be able to respond in time. Gain, that bad? If so, then is he even still doing his job? Fernoberia, perhaps not. Gain, besides, what's the point of stealing people's happiness? We gods don't have a use for it. Grimp, that we don't know. Rurusha, technically, one could use it in place of faith to maintain one's godly powers when people aren't worshipping anymore, but so long as the world is safe, one shouldn't lose his power. Kyufo, I was thinking that too. It's true that the Japanese have less faith than the people of this world, but the people of the other countries of that world were pious. The world itself had no problems too. The natural environment of the world is slowly being destroyed, but it's not that serious enough to threaten one's power. That's why we're borrowing mana from that world. Gain, it's certainly curious. But if that's the case, then there really is no point in stealing people's happiness. Just what is that Earth God stealing it for? It was here that the god who hadn't said anything until now opened her mouth. It doesn't really matter, does it? We don't steal people's happiness, so we don't know if there's a use for it, but that doesn't mean there's no use for it, right? Isn't that enough? If that god picks a fight with us, I'll just crush him. Kirillel, you're saying stuff like that again. As usual, you're all bronze and no brain. Seriously, women like you, Fernoberia, the goddess who had opened her mouth was none other than the goddess of war, Kirillel. Her body was well built, and she donned an armor, while a sword hung by her waist. Although her body was strong, it was also supple, and there were plenty of parts that were womanly. She was like a guy, but she was definitely a goddess. Who's all bronze and no brains? I can use my head too. Kirillel, you can when it comes to fighting. Fernoberia, so. That doesn't change the fact that I can use my head. That's at least healthier than someone like you who shuts himself in his domain. Kirillel, our bodies can't break down. Health is irrelevant. Fernoberia, these two gods were the exact opposite of each other. As such, whenever they met, they would argue like this. The other gods have long gotten used to it. Before the conversation completely stopped, Gain interjected and asked Kirillel a question. Let's put that aside. Why are you here? Tikkun couldn't have possibly called you, right? Gain, what are you talking about, Gramps? I'm the god of war, you know. Where there's conflict, there's war. Thus, where there's conflict, so am I. When I felt Tikkun's anger and heard that you and the others went to another world to play, I thought a little spanking was in order. Kirillel, not needed. Rurusha, good heavens. Please don't joke about something like that. Kyufo, you're a god too, so a spanking would be pretty dangerous. Rurusha, don't worry, I won't do anything this time. I understand that the Earth God is acting weird and that it's because of that guy that weird stuff happened to the soul of that guy, Ryoma. As such, going to another world because you're wary of the Earth God is a valid excuse, right? Of course, I don't think the Earth God would try to encroach into our world unless given a reason. Kirillel was the most skilled among the gods when it came to fighting, so she was responsible for protecting the world from other world intruders or executing enemies. She is also responsible for handing out heavenly judgment on humans that are about to bring a great catastrophe upon the world. Although, that's an extremely rare situation. This time she was here to judge the actions of the three gods. Although alone, Gain and the others couldn't possibly stand up to her. Moreover, if she really wanted to and if she were willing to pay the price, she could destroy Gain and the others even though they were all gods. Of course, this wasn't an issue that Gain and the others would be destroyed for. Still, if they did receive punishment, it would still hurt, so it was a great relief for them to hear that Kirillel wasn't going to punish them. That's really bad for the heart, Rurusha. I think my life just shortened. Kyufo, please don't scare the elderly so much. Gain, the likes of gods don't need to worry about lifespan or heart, no. Anyway, since I'm not needed, I'll be going now. There are some people still fighting, so I'm actually quite busy. Kirillel, oh, sorry for this. Tikkun, it's not like you called me. I just came on my own, right? Also, Gain, Kyufo, Rurusha, please limit the times you go to Earth, okay? Kirillel, right, Gain, okay. Kyufo, we'll talk it out with you from here on. Rurusha, you're not stopping. Tikkun, but I still haven't. Rurusha cut off her speech midway. Tikkun didn't miss that. Haven't? Haven't what? Tikkun, it's nothing. Rurusha, our investigations haven't gotten us any results yet. Gain, right. Kyufo, Gain and the others acted cool on the surface, but then Williaris asked a question. Are you still hiding something? Williaris, when she said that, a dangerous aura started emanating from Tikkun again. You guys are really investigating the Earth God, right? Tikkun, that's right. Rurusha, but of course. Kyufo, we definitely investigated the Earth God. Gain, it seems you are indeed still finding people whose happiness is being stolen, so that part is not a lie. But let me rephrase the question. Did you do anything else other than investigate the Earth God? Tikkun, when Tikkun asked that, Gain and the others stiffened and they immediately looked away. Well. Kyufo, Ryoma said you went to Earth to sightsee. Tikkun, that's. Well, we were looking for people whose happiness was stolen, so we did end up seeing the world. I just called that sightseeing to fool him. Kyufo, in other words, if you felt like it, you could sightsee. Fernoberia, Kyufo shook when Fernoberia said that. Hey, you were leading me on. Kyufo, you basically just admitted that you could go sightseeing while looking for humans whose happiness has been stolen. Grimp, when Grimp said that, Tekin turned to Gain. Gain, I heard you were into something called idols. Tekin, idols are people who entertain the Earthlings by dancing and singing. They can usually be seen projected on the box called TV. You can easily see them while walking around the city, so it's not like I purposely went out of my way to see them. Gain, singing and dancing. We have that in this world too. There's no reason to go out of your way to. Tekin, the dangerous aura around Tekin grew weaker when he heard it was just singing and dancing, but then in the next moment, Gain's eyes became sharp. Don't compare it with the songs and dances of this world. The idols of Earth are cute and hardworking. They make you want to cheer them on. Gain, why yeah. Tekin, Gain looked so menacing that Tekin couldn't help but take a step back. Not long after, however, Gain knew he messed up. When Willie Eris saw that, she spoke. I guess that makes it clear that you were in fact seriously watching these idols. Willie Eris, Tekin turned to Rurusha next. Rurusha knew she couldn't fool them anymore, so she answered before he could ask. I needed to prepare myself before working on Earth, so I treated myself to some deserts. Rurusha, after that Tekin's angry voice and the screams of the three gods resounded throughout the divine realm. Chapter 70 Volume 3 Chapter 70 Part 1 After seeing the Duke's family off, I ran back to the mines. There were a lot of adventurers along the way, so I couldn't help but remember the Grell frogs. It's along the way anyway, so I guess I might as well catch a few. As I thought that, I took out my suit from my item box and headed for the marsh. There sure are a lot of people, Ryuma, there's probably over 100 people in the area, but there are people going to other marshes, so the total number of people here is even more than that. As I thought that to myself while looking at the marsh, I noticed several people wearing the same waders as me. Looks like it's selling quite well. One group of adventurers caught my eye. They were a group of 5 and all of them were wearing the waders. I remember them. They're the ones who sold me the bloody slime. The Wharf of Shikumu. I'm here anyway, so I might as well say hi. I approached them, but something seems to have happened, as the people around an unhappy Kai were lightly tapping him at the back, telling him not to mind it. Good afternoon. Ryuma, You're that guy from before. Ryuma, right. Thanks for the other day. Kai, don't sweat it. I got a good slime from it, after all. Ryuma, as I said that, the drunk guy from before stepped forward. You're the guy who bought that slime. Sane, yes, that's right. Ryuma, I see. Sorry about my behavior that day. I'm sane. I was really drunk that time, and it seems I picked a fight with you. I don't remember much of what happened then because I was drunk, but thanks for buying the slime and for the information. Sane, huh? He's completely different from the way he behaved that time. I thought he was just a drunkard, but it turns out, he's actually a pretty serious guy. Please don't mind it. That aside, did something happen? Kai-san doesn't look too good. Ryuma, it's not exactly a problem. Before that, though, let me introduce you to these guys first. Kai, as Kai-san said that, he turned to the two people who carried Sane-san before. Kai-san placed his hand on the shoulders of the guy a little shorter than him and said this. This one is Kei. He's my younger brother. Kai, I'm Kei. It's nice to meet you. Kei, it's nice to meet you too. Ryuma, and this one is Kai, Peiron. Nice to meet you. Peiron, nice to meet you. Ryuma, and together, we 5 make up the party, the Wharf of Shikumu. But you knew that, right? Kai, yep. Ryuma, actually, we used to be fishermen. Kai, fishermen. That's nice, but why are they talking about this all of the sudden? But then Shin-san suddenly switched places with Kai-san. Sorry, Kai sucks at explaining, so I'm taking over. Shin, as it turns out, Shikumu is apparently a village by the bank of the biggest river of this country. They grew up there and are quite proficient as using nets. Because of that they have an easier time catching stuff in the marsh compared to others. The marsh is different from the sea, but they still have an easier time compared to the other adventurers. As a result, they manage to catch a lot of Grell frogs. They've been making a killing doing this for the past few days. Today, they managed to catch a considerable number too, but when they left their basket of grell frogs unattended for a moment, someone had replaced it with another. The baskets are provided by the guild, so there are a lot of adventurers with the same basket. I see. So, your catch was stolen. Ryuma, I guess. Kai, what's with that half-hearted reply? But then Kei-san showed me their basket, and inside could be seen 20 grell frogs, but they were very weak. A few of them even looked like they were about to die. If you just look at the numbers, there's more after being switched, but, Kai, too, these things were handled very poorly. Because of that, the grell frogs ended up being so weak. Weak grell frogs like these don't sell for much, and if they die, their value will go down even more. In fact, they look like they'll die along the way back to town. Shin, they switched these sorry grell frogs for ours. Kei, we could just catch some again, but it certainly doesn't feel good. Sane, I see. Oh, right. How much do you think these would go for if you sold them? Ryuma, if they've been weakened by the time we get to the guild, they'll go for about 200 suits. If they die, 50 suits. They're really weak, so this pricing should be right. We learned our lesson a few days ago, so our preliminary investigation should be perfect. Kai, and if the condition is good, about 1,000 suits per grell frog, right? Ryuma, that's right. What about it? Kai, how about selling these to me for 300 suits per grell frog? Ryuma, 2, I don't know. It says they caught more than 20 before, and then after being switched, they got 20. So even if Volume 3 Chapter 70 Part 2, I don't mind, but are you sure? Shin, your price is better than the guild's, so it's good for us, but, Kai, you'll be losing out. You know. Kei, that would be true if I was planning to sell it to the guild, but I'm going to be using it for myself, so that won't be a problem. Ryuma, using it for yourself? You make medicine. Kai, yes. I plan to use these to make an antidote, so I'd like to buy them all. Ryuma, I see. In that case, thanks for taking them off our hands at a higher price than the guild. Kai, we'll just catch more to sell to the guild, so feel free to take them all. Shin, thank you very much. Ryuma, like this I purchased 25 grell frogs from them for 7,500 suits. You sure are amazing, Shin. Ever since you took out a small gold coin to purchase our slime, I've always thought it was amazing how you're able to just take out huge wads of cash like it's nothing. Kai, it all makes sense after seeing how popular your store is, though. Shin, looks like they went to my store. Did you use my store? Ryuma, at first, we were just planning to try it out just once, but it was cheap, quick, and the result was really great, so we decided to frequent it. Kai, and because of the marsh here, we've been dropping by every day the past few days. Shin, at first we were shocked, but it seems slimes can be useful, too, When we tried it out for ourselves it was pretty good. Kei, looks like they became regular customers. That's good. Having to do laundry once we get home will be a pain in the ass. Maybe you could open a branch in our town. If you want I could talk to the fishing association for you and introduce you to a good spot. Kai, a lot of people are actually asking for a branch store, but I don't have any plans of opening one just yet. Ryuma, well, I understand it's not so simple to open one, but if you ever feel like opening a branch at Shikumu, then please contact us. I'll help you find a store. Kai, we normally don't leave town, and even if we do, at most it's just a nearby town, so reaching us shouldn't be a problem. Shin, you should be able to get a better place than the Merchants Guild can provide if you go through the Fishing Association. Kai, it seems the Fishing Association is more community-oriented than the Merchants Guild. Thank you. I'll call you when that time comes. Ryuma, as I said that, I separated from them and went to the abandoned mines. When I got to the abandoned mines, I let the slimes and rimmel birds out to play by themselves, then I dug out a cave and built a place for me to live at and a room for concocting medicine. I made furniture like shelves out of stone too. For the time being, these should serve just fine. Now then. I think it's about time to call the bloody and cleaner slimes. Ryuma, I used the newly built medicine room and immediately got to work on the grell frogs. After all, some of the grell frogs were really quite weak, so I had to work on them immediately. I also took out the grell frogs I caught the other day from my dimension home and placed them along with the new grell frogs inside the water tank. Grell frogs can live for up to a week if caught in good condition, hence, a normal medical practitioner would take their time to prepare the grell frogs, but with the bloody slime, there's no need for that. First, I drew a magic formation of separation on the floor, then I prepared enough stone vessels to contain the harvested parts. Next, I took the grell frogs out and placed them inside a cage by the corner of the medicine room. I'll begin with the grell frogs I purchased today. Bloody. Ryuma, I randomly picked one from the grell frogs. It tried to run, so I killed it with a knife, then I ordered the bloody slime to enter it from the wound I made and had it drain its blood. Now, it was time to dissect the grell frog. I used the knowledge provided by my pharmacy skill and dispassionately began cutting out the necessary parts of the grell frog. Not a drop of blood was shed during the whole process. The bloody slime's work was perfect. Next, it was time to remove the mucus and wastes. I washed the harvested parts and removed the attached dirt and mucus. If you don't remove the mucus well, the quality will go down. Unfortunately, they're very difficult to remove. To make things worse, too much strength will damage the internal organs and push the quality down again, so one would have to take extra care when doing this part of the process. At least, when done normally. Do it. Ryuma, I ordered the cleaner slimes to clean the mucus and filth from the grell frog parts. The cleaner slimes took the stone vessels into themselves and started removing the mucus. After a few seconds the harvested parts were sparkling clean. I examined the cleaned goods, and as expected, they were cleaned perfectly without a single injury. What came next was my job. I used the magic formation of separation to separate the water content from the harvest parts, causing them to quickly dry. Normally, one would have to use wind or fire magic to dry the harvested parts, which as a result of the heat and time would cause the medicinal effect of the part to decline, but with this method, everything can be done quickly with no change in quality owing from heat or spoilage. After all was done, I checked all the parts with Identify, and they were indeed processed perfectly. They were all at the highest quality. With this I've confirmed what order to do things and the effectiveness of the slimes. Volume 3 Chapter 70 Part 3 I repeated the same process for the rest of the grell frogs, and in the end, 6 out of 25 of those I purchased today got the highest quality mark from Identify. The remaining 19 were all praised as high quality too, so they weren't bad by any means. The reason the quality went down was because the grell frogs were caught too crudely. The blood flow of the grell frogs worsened right as soon as I hurt them. Also, I used the leftover grell frog hide and meat as feed for the rimmel birds. I knew the rimmel birds loved grell frog meat, so I brought it to them, and as expected, they had a great time. I hear rimmel birds periodically eat anything, though, from meat to fish to fruits to vegetables to grain. Anything. They're omnivorous, but I suppose meat would be the main part of their diet. I should check with the Tamers Guild. Before I knew it, it was already dark outside. Just to be safe, I gathered the slimes and the rimmel birds in the tunnel to ensure their safety. The slimes have gotten stronger, but the night is still dangerous, so I also blocked the entrance with some stones, making sure to just leave enough opening for the air to enter. Now then. It's been a while since I last spent the night like this. Ryuma reminds me of the time when I first got to this world. At the time, I read the letter from Gain and the others, then I looked for a place to stay at and found the cliff where I built my house. That was how I learned my earth magic, by digging out a cave. At first, my break rock could just barely make a crack, but somehow someway I was able to dig out a hole big enough for my body to fit in, then I blocked the entrance with a stone wall I made. My residence back then was that simple. After that I gradually worked on the cave. I also gradually got used to the forest and started training and hunting in the night. I'm not really in the mood right now, though, so I guess I might as well just use the ingredients. I prepared and make some medicine. As I entered the medicine concocting room aimlessly, I took out the ingredients I got and preserved from the forest of Ghana, and stored them in the shelves. I'd like to create a wooden shelf specifically for the medicinal herbs, but I'll make that some other time. The medicine I can make right now with the ingredients at hand is an antidote. I have just enough to make an antidote that uses the liver of the grell frog. The necessary ingredients are grell frog liver, a poisonous plant called kajuri, a fruit of kanashi that can be used as antidote after weakening its poison, a flower of jusho that has a strong nourishing effect, and an yufuru herb that has a diuresis effect. After that I made a pot with earth magic, 2 spatulas to stir it, and a mortar and pestle. Next time I'll just buy the tools I need. I've gotten by so far by making my own tools with earth magic, but it would probably be best to just buy my tools. As I thought that, I filled the pot with water via water magic, then I put in the cut kajuri herb and kanashi fruit, then I heated the water with the electric spell, microwave, 1, as I stirred the pot. I don't always use this method because sometimes the ingredients are weak to heat, but the kajuri herb and the kanashi fruit are strong against heat. As the two ingredients boiled, the color gradually dissolved, and the liquid within the pot turned violet. Seeing that, I stopped heating the pot and let the pot cool by itself, while I crushed the dried grell frog liver. Should be about time, Ryuma. When the pot was at a good temperature, I threw the crushed liver in and started stirring again. When the liquid got even cooler, I added the jashu flower and yufuru herb as I ground them into tinier parts with my hands, then I stirred the pot again until they sank. After that I left the pot to let it simmer and allow the medicinal contents to permeate. What should I do until then? Ryuma, when I left the room, I noticed the Rimmel birds. I took out my guitar from item box and played 2 national anime ending songs. I played because I saw the moon shining through the ventilation hole. When I finished playing, Rimmel birds, an incomprehensible sound resounded throughout the cave. Whoa! My ear hurts. Can you guys tone it down for a bit? Ouch, Ryuma. The source of the sound was none other than the Rimmel birds. They were making those beautiful chirps they made when I contracted them, but it was hard to make out the sound because we were inside a tunnel, making the sound really loud. I ended up receiving a lot of damage, but the Rimmel birds seemed fine. What kind of ears do these guys have? The slimes didn't have ears, so they were also fine. After that the Rimmel birds quietened down, and after hearing their chirps, I ate supper, and then went back to the medicine concocting room. Extracting the medicinal effects of the jashu flower and the yufuru herb doesn't take much time, so it should be about done. When I used identify on the contents of the pot. Incomplete antidote, high quality, an antidote that uses grell frog liver, disintegrates poisonous content and activates one's metabolism to expel poison from the body. It works on a large variety of poison, but it is especially effective on paralyzing agents. One should drink plenty of water when taking this antidote for best results. Alright. It's been a success so far. Next is, Ryuma. I took out a large cloth from my item box, then I had the cleaner slime clean it. This cloth belongs to one of the bandits I killed in the forest. The spaces in between its fibers is really small, so it's perfect for straining the medicinal content from the herbs. I covered an empty pot with the cloth, then I fixed it in place with the sticky slime's thread. After that I slowly poured the contents of the pot through the cloth. Like that the medicine flowed into the empty pot as the cloth filtered it. After transferring all the liquid, I removed the cloth and wrung out the medicine to the last drop. I stirred the completed medicine with the spatula, then I used identify on it. When I did, the incomplete part vanished from the name of the product and the quality turned into highest quality from high quality. Well, it's complete now, so that's only a given. Now then, it's good and all that I managed to make the medicine, but what am I supposed to do with this? Maybe I should have turned it into a pill instead to preserve it, but there weren't enough ingredients. Ryuma, now that I think about it, I have the poison resist skill, so a weak poison wouldn't work against me anyway, so there's not a lot of uses of this antidote for me. I should have one at hand just to be safe, but I definitely won't need an entire pot's worth. If I transfer that entire pot into vials, I would have about 20. For the meantime, I used earth magic to create a funnel and a dipper, prepared a lot of vials, then filled them with the medicine one at a time. After filling up 20 vials, I stored 19 inside my item box. As I fiddled with the remaining vial on hand, I left the medicine concocting room and went to the living space. What to do? Should I sell it at Surge-san's, or maybe I should give it to Jeff-san and the others? Ryuma, while I was thinking that, I accidentally dropped the vial. Ryuma, because I kept fiddling with the vial, the cover got loose, so when it fell, all the contents came pouring out. Somehow I'm just not in the mood today, Ryomua. Maybe it's because of that thing age regression thing that Kyufo was talking about. For some reason, I can't change my mood very well. Who would have thought at this age? Ah, but I'm actually 11, ain't I? Still, that's only on the outside. Mentally speaking, I'm already 40, so it's really hard to believe that I would actually be sad at this age. In my previous life, a lot of my coworkers retired either because the work was tough or because they fainted from overwork. So I thought I'd gotten used to it already. Of course, I'm not actually sad enough to cry, but when I'm not busying myself, I can't help but become sad. I pondered for about 10 seconds, and then, I made up my mind. Let's just sleep. Ryuma, rather than try to drag myself around like this, it's better to just sleep. As I thought that, I looked for the fallen vial to clean the spill, but for some reason, only the vial was left and the medicine was already gone. Where did the medicine go? Ryuma, there were several slimes loitering around the room, and there were cleaner slimes among them, so maybe they'd cleaned it already. Well, that saves me the trouble, so that's nice. As I thought that, I went to bed. 1. Used to be range, I believe. Chapter 71 Volume 3 Chapter 71 Part 1 The next day. I went outside when I woke up, but it was still dark. Did I sleep too much yesterday? It's still too early to go to town. As such, I went ahead and used the time to add a kitchen and a storehouse to the abandoned mines. I also arranged the contents of my item box. I stored most of my herb-related stuff in the lab, but I left the unsold pelt behind. Pelt, black tea. The black tea goes to the kitchen. Pelt, money. These are the bandits' possession, weapon, armor, weapon. Come to think of it, I completely forgot about that bandit, Melzel's, spear. Let's mess with it later. Next is, more pelt. Pelt again. I have way too many of these things. Honestly, why did I have to go and take everything? I should have just let the slimes eat them. At least that way they wouldn't have gone to waste. Ryuma, as I continued arranging the contents of my item box, I found something strange. What is this? Ryuma, it was a goblet. Everything I've made is either made with stone through earth magic or with shaved wood, but this goblet is made out of silver. Moreover, it's also adorned with gold and jewels. Why is something so luxurious inside my item box? I doubt this belonged to the bandits. I checked my possessions when I left the forest, and this wasn't on me then. I do recall seeing this once, though. I used identify on the goblet. Divine vessel. The goblet of the god of wine, Tikkun. A divine vessel created by the god of wine, Tikkun. It is imbued with the power of the god of wine and can produce an endless supply of liquor in exchange for Amon. Owner, Ryuma Takebayashi. Wait a minute. What is this? Why would I have something crazy like a divine vessel with me? Oh, wait. This is that goblet Tikkun gave me when we met. I brought that back with me. Ryuma, thinking back on it, I just stuffed everything back into my item box, so it seems I accidentally brought it back with me. Isn't this like really bad? I need to go to the church. Ryuma, I stuffed the goblet back into my item box and put my slimes into my dimension home, then I left the abandoned mine and hurried to town. I went as fast as I could. I went straight to the church as soon as I got to the town. When I reached the entrance of the church, a girl opened the door. Oh, are you here to visit the chapel? None, yes, can I? Ryuma, yes, of course. It sure is rare to see someone come so early. None, I don't really have time to chat, but I've been quite busy with work, so I didn't have any other time to come than now. Ryuma, I see. None, the nun brought me to the chapel. Honestly, I remember the way already, so I actually wanted to refuse her and just run straight to the chapel, but I had to keep up appearances, so I just thanked the girl and then took a seat and prayed. Taken. Please take me to the divine realm. A few seconds after I prayed that, a white light filled my vision and brought me to the divine realm. My prayer worked. When the light stopped, I turned around and Tikkun was there. At that, I heaved a sigh of relief. You called, Ryuma. Actually, how did you call me? I definitely heard your voice just now. Tikkun, I prayed at church. Ryuma, oh, come on. As if just that would be able to call me a god so easily. If that were true, we gods would be getting calls every day. Tikkun, even if you say that. But forget that, I have something I need to talk to you about. Ryuma, what happened? Tikkun, instead of words, I decided to just show him the goblet. When Tikkun saw it, he opened his eyes wide and looked alternatively between the goblet and the hole made by my item box. 1. Medical concocting room changed to lab. Volume 3 Chapter 71 Part 2 Last time you left it behind when you ran off, remember? Ryuma: Yeah, Tekin. After you left I opened my item box to look for some snacks to eat while drinking, but because of that I ran out of time and stuffed all my belongings back in. Unfortunately, the goblet got mixed in. I only noticed it this morning when I opened my item box to arrange everything, so… Sorry. I didn't mean to take it with me. Ryuma: I don't really mind. So, you brought that with you to the other side? Tekin: Yes. I stuffed it into my item box along with my other belongings and was able to bring it out in the other side. Ryuma: You were able to bring it out. But in the first place, magic is… No. What's necessary for magic is spirit and mana. So I guess he can use it. Tekin: As Tekin said that, he scratched his head and said this. Show me that for a bit. Tekin: I gave him the goblet just as he said, then he caressed it and stared at it as if he were confirming something. Ryuma: I don't mind if you take this with you. Among humans it might be considered a sacred treasure, but we gods can make something on this level anytime. And besides, this already belongs to you. Tekin: It belongs to me. Come to think of it, when I used identify on it, the information said that its owner was Ryuma Takebayashi. Ryuma: It's probably because I gave you the goblet and left you behind, so it was probably assumed that I was giving the goblet to you. Either way this is completely yours already, so enough of that. Have a drink. Tekin: As Tekin said that, he took a bottle of liquor out of thin air and poured it into the goblet, then he handed the goblet back to me. Are you sure it's okay to decide it just like that? Also, it's still morning, so, Ryuma, you're a soul right now, so you won't get drunk. Besides, if we're going to be talking, then liquor should come first, right? As for the goblet, as I said just now, I can make as many of that as I want, so I don't really care. There are also people who've received a sacred treasure from me in the past. Abilities of stuff created according to the wishes of the otherworlders can go from good to bad. There are all sorts of blessings given to otherworlders, but the most common type is a sacred treasure. There's nothing wrong with a human receiving a sacred treasure. So enough of that and let's get to the important stuff, drinking. Tekin: Is it really okay to make that decision on a whim? Well, it would cause a commotion if word were to get out that you're in possession of a sacred treasure, so make sure to hide it and just use it when you're by yourself. Tekin: I understand. I'm glad there's no problem. I didn't do it on purpose, but I was still really scared when I realized I'd taken something from this side. Ryuma: I drank from the goblet Tekin gave me. Today's sake tastes good too. It feels like there's less alcohol in today's drink than last time's. Is Tekin being considerate? Gahaha, there are certainly things that would be troublesome if brought to the other side, but those are carefully watched, so you don't have to worry about that. In fact you won't even get a chance to see it, so you don't have to worry about that. And besides, that's just a goblet that produces wine. It's a lot safer compared to something that increases its wielder's abilities or a sword that allows one to cut castle walls like paper. If anything, I'm more concerned of the fact that you were actually able to take a sacred treasure with you, but… whatever. Tekin: Am I not supposed to be able to? Ryuma: Of course not. There's no way an item from the divine realm could be taken just like that, right? In fact, a human being able to come here is already plenty strange. Tekin: Oh, yeah. I've come here so many times, I'd already forgotten. Ryuma: It's partly because you came here, but it seems Gain and the others repeatedly calling you here is also having an effect. Tekin: I get told that a lot. Is it alright? Ryuma: Who knows? I'm the god of wine and craftsman, so even if you ask me that, I can't answer. You should ask Fernoberia, too, instead. He might know something. Tekin: Fernoberia. Who's that? Who's that? Ryuma: You don't know him, huh? He's the god of magic. Fernoberia, the god of magic. He's always shutting himself inside his domain, so I don't really know him well, but he should be the most knowledgeable when it comes to magic. Unfortunately, it's really rare to see that guy, so I don't know if you'll ever get to meet him. Tekin: I see. Well, I haven't noticed any problems, and Gain and the others said it's nothing bad, so it's probably fine. It would have been nice to know the reason, though. Ryuma, it's only natural to think that way when strange things happen around you. Tiku, as Tikan said that, the surrounding area started to dazzle. Huh? Isn't it quicker than usual? Oh, it's time. Ryuma, I quickly emptied my drink and stored the goblet back into my item box. Oh, so this is what happens, you're about to go back. Tikan, by the way, were you able to meet Gain and the others? Ryuma, yeah, managed to catch them when they were on the way home. They really did go to your world. I managed to make them agree to let me go next time and have a taste of earth wine. Tikan, as Tikan said that, he heartily laughed. I see. Take care not to drink too. Oh, but you're the god of wine, so you probably don't get drunk, huh? Ryuma, of course I can't. I'll drink a shower's worth of alcohol. Tikan, by the way, what will happen when you go around drinking? Will Earth's liquor just disappear all of the sudden? Tikan, that won't happen. Whether it's there or here, the liquor will be created by the power of a god. It's like how your goblet makes liquor with mana. No matter how much I drink, other people won't run out of liquor. Tikan, I see, I guess I won't hold back with this goblet then. Ryuma, that's how it should be. Enjoy liquor. Liquor should be enjoyed. Tikan, when Tikan said that, I tried to answer back, but the world had already been dyed in white, and before I knew it, I was back at the chapel. Couldn't make it in time. I wonder if he'll be able to hear it if I pray. Ryuma, thank you. I will also enjoy liquor here. I hope you have fun in your alcohol tour too. As I prayed that, I left a donation and left the church. Now then, let's go to the store. It's a little late, though, as it's already past opening time. When I walked to the store, I heard a big crowd laughing near the store. Sounds like they're having fun. Where are the voices coming from, huh? My store. The store was coming from my store. The people outside the store were all laughing. What are they doing? I took a peek and it turns out Leland-san had knocked out 2 men. Seriously, what are they doing? Good morning, Leland-san. Ryuma, boss. Good morning. I've just finished tying these men up. Please wait a moment. Leland-san quickly bound the 2 guys. While she was doing that, I asked Karm-san, who was currently tending to the store, what was going on. What happened? Ryuma, it's been a while since the last time, but they came to cause trouble. Karm, huh? So, what's with all the laughing? I'd understand if they were screaming, so why are they laughing? Ryuma, actually, Karm, apparently, the ruffians wanted to complain about the laundry quality to pull down our reputation, so they'd intentionally stained their clothes with something hard to remove, but it didn't work on the cleaner slimes. Unfortunately, they didn't bother checking their clothes after getting them washed as they boldly called out to the crowd of customers and said, "Look. They failed to clean my clothes." Only, to then reveal a perfectly clean piece of clothing. The people started laughing one after another, until eventually, everyone was laughing. When the men tried to get violent, Leland-san apprehended them, and that's when I came in. Moreover, it also so happens that some guards were passing by when they caused a disturbance. One of the customers called them, and they took the ruffians away for obstructing business. I don't know if this is lucky or unlucky, Ryuma, we didn't have time to hear them out. Leland, 1. Divine Vessel to Sacred Treasure. Saw the characters for God and Vessel and just literally translated it. Apparently, it has a proper translation. My bad. 2. Decided to just go with Fernobaria since people think the alternatives sound like a book title. Volume 3 Chapter 71 Part 3 I called Carla-san and Faye-san inside the store and talked to them. For the meantime, we decided to just maintain the status quo. We also decided to just wait for the results of the guards' investigation and do what we could for now. Oh, speaking of which, why don't I leave the antidote here? I made some antidotes yesterday, so just in case, I'll leave some here. Ryuma, understood. Carla, as I said that, I handed enough vials for everyone to Carla-san and Faye-san. Now, what? Isn't there anything I could do to toughen up the store's security? The store's windows don't seem to be very strong. How about I use that? I went back home to the mines to test out my idea. I drew 3 magic formations in a wide open tunnel, then I asked the sticky slimes to fill a box with hardening liquid. After that I placed the box on a magic formation of separation and extracted half the water content. Fill her up again. Ryuma, I ordered the slimes to fill up the box with hardening liquid, then I extracted the water content again. I repeated that same process several times until the hardening liquid had become concentrated. Back in the forest, I once tested what would happen if I used alchemy to concentrate the sticky slimes liquid. The result then was a product harder than normal. Normally, if you let the hardening liquid dry, it would start cracking with just a little force. But after concentrating the hardening liquid, even a spell would only be able to leave a crack on it. There were two squares on the circular alchemical formation, shifted by 45 degrees and conjoined together to form the magic formation of transformation. The baseball-sized lump of concentrated hardening liquid inside was so hard that not even my full strength could easily crush it. I'm going to use this to make a glass window. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Ryuma, this concentrated hardening liquid is highly transparent. It's not completely transparent, but its yellow tint is just barely noticeable, so it's more than good enough to serve as a glass window. At the very least it's more durable than the wooden windows of this country, and there won't be any need to open the windows just to let light in. Since the windows don't need to be opened, cold wind won't enter either. If it's just for light, glass is also a thing here, but while blow glass for vials can be purchased for cheap due to your average craftsman being able to make them, unfortunately, glass meant for windows are produced with magic and are a luxury. It's also possible to make a sheet with blown glass to make them suitable for windows, but only skilled craftsmen could make it happen, so the yield rates are really low. I wanted to get some glass windows when making the store, but even with my knowledge on construction cutting down on costs, the lowest I could go to make the glass windows a reality was still 1 medium gold coin. As such, I had no choice but to give you pawn them. But that changes today. Because I can use this concentrated hardening liquid in place of glass. Moreover, it's also geared toward increasing the security of the store and is also very strong against fire and heat. Also, I'm digressing, but as for concentrated sticky liquid, it doesn't solidify that much and is brittle. It has a muddy color, so it's not transparent, but on top of that it also burns. The usual dried sticky liquid is less combustible than cloth, but after concentrating the sticky liquid, it becomes highly combustible. It was quite shocking to see it act like the exact opposite to the hardening liquid. Hardening liquid is too hard, while sticky liquid is brittle and combustible. Because of that, I've ignored them until now. Honestly, who would have thought concentrated hardening liquid would actually have a use like this? Well, with earth and barrier magic, I could endure the cold, so I didn't notice it at all. Ryuma, I would sometimes mumble to myself like this while working. I kept working until it was evening. By the time I was done, I'd already finished about 50 concentrated hardening liquid planks for use with windows. Chapter 72 Volume 3 Chapter 72 Part 1 The next day. I woke up in the morning, got ready, and gathered the slimes. It was the usual routine, but then a slime caught my eye. What is this slime? Before me was a slime I didn't remember. Strangely, though, it was indeed contracted with me. I used Monster Identify on it. Medicine Slime Skills: Produce Medicine LV3 Poison Resist LV3 Disease Resist LV5 Physical Attack Resist LV1 Jump LV3 Digest LV3 Absorb LV3 Split LV3 Spear Mastery LV1 Medicine Slime. Huh? I don't remember contracting this guy, so he must have evolved. Since it has the Spear Mastery skill, then it must have been a poison slime. Ryuma, when you think about it, medicine can be poison depending on how you use it. The same holds true the other way. I've never had a slime evolve a second time after evolving once, but it seems there really is a second evolution. But why all of the sudden? Did I clear an evolution condition somewhere? Ryuma, it's been proven that slimes evolved according to what they ate, so the medicine slime's evolution condition is medicine. But when did I ever feed a slime with that? Come to think of it, the medicine I dropped the other night was cleaned by itself. I thought for sure a cleaner slime had cleaned it, but could it be that it was this guy who cleaned it instead? To test that hypothesis, I gathered the poison slimes and poured a vial for them to drink. When I did, 5 slimes approached and started drinking. Oh, they're drinking. So, I guess it really was a poison slime then. Ryuma, last time I spilled a vial and 1 slime evolved, so it should stand to reason that 5 slimes would need 5 vials to evolve. I've already given them a vial, so I guess I'll be needing 4 more. I went ahead and made some vessels while the slimes were drinking, then I gave an order to the medicine slime. Show me which medicines you can make. Ryuma. As I said that, I pushed the vessel toward the medicine slime. The medicine slime then started pouring out liquids one after another. There were all sorts of liquids from more viscous ones to smoother ones. I used identify on the various liquids, and this was the result. Ointment styptic antidote poison, immediate effect, poison, delayed effect, paralyzing agent, instant effect, paralyzing agent, delayed effect, antibacterial medicine. Oh, that's a lot. I suppose it can produce both medicine and poison. What's with this antibacterial medicine, though? Ryuma. I used a more specific identify on it, and this came out, antibacterial medicine produced within the body of the medicine slime. A liquid that possesses strong sterilizing effects. Destroys all bacteria and virus when applied. Quickly evaporates in an airtight container if not properly stored. Harmless to humans. This is an antiseptic solution. This is great. I was actually worried about going to territories other than the Jamil territory because of hygiene reasons, but with this, that won't be a problem anymore. Speaking of which, time sure flies. I better get to the store. I hurriedly gathered the slimes and went to the store, but the store was already open. I entered the employee entrance and met Carla-san. Good morning, boss. Carla, good morning, Carla-san. Ryuma, boss, what have you been up to lately? Ryuma, What do you mean? Ryuma, you came only after the store was already opened yesterday and today too. Did something happen? Carla, oh, it's nothing. I was just too busy with work. Ryuma, really? Well, that's fine then, but be sure to talk to us if you have something on your mind. Carla. Thank you. Ryuma, Volume 3 Chapter 72, 2 of 2, oh, and could you start coming around this time? Carm, around this time. Why? Ryuma, if you come before the store opens, you'll definitely end up doing the store preparation, so the lower positioned employees won't have anything to do. They need to do that as part of their training, so please leave it to them. Please do get used to leaving work to your subordinates, boss. Carm, they took my job. Well, all right. I guess it can't be helped, Ryuma. I can understand if it's for a reason like that, but with this, I have even less work to do. Oh, right. I need to talk to her about the windows. Oh yeah, Carm-san. Are Fei-san and Leland-san free right now? Ryuma, Fei-san's tending to the store, but Leland-san should be in the break room right now. Do you need them for something? Carm, actually, I have an idea to toughen up the store's security and would like to talk to them about it. Ryuma, I see. In that case, please wait at the office. I'll call them over. Carm, I waited at the office just as he told me, and he immediately brought Leland-san. They were just in the next room, after all, so it came as no surprise. In fact, I could have just called her myself. There was no need for him to get her. Good morning, boss. You needed me. Leland, good morning, Leland-san. It's about the store window. Don't you think it'd be quite easy to break those and get in? Ryuma, indeed. All you need is a hammer or an axe and you'd easily be able to break them. We've taken that into consideration and are keeping an eye out for them. Leland, thank you as always. So, I was thinking of making those windows unbreakable. Ryuma, that would save us a lot of trouble, but how? Leland, I took out 1 plank of concentrated hardening liquid from my dimension home. When Carm saw that, the color of his eyes changed. Is that a glass window? Carm, not quite. Ryuma, but this shape and transparency. Surely, it must be glass window. And even if it's not glass window, we can use it instead of glass window. Did you make this, boss? Carm, looks like he's taken a liking to it. I do intend to use it as a replacement for glass window, but I have no intention of selling it right now. Sorry, but I'm not planning to sell it right now. The production rate isn't there yet, Ryuma, I see. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Carm, it's fine. And besides, you're actually right in that I was thinking of using this in place of glass windows. It looks like glass, but unlike glass it's actually quite durable. Ryuma, I hit the glass with my bare fists. When Leland-san saw that, she narrowed her eyes. Boss, could I give it a try? Ryuma, sure. I have plenty of spare, so feel free to destroy it. Ryuma, I let Leland-san have a go at it. She hit the plank several times, but it didn't even crack. She used reinforcement magic after that, but a crack was the most she could muster. It really is tough. If we outfit the entire first floor with this, our assailants will surely have a hard time getting in. But at the same time, we won't be able to break the glass to run away if driven into a corner. Please also take that into consideration as you plan the store security. Leland, so, there was a downside to it. Now that you mention it, I should definitely come up with a way to make it easy to open from inside. I'll need to think about it. Ryuma, aside from that one downside, though, it's very good for defending against intruders. If we outfit them here and there, we should be able to reduce the places that could be broken into. Well, at least that's one way to go about it. And also, if we know what's coming, we can deal with it much easier too. Leland, I see. So, you're all right. With replacing the store windows with this, right? Ryuma, yes. Leland, like that we started upgrading the store's wooden windows with these concentrated hardening liquid planks. We first changed the windows at the back of the store, where there were no customers, then we worked on the side facing the nearby stores, then the side facing the road, and then lastly, the store front, the windows facing the residential district. Or at least, that's what we were planning to do when all of a sudden we heard someone yelling from the store. What did you to my clothes? Does this store have a policy of tearing its customers' clothes into pieces? Well. Angry customer, we hurriedly entered through the store entrance, and there, we saw an ill-bred man arguing with Fina-san. Fei-san was in the process of breaking them up. Atop the counter was a piece of clothing that was torn from the collar all the way to the bottom. But it's impossible for this to be our fault since we don't wash laundry here in a way that could do something like this. I doubt this happened while the employees were transporting it too. Even though I know it's just false accusation, it sure still feels bad. A proper claim would actually be better. Anyway, I have no intention of accepting false claims like this. At times like this, it's important to firmly deal with the malicious claimant. I called out to the men. What seems to be the problem, sir? Ryuma, boss. Fei, Volume 3 Chapter 72 Part 3 Fei-san responded before the men could. I passed the men a fleeting glance, then I looked at Fei-san to signal to him that I would be dealing with the men. Fei-san was able to understand my signal, so he allowed me to come close, though he kept alert. What's your problem, brat? Get lost. Angry customer, that won't do, as I'm the owner of this store. Do you have a problem with our store? Ryuma, the man's eyebrows twitched and he started arguing with me. You better believe it. Your little store tore apart my only good suit. I want compensation. Angry customer, could you show that suit to me? Ryuma, after receiving the suit, I examined it. I need to make it look like I'm properly listening to the claimant's complaint, or my reputation will go down. I don't particularly care what this thug thinks about me, but the curious onlookers and the customers are important. The torn cuff of the suit clearly shows signs of having been cut with a blade of sort. From there the tear seems to have been exacerbated through brute force. It's certainly possible for this to happen while washing it, but the cleaner slimes just eat filth. They don't do anything that could cause a tear. This is clearly a false claim. It's impossible to use this to find fault with our slimes. And he clearly hasn't done his homework. I already announced on the first day of opening that the slimes are responsible for doing the laundry here, so if he wanted to find fault, he should have brought a melted piece of clothing instead. Dear customer, it's troubling for us if you bring up this sort of false claim. Ryuma, after examining the suit, I faced the man and said that. What was that? A false claim. This torn suit is right in front of you and not only are you not apologizing, you're saying it's my fault. Nice store you have here, you immoral merchant. Angry customer, the men said that out loud so as to let the other customers hear it. Then, allow me to prove it to you. Ryuma, ha. Angry customer, the men made a confused face in response to my words, while the attention of the surrounding customers gathered to us. Please wait a moment. I will give a demonstration of how this store does its laundry. After seeing it, you will immediately understand why this sort of accident can never happen. Ryuma, I left the scene to Fei-san for a moment, while I went inside to get a cleaner slime. In order to perform the demonstration, I will be needing some laundry. Is anyone willing to volunteer his laundry? If you participate, your laundry will be washed for free. Ryuma, voices rose sporadically. That person over there. Thank you. Ryuma, as I received a single-person laundry bag from a male customer, I laid out its contents over the counter. Laid out were a blood-stained pair of pants and a shirt. It was normal clothing, but considering the man's strong body, he is probably an adventurer. Please watch. Ryuma, I ordered the slime to wash the clothes. It took the clothes into it as usual, and before anyone knew it, all the blood and filth were gone from the clothes. When the crowd saw that, they cried out voices of shock. The entire process took no more than a few dozen seconds. Are you satisfied, dear customer? Just as you've witnessed, because of the way we do laundry here, it is impossible for your clothes to be torn apart. Ryuma, and no way, angry customer, if you believe this was merely a fluke, then we can repeat this until it pleases you. Ryuma, after doing about 10 persons worth of clothing, the men couldn't say anything anymore. To put the nail into the coffin, I spoke one last time. It's simply impossible for slimes to cause this sort of tear in your suit. After all, they neither have fangs nor claws. In fact, they don't even have the strength to make this sort of tear. This store's slimes takes the clothes into their body and eats the filth on it. Unlike the normal method of doing laundry, wherein one uses force to rub off the filth, our slimes don't use force. That's why it's impossible for anything to get torn. I have been washing my clothes in this way for the past 3 years and have yet to experience a problem. As such, I can say with full confidence that your suit wasn't torn because of our store. Ryuma, when I said that, all the customers other than the thug were able to understand that we weren't negligent in any way. Good. With this our reputation won't be affected. Now that that's taken care of, this thug doesn't matter anymore. Well then, since you've interfered with our business, we will be handing you over to the guards. Please behave and come with us. Ryuma. Like fuck I will. Angry customer, the man sent his fist flying toward me, but I twisted my body, took his arm, and sent him flying with a throw. The onlookers would surely not appreciate getting caught up with a thug, so I made sure to throw the thug somewhere no one was around. A large dull sound resounded throughout the store as the man's legs hit the counter and his body fell into the ground. GOHA. Angry customer, the man writhed in pain as he slammed into the ground. This is legitimate self-defense, dear customer. Ryuma, our reputation will take a hit if I beat him up too much, but this much should be okay. Fei-san, please take care of him. Ryuma, as you wish, boss. Fei-san quickly took the man and brought him inside. Next, I'll need to call the guards. Oh. While I was thinking that, it suddenly came to my attention that the cleaner slime was hard at work cleaning the counter. Apparently some mud had fallen off the man's shoes and onto the counter when I threw him. Seeing the slime like that was a healing moment for me. After that the store went back to business as usual and the guards came to take the men away. By the time the situation had been settled, it was already afternoon. Everyone gathered at the employee area of the store to eat. Fina-san thanked me and Fei-san. Boss, Fei-san, thank you so much. Fina, this is part of my job. And also, I didn't really do all that much today. It was all the boss. Fei, I am the owner, after all. I should at least deal with those sort of people when I'm around. Ryuma, boss was so strong, Maria, but was that really all right, boss? Washing the laundry. For free. Leland, that much won't affect the store's income. It was more important to let the other customers know that the man was just slandering our store. Otherwise, if they believed we were the ones in the wrong, then less people will go to our store. Ryuma, I see. You're right. Carla, I didn't think everyone would accept me right from the start. I'm sure there are people unhappy with my business, but that's their right. It's impossible to deal with all those people, but it would be problematic if they made other customers hate me. Still, you should say beforehand when you're going to deal with the situation. I was sweating buckets. Fina, We didn't know you were that strong too, Jane. Oh, yeah. I look 11 on the outside. I keep forgetting that from time to time. I didn't have the opportunity to show my strength to the workers until now too. Sorry, I forgot to mention it. Ryuma, report, communicate, consult. These three are important. Although we had to take care of this incident, we were able to safely replace the store windows of the store. Sometime before evening, I dropped by Surge-san's store. I wanted to buy some vials from him. And there's also the medicine slime. Welcome, Ryuma-san. Surge, good afternoon, Surge-san. I came today to buy something for myself. Ryuma, I see. What will you be needing? Surge, I'd like to buy a large number of vials for medicine. Ryuma, vials for medicine. In large number. Surge, yes. I learned how to make medicine from my grandmother, so since I have time now, I figured why not use the time to make some medicine. It's not unusual for me to be exposed to danger as an adventurer, after all. So, in preparation for that. Ryuma, I see. But if you wish to procure a large number of vials, then it would be best for you to register at the Merchants Guild as a pharmacy, then the guild will sell to you the vials wholesale, allowing you to get them much cheaper. Surge, now that he mentions it. In the end, I took Surge-san's advice and didn't buy from his store. I also had more time now, enough to spare to make medicine, so I took some more cloths from him to turn into waterproof cloths. When I got to the Merchants Guild, I was brought to the reception office again. What do you need? More people. Griziera, no, I came for something else this time. Ryuma, I told her what I came for. I see. So you came here to buy some vials, did you? So, how good are your medicines? Griziera, I took out a vial from my item box and handed it to her. The guild master used identify on it, and then she grinned. Not bad. This more than passes as a product. If you can make this, then you can definitely open a pharmacy. Griziera, I don't have such plans for now, though. Ryuma, I suppose, since you'll have more than enough if you just open a branch store. But you should still consider it as a backup plan in case something unexpected happens. And you could also sell them on the side to help with your branch store's capital. Or if you want, I could buy them from you. Griziera, is that all right? Ryuma, I'm expecting a lot from you, after all. Besides, I was also an expert in medicine before I became the guild master. The quality of your medicine is good, so if I use my connections, I should be able to sell as many of them as I want. Griziera, so, the guild master was an expert on medicine. I didn't know that. Thank you very much. At that time, I'll rely on you. Ryuma, I thank the guild master. I took the opportunity to also purchase all the tools needed to make medicine like the pot and the funnel. I also bought some food along the way to the gate before going back to the mines. The sun still hadn't set, so I ran back home instead of using magic. I passed some adventurers along the way. They seemed to be coming home from hunting grell frogs. As I thought that while running, the smell from the marsh wafted to my nose. I dealt with the stench by wetting a towel with deodorizing liquid and putting it over my mouth. Can't I sell this deodorizing liquid? Deodorizing goods were a thing back in my previous life, so I should talk with Karm-san and the others about it. That night, I had supper a little earlier than usual, then I spent the time investigating the medicine slime. Unfortunately, I lost track of the time and ended up sleeping late. Thanks to my investigations, though, I was able to confirm that the poison slimes I gave antidotes to all became medicine slimes. It seems my hypothesis was correct. In that case, the other slimes must also have other evolutionary paths. Slimes sure run deep. I was feeling fairly satisfied after seeing the slimes evolve, so I took out the goblet I got from Tekin and drank by myself. But then an unexpected problem arose. I got it out of goodwill, so I'm not complaining, but isn't this thing too thirsty for mana? Ryuma, wine appeared in the goblet when I let mana course into it just as Tekin had told me, but I had to consume 30,000 points of mana just to fill the goblet once. I checked it with my status board, so that figure is definitely correct. Even with my mana pool at full, I can only fill this goblet 6 times. Actually, isn't 6 cups too much when I'm just drinking by myself? How many would a person normally drink when alone? Maybe it's just because I'm creating wine out of nothing that the mana consumption is so high. But regardless, I think I can manage if I just watch the amount of wine. I've only drank with others for the sake of socializing, so I don't actually know how much I'm supposed to drink when I'm by myself, but for the meantime, I decided to just drink 2 cups. I went to bed after drinking the goblets when. Today's wine was delicious, but it's too bad I didn't have any snacks again. I'll make sure to prepare some next time. Chapter 73 Volume 3 Chapter 73 Part 1 Morning. Normally, this would be the time when I leave the house, but I was asked to start going to the store later, so I decided to go and build my house first. For the meantime, this should do for a rough draft. Ryuma, to the side. A long house wall. A house with a door and a window. 1. I gradually improved the image as I revised the map drawn on the ground. I can just restructure the tunnel to fill in the necessary facilities needed for day-to-day living, so all the house needs is a bedroom. But lately ruffians have been coming to the store. What if they attack my house? It would be worrying if my house was weak then. But it'll take quite a bit of effort to make the house sturdy enough. Maybe I should camouflage my house. Ryuma, I could turn the tunnel until here into a decoy. I could block the entrance of the tunnel with the house, and then make the interior look just like a normal house, so when they enter they'll think they entered the house I live at. Ryuma, that should buy me some time to prepare a counter-attack or run away. I could also set some traps in the decoy house. If I fuss over this too much, I'll end up taking too much time again, so, Ryuma, to make things simple, I'll just set some slimes to pour acid, poison, or maybe sticky slime on the intruders. But unlike acid and sticky liquid, poison won't take effect unless it enters the body, so a poison gas would be more effective than liquid poison. Unfortunately, I don't have a slime that could use potion magic. Although if I used fire I could create poison smoke. As I thought about it, I ended up going toward a direction that would take time. For the meantime, I decided to just go with the acid and sticky liquid for the traps. I should go and make the house first or there's no point to any of this. The house needs to be easy to repair. Ryuma, after all, there's a chance it could get destroyed in an attack. And the most important thing for a decoy is to look the part, so I just need to focus on appearances while making sure that it's easy to build. In that case, a prefab should do the trick. With prefabs, the parts are made in the workshop beforehand, and then the structure is assembled at the scene. There's not a lot of actual work done at the scene, so it's a lot faster than other construction methods. It's also a lot more consistent quality-wise than other building methods when building the same structure. I have to make the parts myself because there's no factory to order parts from here, but once I have the basic parts down, the whole process should go smoothly. Also, I'll be making the parts with Create Block, so I already have a sure way of making the building stones in a set size. If I just tweak that a little, everything should go well. Create Block, Ryuma, I tried making my thoughts into reality. I used Create Block to make building stones and tweak the shape. I wanted a concrete block, so I made the building stones into the size of a brick, then I opened a hole in the middle part. Simple enough. If I pile these up, I should be able to make a wall. I'll be needing cement and sticky liquid if I were to just pile these up normally, so I'll just make a hole in the bottom and make a protrusion in the top so they can fit together without any adhesive. I'm going to be using mostly square blocks, so I'm worried that just one protrusion won't be enough. In that case, let's divide each block into 4 and make 4 protrusions instead. Also, WF the protrusions are sharp, they could hurt people, so I should make sure to round them off. And there we have it. Lego, basically. Before I knew it, I'd transformed my building stones into the world-famous Lego. Isn't this completely different from what I was aiming for? But it helps a lot with the visualization. I'll name this new version of my magic as Building Block. Building Block Cube. Ryuma, Building Block Rectangle. Ryuma, I built building stones as I pleased according to shape. I tried making a wall with these blocks, and lo and behold, it actually took me some strength to move the wall. Each block was heavy enough, so after adding them all together, the resulting weight was something. When I tried even rubbing some clay on them and letting it dry, I was able to make a good wall. It's basically precast concrete, but if I keep making the parts like this, I should be able to make my prefab a reality. Now then, it should be about time for me to get going. 1. Don't really get this line. Maybe it's just a monologue while Ryuma is drawing on the ground. Volume 3 Chapter 73 Part 2 Good morning. How is the store today? Ryuma, I clocked in late at work today just as I was asked to yesterday. I wonder how the store is doing. Good morning, boss. There are several things I would like to report on. First of all, Taylor-sama dropped by the store this morning. Carla, the branch head of the Tamers Guild. He didn't come as a customer. Ryuma, no. It would appear that the men that caused us trouble the past few days were apparently monster tamers of the Tamers Guild, so he came to apologize. Carla, in person. That's really unfortunate, Ryuma, who would have thought an important customer would drop by on the very day I decided to come late. It's been a while since I happened across this sort of misfortune. What to do? I could go to the Tamers Guild and talk to them now. They'll probably accommodate me if I did. What did he say about the culprits? They came twice, right? Ryuma, apparently, they were working by themselves. As the story goes, they were annoyed that someone like you, Ryuma-sama, was making a killing when you could only use slimes. In other words, envy was the motive. They figured it wouldn't be a big deal if they just caused some ruckus in the store, so they casually went and caused trouble. Unfortunately for them, that decision cost them a significant fine that they weren't expecting. If not that, then they would probably be sent to perform some voluntary labor. The guild master said that the guild is willing to negotiate the compensation for the damages caused by their members. Carla, damages. There wasn't anything too serious that could really be labeled as damages. And I don't need the guild master to come personally to know that I need to be careful. I don't need compensation. They probably have a policy on how to deal with delinquent members like them, so let's just go with that. Ryuma, I thought you'd say that. The policy of the Tamers Guild say that the culprits must be given penalty and the members of the guild must be properly informed of the gravity of the crime committed. But, Carla, is there a problem? Ryuma, there's no problem regarding to the culprit's punishment. Instead, it seems that Taylor-sama is being criticized because of his decision to cover for us in this incident. Carla, criticize? The guild master? Why? Shouldn't they be criticizing the culprits? Ryuma, it seems that the culprits have been working for a long time and have respectable monsters, so their status is quite high. They looked down on us, so things became like this and we unfortunately ended up incurring damages. This morning the customers that caught wind of the rumors were quite worried for us. I reassured them each time they mentioned it that there's no problem, and I also thanked Taylor-sama. Carla, it's true we incurred damages, but is it just my imagination or is all this happening so fast? Ryuma, maybe it's because he's in charge of the Tamers Guild, but yes. Things do seem to be progressing quickly. Carla, it would be best if we could get more details regarding this incident. Ryuma, I understand. I'll have Carm investigate it. Carla, please. Ryuma, there was nothing else noteworthy to report after that, so we just went through the usual reports, then I went off to work on my own stuff. Please divide the horn rabbit meat into 5 pieces. Ryuma, thank you for coming. What a nice kid you are. Are you on an errand? Butcher, haha. Something like that. Ryuma, I know there's nothing I can do about how young I look, but still. I can't help but feel complicated. Hey, if it isn't Ryuma-kun. We have feed ready for your slimes. Zeke, thank you very much. I'll come get it as soon as I receive my purchase. Ryuma, Zeke-san stepped out of the room where they prepared the meat to show his face, so I thanked him. When I was about to go back to the store, he asked me to wait for a bit. Ah, could you wait a sec? Zeke, yes. What is it? Ryuma, could we ask your slimes to clean the store? Our clothes have gotten a lot cleaner than before, so we've started to become concerned about the stench in our workplace. Of course, we clean the place every day, but the stench is indelibly ingrained into the place and we can't quite get rid of it. Zeke, in that case, I'll bring you some deodorizing liquid. Unless there's some other problem, you should be able to solve it with that. Ryuma, after saying that, I went back to the store and prepared the deodorizing liquid. That night, while I was checking the documents, Carm-san came back. Good job out there. Did you find something? Ryuma, yes. Karm handed me some papers. Apparently, he'd compiled everything already. He sure works fast. It seems rumors of the Jimuru branch's tamer guild master being criticized have spread quite far. Ryuma, yes. There are some slight differences to the rumors, but not one of them is saying anything good about Taylor-sama. Graziera-sama of the Merchant Guild has also taken notice of this event and is quite concerned. She says it's possible there's someone intentionally fanning the flames against Taylor-sama. His position in the guild is delicate, to say the least. Karm, indeed, Ryuma. As I went through the document Karm gave me, I got to the part with a figure of the Tamer Guild's influence framework and a simple explanation of their history. I knew there were two philosophies in the Tamer Guild, but it seems that has also led to the formation of different factions. On one hand, you have tamers who prioritize strength among monsters, and on the other hand, you have tamers who prioritize the well-being of monsters. The former is the main faction presently, while the latter is a faction that seeks to coexist with the monster beasts. In the first place, it was Shiho Jamil, a previous Otherworlder, who completed monster taming and spread it throughout the world with the purpose of paving the path for the humans and monster beasts then to coexist. I'm sure it wasn't easy. Not much details were given about Shiho's endeavors, but after showing to the people the benefits brought about by the monsters, people gradually started accepting the Tamer Guild and Shiho Jamil's ideas. As a result, the Tamer Guild has continued to exist until now. Unfortunately, with every passing year, less and less people are adhering to her ideals. Most of the work in the Tamer Guild is mainly for monsters to replace human labor. After all, there aren't a lot of jobs that only monsters could do. If people needed to subjugate a monster, they could turn to the Adventurers Guild. If they wanted to send a letter or have small miscellaneous job done, a fast horse or a person could do it. There's just too much competition. So, in order for the members of the Tamers Guild to work more efficiently and make a living, they prioritized the taming of stronger monsters. As such, and especially for the humans and the members of the dog tribe whose lifespans are short, people gradually forgot the ideals of the founder. Presently, only elves and other species that have long lifespans are the only ones capable of spending a long time teaching and studying. And other than them, only the people who have received their teachings are the ones who have been able to inherit the will of the founder. Taylor-sama is one such person, but even though he holds a high position, there are still people who hate him. Karm, I see. Is this related to why some people caused trouble at our store? Ryuma, they're not wholly unrelated. Karm, figures, Ryuma, could it be that they weren't actually aiming at my store and instead just decided to use it as tool because it was convenient? Can we start a rumor of our own? Not to spread a lie, but to spread a truth. Ryuma, the Merchants Guild is a treasury of information and there are a lot of merchants sensitive to new information and rumors, so if we make use of that, it should be possible. What would you like to spread? Karm, actually, I've recently formed a contract with a Rimmel bird. 6 of them, in fact. So, I'm no longer a monster tamer who can only use slimes. According to the documents you gave me, it seems some people might be trying to find fault with the branch leader for favoring a useless monster tamer. And the rumors also seem like they might bring down our reputation, so. What do you think? Can we use a rumor like this to dispel the current rumors surrounding the branch guild master and make it appear as if he is a man of foresight? Ryuma, Rimmel birds are known to be difficult to tame. When I proposed this to Karm-san, he smiled. Yes, that should do. It could end up as a funny story with the critics being the ones with no foresight in the end. Karm, also, if you can, please don't be too harsh. We don't want to make more enemies, after all. Ryuma, I understand. Well, then. I'll get right to it. Karm, wait. It's already nighttime and we don't know what our opponents are capable of doing, so just to be safe, get Fei-san or Leland-san to tag along with you. This won't be a part of their contract, so I'll pay them extra. Also, Ryuma, I also informed him that I will be taking steps to fortify the abandoned mine. So, you don't have to worry about me. Ryuma, I understand, but please make sure not to do anything reckless. Karm, after that he left the room. I waited for him and Fei-san to come back, then I went back to the mines. Chapter 74 Volume 3 Chapter 74 Part 1 The next day. Good morning. Did something happen? Ryuma, when I showed my face at the store, I noticed that people had gathered at the kitchen. Ah, boss. Jane, good morning, Maria, it's this. Fina, the three girls cleared the place to reveal a plate of sausage atop the work table. There were 3 long coils of sausages on the plate. It was a considerable amount. The housewife next door brought these as a gift to celebrate you being able to tame a Rimmel bird, Maria. She also said that it's for the deodorizing liquid you brought yesterday since she didn't think the feed they give you for your slimes was enough to thank you for that. Jane, seems that deodorizing liquid of yours was a huge help. She was all smiles. Fina, I see. It seems we just missed each other. Ryuma, let's cook this for today's lunch. Shelma, who was in front of the fridge, said. Is she going to fry the sausages? Or maybe she'll cook them into a soup. Either way, I'll be looking forward to today's lunch. As the 3 girls went back to work, I parted with them and went to the office to receive Karm-san's report. Looks like the rumors are spreading well. Ryuma, well, it was true after all, so it didn't take much effort to spread. We'll have to see what effects this'll have on the situation. Karm, I see. And the store? Ryuma, nothing has really changed. No damages too. Ah, speaking of which, a housewife asked me if we were selling deodorizing liquid. Karm, deodorizing liquid. She must have found out from Zeke-san's place. Do you think it would sell if we can guarantee its safety and efficacy? Ryuma, there are already people asking it for it, so yes. It's also not unrelated to our store's business, so I propose we display them in front of the store and see how people react. Ryuma, how much of a burden will this place on the workers? Ryuma, if we put them in a bottle, anyone will be able to sell it. Kalkin-san and the others are also researching stuff in their free time, so it should be fine if we just ask them to watch over the display when they're free. Ryuma, then just to be safe, have Kalkin-san and his group ensure that the deodorizing liquid is safe. If nothing's wrong, then we'll put them on display. I'll prepare the slates to calculate the revenue from the deodorizing liquid. Ryuma, I worked quietly in the store to prepare for the sale of the deodorizing liquid until it was lunchtime. After lunch. I wonder what I should do in the afternoon, Ryuma. I had no work left to do. There wasn't much work to do in the first place, but now, Kalkin-san and the rest of the manager candidates have taken them all. If there's nothing left to do at the store, then I guess I'll have to work on my house trap. As I thought that, I went back home. Along the way. If it isn't Ryuma, de Gozaru. Asagi-san, good afternoon. Is it your rest day today? Ryuma, that it is. Resting from time to time is important, after all. Are you working today too, de Gozaru? Asagi, actually, I don't have any work left to do, so I'm currently on my way back home. Ryuma, I see. That makes things easy then. Asagi, suddenly, Asagi-san unwrapped the furoshiki, from the thing he was carrying and revealed a bottle of wine. Ryuma, you've received the divine protection of the god of wine, right? Won't you have some of this wine? Asagi, this smell. Is this Nihonshu, Japanese rice wine or sake? Ryuma, oh. So you know this wine? That's right. It's a Daijinju, top-quality sake brewed from rice grains milled to 50% weight or less, made at my hometown, a kind of wine known as Nihonshu, de Gozaru. Asagi, well, thank you. Ryuma, I hear if one treats someone who has received the divine protection of the god of wine with liquor, he'll be blessed with good fortune. Asagi, oh yeah. That's common sense in this world. In that case, I'll pray for your good fortune while drinking. Ryuma, Japanese wine, huh? This sure is nostalgic. It seems I'll have the opportunity to enjoy Japanese liquor for the first time in a long while. You sure know a lot about my hometown, de Gozaru. Asagi, my grandparent told me stories of it. Ryuma, I see, de Gozaru. Asagi, by the way, where did you get your katana? Ryuma, I didn't want to talk about my background, so I asked him something I couldn't ask before. Security is currently an issue I'm tackling, so I'd like to get my own katana soon. I use what I'm regularly sent from my hometown. Do you just want a katana, de Gozaru? Or are you planning to use it? Asagi, I plan to use it. Ryuma, I've studied how to use katanas, but this country mainly uses long swords. There weren't any katana in Tigger's arms store either. Ryuma, unfortunately, you'll be hard-pressed to get one in these parts. But if you go to the capital, you should be able to find a store selling them. Katanas are the weapon of choice back at my hometown. And they are also works of art we are proud to display to other countries. Katanas are the very symbol of our soul as samurai, de Gozaru. Therefore, if you wish to get one, it's possible to have one exported, but it will take a lot of money. You have your store, but you'll run out of money too if you just spend it recklessly. And katanas are consumable like any other weapon, so it's simply not an option to keep buying one. I too reluctantly tried purchasing one from the capital, but it was simply too expensive to keep purchasing a new one every now and then. I hear there are outsider swordsmiths who have been given permission to learn the forging method, but there's only a handful of them, and I've never met one myself, so it's not practical to rely on that option either. Asagi, isn't there an inexpensive way to get one regularly? Ryuma, I believe there was a previous case wherein a disciple of a school is provided a katana, but unfortunately, I'm currently still in training and don't have the qualification to take a disciple, and a qualified person wouldn't go here anyway. Asagi, in the first place, Asagi-san left his hometown to train. It's a custom of theirs, so he can't communicate with his hometown that much. At most, he could send them a letter to let them know that he is safe and to receive a Japanese wine as a good luck charm of sort. The katana is also sent to him because it is a necessity. Ryuma, from whom did you learn how to use a katana? It would probably be best if you get one through that person instead. Asagi, grandfather forged katanas in the past. He was also the one who taught me how to use them. Ryuma, I see. I thought you were strangely privy to my village's matters, so it turns out it's because of your grandfather. Asagi, let's just leave it at that. But if that's the case, then there's no other choice than to purchase an expensive katana or to change the way you hold your weapon. Asagi, I see. Thanks anyway. Ryuma, sorry, I couldn't be of help, de Gozaru. Asagi, it's not his fault. I thanked him for giving me precious sake and parted with him. 1 Volume 3 Chapter 74 Part 2 As I left the town and walked on the empty and peaceful path, it suddenly occurred to me. Can't I just make the katana myself? The material used to make modern-day katana is tamahagane, a kind of steel made from charcoal or iron sand. Charcoal, I can make. After all, I am a former Japanese salaryman. And the number of times I've dreamt of living a peaceful life after retirement where I burnt charcoals couldn't be counted. It was also a very important resource during winter in the forest of Ghana. Procuring iron sand is even simpler. The representative black triiron tetraoxide is different from the ferric oxide that I use as feed for my metal and iron slimes, but it's still a compound of iron, Fe, and oxygen, O1. As such, using alchemy, I can get as many as I need back at the mines. As for the forging method, well, I have that too. Actually, my dad was a swordsmith. I've seen him work countless times as a kid. He also used to bring me to the workshop where he manufactured iron. When I'd grown up a little, he even asked me to help out. In that way, he secretly taught me how to forge the katana. But unfortunately, he quickly saw that I didn't have any talent for forging. I have the knowledge and I can procure the ingredients. The only thing missing is the technology. Which is why I probably won't be able to make something practical. Or at the very least, I won't be able to make it anytime soon. If I really want to make one, it would be best to learn from someone first. But again, that would take time. Still, making one by myself does seem like an interesting idea. I only wonder if this would break some rule. I should have asked. Ryuma, whatever. I'll ask Asagi-san next time. As I decided that, I suddenly realized something. It's not a katana, but I think I have something I can use. Item box. Ryuma, as soon as I got back to the mines, I set the monsters free in the open area, while I went off on my own to look for something. I'm pretty sure I put it here somewhere. Ah, found it. The weapon I took out was none other than the weapon of a bandit I defeated in the past, Melzen's spear. It's a bit long, but it's neither rusted nor deformed anywhere. Considering its length, it was actually quite light. It wasn't made out of iron, though. Flame crystal. I used identify on it, but I couldn't really understand the result. I'll have to ask someone about it. Anyway, this should serve me just fine for now. The metal slimes and the other slimes were rolling down a slope as they enjoyed their free time. After making sure that there weren't any slimes nearby, I started swinging Melzin's spear. No problem with swinging it. But as expected, the technique I inherited from my dad in its original form is said to be a technique passed down by a samurai who lived through the warring period. His social standing was up there, so he was fairly proficient in martial arts and was himself also interested in the discipline. But because he wasn't the oldest son, he lived his life as he pleased. I don't know if he was kicked out of his family or if he left, but apparently, he lived quite the destitute life. He didn't think much of it when he was young and passionate, but in his later years, he changed. He was poor. He had no children and no wife. He was skilled in the sword, but he wasn't famous. When he looked back to his life, he wondered what he'd been doing until now. As he realized that he had no legacy to leave, he became sad. As a result, he decided to leave behind his technique and knowledge. It is said that from that moment on, he started looking for students and did his best to teach them. The main weapon he used to survive the warring period was a spear. The katana was nothing more than a secondary weapon for when the spear was lost. That's why samurais, as well as me, have inherited the skill and are able to use the spear effectively. But honestly speaking, katanas are easier to use. This doesn't have anything to do with the times. If I had to put the blame on something or someone, then I would say it's my dad's fault. The things I've learned from my dad include the katana, the spear, the staff, the wakizashi, the bow, the shuriken, the kusarigama, and the hidden weapons. My dad taught me the techniques in a particular order. Hand-to-hand combat and the katana were the most prioritized. In fact, I wasn't even allowed to touch the other weapons until I was good enough with them. And because I was learning for the first time with the katana, I was instructed to spend a lot of time with it. It wasn't because he was a swordsmith that he favored the katana. No. Most probably it was because the katana and the one's unarmed fists were easier to use in modern times. After all, techniques with weapons can only be used when you have the weapon equipped. But modern laws forbid citizens from carrying weapons. Depending on the place, one would also be subject to a search via a metal detector. It was a time where even carrying a stick of wood would subject one to questioning. But hand-to-hand combat can be used without a weapon, and katanas are considered as a work of art, so people are allowed to possess them. It's also shorter than spears or rods, so it's easier to hide. So, I think that's why he prioritized those two. I didn't actually hear the reason from him directly, though. I do think his common sense is fairly unique compared to the world's common sense. Although he acted friendly to outsiders, so he was often appraised highly. I wonder how much my katana can cut if it were used to cut humans. Ryuma, Kururu, Rimmel birds, Dad. Wait. There's no one around. There's no presence of people. My monsters are just doing as they please and no one's acting like anything is out of the ordinary. If anything, I suppose the Rimmel birds are a little shocked. But that's my fault. My imagination, huh? Ryuma, I walked around and checked the place, but really. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I was probably just imagining things because I was thinking about Dad. Still, I wish I'd asked for my dad's katana before transmigrating. Dad wanted to test the katana for its original purpose, but if he'd cut someone, then he wouldn't be able to forge katanas anymore. That's why he couldn't cut anyone. His personality aside, Dad was a person who lived to forge the greatest katana. He was someone who received acclaim as a swordsmith, so he should have been really good. If only I had his katana. How unfortunate. Let's stop thinking about this. There's nothing I can do about it now, so. Yeah. Ryuma, anyway, if I recall correctly, this spear is supposed to be a magic weapon. If I let mana course into it, it should be able to cast a spell. Let's try it out. My interest shifted to the spear and I became excited at the prospect of another experiment. When I tried pouring mana into the spear, fire came out. So this spear can cast fire magic. Can it cast anything else other than ignition and fireball? It seems it doesn't really matter how much mana I feed it. Its output seems to be standardized. It doesn't matter what attribute your mana is either. But it seems to consume less mana when you use mana of the same attribute. So, it's best just use fire with it. Like this I investigated Melzin's spear, or rather, I fiddled with Melzin's spear. The sun is starting to set, Ryuma, I should put an end to this soon. I fiddled with Melzin's spear a lot, but it didn't seem all that useful. Magic weapons allow one to use magic easily like alchemy, but it's not very flexible. It's useful for people who can't use magic when fighting a monster that's immune to physical attacks, but the thing is I do know how to use magic. And in fact, my fire magic is stronger than the one this spear casts. I can also cast a greater variety of fire spells. So, as interesting as the weapon is, it's not really much different than a normal spear. As I concluded that, I stored Melzin's spear into my item box. Now then, I better make supper. 1. Author included the chemical symbols, so I figured I might as well. Chapter 75 Volume 3 Chapter 75 Part 1 Month after spreading the rumor. Good work out there, guys. Ryuma, you too, boss. Everyone, work at the store concluded today too without any problems. The employees left the break room in droves as they headed back to their dorm. The only ones who stayed behind were me, Culkin-san, Tony-san, and Robelia-san. It's already been a month since you started working here. Well, how is it? Do you have any difficulties in work that you wish to address? Ryuma, not at all, boss. This is the best place I've ever worked at. Robelia, not only do I not have any complaints with our treatment, the work is also fulfilling. Tony, more than anything, it's such a joy to see the slimes bringing in so much profit. Culkin, the other two nodded to Culkin-san's words. That's good to hear. I asked you to help with researching stuff on top of training you, so I was worried I might have been pushing you too much. Ryuma, forget about us, boss. What about you? The customers have been increasing lately, and that man came today too, right? Tony, ever since publicizing my contract with the Rimmel birds, rumors attacking Guildmaster Taylor have gone down. But in exchange, more and more people have been wanting to meet with me. He left quickly, but what was up with that man? Culkin, apparently, he's a middleman for selling monsters. Rimmel birds sell high because there are plenty who are willing to pay for them, alive or taxidermized. And there are also those who wish to use them to carry letters. Anyway, it was all money talk, so after finding out that that's all he wanted to talk about, I asked him to leave. Ryuma, it was either selling the Rimmel birds or to hire me. I've already decided not to sell the Rimmel birds, so that one's out of the question. As for hiring, if he wants to hire me, then he needs a letter of reference. It wasn't all that problematic for me since I did refuse his abrupt request for a meeting. Still, thank you for worrying for me. Ryuma, it would be troublesome if something happened to you, after all. Our situation now is really good. It's even better than when we were researchers at the lab. Robelia, yes. Much better than when I was just a researcher in name. Culkin, back then the future held nothing but despair. Robelia, was it really that bad? Ryuma, it's because you don't know how terrible the lab is, boss. The work conditions there are so bad that people living in the slums are better off. They treat their researchers worse than slaves. Culkin, really? Ryuma, you'd think a lab would treat their employees right, but apparently, there are some pretty terrible labs. But then again, even back at my world, despite all the labor laws, there were still companies that abused the hell out of their employees. Such employees even popularly came to be called corporate slaves. It seems that even though the world has literally changed, people are still the same as ever. The only ones who stay after being sent to the slime department are those obsessed with research like me or those with nowhere else to go. Culkin, it's a position specifically meant for people the lab doesn't like or outsiders, so it's only natural that the people in the slime department would be treated poorly. Slave owners need to ensure the livelihood of their slaves, but the lab only needs to pay the wages of the researchers. Their livelihood be damned, Robelia. That being said, they do pay a big enough salary to live off of, but it's just barely enough. Not luxurious by any means. Moreover, they will cut that wage over the pettiest of things, so you'll be forced to cut on your living expenses. If you complain, they'll just tell you to resign, so you have no negotiating power whatsoever. Tony, yep. That's a corporate slave, all right. What do you mean by pettiest of things? Ryuma, well, the most common reason is not being able to get results. Robelia, the main objectives of the slime research department is to explain the slime's mode of life and to grasp the taming method of the big slime. Unfortunately, no one has a clue how to achieve those. Culkin, and that's why it's used to demote people. Tony, so, why can't you explain the slime's mode of life? Ryuma, I know even Earth, with all of its development in science, has animals they've yet to figure out, but for starters, slimes can be found pretty much everywhere. They're too varied, be it in environment or abilities, so even if you come up with a theory, there's bound to be a slime somewhere out there that goes contrary to that theory. Culkin, moreover, there's simply too little information. When researching other monsters, you start by dissecting the monster. From there you look at various stuff, like the shape of their teeth, and use that to infer information, such as whether they're carnivorous or herbivorous. But when slimes die, they just leave behind their nucleus while the rest of their body disappears, so you can't even dissect them. Not that there would be any point in doing so, since their bodies are transparent and you can see everything. But with the nucleus they leave behind being nothing more than a brittle stone, we can't even tell if they actually have any organs. Robelia, now that he mentions it, slimes do disappear when they die. When I got to this world for the first time and I defeated a slime, it just disappeared and left behind a nucleus. For a moment, I thought the world had a drop item system going on, but when I defeated other monsters, their body didn't disappear, and I couldn't loot them without gutting them first. Because of that, I also wondered why only slimes disappeared upon being killed. Unfortunately, I never really got to answer that since my interest had turned toward the evolution paths of the slimes. We also have countless incidences where the slimes evolved into a higher variant, but we have no idea how to make the evolutions happen. Tony, They don't know the evolution conditions. What kind of slimes did the slimes evolve into? Ryuma, all sorts. That's about all I can really say. I mean, each time they would evolve into something different. Robelia, Volume 3 Chapter 75 Part 2, what kind of slimes did the slimes evolve into? Ryuma, all sorts. That's about all I can really say. I mean, each time they would evolve into something different. Robelia-san held her head as if remembering something when she said that. I wonder if something happened. Putting that aside, though, what were they feeding the slimes at the lab? What were you feeding the slimes? Ryuma, food. We just gave them whatever. Right. Tony said in an asking manner, and the other two nodded. They wouldn't give us any budget, so it was hard to procure food for the slimes. Usually, we just get the leftover feeds from the other departments and feed that to them. Our salary is barely enough just to support ourselves, so we cut down on costs as much as possible. There were even some researchers who ate the meat meant to be used as feed, so I doubt there was anyone willing to use their salary to feed the slimes. Robelia, slimes can eat anything, so they were just fed whatever was available. Besides, slimes are creatures that lived in completely different environments by eating whatever was available. Tony, when I heard Robelia-san and Tony-san say that, my jaws dropped to the ground. It's true that slimes will eat anything if you order them to, but well, I understand why they did it, but because of that the slimes ended up evolving randomly. And because of that they failed to pursue one of the main objectives of their research. Assumptions are really scary. Unconsciously, I ended up holding my head. When I lifted my head, the three of them were looking at me. Boss, what is it all of the sudden? Tony, Ryuma, what should I say? Do I just give it to them straight? Actually, the conditions for the slime evolution is food. Ryuma, Tony, what? Culkin, what do you mean? Robelia, like I said. Slimes evolve depending on what they eat. Ryuma, I told them about my research findings about the evolution of slimes back at the forest. I told them all the evolution conditions I knew. And when the three of them heard everything, they were shocked. You unbelievable, Robelia, the theory we believed was wrong. Tony, Robelia-san and Tony-san held their heads as they said that. I'm sure it must be hard to accept. Why is Culkin-san oddly quiet? Culkin-san. Ryuma, Culkin-san stood frozen on the spot with his head hung down, not making the slightest eek, when out of the blue, he suddenly started crying. What? Boss, Culkin, why yes, Ryuma, Culkin-san suddenly started talking quietly. I fully believe your explanation just now. Actually, when I was at the lab, I was looking for a way to make the slimes evolve into a big slime. During the process, I noticed that there were many strong monsters in the places that the big slimes could be found, so I hypothesized that slimes might evolve into a big slime if they were fed the meat of powerful monsters. It was a theory I came up with after seeing everyone else fail to get results. I thought I'd look at things from another point of view. Culkin, do they think the big slime is simply another evolution of the slime? Regardless, he sure got pretty close to the truth. Just as Robelia said a while ago, slime researchers already struggle with just feeding themselves, so feeding the slimes with the meat of strong monsters is simply impossible. But I was a noble and I had some money. I wanted to get some results and be moved to another department, so I used my own wealth to hire adventurers and feed the slimes the meat of strong monsters. Of course, I also had to cover the transport of the meat. I continued that for a year, and eventually, the slime evolved. Culkin, a slime that ate nothing but meat. I wonder what slime it evolved into. In the end, the slime didn't evolve into a big slime. Instead, it evolved into a meat slime. Culkin, meat slime. Meat. That meat. Ryuma, yes. Meat. The feed is meat. Meat. But, Culkin-san suddenly cut his words and bit his lips. It's not just the feed. The slime itself became meat. Culkin, the slime became meat. Ryuma, what is he going on about? I know it's hard to comprehend. I also don't have any other way of explaining it other than that the slime is meat. It's a slime that looks like a lump of fresh meat squirming about. Culkin, fresh meat squirming about, Ryuma, ugh. That's a really sickening image. I think you could tell already, but the resulting slime evolution was really disgusting, and I was immediately fired. I poured so much of my wealth into my research that I spent pretty much all of my wealth including my house. Because of that I couldn't continue my research anymore. If what you said is true, then that would explain why my slime ended up becoming a meat slime. That's why I believe your theory. I know it's a bit too late to be saying this, but I wish I'd known earlier. And when I think about how things could have turned out had I just continued my research, it's just too frustrating. Culkin, as Culkin-san said that, he started crying again. That certainly is frustrating. After all, had he continued his research, he might have uncovered one piece of the puzzle. Jeff-san mentioned that Culkin-san blew all of his money on research. Apparently, this was the story behind that. I better make sure that Culkin-san gets a proper treasurer when he becomes a manager. Volume 3 Chapter 75 Part 3 It's alright, Culkin-san. We've already been employed by this store. Robelia, that's right. We'll be working under the boss from now on, so from now on, we can work to prove to other people just how valuable slimes are. Tony, right. You're exactly right. This isn't the time to be frustrated. If anything, this is the time to be working even harder. Culkin, Robelia-san and Tony-san's words seemed to have resonated with Culkin-san, and in no time at all, he was back on his feet. He even appeared to be really motivated. Actually, I already know the method to tame the big slimes, but if I tell that to them, they'll probably become depressed again. I neither have the courage nor the ability to reveal that without letting them get depressed, so I'll just bring it up another time. Where were we again? Ryuma, we were just explaining to you how poorly the slime laboratory treated the slime researchers. Tony, right. And then from there we ended up talking about the evolution condition. Boss, do you have any other questions? Tony, I'm interested in the types of slimes. What other kinds of slimes evolved in the lab? Ryuma, From the ones I've seen, there were at most the sticky slimes like the ones you have. One theory proposed that if the sticky slimes were to accumulate enough combat experience, they would eventually evolve into a big slime, so they were often made to fight to the death against other monsters. Tony, well, that certainly won't help it evolve. In my case, the slime I was raising at the research lab evolved into a tree slime. Robelia, oh. That's a new one. What kind of slime is that? Ryuma, at first, it was just like any other slime, but as time passed by, a tree grew out from its nucleus. Robelia, a tree grew out from its nucleus. Is that slime's nucleus supposed to be a seed? And then? Ryuma, that's it. Robelia, huh. Ryuma, the tree gradually grew bigger and bigger, and then it rooted itself into the ground. The nucleus was functioning properly within the tree, but the slime couldn't move anymore. Robelia, was it useful for anything? Ryuma, not particularly. I suppose you could harvest it for lumber. Robelia, lumber. You know, boss. Useful slimes aren't usually easy to find. Even sticky slimes are just used for their adhesive. Tony, and you could use glue anyway, so it's not in demand either. Robelia, slimes that have evolved also means one less specimen for research, so they're usually treated as failures. Culkin, from the looks of things, the researchers at the lab just aren't all that enthusiastic about slimes. Not only are the researchers treated poorly, they also don't have much to look forward to in terms of future prospects, so that's probably why. Still, I think this sort of thinking is just too bad. Maybe I could tell other people about the usefulness of slimes. And then I could make it my life goal in this world for everyone to know about it. Actually, I don't really understand why they're not used much. I know they're weak, but even the lower variants are plenty useful. Although slimes are weak, they're really sensitive to danger, so they can immediately notice when monsters or bandits are nearby. They're also easy to feed since they can live off of morning dew or water. And they're also able to get various important information in order to survive in the wild. Ryuma, I've thought this before, but you sure are compatible with slimes, boss? Culkin, indeed. You also control so many. Tony, that's true too, but I was actually referring more about his understanding of them. Culkin, understanding. Just because a person is compatible with his monster doesn't mean that their personal differences won't get in the way. For example, even if you gather a bunch of tamers and pair them with a specific monster they're compatible with, not all of them will be able to understand their monster. Robelia, apparently, there were many different ways for monster tamers to understand their monsters. Some would do it purely by understanding their feelings, while some would infer from their gestures to understand them. A monster tamer can't really be said to have good compatibility with his monster if he can't understand his monster sufficiently. Unfortunately, such people are extremely rare. But such people do actually exist. And you're probably one of them, boss. As for me, at most, I can tell when my slime is unhappy. Robelia, boss, if everybody could understand slimes the way you do, the slimes would probably be an invaluable monster by now. Tony, I see. Apparently, my ability to understand my monster is vastly different compared to most monster tamers. I do believe it's limited to just the slimes, but this might be the reason why research on slime hasn't progressed much. After that I asked them for more specifics about that last topic, and then I also asked more about the different kind of slimes and their characteristics. We continued talking like that, then before we knew it, it was already midnight. Chapter 76 Volume 3 Chapter 76 Part 1, 3 Guys, huh? It had gotten quite late after talking to Culkin-san and the others. I went back home afterwards, but on the way back home, I noticed that someone was following me. No one usually passes through here this time of the day, so I quickly walked away to make some distance between us, but my suspect pursuers also sped up. Looks like they really were going after me. After all, not only were they going in the same direction, they were also keeping pace. Did they really have to make it that obvious? Still, it doesn't seem like they're complete amateurs. If the three of them are together, then they must be working together. But no one's blocking the path behind me and there's no one in front either. Could they have people waiting for me further up ahead? At this rate, we'll end up reaching the northern gate, where the guards are, so if they're going to make a move, they have to do it before then. When the next corner came, I quickly turned right. As soon as I did, I heard a voice. Has he noticed? Thug, doesn't seem like it, Thug, he took the corner. Thug, oops, Thug, when one of the men yelled, they started openly chasing after me. I quickly tried to run away, but... Over here. Thug, I led them all over the place, but couldn't quite shake them off. Normally, that should have been enough, but for some reason, they always knew where I was. No one else is around me, though. And there aren't any tall building within the vicinity either. In that case, let's go there. Hey. Where's the brat? Thug, he's been running all this time. He should be hiding somewhere nearby right now. Thug, he's definitely realized that he's being chased. Thug, otherwise, we would have caught him already. Running into a place like this, thug, damn it. What a pain. Thug, northeast of Jamuru. This section of the city that's near the slums is so dirty that it's hard to call it clean even as flattery. Obstacles littered the road and cloth seemingly meant to cover from sunlight could be seen put up here and there. Because of the dark of the night and this diminutive body of a child, my pursuers have been having a hard time grasping my position. They've already rendezvoused with their friends, so. Fortunately, there's no one around and we also have the advantage in numbers. Let's check every. Thug, wah. Thug, get down. Archers. Thug. Teleport. Ryuma, TCH. From the other side. Thug, what? Now it's coming from that side. Thug, does he have someone else with him? Thug, teleport. Ryuma, I teleported short distances from within the obstacles on the road as I shot poison arrows, instant effect, at the enemy. I got the poison arrows from my dimension home. They should be more than enough to suppress a small group like this. You, thug, damn it. The arrows are poisoned. Thug, you won't be able to move well for the time being. I investigated that poison beforehand, and it was surprisingly potent. Ryuma, TCH. Stupid brat. Thug, how could you do such a thing? Thug, I should be asking you the same thing. What were you trying to do to me? Ryuma, as I approached the men, I pointed my spear at them. Hey. Don't think it's going to end well for you after doing something like this. But if you give us the Rimmel birds and some money, we'll forgive you. It's hot. It's hot. Stop it. Thug, why are you talking as if you have the upper hand right now? Ryuma, I shot them with the fireball from my spear, and while I missed on purpose, they could still feel the passing heat. Ah. Ryuma, something flew at me and I reflexively cut it down. Key. Oh, so this was the reason. Ryuma, a black owl-like monster. Regret owl. There's a poison in its claws that can make one's nerves oversensitive. There's a chance of it cutting someone up when caught. In that instance, the resulting pain from the wound is significantly heightened. It's also nocturnal, so it specializes in hunting in the night. I know about it because its legs and claws are considered as medicinal ingredients. It doesn't live anywhere near here, though, so it definitely belongs to them. So, it seems the reason they were making a fuss was to get this thing to take me by surprise. What? How did you, thug? I just hit it like usual. I was paying attention to the sky, so, Ryuma, one of the owl's wings broke and it tumbled onto the ground. The men yelled out loud when he saw that. I'd already predicted to some extent that they had a monster with them. After all, they were able to find me even though they shouldn't have been able to see me. Of course, I didn't know exactly what it was that they had with them. And with the owl being black, it was only natural that I couldn't see it. Especially, since it was high up the night sky. Oh. It seems they've come. Ryuma, Pirororo. Rimmel bird, is it here? Guard, freeze. Don't move. Guard, the guards. Thug, why would they come here at this time? Thug, hey, Ryuma. You okay? Wogan, Guildmaster. WHE, are you here? Ryuma, I'd sent a Rimmel bird to the guards while I was running, so I'm not surprised about them being here, but why is Guildmaster Wogan here too? So, you were safe. On the way back home, I saw a Rimmel bird chasing the guards along, so I figured you might have been in some trouble. Wogan, sorry for worrying you. Ryuma, oh, I wasn't all that worried. To be honest. Wogan, excuse me. Could you explain the situation here? Guard, after that we went to the guard's office to explain the situation. Volume 3 Chapter 76 Part 2 the next morning. Thank you for your help. Ryuma, don't come back anymore. Guard, the guard seemed like a straight-laced person at first glance, but he seems to be a good person. Or maybe it's just his nature, I don't know. He's a bit hard to understand. Anyway, I thanked the weird guard, then I went back to the store. Last night I went home really late and got attacked on the way back home, so the guard had me stay the night at their office, saying, think I'll let you go home alone after that. Oh, and I wasn't made to spend the night in jail. They gave me a proper room with an actual bed. Apparently, it was mean. For innocent people to use since they couldn't just release someone after an incident even if they weren't guilty. In fact, it was best for them not to. Good morning. Ryuma, boss, good morning. You sure are early today. Leland, good morning, boss. Did something happen? Carla, when I got to the store, I happened upon Carla-san and Leland-san. I explained to them what happened last night, and when I got to the part that I was attacked. I believe we should talk about this with everyone. I'll gather everyone right now. Please wait a bit. Carla-san left the room. When she came back, she'd brought everyone with her. What are we going to be discussing, Maria? We're not getting fired, are we? Jane, you don't have to worry about that. Now then, boss. If you will. Carla, I explained what happened last night again and a different kind of tension filled the room. And so, as you can see, I got away safely. Not a single scratch on me. But everyone should take care from now on to leave only when it's bright outside and only when there's a lot of people passing the streets. Oh, and Fei-san, Leland-san. The two of you might have to work as guards more often now. Ryuma, when I saw them nod, I continued. I'm considering increasing the number of guards, but that's another topic for later. Also, as mentioned just now, the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild happened to be present last night, and today also happens to be the day for the regular meeting of Guild Masters to be held at the Merchants Guild, so I will be heading there later afternoon to seek counsel. I would like to ask either Carla-san or Carm-san to accompany me. Ryuma, in that case, I'll go. Carm can take care of the store. Carla, all right. Carm, lastly, Shelma-san. Ryuma, you need me for something. Shelma, I asked the guild master what gift to bring to the meeting, and he told me to bring food, so I'd like to use the kitchen. Ryuma, in that case, let me help too. We can make the store's lunch together. Shelma, well, that about sums it up. I'll let you know the results of the meeting later. Also, if you notice anything strange, no matter how small, please make sure to report it. It'll probably get busy again, but do keep up the good work. Ryuma, yes. Everyone, after letting everyone know what happened, it was time to prepare for the store's operation. While everyone busied themselves with work, I followed Shelma into the kitchen. Enter. Graziera, excuse me. Ryuma, when I got to the Merchants Guild, unlike usual, I was first asked to wait at a separate room, then I was led to another room. It would be my first time visiting this room. When I got to the room, a large long table could be found inside, and the guild masters I've been acquainted with were gathered around it. They offered Carla-san and I a seat, which we took. Now then, I know full well why you were called here, but first comes food. Wogan, you're really, Graziera, isn't it fine? The meeting is over anyway. We're all gathered here for private business, and we can just talk while eating. Wogan, at that, I took out the food from my item box and distributed it to everyone. Guild Master. Ryuma, call me by my name here. If you call me Guild Master, we won't be able to tell who you're referring to. Wogan, all right. Wogan-san, I've prepared a sausage soup and bread for you. Ryuma, oh. Sounds delicious. Wogan, my cook did her best making it. Graziera-san, your meal is over here. Taylor-san, this one is yours. Ryuma, oh my, you made me a hamburger. It's like a festival. It's frighteningly soft, though, Graziera, that's because that bread is actually a bunch of raisins kneaded into form. As for yours, Taylor-san, it was made crunchy like a pie. Regardless, they both go well with black tea. Ryuma, Graziera-san had weak teeth, so we prepared something soft for her, while Branch Head Taylor had a small appetite, so we prepared something light for him. Or at least, that's what Wogan-san told me to do. I wonder if this is really all right. This bread. It doesn't smell like seed at all. Wogan, this one too. Graziera, we made today's bread using yeast. Ryuma, the seed they mentioned is a kind of seed that functions just like yeast cell, and is sold as bread seed. It's used by cracking the seed and adding its contents into the dough mixture. It's easy to use, easy to preserve, and easy to transport, so it's commonly used to make bread. Compared to that, the bread we're using today is made from natural yeast. Well, even though I say natural, both the seed and the yeast are technically natural. After all, the yeast is made by cultivating bacteria for fermentation and a seed is a natural product of nature, so whatever. Anyway, I added water to wheat and raisin, then I allowed it to ferment naturally to create the yeast. I've had more time and money lately, and unlike when I was at the forest, I can just order stuff from the store nowadays, so I can do stuff now that I couldn't before. Ryuma, making yeast would normally take a week, and would require one to stir the pot once a day every day, so it wasn't something I could afford to do back in my previous life when my work schedule wasn't fixed and I didn't know when I wouldn't be able to come home. It was for the same reason that I really admired the thought of making charcoal. But after leaving the forest and living in town, where it's easy to procure the necessary tools and ingredients, and making enough money to spare, as well as having the time, there was no longer any reason for me not to do stuff like this. I've also been doing other stuff like buying ingredients and creating stuff from reagents in order to understand the medical efficacy of stuff and learn the ingredients used in certain products. In short, I'm no longer living like I used to in my previous life, where I simply went back and forth between work and home. What are you looking all happy for when you were just attacked yesterday? What a carefree child you are. Graziera, this is this, that is that. Ryuma, good grief, Graziera, it doesn't seem like there are any problems, though. Taylor, problems. They're talking about what to think about you being attacked in the dead of the night. I told them not to worry, but, Wogan, I can only say that that opinion is based on hindsight, as we weren't there last night. Graziera, after all, no matter how much support we offer, if the person himself decides to withdraw, our goodwill will be nothing more than us sticking our nose where it doesn't belong. Wogan, all right. All right. Anyway. These two were worried sick last night about you suddenly deciding to close the store after being attacked. Taylor, well, yes. After all, you were directly threatened, so we wanted to know how you feel after such an ordeal. Graziera, who would have thought that you'd be completely unfazed? Taylor, well, yeah. I mean, after getting so much support, I couldn't possibly just go and say, I quit, just because I was attacked, right? That's just too selfish. There are also people working under me. If I were to just up and leave just like that, they'd be left without any ways to make a living. And besides, I came here today specifically to talk about the things to come. Ryuma, all right, all right. Graziera, as Graziera-san said that, she laughed in astonishment. Volume 3 Chapter 76 Part 3, that's enough of the roundabout chatter. Ryuma, you go tighten the security of your store and endure a bit more, then we'll go deal with the problem. Wogan, meaning? Ryuma, we're saying that the guys who attacked you will disappear soon. Wogan, I've been doing my own investigations ever since bad rumors of me have been spreading. In the process, I managed to find a good lead as to who it was that was spreading the rumors, but unfortunately, just yesterday, we lost track of him. We immediately widened the scope of our search, but the first information we got was a report of you being attacked. Taylor, we investigated the people who attacked you yesterday, and it seems they just got to this town 2 days ago. Apparently, someone had informed them that you were a rich kid with a Rimmel bird. Moreover, it so happens that the person who told them about you matches the appearance of the person we had our eyes on. Graziera, in other words. You're positive they're the same person? Ryuma, the possibility is high. Judging from the rumors he spread before, he probably knows the relationship between us. If he aimed at you too, then he probably wanted us to split our forces in order to protect you, even at the cost of getting attention. Graziera, unless driven by emotions, a person normally wouldn't follow through with a request to take care of a person connected to the Duke. It's the sort of thing one would only do as a last resort. Taylor, in other words, I was attacked in order to make it easier for him to run. Ryuma, that's how it looks to us. But the person we're dealing with is the sort to pull off a stunt like this and disappear the moment he's suspected. He probably won't be coming back anymore. Otherwise, he would have played dumb or laid low for a while. Though it's possible that he simply didn't have the leisure to do so, but regardless, we're not about to just let him escape like this. This might be a bit misleading, but you're not just a normal kid. I believe you're more than strong enough to protect yourself. That's why I want you to protect your store with all your strength, without relying on others. Meanwhile, we'll go after the criminals with all of our strength. Wogan, the suspects are hoping that they would split their forces to cover me, so he's basically saying that we shouldn't let things develop as they please. We've already organized a search team to follow their trail with Wariana's party, Jeff, and Rapin, an adventurer who can use dimension magic, as the members. Wogan, still, the culprits are professionals themselves, so there's no guarantee that we will be able to catch them. That aside, are you okay, Ryoma? You've been quietly listening to us all this time, but what do you think? Griziera, as Griziera-san asked me that, I became thoughtful. I'd freest like to thoroughly tighten the store's security. Ryoma, don't worry. We never said we wouldn't lend any help at all. I've talked with Gordon and Cher. They're not well suited for search jobs, but they're skilled and also well reputed in this town. They should be able to serve your store well as guards. That guy called Jeff also recommended another trustworthy person, but he's not registered at the guild, so I can't give any guarantees. Wogan, so, those two on top of Fei-san and Leland-san, huh? I don't know about the guy Jeff-san recommended, but I doubt Jeff-san would recommend someone unskilled. I'll have to put that guy on hold for the time being, but with this, the store's security can be upgraded to some extent. Carla-san, if we add our cooperation with the guards too, do you think it'll be enough? Ryoma, it's worrying that we don't know how big the enemy we're dealing with is, but considering the scope of our store, I think this is more than enough. That aside, what about assigning some guards to protect you? Carla, not necessary. As for why, it's because if the enemy is too strong for me to deal with and I have someone with me, then I won't be able to run. Having someone following me around would just restrict me. I can't take them with me with my dimension magic either, and it's hard to just leave them behind. And besides, if I was just going to leave them behind, then I would have just gone on my own and either fought or ran. Is the person we're dealing with human? Ryoma, there's a possibility a familiar is being used, but they should still be fundamentally human. Taylor, in that case, it would be best for me to be alone. Ryoma, there are no monsters on Earth. As such, all of the techniques I trained in were developed with human opponents in mind. Which is to say that the enemies I'm most suited to fight against are human opponents. In the past, I did nothing but train with my grandfather, so I specialize in fighting humans or humanoid monsters. Ryoma, you do have your achievements behind you. Taylor, Wogan also seems to vouch for your strength. Griziera, don't worry, compared to the two of you, I'm a lot better at judging someone's strength when it comes to fighting. Wogan, like that our conversation naturally progressed into coming up with a defensive strategy and what to do in case the enemy attacked. Lastly, Branch Head Taylor handed me 2 documents. It is therefore acknowledged that sufficient skills have been proven by taming a slime and a rimmel bird. What is this? Ryoma, those are legal documents proving that I have acknowledged you as a proper monster tamer. The other document clarifies that although your store uses monsters in its business, you are under the management of the Merchants Guild. Taylor, apparently, these documents aren't usually produced because the guild card is more than enough to prove one's skill, but both documents do have Branchhead Taylor's signature and stamp, so they might still prove useful later. I should keep them. Or at least, that's what he told me. I wonder if the Branchhead is worried about getting me caught up in this mess. Chapter 77 Volume 3 Chapter 77 Part 1 1 month later. In the dead of the night when everyone was asleep, at a corner of Jimuru town, could be heard the cries and angry voices of men. Run! We can't win. Assailants leader, Brat, Gya. Assailants 1, Ku, Assailants 2, idiots. I told you to run. Why are some of you going toward him? Assailants leader, the source of the voices was none other than men who came to attack Ryoma. Right now they were currently in the middle of receiving Ryoma's counter-attack and were immediately being suppressed. When the leader of these men realized that they couldn't win, he immediately gave the order to run. Unfortunately, his remaining 3 allies were too angry to listen to his orders. As a result, they each respectively ended up breaking a leg, an arm, and a jaw before losing consciousness. Wait. I surrender. We won't involve ourselves with you anymore. Assailants leader, unfortunately, your excuses will have to fall on deaf ears. You will be dealt with the same way as those before you have been dealt with. Please understand. Ryoma, no, Kaha, Assailants leader, the men wanted Ryoma to let him off, but unfortunately, Ryoma had no intentions of doing so. And before he knew it, Ryoma was already right next to him. In the next moment, he was knocked unconscious. Well, that settles that. Ryoma, as Ryoma looked around him, he saw the 13 men he'd fought on the floor, either knocked unconscious or with a broken limb. Sure has been a while, Ryuma. A few seconds after muttering that, 4 men approached Ryuma from a distance. They were the guards of Jimuru. Who goes there? Oh, it's just you, Ryuma. Are these guys today's criminal? Guard leader, yes. I'll leave them to you as usual. Ryuma, yeah. Tie up the ones without any major injuries. As for the wounded. You're doing it today too, right? Guard leader, yes. Ryuma, have at it then. Guard leader, right on it. Ryuma brought out a heal slime and started healing the limbs of the men. After healing the limbs that were broken by none other than he himself, he handed the men to the guards to be arrested. That's 7 men today, totaling to 12 bones all in all. Looks like today's gonna be pricey too. Guard leader, 1 cast of high heal is 1,000 suits. It takes 6 casts to heal a broken bone, bringing the costs up to 6,000 per bone. 6,000 times 12 bones and you get 72,000 suits. I'll give you a small discount and we'll make it a nice and clean 70,000. Ryuma, the guard's face twitched when he heard that. I know this needs to be done, but still. You sure are terrifying. Guard leader, I wouldn't want to do this either, but they just won't leave me alone. Ryuma, anyway, come with us to the guard's office. We need to pay you. Guard leader, copy that. Ryuma, ever since Ryuma was first attacked, all sorts of people have started attacking him, from people who said they were just instigated to people who outright said they just targeted him because he was rich. But just like today, everyone who attacked him failed in their attempt. And each and every time, Ryuma would heal them and charge them an exorbitant fee. Hurting someone when done in legitimate self-defense isn't a crime in this country. The injured party can't complain and their wounds don't need to be tended to either. But in the case that they are healed, they must pay an appropriate price for the treatment received. Beating someone black and blue, healing them, and then asking for payment is quite frankly extortion. But given the laws of this country, as long as it is done in self-defense, then it just barely passes as legal. Ryuma himself originally didn't want to do this sort of medical extortion, but as the risk of being attacked increased, Ryuma had to further better his ability to defend himself as well improve the store's security. Griziera convinced Ryuma to start doing this sort of scheme in order to set an example and improve the situation as quickly as possible. It was unfortunate that Ryuma looked too much like a child. Because of that, it was difficult for people to be wary against him. At most, the greatest effect their previous methods had was akin to the frequently patrolled by police or all activities monitored by video camera signs that would get posted in the stores on Earth. This new method Ryuma is a bit violent, but by hurting his assailants both physically and financially, Ryuma finally started seeing a decrease in his assailants. This is for today's medical costs. 70,000 suits. Please take a look. Ryuma, confirmed. Thank you. Ryuma, after receiving the payment for the medical expenses at the guard's office, Ryuma thanked the guard. Don't worry about it. It's not like this could make a dent on our purse. Besides, we're just shouldering another man's debt temporarily. That's all. In the end, those guys will be the ones footing the bill. It's not all that bad too, since from time to time we get people asking for a reform against forced labor. Guard leader, Ryuma thanked the guard again and then left the office. Good work out there today. Guard acquaintance 1, good job. Guard acquaintance 2, being attacked on the way home and having to go to the guard's office has already become a daily occurrence for Ryuma. As such, Ryuma has already gotten acquainted with many guards. These new acquaintances of his called out to him and waved at him. Ryuma greeted them back, then he went back home. Volume 3 Chapter 77 Part 2 The next day. Early in the morning, Ryuma dropped by the store before opening time. At the time, Carla was working at the reception. Good morning, Carla-san. How was last night? Ryuma, good morning, boss. There were no attacks last night too. What about your side, boss? Carla, I was attacked by 13 guys. This is the money from that. Just put it in the treasury for now. You can deposit it later at the guild when you go to deposit the store's income. Ryuma, all right. Carla was still preparing for the day, so Ryuma left her and went inside. Along the way, Ryuma greeted the employees that were rushing here and there to prepare for the store opening. Ryuma didn't want to get in the way, so he entered the break room, but when he got there, a report on the store's security was being given. "Good morning." Ryuma, "Good morning." Leland and her dad, "Oh, morning." Gordon, "Good morning, Ryuma-kun." Cher, "Sup." Guard recommended by Jeff, "Are you in the middle of a meeting?" Ryuma, "We were just about done, actually. There were no problems last night too." Gordon, "Presently, there were 5 people in charge of the store's security. The dad and daughter pair, Faye and Leland, the adventurers, Gordon and Cher, and the young man, Dolce, who was recommended by Jeff for his experience working as a vigilante at the slums. Faye and Leland have been apprehending the thugs that caused trouble at the store even before the attacks began, but when the attacks did begin, they were able to show even more of their abilities as former assassins. Gordon and Cher were recommended by the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Wogan, himself, so their skills were guaranteed. Many people would favorably call out to them when they watched the store in the morning. In Gordon's case, many boorish men knew him. It wasn't limited to just adventurers and commoners, so whenever it looked like some small-time trouble was about to start, such as when 2 people bumped each other, Gordon could easily stop it. As for Char, he dealt with the customers politely, so he was popular with the middle-aged and older women. The man Jeff recommended, Dolce, was a rough-looking man of few words. His relationship with his peers and his attitude toward his job was completely professional. But regardless, thanks to these 5's efforts, the store could stay safe against the night attacks of the enemy. The most losses the ruffians could cause was when they would forcefully enter the store, which at most would just result in some cracks on the door and windows. That was something that could easily be fixed with some materials and mana. Of course, the bill for the repairs would be covered by none other than the thugs themselves. But in the first place, the store was originally built with magic and essentially cost Ryuma nothing, so whatever damages the thugs caused was nothing to him. In fact, Ryuma even found the thugs' attacks to have brought unexpected income. And by profit, Ryuma was referring to the opportunity they gave him to learn about the customers and his employees. "Hello. I am the delinquent adventurer. Look. I'm causing problems." Ryuma, in an untouched area of the store lot, a wall was erected and an explanatory-like voice could be heard from a Ryuma dressed in overalls. When Ryuma said that line, the 3 girls working away from home took a transparent shield from inside the counter, made by magic, and equipped it. Dolce-san. Jane, Fina, Maria. Ryuma, "Oops. Can't have you making a mess of the store." Dolce, as the 3 girls quickly ran, Dolce came holding a Susumida, 1. When Ryuma saw that, he ran away while screaming unnaturally. At the same time, balls came flying at him, but he skillfully dodged and got away. "Good. I think you're starting to get the hang of it." Ryuma's terrible acting was actually done in order to facilitate the store's crime prevention drill. In the instance a dangerous customer were to appear, the non-combatants are to quickly equip themselves with a shield, call for help, and run. This training is meant so that the employees could immediately respond. Other parts of the training also include throwing colored balls at the thief and refraining from pursuing the thief too far. The opinions of the 5 guards regarding how the employees should act during emergency were also taken into consideration. It was for this purpose that Ryuma recreated the crime prevention tools used in his country in his past life. "Dolce-san, how was it?" Ryuma, "No one got in my way. Boss." Dolce, "Looks like you did great. Just do it like that, okay?" Ryuma, "Boss, lunch is ready." Carm, "Thank you, Carm-san." "Well then, everyone. Let's clean up and have lunch." Ryuma, "Yes." Jane, Fina, Maria, since they were now expecting to be attacked, Ryuma had to further fortify the store defenses. As a result, he needed to stay at the store more often than before. He stopped living like an executive, who would come to work late and leave early, and would now stay at the store from morning until midnight. But he didn't spend all his time on work. Some of it, he spent interacting with his employees and customers. Save for Faye and Leland, who were used to carnage, the normal employees were bound to be uncomfortable in a violent workplace, so Ryuma bought some goods meant for self-defense and introduced it to them. In this way, he could make them feel more at ease, even if it was just a little. As a result, no chaos ever occurred in the store and no one resigned either. Moreover, the conversations between Ryoma and the workers also increased, allowing him to become closer with them. And so, they headed for the break room. "Oh, good job training out there. Gordon, we ate ahead of you." Cher, within the break room was Gordon and Cher. Ryoma extended his hand for the bread that was prepared for them. "Ah. This bread. It's fluffier than usual." Ryoma, ufufu. "It's that natural yeast bread that you taught us about." Fina-chan and the others tried making one with grain berry, and the result was a delicious fluffy bread. "Shelma, that red thing. Oh, after a closer look, it seems the inner part of the bread is slightly pink." Ryoma, "It's really fun seeing the difference in result when using yeast. It not as messy too." Fina, right. It takes time to make yeast, but it's really easy to use." Jane, "Seed shells are a pain and the contents come out as soon as you break them, so it's easy kind of messy." Maria, "But if you can't get the yeast cleanly, it won't be delicious anymore, right?" Jane, "Which is why you need to monitor the process carefully when making it." Ryoma, "I see. I guess it's impossible for us to make yeast at home then." Gordon, "It's not that hard to make, actually, you just need to sterilize the container, and..." "Wait a moment. I thought you didn't cook." Ryoma, "Yeah, but your problems have already mostly been dealt with, right? If so, then my contract with you will be ending soon. And that means it won't be long before I won't be able to eat the food here anymore." Gordon, "Shelma-san's cooking is delicious, after all. It's also nice not having to worry about what to eat." Cher, "Her food is bliss." Dolce, "Oh my. Please wait just one moment. You'll be able to fill your belly soon. Today's meat was cooked with charcoal, was it? Anyway, it was cooked using the fuel the boss provided. It's really delicious." Shelma was bringing the food in when she heard the favorable comments, so she was very happy when left the break room. When she comes back next, she'll probably have a boatload of meat with her. Like that, Ryoma and the people of the store happily spent their lunchtime without a whiff of care for the criminals who caused this situation. Chapter 78, Volume 3 Chapter 78 sighed Ryoma after smacking my lips at the charcoal-grilled yakiniku. "Carla-san called out to me. 'Boss, I'd like to talk to you about the second store.' Carla, "Yes, what is it?" Ryoma, "We have more than enough money from the medical treatment and the store proceeds, so I think it's about time we put up the branch store." Carla, "Already? Don't we need more time to teach the managers how to manage a store?" Ryoma, "That's true, but in the first place, Kalkin-san and the others are former researchers, so they already know how to read, write, and compute. Normally, we'd have to teach that on top of also teaching them how to stock the store and how to haggle with other stores and customers, which is why it normally takes so much time. But our store doesn't even need to negotiate with competing stores or haggle with customers, so Carm and I just focused on teaching them what to do if a problem arose and how to work the books. We're done with that, so all that's left now is for them to put what they've been taught in practice." Carla, "In other words, you want to put up a branch store not just to make money but to teach them." Ryoma, "Exactly. But of course, either Carm or I will work at the store temporarily at first to teach them the ropes and see if the store could be entrusted to them. There's another reason." Carla-san handed me a document. When I glanced over it, it turned out to be a summary of the store's income. The store's income from the first day until yesterday is here, but... The page is still continuing. Below the earnings call is the expected income and expenses. Several documents have been bundled together as if these have been rewritten several times. Based on the ink and the feel of the paper, these seem to have been written a long time ago. At first, when the store had just opened, probably because I was using whatever I could get my hands on to publicize and advertise the store, there's a huge difference between the predicted numbers and the actual numbers. No, even before that they've been using the number of customers and other businesses as a reference to come up with these numbers. Is this information meant to help us with coming up with a strategy? Ryoma, very insightful. Presently, we are the only business that focuses solely on laundry. It's an extremely rare industry. As such, there's no information to use as reference, so we've had to rely on various data such as our earnings. We're sort of just fumbling our way through, but this is necessary to ensure that we don't miss customers and proceeds. So far the predictions are good, but that doesn't change the fact that we don't actually have a good way to reliably predict our future earnings. As such, I would like to increase our stores and gather more data in order to improve our predictive abilities. Carla, we've been managing just fine without Kalkin-san and the other workers have gotten used to work, and we're also not just throwing Kalkin-san and the others to manage a store, as there's a training period, so I think it's okay. The attacks have gotten a lot less too, and there's also the guards protecting the store. There's also no problem with me going out by myself now. Moreover, I also need more places to deposit my steadily increasing cleaner slimes if I am to continue this business. I'd love to say that I could just take all the excess cleaner slimes with me, but I don't actually know my own limit when it comes to the number of slimes I can tame. So, that's one more reason in favor of increasing the number of stores. I can also look at this as opening the business up for franchising. If nothing else, it's a way to immediately cull the numbers of the ever-increasing cleaner slimes in order to protect the store's secret. But that's not really a concern right now. We should just focus on the topic at hand first. I just realized it, but I think I'm still acting too much like an employee instead of a manager. Back then our job was just to make things meet the deadline regardless of how absurd the request is. I'm really glad that Carla-san and Carm-san are here. I understand. Let's start that branch store. What I need to do now is to decide the town where we will be putting up the branch store, acquire the land, and then prepare the store, yes. Ryuma, yes. Is that all right with you? Carla, since it's the advice of a manager like Carla-san and also an idea that I personally agree with, then sure. As I told her that along with how I got to that conclusion, Carla-san heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. Thank you for understanding. I'll leave it to you then. Carla, and I'll leave the employees to you. I'll drop by the guild and ask about the store. Ryuma, like that. I ended up going to the Merchants Guild. You came. Graziera, thank you for always taking care of me. I'll get straight to the point. I want to talk about opening a branch store. Ryuma, so, you're finally opening it. I've prepared a list of recommendations for the choice of towns. There's Delma, Azul, Shikumu, Zilman, One, Roofs, and so on, Graziera, so she'd already prepared a list of recommendations for me beforehand. I'm really grateful. It's my first branch store, so I'd like to have it somewhere near Jimuru, so I can easily reach it if something goes wrong. Somewhere near would be best, right? I've also prepared that. Graziera, I'm started to get used to it already. This mind-reading ability of hers. Thank you. Ryuma, for the meantime, these are the towns I recommend that's near here, Shichiro, Harkin, and Rinov. Rinov would be the nearest town. Graziera, can I buy land there? Ryuma, the guild master meaningfully smiled. I've already prepared it. I don't have any lot big as your current one, though. Graziera, the lot she showed me was just half of my current stores, but it was near the center of town and came with a building that could be used. As I asked her details about it while looking at the blueprint, it turns out that it used to be a general store. As such, it also had a storage room. That being the case, it won't take a lot to get the place functional again. Of course, if that's no good, then I could always just break the place down and remake it. This lot is Diagonal Puro's store, so I've had him check the place for me, and he says it's well built. There should be no problem. Ah, but you'll need to process the papers through the guild there. Graziera, I see. Thank you. I'll go with this lot then. Ryuma, like this I decided on my new store. There's someone I can rely on, who also happens to be a specialist, so everything is able to go so smoothly. I immediately returned to the store and told Carla-san and Carm-san about my exchange with Graziera-san at the guild. After that I spoke to Kalkin-san and the others about the branch store and once again made them promise that they wouldn't hand the cleaner slimes to anyone else. They've already formed a contract that forbids them from doing so when they were employed at the guild, but just to be safe. Kalkin-san and the others promised without any hesitation. And then dusk came. Excuse me. Ryuma, I left the store early today and dropped by Serge-san's store before going home. I told him that I will be leaving for Rinov very soon to prepare my branch store, so I got a huge number of cloths. I will be preparing for my trip starting tomorrow, but I want to make as many waterproof cloths before I leave. That way we won't run out of stock. Surge-san says that the waterproof cloths are starting to get around and that there's a good demand for them now. The customers are usually adventurers and peddlers. That's probably because there's a lot of adventurers who want to reduce the things they carry with them in order to make themselves lighter and more mobile. As for the peddlers, Surge-san says they mostly use the waterproof cloths on their roof and as curtains for their cart to keep the rain from their goods. They've been using a leather cover until now, but it's heavy, takes up space, and adds more burden to the horse. Peddlers can't overburden their horses too, since doing so would make it hard to flee from monsters and bandits. If they overburden the horses, there's also a chance they could die, and they'll be forced to buy new ones. That would be huge loss in profit. Moreover, peddlers also consider their horses as their partners. It's more of a tacit understanding, but it's well known among the peddlers that any peddler that doesn't treasure his horse doesn't have the right to become a peddler. If others were to find out that a certain peddler treated his horse poorly, they would immediately give him the cold shoulder. Compared to the leather cover, the waterproof cloth is light, doesn't take up much space, and is super effective against water. As such, it's gotten popular among the peddlers, or at least, that's what Surge-san says. I should probably start feeding the sticky slimes a lot to get them to increase their numbers more, as it seems I'll have to create even more waterproof cloths in the future. Gotta reduce the burden on each individual slime. As I thought of things like that, I went home. 4 days later, I asked the others to take care of the store, so I could prepare for my trip. There were some changes in the store's management that came with that. One such change was the introduction of the bag with a bamboo and slime logo on it and the name, Bamboo Forest. The craftsman Surge-san deals with makes the bag by stamping the bags with a custom stamp they made. The branch store will be using these bags right from the start. As for the main store at Jimuru, the customers can exchange their old bags with this new version. The second change that came is the fixed day-off system. Until now, the workers have been taking their day-offs in turns, but that makes it harder for the workers to get to know each other, so I changed that policy. In order to let everyone know of the changes, I put a board in front of the store that said, the following changes will be implemented in the next month. The third change is regarding the management of the cleaner slimes. Kalkin-san and the others will all be going to the branch store, so there won't be any monster tamers at the main store for a while. If so, then I won't be able to go on any extended trips while they're away. That is a problem. Fortunately, one of the 3 girls working away from home, Maria-san, has been studying monster taming these past 2 months. One day, while I was talking to her, I found out that her mother was a magician. Unfortunately, her mother passed away and she lost the opportunity to study magic, but she had the mana pool necessary to cast spells. In a later date, when the time was right, I asked her if she'd be interested to learn the art of monster taming, and she agreed, so I had Robelia-san, whom she got along with, teach her in their day-offs. She can form contracts with slimes now, so I can leave the management of the slimes not just to Kalkin-san's group, but also to her. I will have to retrieve the cleaner slimes once they hit the maximum number of slimes that they can tame, however. Still, I wonder if I really have a limit when it comes to the number of monsters I can tame. The other worlder who founded monster taming supposedly didn't have one, but then again, that was her specialty. I should ask Gain and the others. Oh, it's almost time. As I exited through the front door of the store, all the workers saw me off. I'll be going. Ryuma, take care, boss. Everyone liked that I started walking. When I eventually exited through the gate, the morning rays of the sun, the peaceful blue sky, and the ever-extending road was there to greet me. My first trip alone since coming to this world. Let's go. Chapter 79 Volume 3 Chapter 79 Part 1 It takes 3 days to reach Renov by carriage and I will be passing through 4 villages along the way. I hear it's not as big as Jimuru, but it's still a big town in its own right. Normally, 3 days would be considered fast, but since I'm moving by using dimension magic and key reinforcement, I should get there a lot faster. I'm practicing my warp while traveling, but it's good practice to leave some mana just in case, so after consuming a certain amount, I stop using warp and run the rest of the way while reinforcing my body with ki. During that time I'm able to recover my mana, so the resulting pace is really fast. Normal people can't copy this method, though. I thought I'd take my time and fight with some monsters along the way, but unfortunately, only weak monsters appear around these parts. I don't even need to reinforce my body with ki or use my magic to defeat them. Well, actually, I already knew about that when I tried exploring the area outside of town during my 2 months of going to and fro work, but lately it seems that some strong monsters might appear near Renoff, so I was thinking I could get there sooner and try my hand at the monsters, but then again just very recently, Graziera-san handed me a packet to give to Piero-san, which I accepted since I would be meeting him anyway, so I probably should just do that first. And so, I teleported and ran through the forest, past the plains, through 3 of the 4 villages, and by the time I got to the 4th village, the sun was just about to set. I think I'll call it a day here. I opened my dimension home beside the road, went inside, and started preparing supper. Today's menu is made up of several kinds of packed meals which I bought before leaving Jimuru. I bought them from a store in Jimuru out of curiosity. I wonder how the packed meals of this world taste like. First, let's try the thin square-shaped biscuit-like food. It's crunchy, but it tastes like flour, ryuma. It's neither particularly tasty nor disgusting. I poured myself a glass of water and drank it, then I tried the brown-colored dice-shaped lump next. Let's see. Ah, it's hard. I can bite it, but... yeah, this is a hard biscuit, all right. It's probably because it's so thick that it's so hard. Ryuma. Next was the dried meat. Salty. It's really salty. The more I bite into it, the saltier it gets. I can't even taste the savoriness of the meat. It's just salt. Let's stop. This seems really unhealthy. Ryuma. Last was the green bread. This looks pretty hard too. I'm just holding it in my hands, and I can tell already. Ryuma. It's like a piece of rock. The store grandma said not to let it absorb any fluids or it will taste really sour. As in so sour that I absolutely won't be able to eat it. But, hey. There's nothing else to it. Let's do our best and take a bite. Ow wow. It's hard. What's wrong with this bread? It's way too hard. Ryuma. I literally couldn't make a dent on the bread, so I had to use key to reinforce my jaws. When I tried biting it again, I succeeded, but I didn't taste anything, so I tried again, but then... Ka. Geho, this is terrible. Ryuma. I quickly reached out for my glass of water and emptied it, but it wasn't enough to wash the taste away, so I added more water to the glass and drank again. What the hell was that? Ryuma, what was that taste? Herb? Medical herb? It seemed like there were all sorts of taste mixed together, I can't really tell. But the more I tried to bite into it, the more my saliva mixed with the bread, and as a result, some grassy-smelling and herb-like liquid came out with a bitter, astringent, acrid taste. Yuck. The dried meat I got from Hayusa-san was still edible, but this is just... that's it. I'm never buying packed meals out of curiosity again. Ever. Or, okay. I might give the others a try again, but I'm definitely not buying this green thing again. As I decided that in my mind, I sank my teeth into a fruit to wash away the terrible taste. Thank goodness I'd stored this in my item box. I'd completely lost my appetite after that shocking taste, so I ended my supper after eating just one fruit, then I went to sleep in my dimension home. I need to pay attention when leaving, but dimension home is a really handy magic. That makes tense unnecessary. Volume 3 Chapter 79 Part 2 The next day. After safely spending the night in the dimension home, I continued along my journey again. When it was past afternoon, the walls of Renoff finally came to view. Anyway, I'll be entering the town and be going to Puro-san's store, so I should wash myself first inside the dimension home. Phew. Ryuma. After washing my body with the cleaner slime, I left the dimension home and went to the town gate. Just like in Jimuru, I was able to easily get past the guards by showing them my Adventurer Guild card. Moreover, when I asked the man about the Sionji firm, he told me I could reach it by walking straight from the east gate and taking a right at the end. I thanked the male guard and followed the directions he gave me. When I got to the end of the street, a building surrounded by tall, sturdy walls came to view. People could be seen endlessly going in and out of it, carrying what appeared to be various packages. I don't know what building this is, but I should take a right turn here, and... voila. I saw a board that says, Sioji Firm. A couple of boards, anyway. This place is huge, Ryuma. The stores lined up included a butcher's shop, a grocer, a fish store, a dried food store, a preserved food store, and a spice store. Every one of them had Sionji's firm written on their signboard. There was even a small delicatessen in the corner. Which store am I supposed to enter? Ryuma, for the meantime, I decided to go into the spice store to ask someone about Puro-san. As for why I chose the spice store, it's because I didn't have an appointment, so I figured it would be best to go to the place with the least customers. That way I won't get in anyone's way. It's probably because spices are generally expensive that there aren't a lot of people. In fact, it's not just that there's not a lot of people, there isn't even a single customer. EXC, Ryuma, welcome. Store clerk, when I entered the spice store, a voice called out to me. I couldn't see the person talking, but when I turned to the voice, I saw a girl come out from the back of the counter. She's probably the same as Elia and I, blonde hair like Robelia, white skin, and fox ears. Was she doing some kind of work just now? Her hair's somewhat of in a mess, though she fixed it as she came out of the counter. How may I help you today? Miyabi, I'm sorry, I'm not actually a customer. I came from Jimuru's Merchant Guild to deliver a package to Puro Sionji-sama. Ryuma, you came to deliver a package for Dad. Thanks much. Miyabi, Dad. This girl. She's Puro-san's daughter. I'm sorry, you were Puro-san's daughter. Ryuma, you know my dad. Miyabi, yes, we met by chance some few days ago. Ryuma, right. Ah, sorry for the belated introduction. I'm Miyabi Sionji, Puro Sionji's daughter. It's nice to meet you. Miyabi, Ryuma Takebayashi. It's nice to meet you too. Ryuma. I feel like I've heard that name before. Anyway, please come inside. Miyabi-san led me inside the spice store, then we passed through the hallway and entered into the reception office. Around 1 minute later Miyabi-san came back with Puro-san. That's quick. She said it wouldn't take long. She wasn't kidding, was she? I barely had to wait at all. Ryuma, it's been about 2 months, hasn't it? I can't believe you came to Renoff. Puro, long time no see, Puro-san. I arrived just now, actually. I'm here to open my branch store. Ryuma, in this town. In that case, please allow me to bring you to this town's Merchants Guild. Puro, before that, here's your package. Ryuma, I opened my item box and took out Puro-san's package. Oh, right. What is this? Puro, I wasn't told the contents. Ryuma, really? Puro, as he said that, he opened the package. A letter was inside. When he read it, Puro-san nodded and closed the letter, then he came to me. Times have been hard for you, haven't they? Puro, was the letter about me? Ryuma, the last part, a little. Old Gree told me to help you out. Not that she needed to. Would have done so either way. Puro, thank you. Ryuma, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, right. Let me introduce you. This here is my daughter. She's a year older than you, but to get along. Puro, when the topic turned to her, Miyabi-san, who hasn't said anything until now, finally spoke. Dad, what's with this? I have a name, you know. It's Miyabi. If you're going to be introducing me you should at least call me by name. Although of course, I've already informed him of something as simple as that. Miyabi, that's so. Then what about this? The name Miyabi actually comes from the founder of the Sionji firm. I gave her that name, hoping that she would take after her. Puro, what are you talking about all of the sudden? No one was asking about that. Miyabi, huh? What? Are they starting a 2-person comedy act? Ah, it would be bad if I don't say anything. Did that ancestor of yours achieve something amazing? Ryuma, not particularly. She was a pretty girl who attracted customers to her store and then eventually married and settled down. Hers was a normal family and she lived a happy life. Puro, I see. So you want your daughter to live a happy life too, Ryuma? Oh, no. I mean that's not it. The founder was actually Miyabi's dad, right? Well, I so happen to be Miyabi's dad, so that means I will be able to share his good luck. Puro, as if. Ryuma, oops. I accidentally threw a Tsukomi. Excuse me. Ryuma, it's fine. It's fine. That was a pretty good Tsukomi, no. You're still a bit green, but my daughter hasn't been throwing them lately, so it's nice. Oh, thank goodness he's not offended. Still, I'm surprised Tsukomis are a thing here too. It's probably the fault of some other worlder again, as usual. Still, it's probably because I had a Kansei person type boss who liked to play the boke, funny man, and be corrected with a Tsukomi, straight man's response, that it's basically become a reflex for me now. It was annoying being pestered with the whole comedy duo act when I was busy, but I'd end up wasting even more time were I to ignore him, so in the end, I had no choice but to play the straight man for him. There were more times when I ignored the guy, though. He got mad at me a lot because of that. While I was remembering that, Puro-san and I headed to the Merchants Guild. The place he led me to was that building with high walls that I saw before going to Sionji's firm. It's my second time seeing it, but this building sure is big. These walls may as well belong to a castle. Well. Impressive, isn't it? Our Merchants Guild. Puro asked me what my impressions were after reaching the reception office. It is. The outer walls are just like castle walls. Ryuma, well, yeah. I mean this building is by nature a fortress. Puro, a fortress, Ryuma, that's right. A long time ago, when there was a war, this area here was the front line. And it was in this town that they built the fortress back then. That's why the guild built its building to look like a fortress. Puro, I see. Ryuma, besides, there's another reason behind why this place looks like this. Look out the window. Puro, the window Puro-san pointed at could be seen through. Maybe it's because this room is the reception office that they made the windows here out of glass to make them look good. As a result, I could see the outside. Amazing. It's my first time seeing so many large monsters. Ryuma, outside the window were many monsters. They were either medium or large-sized bird-type monsters. There were even dragon types that were probably wyverns. A saddle could be seen on the nape of their neck extending to their back, atop of which could be seen people riding. It was the very image of a fantasy world. All of these monsters are here just to carry goods and luggages. Puro, all of these. Ryuma, if you can use flying monsters, then you can transport things quickly and in large amounts. But in order to accommodate the monsters, several things need to be provided. A place to wait, a place to store the luggage, a landing place, and so on. A lot of facilities needed to be provided, so they decided to build the guild after a fortress. Puro, I see, Ryuma, it's true that monsters need a place to wait at. Especially, if they're large-sized. The one who thought of this method of transport, planned out this town, coined the term airport, and made all of this a reality was none other than the founder of the Sionji firm himself. How about it? Don't you agree he has good taste, eh, Puro? Actually, that name wasn't his idea, but I can't say it. Most likely, in the future, I too will be on the receiving end of the same fate from other worlders, as they see my store chains and think to themselves, that's a repost. 2. Just like how Puro-san and Miyabi-san talks and behaves, it seems there are all sorts of traces of the influence of other worlders, even ones spread unknowingly. An airport, huh? Well, a port city is a place to gather all sorts of stuff. Makes sense. Ryuma, right. You get it. Puro-san happily hit my back, then an employee of the guild entered the reception office and we finally got to business. At first, she was shocked to hear that it wasn't Puro-san, but I, who would be purchasing the land. After that momentary shock, however, everything else proceeded smoothly. Apparently, because Puro-san had already inquired about the store before, the guild was able to prepare, allowing them to quickly process everything. Although the buyer was different from the one they were expecting, everything still went smoothly. After that, we went to the store I just purchased from the guild to take a look inside. The store was 2 stories high. The first floor had a storehouse and a space for business operations. The second floor had the reception office and the other offices. And then behind the store could be found the house of the previous owner. The house came with the lot. If you exclude the living room and the shared areas, there were 5 empty rooms all in all, so we could use the house for lodging. I can't give the employees their own room, but 2 or 3 per could certainly share each room. That's normal practice, I hear, so it should be fine. Any problems? Puro, no. So long as I make the furniture and the shelves, it seems we can put this store to use immediately. It'll take about 3 days for my employees to come from Jimuru, and that would be the best case scenario, 5 days being the worst. Ryuma, as I said that, I took out my Rimmel bird from my dimension home. Ready. Dre. Ryuma, the Rimmel bird I brought with me was Dre. It means 3 in German. Some few days ago Elia told me that she named her Rimmel birds, so I followed suit. It's been a while since I last named a familiar. At first, I did name the slimes individually, but as their numbers exploded, it became too difficult to manage them with names. The monster contract makes it a breeze to distinguish my familiars from each other, so a name wasn't really necessary. Still, it sure feels nostalgic. By the way, I named my nightmare Rimmel bird, Eins, 4-1, then the rest as Zwei, Vier, Fünf, Vier, and Sex, respectively. Elia apparently named hers with the musical language as a reference. It's true. You really did tame a Rimmel bird. Puro, I took out a writing instrument from my item box and started writing, while Puro-san gazed fixedly at my Rimmel bird. Once, when I linked my senses with a Rimmel bird and had it fly, the flow of the world felt much like when I rode the bullet train. Assuming they're traveling at the same speed, that would mean that the Rimmel bird could basically fly from 200 km per hour, 124.27 miles per hour, to 300 km per hour, 186.41 miles per hour. They fly so fast already without magic, but they could fly even faster by invoking wind magic and riding upon it. To the Rimmel birds, a distance of 3 days by carriage is nothing. Even if they had to take a detour along the way, they could still reach Jimuru within the day. The numbers are just something I inferred on my own, but the point is that they're really fast. Alright. Ryuma, I stored the letter inside a special pipe, then I attached it to the Rimmel bird with a metal attachment and a red cloth. With this even Dre can get into town by himself. I'm counting on you. Ryuma, Piroro. Dre, as I let Dre out, he cried back at me in affirmation, and then flew high up above the sky. Just when I thought he'd flown around in the sky near the clouds, he kept going faster and faster, and just like that, he was gone. Good. Ryuma, now, we wait, yes. Puro, yes. Ryuma, have you booked an inn already? Puro, I forgot. Actually, I forgot. Ryuma, great. In that case, why don't you stay over at our place? Puro, is that okay? Ryuma, of course. No need to be shy. Make yourself at home. Puro, thank you. I'll take you up on that offer then. Ryuma, like that, I ended up staying at Puro-san's house. 1. Ryuma deviates from his usual speech pattern here and says, Antad ga iakarunkai. By the way, the dad and daughter pair use the Kansai dialect so they follow the usual archetype. 2. Okay. I exercised some creative license here, but the intended meaning holds. Chapter 80 Volume 3 Chapter 80 Part 1 After it was decided that I would be staying at Puro-san's place, he brought me to the spice store of the Sionji firm. Apparently, the store and their house was connected. Welcome. Oh, it's just Dad. Miyabi, what do you mean it's just Dad? Besides, it's not just me, you know. Ryuma's here too. Puro, sorry to disturb. Ryuma-han, the guest room has been prepared. Make yourself at home. Miyabi was tending to the store just like this afternoon. But how did she know that I would be staying over? It was decided just now, wasn't it? Oh, are you not staying over? Miyabi, no. Thank you for having me. I was just wondering how you found out when we decided it just a while ago. Ryuma, the guest room needs to always ready so that it can be used whenever necessary, so I'm always tending to it. Besides, it's Dad we're talking about. I figured he'd offer you to spend the night at our place. Miyabi, I see. Thank you. Ryuma, don't mind it. Want me to show you to your room? Miyabi, sure. Ryuma, Puro-san would be going back to work, so it was Miyabi-san who accompanied me to the guest room. Think of it as your own place. Miyabi, the room she brought me to was big for one person and was furnished with high-quality furniture. It had a warm feeling to it. I'll be sure to cook you up a supper that won't shame the Sionji name, so look forward to it. Miyabi, thank you. I'll look forward to it. Ryuma, Miyabi-san nodded in response, apparently satisfied by my reply. I'll be going then. You rest up until supper. Miyabi quietly left the room. And now, I'm all alone. I wonder what the supper is going to be. I had nothing but those preserved food last night, so I'm a little hungry. I wonder if they'll be serving meat. Or maybe fish. But this country doesn't have a lot of seafood dishes. It's an inland country, so it doesn't have its own sea. And the only fish it's able to procure are either those from the river or dried fishes. Fresh marine products are either expensive or just straight up impossible to purchase. An exception to that would be the towns situated near a lake like Shikumu. Places that have marine products as their main industry tend to have more seafood dishes. But when it comes to seafood, the first thing that really comes to mind is Japanese cuisine. But, dang. I haven't eaten any since coming here. I was thinking it would have spread to some extent considering how many otherworlders have been brought here, but I couldn't find even a single Japanese dish in Jimuru. Maybe I should try asking Puro-san if they sell soy sauce and miso around here. They deal with food products, so in the worst case, they might have something similar. I rested in my room while thinking about food. After a while, a male servant told me that supper was ready. Ryuma, you came. Please. Have a seat. Puro, when I got to the dining room, Puro-san, Miyabi, and another fox-tribe woman were all already seated. The fox woman looked like Miyabi-san, so she's probably Puro-san's wife. She sure is pretty. Excuse me. Ryuma, you don't have to be so formal. And I think you've noticed her already, but this here is my beloved wife and Miyabi's mother, Kurana, 1. Puro, Kurana Sionji. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kurana, Ryuma Takebayashi. The pleasure is mine. Ryuma, I've heard the rumors. Word says you're quite the promising young man. Kurana, not at all. My luck just happened to be good. I've also been blessed with good people. All I'm doing is hiring talented people and relying on them. Ryuma, no, really. If not for everyone, I probably wouldn't even have a store. The only reason I'm where I am today is because of the people I met. If you can say that from the bottom of your heart at that age, then you're already a brilliant young man. Kurana, indeed. When the young see some success, sometimes there are those who let it get to their heads. They stop seeing what's around them and they start thinking there's nothing they can't do. Puro, business consists of the customer and the employees. Business exists because there are people. If a merchant were to ever forget those around him and act as if they don't exist, then it's the end for that merchant. When you hit the bottom, regardless how much talent you have, you'll be forced to turn to dubious means. The fact you understand that means you're plenty brilliant yourself, Ryuma-han. Miyabi, is that how it is? You can learn how a merchant should conduct himself in the future. Right now, just being able to talk politely is already amazing. Just look at Miyabi. She doesn't talk politely at all. Puro, Dad. What are you comparing us like that for all of a sudden? Miyabi, well, there was an easy comparison nearby, so, Puro, Miyabi, you don't have to force yourself, you know. You can just talk like you normally do. Kurana, oh, so she really was forcing herself. You noticed too, right, Ryuma? That Miyabi is forcefully changing the way she talks. Kurana, a little. I didn't think much of it though since it's normal to change the way you talk to customers. Ryuma, see. Even Ryuma, whom you just met, saw through you. Like this you're just being a shrewd child who's trying to talk in a dialect she doesn't really know. Kurana, this is so mortifying, Miyabi, she's down. Still, is it really something to mortified about? 1. Had to retype this name so many times because I kept accidentally typing Kurama. Speaking of which, I knew someone who was convinced that Kurama, from Yu Yu Hakusho, was a girl. Couldn't believe it when we told him he was a dude. Volume 3 Chapter 80 Part 2 Sorry about this, but you needn't mind her. Kurana, since young Miyabi has been imitating me and has held an interest in business. She even offered to help at the store on her own. But once, in the past, when I showed her how to negotiate and stuff with a customer, she started becoming persistent. Apparently, a customer had told her that she's not womanly. Puro, I'm not trying to become more womanly or anything just because I was told that. Miyabi, Kurana, I just couldn't stand that old man called me unwomanly. If I can't properly change myself into a lady, I'll feel like I lost. Miyabi, that's why. But then again, I suppose it's better than becoming conscious of something weird. In other words, my daughter can't stand losing. As mentioned previously, you needn't mind her, Ryumahan. Kurana, enough about that, let's eat. I brought out some strange dishes today. Puro-san signaled with his hands at the servant waiting by the corner of the room. What does he mean by strange dishes? You're good at cooking, so without any prior preparations, it would probably be hard to surprise you with just the taste. So I took it upon myself to prepare something unique. Puro, would be great if it suited your tastes, though. Kurana, when the smell of the food being brought over reached my nose. This smell. This smell, is this miso soup? Ryuma, when I muttered that, Puro-san was surprised and dejected, while Kurana-san only laughed with interest. So you knew about miso soup? And here I thought I'd surprise you. I failed, Puro, nah, you surprised me plenty. Actually I'm plenty surprised. Puro-san, you have a way to procure miso. Ryuma, I do, but there's not a lot of interest, so I don't get too many. Want some? Puro, yes. Absolutely. Ryuma, it's not that expensive, so I can share some with you, but if you come to like it and want more, do feel free to purchase from my store. Puro, thank you so much. Ryuma, it's fine. But since you know about miso, do you know about soy sauce too? Puro, you have soy sauce too. Ryuma, we do. Puro, like this the servant ended up bringing us a tray, upon which was miso, soy sauce, vinegar, and mirin. Puro-san would be sharing them with me. I can't believe such seasonings exist in this world. According to Puro-san, these are being produced in one part of the island that the Dragonute live at. It's made at a village that culturally considers a simple life best, so they prioritize making their food delicious through the ingredients. Unfortunately, there's not much demand for it, so it's considered a luxury item that doesn't get traded much. What a waste. Let's eat first. We can talk while eating. Kurana, right. Itadakimasu. Ryuma, chopsticks were brought along with the food, so I took my pair and took a mouthful of rice. Yum. It's so good. I can't believe it's been 3 years since I last had rice. This country has bread as its staple food, and that's nice and all, but rice is really nostalgic. Next up is the fish with soy sauce, and then the miso soup. Ah, so good. It's just like the food back on Earth. What a nostalgic taste, Ryuma, oh, Ryumahan. Did you live in a Dragonute village? Miyabi, huh? Oh, no. Not at all. Ryuma, really? Your reaction reminds me of a Dragonute who hasn't been able to return to his village for a long time, though. Miyabi, really? Ryuma, really? On top of that, you even know how to use chopsticks. It suits the cuisine, so it was brought over, but usually, only Dragonute customers use them. Puro, Ryumahan, where do you come from? Kurana, at situations like this, there's only one answer. From a small village in the forest. My grandmother often made miso soup for me. That's how I got to learn how to use chopsticks. Grandma is a former adventurer, so she probably found out about it during one of her travels. As for the ingredients, she managed to make do with wood magic. Ryuma, is that so? Kurana, did I fool them? By the way, Ryuma, what will you be doing tomorrow? Your employees won't be coming until 3 days later, right? Puro, I'm planning to build the furnitures and renovate the store until then. I'll take the opportunity to do some adventurer work too. Ryuma, Kurana-san asked me a question. Oh, my. Ryumahan, you're an adventurer. Kurana, yes. Although right now it's become a bit hazy whether I'm an adventurer first or a store owner first. Ryuma, what rank are you? Kurana, right now I'm E rank. Ryuma, E. You're 1 year younger than me, right? Miyabi, I just got promoted to E rank 2 months ago. Ryuma, being an E ranker at your age is an achievement. Do you have experience doing subjugation quests? Puro, after that I talked about my experience hunting monsters at the mine, then I asked them about the town. Apparently, the Otherworlder founder of the Sionji firm made this town for business. Apparently, since a long time ago, there have been many among the store owners and employees, as well as the other people born and raised in Rinov, who spoke in the Kansai dialect. Kurana-san was also born here. I don't think it was intentional, but when I think of how the Otherworlder naturally left traces of their influence, I can't help but feel strange. I wonder if I'm going to leave behind something too. Anything else you want to ask? Puro, what about the guild? It's my first time seeing such a huge building. Ryuma, but of course. There are entrances in every direction, but inside that huge building is the Merchants Guild, Adventurers Guild, Artisan Guild, and Dragon Guild. Puro, Dragon Guild. That's a new one. As I thought that, Miyabi-san started explaining. In the past, they were a group of monster tamers with flying monsters that transported people and goods, but after the airport was completed, they branched off and became an independent guild that mainly dealt with air transport. The Tamer Guild uses monsters for hunting, fighting, anything really, but the Dragon Guild is just for monster tamers that transport people and things by air. They also specialize in keeping the flights secure. It's not easy having monsters ferry people and goods through the air, so the Dragon Guild raises up their own people. Also, although they branched off and became independent, it seems they still have some sort of connection with the Tamers Guild. Word says that monster tamers who are able to form a contract with a flying monster can receive training from the Dragons Guild. Miyabi, looks like there's really a lot I don't know about just yet. The Adventurers Guild gathers all sort of stuff. The Artisans Guild uses those things to create goods. The Merchant Guild treats those goods as products to be sold. And the Dragon Guild transports them to distant towns. Like this, the 4 guilds are able to work together to develop the Toe. And this too was because of the efforts of our ancestor. Miyabi-san puffed out her chest as she said that. Puro-san seemed equally proud. This town, the airport, and their ancestor must be their pride. I heard more about their town as I treated myself to some long-awaited Japanese cuisine. After that, without even returning to the room, I cleaned myself with the cleaner slime and quickly went to rest. As I wondered to myself what to do tomorrow, the satisfaction from a good meal and the fatigue from a long trip lulled me to sleep. I could resist it, but wasn't any point in doing so. Let's just think tomorrow. I have time, after all. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.